Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4GT Chapter 126, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. The 126th chapter steals multiple shadow clone techniques. Do you want to learn summoning? Suddenly, Jeriah's eyes sharpened, like two sharp swords, piercing Glossy's face fiercely. The unique horror of the cage-level powerhouse immediately enveloped Glossy. Yes, I want to learn summoning. Glossy raised his head and said loudly. I don't know why, facing the oppression of Jeriah with such a powerful aura, not only did Glossy feel no fear, but an unyielding faith surged in his chest. That is a kind of momentum that belongs only to the warrior, who is firm and unyielding, and would rather bend than bend. Okay, very good. Jeriah stared at Glossy, and the powerful aura was constricted little by little until it disappeared completely. He stretched out his hand and patted Glossy's shoulder vigorously, and said, You are very good. You should be unique among genin if you cannot yield or compromise under my aura, he said appreciatively. Your temperament is very similar to that of Guy. However, I can see that your future achievements will definitely surpass Guy. Master Jeriah, you are too rewarding, Glossy said modestly. Okay, Naruto, come up. Jeriah turned around and said loudly to Uzumaki Naruto. Next, I want to teach you a great trick.
What? You want to teach me a great trick? What trick? Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly ran back from the river when he heard the excitement, and asked loudly. I teach you two summoning techniques. Jeriah said in a deep voice. Summoning technique? Really? Uzumaki Naruto was overjoyed. He once encountered Orochimaru in the Death Forest and saw its summoning technique, which can instantly summon a giant snake that is more than 30 meters long, with amazing power. Not long ago, a large toad about 2 meters tall that Jeriah summoned also killed Jonin Ebisu in a flash. If he could learn this high-level ninjutsu, what kind of scene would it be? In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to imagine that in the Chunin exam a month later, he directly summoned a huge toad with the summoning technique, killing Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Hyuga Neji and others in a flash. The scenery is infinite. Boy, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Jeriah raised his hand and knocked hard on Uzumaki Naruto's head, and shouted. No. Nothing, Uzumaki Naruto said aggrievedly. Before I teach you summoning, there is one thing I must tell you clearly, Uzumaki Naruto. Jeriah said, turning his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto, and said. I guess you haven't noticed it yet. Actually, there are two types of chakra in your body. Advertisement. 2 kinds of chakra, Uzumaki Naruto asked in surprise. You have never felt it before, do you have a special chakra in your body? Jeriah asked seriously. Special chakra, Uzumaki Naruto thought for a long time before saying. There was indeed a powerful chakra that suddenly emerged before, and then I had a powerful force in an instant. However, I don't remember the situation very clearly. However, I can clearly remember that the feeling is completely different from the usual chakra made. If you use color to describe it, my usual chakra is blue, but that particular chakra is red.
Is that so? Jeriah said. Then can you try to make that red chakra? I'll try it. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback and said. His hands were sealed, and soon a layer of chakra with a faint blue light emerged. No, I can't make it, he shook his head and said. Really, it's a waste of wood, Jeriah said while shaking his head. Ah, damn it. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Jeriah unhappy and shouted. I don't have a clue about the 2 chakras in my body. You let me create them suddenly. How can I do it?
Stop talking, keep trying. Jeriah's face sank and shouted. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, closed his mouth quickly, nodded his hands again, and tried. This guy didn't realize that the red chakra was not his own, but the power of the monster sealed in his body. Glossy secretly shook his head as he watched. No, I can't make it at all. Uzumaki Naruto quickly complained loudly again. Pervy sage, does the trick you want to give me have anything to do with that red chakra? Listen, boy, with your current chakra, you can't learn the trick I want to give you. Jeriah pointed to Uzumaki Naruto's forehead and said. So, you must be able to control the sleeping giant chakra in your body at any time, and use it flexibly. But, pervy sage, how did you know that I have another chakra in my body? Uzumaki Naruto asked puzzled. Good question. Jeriah laughed and said loudly. Because I am a fairy. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. Glossy, Uzumaki Naruto. All in all, your unique red chakra will be your killer. Jeriah said. If you can't make good use of it, it's a waste of treasure, you know. You don't have to force yourself to practice with everyone. Everyone has what they are good at and what they are not good at. You have to form your own unique style. Before, what you did was to maintain a quantitative chakra and release a quantitative chakra. In other words, those are control trainings that require little chakra. However, for you who are very physically strong, the amount is the advantage.
You have 2 types of chakra in your body, so your amount of chakra is amazing. Your goal of training should be to release chakra to the maximum and use it. In this way, the ninjutsu and tricks you can learn will become many. Got it? Brat. Jeriah reached out and patted Uzumaki Naruto's small head hard, and said. Can you make an exception? Uzumaki Naruto asked, eyes widening. For example, I am going to teach you this trick summoning. Jeriah said. The spellcaster makes a blood contract with any creature, and then summons it with ninjutsu when needed. It is a kind of time and space ninjutsu.
However, when you learn this type of ninjutsu, you must first exhaust the ordinary chakra on your body and force another red chakra out. Okay, I understand, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Why didn't you talk about such a simple thing earlier? Just wrap it on me. With the effort of speaking, he turned over and backed up, his hands were sealed. That seal. Jeriah's expression was slightly startled. Budo Tianyan. Glossy drank lowly in his heart, observing every movement of Uzumaki Naruto carefully. He knew that it was a taboo technique, recorded in the Book of Seals, in Konaha village. He wants to copy it perfectly, and then study it after returning. Not long ago, Uzumaki Naruto was deceived and stolen by Mizuki Naruto, and learned the first ninjutsu above, which is the multiple shadow clone technique. Chapter 127 I'm in a hurry. The martial arts Sky Eye is a supreme pupil technique in the martial world, and it cannot be cultivated by a person who is not exceptionally talented and has extraordinary strength. And once the martial arts Sky Eye is cultivated, its ability is also heaven-defying level. Under Wu Daoshin's eyes, there will be no more secrets for any movement, move, and secret method, and you can look directly at its origin. It can analyze and decipher any movement, move, and secret technique, observe its origin, and thoroughly analyze it in the most essential field. Of course, Glossi's martial arts eye has just formed, and it is far from reaching the legendary powers. However, these ninjutsu in the ninja world is still very far from the magical skills of the god-tier masters in the martial arts.
Therefore, Glossy can copy these ninjutsu effortlessly, and then go back at night to slowly unravel it, understand its origin, and then completely master and become his own thing. His physique was originally very poor, and he was a standard waist body, and could not practice any ninjutsu or illusion except for physique. However, in the past 3 months, Glossy has completely improved his physique with the secret method created by him in the past, and now he is a genius body.
As long as he is willing, he can practice any kind of ability at any time. Yes, any kind of ability. Whether it is fire, wind, soil, water, thunder, or other so-called secret techniques, he can cultivate. Before, he had absolute confidence in his martial arts mentality, believing that he could sweep the world just by relying on the physical cultivation technique. However, since he was spotted by Kakashi, Orochimaru, Jeriah and others several times in succession, he was deeply aware of his shortcomings. At the very least, before entering the realm of King Wu, he was far from being able to ramp up the world. Therefore, Glossi decided to give up his previous mentality of being superior and start to study the ninjutsu and illusion in this world. In this way, he can guarantee his life safety to the greatest extent before he enters the domain of King Wu. Of course, such a thought came into being after he cultivated the martial arts Tianyan. After all, the martial arts Tianyan possesses such a heaven-defying power. If it only serves as an observation prop, it is simply too wasteful. Glossy stared at Uzumaki Naruto with unblinking eyes, and copied all the movements of his hands. He still can't analyze it in an instant, but he has time to study it slowly after returning. This is the forbidden technique in Book of Seals, multiple shadow clone techniques. Glossy said silently in his heart. This technique looks very weak, it doesn't match the words forbidden technique, at all. He was puzzled. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of soft sounds, Uzumaki Naruto instantly changed from 1 person to 5 people.
Advertisement. Do you use shadow clone? Jeriah said with a smile. If I want to exhaust chakra as quickly as possible, I am the best at this kind of thing. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Look at me, multiple shadow clone techniques. In a flash, Uzumaki Naruto went from 5 people to more than 50 people. These Uzumaki Naruto stand densely together, making people feel dizzy. This guy, what a huge chakra. Glossy just took a look and felt very surprised, because, through a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, he can see that multiple shadow clone techniques are evenly distributed among the chakras of the body.
Glossy knew that in the world of ninjas, once a ninja runs out of chakra, it basically loses his life. And this multiple shadow clone technique actually divides chakra equally, which is definitely a huge risk for the operator himself. Could this be the reason why multiple shadow clone techniques will be included in the forbidden technique? Moreover, Glossi found that Uzumaki Naruto's own chakra was scary. He thought about it for a while, and most of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra must have been fighting against the monsters in his body on weekdays, so they look so useless. However, if you think about it, you will be relieved. Uzumaki Naruto's father is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and his mother is the only survivor of the legendary Uzumaki clan. He must have inherited the blood of his parents. His parents are so powerful, how could his qualifications be so rubbish? It's really multiple shadow clone. Jeriah said to himself. Although this technique is the forbidden technique, people with a small amount of chakra will definitely endanger their lives, but it is perfect for Uzumaki Naruto. Pervy Sage, next we only need to have a wheel fight, when the last one is left, my chakra can basically be used up. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Wait a minute, Jeriah said suddenly. You don't need to fight on wheels, I have a better way. What way? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Little guy, go and help him. Jeriah turned his gaze to Glossy and said with a smile. Go and kill all that kid's shadow clone. Why? Glossy said with a wry smile. He knew that Jeriah would not teach him summoning so easily.
Advertisement. Because if you can't even pass this level, you won't be able to learn the summoning technique I gave you. Jeriah said with a smile. Okay, I accept, Glossy said as he walked out from behind Jeriah. So it's like this, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became emotional and yelled. Rock Lee, I've long wanted to fight you again.
Stop talking nonsense, let all of you go on together. Glossi grinned and shouted at Uzumaki Naruto.
This kid is really overbearing and confident, Jeriah said silently in his heart. Come on, let me see how far you are now. Do you dare to look down on me? Uzumaki Naruto was immediately furious. Naruto, I definitely didn't mean to look down on you, Glossi said, however, I'm in a hurry. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto yelled, and immediately directed the 3 shadow clones to rush towards Glossy from the left, center, and right at the same time. Glossy stood motionless and waited until Uzumaki Naruto's 3 shadow clones rushed forward. He suddenly jumped high and kicked the 3 with a trick leaf hurricane above the head of a shadow clone. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 soft sounds, the 3 shadow clone immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. This kid is physically so strong. Jeriah's eyes widened suddenly, staring at Glossy in disbelief, shocked. Such a powerful physical skill, I am afraid that even the average elite chunin can't match it, right? Chapter 128. Victory Naruto. Jeriah was very shocked, staring at Glossy with unblinking eyes, flashing with a sharp glow, as if he wanted to see through Glossy completely. Although he had long seen that Glossy was very strong and could sweep almost everyone in Genin, he did not expect to be so strong. Such a powerful physical skill, let alone Genin, I am afraid that even the ordinary chunin, even the elite chunin, can't resist it. At this moment, Jeriah had a deep regret. He was wondering if it was the right choice to let Glossy accompany Uzumaki Naruto in training. Will such a powerful Glossi cause a huge psychological shadow on Uzumaki Naruto, and then affect his determination and will to work hard to become stronger? However, since he had already spoken, he absolutely couldn't say anything to stop him, because, if he did that, he was afraid that it would hurt Uzumaki Naruto's heart even more. Naruto, don't let me down, don't let the faces of Minato and Kushina be ashamed, Jeriah said silently. You. Uzumaki Naruto was obviously frightened by Glossy's fierce ability to kill 3 shadow clones in an instant. He widened his eyes and stared at Glossy. There was something called fear in the depths of his eyes. The multiple shadow clone technique is the forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals. The biggest difference between it and the ordinary shadow clone technique is not only to evenly distribute one's own chakra to each shadow clone, but also to separate it out. The shadow clone is still an entity. The combat power of this entity is far stronger than that of the ordinary shadow clone, and it can almost have 30% of the strength of the body.
However, it is the 3 shadow clones with 3-dimensional strength, but they used a trick, leaf hurricane, to kill Glossy. What amazing combat power is this? Uzumaki Naruto came to a sad conclusion that if he himself fights against Glossy, he will still be killed by a single blow, just like the last time. What's the matter, Uzumaki Naruto? Come again. Glossy hooked Uzumaki Naruto and said. Didn't you just yell very powerfully? What's wrong now, afraid? Damn, it's Rock Lee, don't you look down on people. Uzumaki Naruto immediately yelled at Glossy like an enraged beast. Even if I lose this time, when Chunin takes the exam, I will definitely defeat you completely, shame it. Give it to me, give it all to me. He commanded his shadow clone loudly, surrounding Glossy from all directions. Knowing that he was far from Glossy's opponent, he wanted to rely on the advantage of numbers to obliterate Glossy with a crowd of tactics. Good boy, I finally didn't disappoint me. Jeriah looked at a large group of Uzumaki Naruto who were rushing towards Glossy, with a look of relief on his face. However, it's a pity that the kid named Rock Lee is not an opponent who can defeat him just by relying on crowd tactics. You want to beat him in the Chunin exam, it's too difficult. Advertisement. That's right. Glossi smiled and said, come up together, let me get rid of you as soon as possible, how good it is for the 2 of us to learn summoning faster. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Glossy suddenly jumped into the air, the whole person was like a fast spinning top, his right leg swept out like a steel whip, and the 7 shadow clones that rushed up were kicked all at once. Flew out. Konaha Gale. When his body fell down, he took advantage of the trend and displayed another trick, which was to kick 4 shadow clones in the same direction.
2 strokes, just 2 strokes, Glossy killed 11 shadow clones in one fell swoop. With such a scene, all shadow clone faces of Uzumaki Naruto changed drastically, and they couldn't help retreating back. Although the clones separated by multiple shadow clone techniques absolutely obey the orders of the body, they have a certain amount of mental intelligence, and they will feel scared in the face of irresistible enemies.
This little pervert. Jeriah was almost stunned. Even the boy guy back then is not as strong as his physical skills. Don't leave. Give me all. Uzumaki Naruto was almost out of anger, and shouted desperately there. Uzumaki Naruto, I found you. There was a sneer on Glossy's face, the whole person was like a gust of wind, and he rushed into the circle formed by Shadow Clone, and kicked the one who was yelling. Called Naruto's chest. However, the Naruto, who was identified as the main body by Glossy, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared without a trace. He is also Shadow Clone. Rock Lee, you were fooled. Uzumaki Naruto's excited roar came from behind Glossy. His right fist was full of strength, and he hit the back of Glossy's head fiercely. I won, he yelled excitedly. Good boy, you really deserve to be the child of Minato and Jisina. Jiraiya rubbed his hands in excitement, walking back and forth with his feet. Uzumaki Naruto hides his body in the shadow clone, but makes one of the shadow clones pretend to be a body and lure the enemy into the bait. But he himself hides behind looking for a fighter. What kind of clever thinking is this? Then, just when both Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto decided that Glossy was bound to lose, Glossy moved his feet 2 steps to the right, unexpectedly avoiding Uzumaki Naruto's fist. How is this possible? Uzumaki Naruto said incredulously. Advertisement. Do you think you won? Glossi said with a grin at Uzumaki Naruto. Don't forget, the battle between you and Narashikamaru, I used to watch it by the side, and I have long been prepared for your move.
In fact, Glossi knew the identity of Uzumaki Naruto long ago with the Budo Tianyan, but it was not easy to find out directly because Jiraiya was standing by and observing. So, he followed the trap designed by Uzumaki Naruto and lured him to take the initiative to show up. Uzumaki Naruto was horrified, because he found that Glossy stretched out his right hand and moved it toward his right leg. And he, because his body was in midair, couldn't avoid it unexpectedly. It's over. Glossy said lightly. With a strong swipe of his right hand on Uzumaki Naruto's leg, Uzumaki Naruto immediately flew out like a spinning top. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto yelled in pain, and at the same time, all the shadow clones he split up disappeared. Glossy, victory, pervy sage, I want to become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto quickly got up from the ground, then rushed to Jiraiya and said loudly. There was a gleam of determination and strength in his eyes. Not only did he not get frustrated because of his defeat at the hands of Glossy, he became even more motivated. Okay, very good, Jiraiya laughed, very satisfied with Uzumaki Naruto's performance. As long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you. Thank you, pervy sage. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Rock Lee, I will definitely beat you during the Chunin exam. He waved his arms at Glossy. I'm waiting for you. Glossy nodded. If you can. This kid's self-confidence is too strong. Jiraiya's heart trembled. For some reason, when he saw Glossy in front of him, he could not help but recall the temperament of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was young, the same overbearing self-confidence, arrogant. You two come here, I will teach you summoning technique now. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. Chapter 129 Summoning is done. Glossy and Uzumaki Naruto listened, and immediately beamed their eyes together, and moved towards Jiraiya. They entangled Jiraiya for such a long time, and spent so much effort to wait for this moment. I don't need to talk about you, I'm very relieved of you. Jiraiya first looked at Glossy, then turned his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto. As for you, you should have exhausted all the chakra in your body now, right? Well, it's completely exhausted. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said excitedly. Okay, let me do a demonstration for you two first. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. He stretched out the thumb of his right hand and placed it in his mouth with a light bite with his teeth. A small wound appeared immediately, and a stream of blood flowed down. He gently stroked his blood-stained thumb on the palm of his left hand, and a bloodstain appeared immediately. He suddenly pressed his left hand to the ground, and shouted in a low voice. Summoning technique. In an instant, a very strange pattern emerged on the ground. That's the lines of Tao. Glossy moved in his heart. Boom! With a loud noise, a large toad more than 2 meters high appeared at Jiraiya's feet. This big toad has a scroll in its mouth, and it looks very simple and honest. However, Glossy did not dare to underestimate this simple-looking big toad. After all, he had seen one of its tricks kill John and Ebisu in a flash. So cool, Uzumaki Naruto trembling with excitement, said loudly. Naruto, take it. Jeriah said with a smile on his face. Following his order, the big toad put down the scroll in his mouth with a long tongue, and sent it to Uzumaki Naruto. What is this? Uzumaki Naruto took the scroll and asked. Open the scroll and take a look. Jeriah said. This is a contract signed with Summoning Toad that our family has passed down from generation to generation. Write the name in your own blood, and then stamp it with the blood of 5 fingers. Then, as long as you condense chakra in the hand that signed the contract, and then seal Hai Shu Yu Shen Wei, you can summon it. Jiraiya explained. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto kept nodding excitedly. His body was trembling constantly, you can see how excited his heart is at this time. He quickly unrolled the scroll, spread it on the ground, bit the thumb of his right hand forcefully, and then wrote his name on the scroll with his bloody thumb. After he wrote his name on it, he stained all 5 fingers with blood and pressed them firmly. Advertisement at this point, the contract takes effect. Okay, is this all right? Uzumaki Naruto asked loudly. Well, it's okay. Jiraiya nodded and said. You get out of the way, it's Rock Lee's turn, he said to Glossy. Glossy did not refuse, and went straight to the scroll to follow Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, leaving his name and bloody 5 fingerprints on it. Woo! The big toad retracted the scroll, and then turned into a cloud of smoke with a boom, and disappeared. This summoning technique is very convenient and practical, Glossy said secretly in his heart. Naruto, it should be easy for you to make red chakra now, right? Give it a try. Jeriah said to Uzumaki Naruto. It's to see if you can summon it. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto replied loudly. He put his hands together and began to gather chakra. Soon, he knotted his hands, and then pressed his right hand to the ground forcefully. Ninfa. Summoning technique. Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly.
Boom. With a soft sound, a small tadpole not as big as a little finger appeared in front of the three of them. Glossy. Jeriah. Why? How could this be? Uzumaki Naruto yelled unwillingly. Sure, I'm an idiot. I spent so much energy, and you actually summoned a little tadpole in the end. Jeriah wanted to cry without tears. Minato, how amazing you were back then, shaking the world, but your son. Rock Lee, try it too. Jeriah looked at Glossy and said. Okay. Glossy nodded, his hands quickly formed seals, and then pressed hard on the ground, and shouted in a low voice, Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Advertisement. Pervy sage, what's the matter with you? Uzumaki Naruto shook Jeriah's arm hard and asked. What are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto blushed suddenly and said loudly. However, when he stepped into the fifth heaven of martial arts mentality, possessing the strength of the king of martial arts, he no longer had to conceal anything. Because by that time, he already has enough self-protection strength. Glossy smiled and turned away. Glossy smiled, but did not speak. With his current strength and genius body, Master's summoning technique really shouldn't be too simple. However, he didn't want to be too sharp, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. This stinky boy, dare to falsify in front of me, hide his strength, huh?
Jeriah said silently in his heart as he looked at the distant figure of Glossy. You think you have taken a big advantage, but you don't know. If one day you go down an evil road and pose a threat to Konaha village, I only need to reverse summoning. You can do it yourself. I hope you don't become the second Orochimaru. Okay, you go back first. Jeriah gave Glossy a deep look and said, next I will provide special counseling for Naruto. And you don't need such counseling anymore. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running.
A toad the size of a fist appeared in front of several people. Haha, isn't there anything great? Uzumaki Naruto said gleefully. Don't worry, I will defeat you completely. Uzumaki Naruto waved his fist and said loudly, full of momentum. Rock Lee, the standard waste wood of the year, cannot practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physical skills. Except for Might Guy, no one wants to accept him as a student. If Glossy learns the summoning technique in a flash now, it would be strange if he is not suspected. Because, I'm afraid that after you die, you won't have a chance to say something like that. Jeriah said in a deep voice. Thank you Lord Jeriah. Glossy saluted Jeriah deeply and said, Naruto, I am waiting for you in the Chunin exam. Don't let me down. Nothing. Jeriah smiled and asked suddenly. Naruto, do you have a girl you like? If so, I advise you to confess to her immediately. Boom. Chapter 130 Multiple Shadow Clone Techniques. Aside from mentioning the matter between Uzumaki Naruto and Jeriah, Glossy said goodbye to them and hurried to where Tenten was. He believed that Tenten had already gone crazy after he had been away for such a long time. Sure enough, when Glossy appeared in front of Tenten, Tenten's eyes looked at him almost bursting into flames, as if he was going to burn his whole person to death, not even the bones left.
Rock Lee, say, where have you been all day? Tenten glared at Glossy with big beautiful eyes, like an angry female leopard, extremely dangerous. Ahaha, Tenten, I ran into some trouble on the way back. Glossy smiled awkwardly and said. Swish, swish, swish. As a result, before Glossy had finished speaking, Tenten raised his hand and threw 3 sharp kunai at him. I make you have trouble every time. I make you have trouble every time, she said angrily.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in one day, I have made a lot of progress. Glossy saw that the 3 kuunas projected by Tenten were very fast, and each of them was full of strength, and couldn't help but exclaim in praise. He raised his right hand and reached out, quickly grabbing it all in his hand like lightning. Okay. So amazing. Tenten was stunned by Glossy's agility, and said in amazement, for a while, he actually threw his anger aside. Next, I can teach you the following lessons. Glossy raised the 3 kunai in his hand at Tenten and said. You then take out 3 kunai from your bag and attack me. Are you sure? Tenten asked suspiciously after drawing out the 3 kunai. Hurry up, do your best to attack me. Glossy shouted in a low voice. Okay, got it. Tenten nodded. She took a deep breath, then exhaled, and threw the 3 kuuu in her right hand towards Glossy fiercely. Very good, great progress in strength and speed. But, Glossy's face suddenly sank and shouted. Your attack method is too simple, too easy to be avoided by others. Swipe. He suddenly threw the 3 kunai in his hands. Ding, ding, ding. With 3 clear metal crashing sounds, the 3 kunai played by Tenten were actually shot down to the ground with 3 kunai by Glossy.
Advertisement. This. How is this possible? Tenten was stunned at once, as if it was petrified, standing there motionless. She had never seen such a powerful hidden weapon technique. This is the 3rd basic skill you need to practice. Use a hidden weapon to attack a moving target in the sky. Glossy said lightly. When you can achieve a hit rate of more than 90%, I will teach you the real hidden weapon technique. Master, I know. Tenten said loudly. At this moment, the worship of Glossy in her heart had reached an extreme, and she recognized the master from the bottom of her heart. Glossy's status has even surpassed Might Guy.
Okay, let's start right away, Glossy said. I'm optimistic. He raised his hands and found two kinds of kunai, and then threw it towards Tenten. Let's start with the two kunai. Okay, Tenten replied loudly. She also took out two kunai from the bag, and then hurled it at the kunai that Glossy had thrown. Ding! With a soft sound, a group of kunai thrown by Glossy was hit and landed on the ground. However, the other kuwu continued to fly towards Tenten without any hindrance.
In desperation, Tenten could only dodge one by one sideways. No, it's too weak, Glossy said coldly. During your battle with Tamari, did you see her evading your hidden weapon attack? No. Tenten's delicate face flushed red and whispered. Come again. Glossy shouted. Yeah. Tenten nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with determination. You go, come back tomorrow. After dark, Glossy said to Tenten. Master, what about you? Tenten asked. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement, brush. Especially, the seal of Uzumaki Naruto and the flow of chakra when ninjutsu was launched, Glossy can see very thoroughly. With 3 soft sounds, 3 figures identical to Glossy appeared out of nowhere. I still have some things to deal with, and I can't leave for the time being, Glossy said. You go back first. Otherwise, I won't accompany you in cultivation tomorrow. In the picture in Glossy's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto's movements are very slow, as if they have been slowed down 10 times out of thin air. Every movement and every detail can be seen clearly and clearly. Suddenly, 2 rays of cold and electric light shot out of Glossy's eyes. Glossy who suddenly grew up, his hands quickly sealed, and he whispered, multiple shadow clone techniques. After finishing speaking, she ran towards the distance one by one. Okay. Seeing that Glossy had sealed her first, Tenten had no choice but to give up and nodded in response. Master, you should go back and rest soon. It's still a little unclear, do it again. After Glossy watched it 3 times, he closed his eyes and concentrated in thought. However, he quickly opened his eyes again and said to himself. The martial arts Tianyan can slow down any movement and any move countless times, and directly analyze its inner origin, and finally reveal its powerful and unparalleled ability at this time. He could clearly feel his consciousness attached to the 3 shadow clones at this time. Take a closer look, that was the scene when Uzumaki Naruto performed the multiple shadow clone technique. As a result, the picture of Uzumaki Naruto reappeared in his eyes, repeating it again. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Glossy watched Tenten go away, and quickly regained his gaze, muttering to himself. His martial arts and heavenly eyes emerged, and one after another weird pictures flashed in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Is this the multiple shadow clone technique? Sure enough, there are a few ways to be included in the forbidden technique list. There is indeed a reason for it, Glossy said to himself. Chapter 131 The Monster from Summoning. This is a very strange feeling. He is obviously still him, but his consciousness seems to be divided, attached to the 3 shadow clone. Moreover, the actions of the 3 shadow clones, as well as their perception and changes of the surrounding environment, were all fed back to his ontology. This feeling is almost the same as the magical power of the martial arts world called the outside body incarnation. Glossy said to himself. Except for the fact that the combat power is too weak, far less than the outside body incarnation, there is not much difference between the two. This multiple shadow clone technique can be used as a scout on the battlefield to go deep into the extremely dangerous battlefield behind enemy lines to detect the enemy. It is also good. However, this level alone is not enough to be included in the forbidden technique. Besides, what effect does it have? Glossy was contemplative. Could it be used for cultivation? Glossy looked at the 3 shadow clones in front of him, a thought flashed through his mind, and said to himself. He is a vigorous and resolute person, and when he thought of doing it, he immediately ordered his 3 shadow clones to start practicing. What a magical ninjutsu, I actually feel like I am practicing myself. Glossy looked at the 3 shadow clones who were practicing in amazement, and now he felt more and more that his judgment was correct. Perhaps, the true heaven-defying of this multiple shadow clone technique is that it can accelerate people's cultivation to a great extent and make people stronger in the shortest possible time. Glossy took a deep look at the 3 shadow clones, and then one galloped towards the depths of the Konaha village death forest. He knew that once the chakra stored in the 3 shadow clones was exhausted, they would all disappear. And there are other things to do, there is no need to waste time here. Woo! Glossy turned into a black shadow, rushing toward the death forest like lightning. While advancing quickly, he explored the surroundings with martial arts heavenly eyes. He wanted to find a place with the sparsest population and try the summoning technique he learned from Jeriah. At the beginning, he did not want to be too sharp in front of Jeriah, and did not want Jeriah to be guarded and jealous of him. Therefore, he chose to hide his strength and only summoned a toad the size of a fist. If he goes all out, he should be able to summon a big toad no weaker than Jeriah's feet. Advertisement. Soon, Glossy came to the deepest part of the death forest. Here, the jungle is dense and lush, everywhere is filled with the breath of cold death, and from time to time, there are scary unknown insects passing by. This is the most terrifying place in the death forest. There are often fierce beasts passing by. There is no one here in the middle of the night.
It can be called the weakest place in the entire Konaha village. Summoning technique. Glossy held his breath, concentrated all his strength on his right hand, and then Jian, suddenly pressed to the ground, shouted loudly. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud noise, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. The black shadow was really too big, like a hill, carrying a terrible wind, and pressing down towards Glossy.
FCK. Glossy was taken aback, not daring to neglect, when he concentrated his whole body strength on his feet, and then suddenly ejected towards the distance. He knew that if he didn't escape, he would be crushed to death. Boom. A black shadow like a small hill hit the ground directly, and immediately rose more than 10 meters of smoke and dust. The violent wind surged in all directions, and the trees that were several meters thick screamed. Among them, more than 10 big trees were crushed.
What kind of thing did I summon? Glossy said to himself. He was almost hit by the gravel shot everywhere just now, and he avoided it dangerously. It was really extremely dangerous. When the smoke cleared, a big incredible toad with a height of more than 30 meters, a huge pipe dangling from its mouth, and a 7-8 meter long knife hanging from its waist, was looking around with an angry face. Is it summoned by me? Glossy curled his lips and said in surprise. Although he had long known that he could summon a stronger summoning beast with all his strength, he did not expect to summon such a big creature. Such a huge toad is not much weaker than the middle-level monsters in the martial world. Hey, brat, did you call me here? Huh. The giant toad quickly discovered Glossy, and brought his huge head to Glossy, roaring angrily. A gust of wind, mixed with a stench, swept towards Glossy, really like a tornado, terrifying. However, Glossy stood motionless, no matter how strong the wind screamed, motionless, as stable as Mount High. Advertisement. Yes, I summoned you. Glossy said lightly. Although the toad in front of him was huge and terrifying in strength, it was far from the holy and god-ranked beasts that Glossy had seen in his previous life, and it was impossible to deter him at all. What's more, he has already signed a blood contract on the scroll of Jeriah's family history. No matter how angry this big toad is, it won't be anything to him. Boy, what's your name? The big toad saw that Glossy was not afraid, and he stood there no matter how he roared, and there was no fear on his face. He couldn't help but be very surprised and became interested in this little guy. My name is Rock Lee, Glossy said. I signed a blood contract on the scroll of Master Jeriah's family biography this afternoon.
I knew it a long time ago, Big Toad said. However, although you signed the blood contract and summoned me out, I don't recognize that you are eligible to ride me. Why? Glossy frowned and asked. According to the agreement of the blood deed, as long as I can summon you out, I can ride on your head and get all your power. Others are like this, but I am different, Big Toad said, unless.
Unless what? Glossy said. Unless you can stand on top of my head for an hour. Big Toad said. If you can hold on, I will recognize your qualifications. If you can't, then I'm sorry, next time you won't be able to call me over again.
Haha, this is too easy. Glossy chuckled, his feet pressed hard, the divine acting variety body technique was displayed, and he jumped on top of the big toad in an instant. Okay, let's get started. Little devil, you are arrogant, the big toad said, gritted his teeth. However, don't be scared to cry later. Chapter 132 The contest between Glossy and the big toad. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's start soon. Glossy unceremoniously interrupted Big Toad's words, and said coldly. You have a big tone, now let me see what you are capable of. Little devil, you are too arrogant and arrogant. The big toad was immediately furious. It originally thought it was arrogant enough, but what it didn't expect was that it would encounter a guy who was even more arrogant and arrogant than it. It's just a teenage boy, no matter how good he is. Where can he go? If you don't give him a good look today, he would not know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. I don't like you very much. He turned his head and said loudly at Glossy. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. While it was speaking, a hurricane swept out of its mouth, rushing toward Glossy like a thunder. In an instant, the stone walked away from Shafei, dimly. I have to say that this big toad is indeed very powerful, but it opened its mouth and shouted, which created such a terrible sight. This kind of scene, this kind of weather, is no less inferior to the middle-level monsters in the martial arts world where Glossy is. Well, it is indeed a little capable, no wonder the tone is so big, arrogant and arrogant. Glossy was in the center of the wind, like a mainstay, even if the terrible wind blows him with black hair and frantic clothes. Dancing, but his body remained motionless, like Yuan Zhen Yuji, unshakable. He just stood there calmly, speaking to the big toad in a condescending tone, and for a time he was quite the heroic spirit of his time in the martial arts world. This guy. The big toad naturally also felt the strong will and belief that Glossy exudes from the inside out, and couldn't help but tremble for a while. It seemed that what stood on its head at this time was not a teenage boy, but an old monster who had experienced the ups and downs of the world. However, the weird feeling in Big Toad's heart was quickly overwhelmed by anger. How lofty is its status? Even in Mount Myoboku, a sacred place for the cultivation of the strong, it is also among the top 5 super strong. Even if it is as strong as Jeriah, he does not dare to be so arrogant in front of it. Now, such a little devil stood on top of his head and said it in such a tone, it was a fantasy, incredible. Little devil, take the move. The big toad let out a loud roar. Its body began to sag slowly, and its 4 legs, which were more than 4 meters thick, began to accumulate energy.
It had to teach this impassioned little demon in its own way. Advertisement. Although it can't really do anything to this kid, the lesson is indispensable. If not, how can it maintain its majesty in front of its descendants in the future? This is. Glossi's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood Big Toad's intentions. There was a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, his feet naturally separated, and the powerful chakra was condensed on the soles of his feet, firmly glued to the body of the Big Toad. Boy, if you die very unfortunately, then curse that fellow Jeriah. The Big Toad said as he slammed his limbs. Suddenly, a huge force was produced out of thin air, and its huge body, which was more than 30 meters high, flew into the sky as fast as a cannonball. In an instant, a huge force acted on Glossy, tearing his flesh, blood, and bones fiercely. That kind of power is too powerful, and it is simply not something that Glossy can contend. In a blink of an eye, Glossy felt a pain all over his body, bloodstains appeared on his body surface, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the wound, shocking and terrifying. All of this is based on the incomparable strength of Glossi's physical body. If it was replaced by any other genin, even Chunin and Jonin, they would not be able to withstand such a huge power that appeared in an instant. 8 inner gates, the supreme jerk in physique, opened from the first gate to the third gate, so that Glossy's strength instantly doubled, and it was able to compete with the strong Jonin and block the Big Toad from jumping up. The tremendous power generated by the time. 8 inner gates. Open the door. Open. It sneered in its mouth, and its huge body had already begun to fall rapidly. Its body is really too huge, like a hill, and now it is falling at such an astonishing speed, it can be seen how amazing its aura is. Glossy let out a long scream, running the power of his whole body to fight.
He has now opened the third gate of the 8 inner gates, and his strength has more than doubled out of thin air, enough to match Jonin, but at this time, he still feels very difficult to deal with the terrible weightlessness of the Big Toad, and he will fall at any time. Danger. I'm too big, after all, I'm still far from recovering the strength of the year. Glossy stabilized the stitches, feeling scared for a while.
Little devil, do you even know this? Not bad. The Big Toad found out the strangeness of Glossy and said in surprise. However, my weightlessness is not so easy to bear. Even if you are prepared, he. Advertisement. This damn toad, this is sincere to play with me. Glossy's face was ugly, and he cursed in his heart. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Shengman, open. This guy really hates me. Glossy curled his lips and said. Knowing this a long time ago, he shouldn't have said so badly at the beginning, and a few compliments may be enough to fool him. After going back and forth, let alone Genin, I am afraid that I searched the entire Konaha village, and there is no Chunin that can survive safely. At this time, he had opened a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, exploring the environment in all directions. Soon, he discovered that this Big Toad had reached an altitude of more than 50 meters. In a critical moment, Gullos didn't dare to ask for it, and immediately unfolded his biggest killer so far, instantly driving the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the third gate, a powerful force. Circulating within him, immediately isolated the terrifying power from the outside world, allowing Glossy to turn the danger into peace. This Big Toad possesses unparalleled explosive power. It can change from extremely static to extremely dynamic in an instant, and instantly increase the speed by hundreds of kilometers per hour. The resulting huge force is enough to shake a Genin or even Chunin to death.
Stop the door. Open, however, until now, Glossy had no other way. He took a deep breath, condensed all the chakra on his feet, firmly grasped the body of the Big Toad, preparing for the terrible weightlessness. And when it reaches the highest point in the sky, its huge body, weighing several tons, will be affected by gravity, rushing downwards at an extremely fast speed, causing a terrible state of weightlessness. Chapter 133 Either die or rise. You can imagine how tyrannical the strength of this Big Toad is. It is conservatively estimated that it can also compete with cage-level powerhouses. No wonder it is so arrogant, and doesn't take Glossy in his eyes. Huh, little devil, can you actually bear my weightlessness? The Big Toad was shocked, looked at Glossy with surprised eyes, and said in disbelief. In its impression, apart from the cage-level powerhouse, no one has ever qualified to stand on top of its head. Because it is so powerful, just a single jump is enough to jump into the sky more than 50 meters high, that terrible overweight force, except for the cage-level powerhouse, few people can withstand it. And when it fell from an altitude of more than 50 meters, the resulting weightlessness was even more terrifying. If the person standing on top of its head is not strong enough, and the feet cannot hold its body firmly, it will immediately fall out and die. In fact, Big Toad didn't intend to use this trick to deal with Glossy. For one thing, Glossy was really too young, but he was only a teenager, and it was a suspicion of bullying him to deal with him, and he couldn't win. Secondly, it had already learned Glossy's name from the family contract book. According to the contract between the family and the human, once the contract takes effect, it must become the summoning beast of Glossy. However, the tone of Glossy's speech was so arrogant that he didn't put it in his eyes at all, which made it feel very uncomfortable. Want to know how powerful it is? Even Jeriah had to be polite to see it. Glossy is just a teenage kid, who speaks so stinky, arrogant, how can it not give him a bit of color? At the very least, you have to be respectful when you see it in the future. Therefore, Big Toad did not hesitate to surrender his status, and showed his momentary overweight and weightless state to Glossy, wanting to scare him well and let him know how powerful he is. Of course, in this process, it has been observing Gullos from the beginning to the end, and once it finds that Glossy is unbearable, it will immediately stop. Advertisement, however, what made it never expected was that this kid is so extraordinary. At a young age, he actually mastered the 8 inner gates of Konaha village's supreme physical technique, and relied on this forbidden technique to block its overweight and weightlessness. This kid can get Jeriah's approval and let him leave a name in the family contract scroll. It's really good. Big Toad exclaimed in his heart. Jeriah, your vision is really good. Every disciple you accept is a wizard of heaven. Namikaze Minato is like this, and so is the current kid named Rock Lee. Although you are very powerful, I am not weak, Glossy said loudly intermittently while resisting the increasingly powerful state of weightlessness.
Do you know that I'm great now? But, it's too late. The Big Toad couldn't help feeling very good after hearing Glossy's words. However, its mouth still refuses to relax. If you can't hold on top of my head for an hour, you will completely lose the qualification to call me in the future. You can't escape the palm of my hand. Although Glossy felt very strenuous, he was full of fighting spirit in his heart. At this moment, he has a very strange feeling. Facing the huge pressure of the powerful Big Toad, his martial arts mentality is about to move, and it seems that there is a sign of breaking into the fourth heaven. He felt that his body was light and fluttering, and the strong wind was constantly blowing on him, blowing him away from the back of the Big Toad. He felt that he might fall out at any time, fall to the ground, and die violently. Sure enough, when Glossy finished saying this, the Big Toad immediately became angry again. The good feeling it had just ignited towards Glossy completely disappeared without a trace. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Damn it, it's really for me, even ninjutsu is used. Glossy cursed secretly in his heart. He tried his best to operate the martial arts mentality, resisting the increasingly strong and almost irresistible state of weightlessness. However, in contrast, the martial arts mentality in his body is moving faster and faster, and the power is getting stronger and stronger. In the face of the huge pressure caused by the Big Toad, he quickly rushed from the third heaven to the fourth heaven. Advertisement. Smelly boy, don't fall off my body, it will die. Big Toad said sternly. At the same time, its pair of huge front paws joined together, making seals like a ninja. The fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, I'm here. Glossy shouted in his heart. Today is either the death day of Glossy or the beginning of my re-emergence.
And all of this is due to the fact that Glossy's current strength is too weak to guarantee his own safety. And once he truly entered the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, most of the combat skills of the previous life were restored, and he would have no qualms anymore. In an instant, a violent wind appeared out of thin air, and it fiercely acted on the Big Toad. The Big Toad was bathed in the wind, and the huge body fell faster, like a meteorite falling from the sky, terrifying.
Today, I will never back down. In order not to make people suspicious, and to save his life as much as possible, Glossy had to forcefully suppress his own nature and live according to Rock Lee's temperament. Moreover, he must deliberately lose to the opponent if he can defeat Hyuga Neji. Boom. He is possessed by Rock Lee. Through the past, the sea and the sky are bright. If you can't survive it, I have no regrets from Glossy. 2 incomparably resolute rays of light shot from Glossy's eyes, and he shouted loudly in his heart. In his previous life, he was the supreme god of war in the martial world, and he was respected in the world and invincible. However, when he came to the ninja world, his strength was lost, leaving only the memory of his previous life and his severely damaged spiritual consciousness. He knew that now he only needs to say a soft word or flattery, and the Big Toad will immediately recognize his qualifications. However, in order to advance his martial arts mentality, he had to continue to speak out. At that time, even if he is still no match for the cage-level powerhouse, there is no problem to escape. Chapter 134 Go All Out. Boy, it's not too late if you admit defeat now. The Big Toad suddenly turned his head and said loudly to Glossy. If you hold on, you will really die. It looked at Glossy with a pair of huge lantern-like eyes, as if to persuade Glossy, and also seemed to be testing the true thoughts in Glossy's heart. You die, what's to be afraid of? Glossy roared at the Big Toad. You are the summoning beast I summoned. If you don't even want to recognize me, what's the point of being alive? You are very interesting, kid, ha ha ha. Big Toad Yangtian laughed. Actually, I recognize you from my heart now. But I have to last an hour, right? Glossy said loudly. If that's the case, let me show all your powers and let me see how powerful my summoning beast is.
Good luck. The Big Toad glanced at Glossy one last time, then turned his head, and the whole body accelerated again and slammed into the ground fiercely. FCK. My 4x. Glossy cursed in his heart. The Big Toad said nicely in his mouth, but he acted without empathy, treating him as an enemy of life and death. How big is the Big Toad? It fell from a height of more than 50 meters, and it was mixed with the power of wind style. The weightlessness caused by it was extremely terrible, even the average elite Chunin could not bear it. And when its body fell on the ground, the terrible weightlessness turned into a terrifying impact in an instant. Glossy conservatively estimated that ordinary Jonin might not be able to resist it. 8 inner gates. 4th gate, hurt the door, open. 5th gate, Duman, open.
Glossy didn't dare to take any cares, and directly opened the 8 inner gates from the 3rd gate to the 5th gate. The strength of the whole person once again greatly increased, and it was basically more than twice as strong as the original. After more than 3 months of practice, Glossy has long since reborn, and his practice of the secret technique of 8 inner gates is even more meticulous. He can now freely open the 1st gate, the 2nd gate, and the 3rd gate to fight without damaging any of his physical functions. However, when he opened the 4th gate and 5th gate, it still caused some damage to him. Therefore, he is unwilling to open it under normal circumstances. However, the current situation is too special. He is at a critical juncture when the 3rd heaven of martial arts mentality is attacking the 4th heaven, and he can't take care of that much. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Glossy quickly sealed his hands and roared in a low voice. Advertisement. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 7 shadow clone appeared. Without any hesitation, they lay directly on the big toad, using the body as a cushioning mat. Glossy used martial arts to protect his body, and threw himself on the meat pad, one by one. Boom. Almost at the same time, the huge body of the big toad hit the ground. In an instant, a terrible roar rang out for several miles, and endless smoke rose into the sky, turning the sky above the death forest into khaki.
The earth was shaking violently, like an earthquake, and countless cracks centered on the big toad, spreading in all directions. And within 100 meters of the big toad body, it turned into a desert completely, all the trees were upside down, and some unlucky beasts were crushed into meatloaf. The rocks pierced through the sky, and the stormy waves hit the shore. Wow! At the same time, Glossy only felt a huge force coming from his chest, as if he had been hit by a hammer out of thin air. He couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the bright red blood stained his clothes red, shockingly.
However, his body suffered heavy damage, and the light in his eyes became more and more flaming. All right, almost soon, he yelled frantically in his heart. Little devil, hurry up and give up. Big Toad said loudly. It saw Glossy's face pale and bloody, and he couldn't bear it for a while. Stop talking nonsense, show me all your abilities quickly. Glossy roared. You are my summoning beast, so arrogant, don't you just have such a little ability? Little devil, I gave you a chance. The unbearable in Big Toad's eyes disappeared again, and it was replaced by cold. From now on, I won't say another word. After an hour, it's up to you whether you are dead or alive. Don't worry, I can't die. Glossy said proudly. I hope so. Big Toad said coldly. Recruited, it opened its mouth all of a sudden, and let out a terrifying roar on the sky. Its sound was so terrible, it shook the nearby trees, crashing. Countless birds were startled flying from the forest, and the nearest one was directly shaken to the ground. Such power is truly earth-shattering. Advertisement. Although Glossy blocked his ears for the first time, his ears were still buzzing, and the roar blew in his ears like thunder, which was extremely uncomfortable. It's just comparable to a middle-level beast, and dare to show off in front of me. It's really a tiger falling to Pyongyang and being bullied by a dog, and Longshong diving into a shrimp show. Glossy felt uncomfortable. Boom, boom, boom. The big toad began to rampage in the dense forest of death. With a huge body of more than 30 meters, it exploded into the sky, and there was nothing to stop it. The trees fell down in rows, the earth was trembling violently, the mountains and forests were shaken so that the fallen leaves were colorful, countless birds wailed, and wild beasts fled in terror.
Glossy had already closed the several major acupoints on his chest, so that he could not feel the pain of the wound for the time being. He concentrates on the operation of martial arts mentality, while resisting the crises that appear from time to time, while attacking the 4th heaven. Woo! An arm thin, sharp branch pierced towards Glossy. In the dark, it is difficult for the eyes to see.
What's more, the speed of the big toad is so fast, it will be difficult to avoid it if it is changed to others. However, Gullos had the martial arts' heavenly eyes, which could see the scene in the dark forest clearly, and could predict and evade in advance. Boom. The big toad hunched over a cave. Its hard and thick body rubs fiercely against the hard walls. I was really irritated by me, and I didn't even talk about a little affection. Glossy secretly slandered in his heart. However, he is not incapable of coping. Stepping on the footwork of divine action, he quickly came behind the big toad and temporarily hid behind its A. Chapter 135 The Decision of 3rd Hokage. Boom. A loud and earth-shattering noise suddenly spread throughout the Konaha village in this endless night. The sound was like thunder, and thunder shook everyone's ears, buzzing. Even if they were far apart, they could feel its terrifying power. At the same time, the earth was shaking violently, like an earthquake. Brush. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sat up from the bed, a pair of dim eyes filled with bright light, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, sharp and sharp. He jumped out of the window and came to the roof. At this moment, where is there a trace of old and physical appearance for him? His body is more agile than an ape, and his aura is stronger than a scourge, terrifying. This is the 3rd Hokage of Konaha Shinobi Village and the strongest of Konaha Village, the true face of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen.
This feeling. Is he coming back? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, staring in the direction of the death forest with sharp eyes. A smile appeared on his face. This is the first time he smiled since he learned of Orochimaru's return. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, 3 figures flew quickly. They all wore the same black night clothes with civet masks on their faces. They were Anbu people.
Master Third Hokage. The three, Anbu, knelt in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and said respectfully. The enchantment squad informed us that there was a strong aura in the direction of the Death Forest, so let us check it out immediately. Yeah, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. You go. But you must remember that if you see a huge toad there, don't show up and return immediately, you know. Huge toad. Could it be that the adult came back? One of the Anbu said in a trembling voice. Obviously, he also thought of something. Today's Konaha village is strong in the outside world. Except for Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root, there's no such kind of cage-level powerhouse who can mega-shock the world, and it is at stake. Especially, after hearing the news of Orochimaru's return, everyone felt anxious and anxious. Advertisement. If it is the adult who returns, then it is really great news for Konaha village. Go faster. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The three responded in unison. They rushed toward the Death Forest quickly, and disappeared in an instant. Come out. After the three, Anbu, left, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his eyes to a hidden corner not far away and shouted. Master Third Hokage. Ebisu turned out from the corner and saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen respectfully.
Why didn't you sleep at night? Why did you come to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Ebisu intently and asked. Master Third Hokage, actually I just woke up from a coma, Ebisu said awkwardly. In the afternoon, I was knocked out by someone. Who knocked you out? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed, as if he had guessed Ebisu's purpose. Yes, it's Jeriah-sama. Ebisu hesitated and said.
Sure enough he is back. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a pleased smile on his face. I thought the three of them would never come back again. Master Third Hokage, after all, the three of them are from Konaha and are your students. Even if you leave temporarily, there will always be a day of return. Ebisu said. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not only his own strength, is equal to Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as the demigod in Rain Shinobi Village, and as the two pinnacle of the ninja world. He even trained three well-known cage-level powerhouses, Orochimaru, Jeriah, and Tsunade. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as I thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with emotion. Minato died young, and his only son, Jeriah, wouldn't care. In Konaha village today, apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, there is no other cage-level powerhouse. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Orochimaru used living humans to conduct forbidden technique research, was expelled from Konaha and became an S-rank rebel. Jeriah and Tsunade also left. Konaha's White Fangya committed suicide, but Namikaze Minato, with unlimited potential, dedicated his life to the village in order to seal 9 tails in order to protect the village. His disciple is his disciple after all, and one day he will return. However, things must decline, but it is a fate that no one in nature can escape, even Konaha village is no exception. Apart from praying to the gods that Third Hokage can defeat Orochimaru, there is nothing else he can do.
As for Orochimaru's problem, let me solve it myself. Back then, I let him go for a while, so that it caused the current situation. This is my responsibility. Do you know what the purpose of his return is? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to calm his mind and asked in a deep voice. The Konaha village that year, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, reached the highest level ever. The names of Konaha Sanin and Kinoa 8 colors move the world. Wherever they pass, they're invincible, and the world is invincible.
But, Third Hokage-sama, then Ebisu stopped talking. Orochimaru came back, but appeared as an avenger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was heartbroken, but his feelings disappeared a lot with Jiraiya's return. You think I'm old and weak, and now I'm no longer Orochimaru's opponent, don't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said. Don't worry, I'm not as useless as you think. Orochimaru can't kill me. Master Jeriah took Uzumaki Naruto away and has been guiding him in his practice. Ebisu said. Leave him alone, don't bother him. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said. The kid Uzumaki Naruto has a lot of potential. If Jeriah is instructed, he should improve very quickly. Ebisu stopped talking so far. He knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely strong and hard-tempered. He was once known as a Ningxiong and professor in the past, so he naturally has an arrogance that most people can't imagine. Since he decided to deal with Orochimaru by himself, he couldn't change it anymore. Chapter 136. Are you convinced? At this moment, a huge palace-like place full of gloomy, cold breath, in a small secret room in the center. A man with scars on his face and a thick white bandage wrapped around his head, covering his right eye and most of his right cheek, was sitting on a chair majestically. He was leaning on a crutches in his left hand, and his right hand was tied with a bandage, as if crippled. There was a cold breath from all over him, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. He is no one else, but the leader of the Root, Shimura Danzo, the biggest dark force in Konaha village. It is also the current Konaha village, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the only cage-level powerhouse. In front of him, there are 3, Anbu, who also wear civet masks on their knees. The 3 of them all lowered their heads, and did not even dare to look up at Shimura Danzo. There is a weirdness in the Death Forest, and there is an inexplicable and powerful aura. Shimura Danzo slowly said. This kind of breath gives me a very familiar feeling. The three of you immediately went to the Death Forest to find out the situation, and then came back to report to me. Yes, Lord Danzo. The three responded in unison. At this moment, Gullos had no idea that what he had done had attracted the attention of almost all forces in Konaha village. There is only one thing he knows now, and that is to try his best to deal with the big toad and survive bravely. Yes, the crazy big toad is really terrible. It walks through the dense death forest, sometimes crashes into the hard rock, always lurks into the deep lake bottom, and always rushes in the place full of thorns. It has a thick skin and a strong defense force. Those things can't cause any harm to it. But for Glossy, it was completely different. After all, Glossy was still relatively shallow, and he hadn't really reached the point where his body could be comparable to a swordsman. Now after the crazy raging of the big toad, has already been covered in cuts and bruises. For example, his left shoulder, which had not been fully healed, is now more seriously injured. The dark wound on his chest, after a continuous fall from high altitude, the old wound recurred and he was bleeding continuously. His waist. It can be said unceremoniously that if Glossy was not a powerful person, comparable to Jonin, if he hadn't learned the 8 inner gates technique from Might Guy, he would have been completely defeated by the big toad. It's coming soon. Glossy was in severe pain all over his body, as if being eaten by thousands of ants, but his heart was almost mad with excitement. He has now touched the threshold of the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, and he can enter with just one foot.
Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the depths of the dense death forest. That roar was very terrifying, as if piercing gold and cracked stones. It was not much weaker than the aura of a big toad. Advertisement. There is such a terrible monster in the death forest. Glossy muttered in his heart. If such a big guy appeared during Chunin's exam, I am afraid that few candidates could survive except Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. A gorilla that was more than 10 meters tall and covered with black hair rushed over. Its eyes were green, showing terrible fierce light, and its sturdy hands held a 5 or 6 meter long tree trunk, and slapped the big toad fiercely.
It can actually know how to use weapons like humans. Woo! In an instant, the big toad turned into a huge light and shadow, flashing past the gorilla like lightning. As the blade light flashed, a blood arrow shot out. At the moment when he passed by, the big toad pulled out the huge long knife on his waist and cut the gorilla's throat. This big toad is so refined, it actually knows how to use the knife. Glossy nodded secretly as he watched. The strength of the gorilla is definitely not weak, but it was killed by the big toad with a single blow, which shows how strong the strength of the big toad is. Little devil, have you seen it? This is the strength of my uncle. Big Toad said arrogantly. I saw it. Glossy said lightly. As a summoning beast, your strength is pretty good, and you do have some capital to brag about. Boy, I find that I hate you more and more. The big toad smiled at Glossy. It suddenly jumped, and even ran towards a huge deep pool in the distance. Thump. With a loud noise, the big toad led Glossy into the deep pool. It is an amphibian and can breathe freely on the ground in the water, but Glossy is different. He is a human being and cannot breathe under the water. The big toad couldn't help Glossy for so long. At this time, his heart became ruthless, and he wanted to use this trick to completely subdue Glossy. Humph. Glossy understood the intention of the big toad in an instant, and let out a cold snort in his mouth. Turtle breath Dafa, he whispered in his heart.
Tortoise breath Dafa is an invisible secret breathing technique circulated in the martial arts world. It can reduce the human body's functions to the greatest extent and reduce the human body's consumption of various energy to a minimum. Although Gullos could not breathe underwater like a toad, it is still enough to use turtle breath Dafa to support for half an hour. Advertisement. Smelly boy, after you pass out, I will take you up again. Big Toad said triumphantly. It believes that this time it must be able to dormant the brat who doesn't know the height of the sky.
Swish, swish, swish. 3. Anbu, wearing civet masks came quickly. That's a huge toad. It's really Master Jeriah who has returned. Anbu said excitedly. Let's go back and report to Master Hokage. I think Master Hokage will be very happy. The three left quickly. Cut. That guy Ebisu will tell the old man about my return. Jeriah appeared silently and said to himself. However, he quickly turned his gaze to the deep pool. Smelly boy, it made me look away, and even Wentai was recruited. He said softly. However, Wentai is not so convincing. Let me see what you can do. Boom. At this moment, the deep pool suddenly exploded, and the big toad sprang out quickly from the bottom of the water, and then fell to the ground. Boy, are you convinced now? Big Toad laughed triumphantly. What I want to ask is, are you convinced now? Glossy slowly opened his eyes and said to the big toad. Chapter 137 Heaven-Defying Practice Plugin. At this moment, Glossy's clothes were already in tatters, and broke into strands, exposing most of the skin on his body. There are scars all over his body, and the wounds are densely covered all over his body, shocking. And when he was under the pool just now, the bone-cold water poured into his wound, making his whole body tremble in pain and painful. However, Glossy's willpower is extremely strong, while trying to resist the severe pain that comes from all over his body, while forcibly running the turtle breath Dafa to reduce his physical functions. At the same time, he continued to run the martial arts mental method to hit the fourth heaven, Ishin 3 uses.
This is Glossy, who has more than 1,000 years of practice experience in the previous life, as well as extremely powerful spiritual willpower. If it had changed someone else, he would have long been unable to hold on, and fainted.
Although the big toad is angry in its heart, its attention has always been on Glossy. It found that Glossy's physical life symptoms were getting weaker and weaker. In the end, the pulse stopped gradually, and it was immediately frightened. A big jump. It didn't know that these were all symptoms caused by Glossy's turtle breath Dafa, and thought that Glossy's body had reached its limit and could no longer hold on to it. Therefore, it jumped out of the pool in a panic and came to the shore. However, what made it never expected was that Glossy, who had reached the limit and was about to fail in its eyes, suddenly opened a pair of tough eyes and said to it, "Are you convinced now?" This little monster. The big toad stared at a pair of lanterns with big eyes, and stared at Glossy unblinkingly, with anger and shock in his heart. It was angry that with its powerful combat power comparable to the cage-level powerhouse, it was still unable to convince this little demon, and in the end it was even pretended to be deceived by him. Its temperament is extremely arrogant, its eyes are above the top, and it has been fooled by such a little demon. How can it be able to swallow this breath? What was shocking was that this kid was only a teenager, and his physical fitness was so strong that he could withstand his madness for an hour. This was incredible. Even the average Jonin can't bear it. Monster. Little monster. This is Big Toad's evaluation of Glossy. Advertisement. He is only a teenager, and his physical fitness is comparable to Jonin. Will he become another evildoer after Namikaze Minato? It said silently in its heart. Namikaze Minato, the wizard of the sky, became a famous cage-level powerhouse when he was less than 20 years old.
He is good at body flicker technique, coming without a trace, especially the flying thunder god technique, which is even more ghostly, making it impossible to capture its whereabouts. And he especially likes to wear yellow clothes, just like a golden lightning, so he is called Yellow Flash, in awe. Namikaze Minato is the most talented ninja ever seen by the Big Toad. It was once thought that it could surpass all the strong men in history and finally reach an unimaginable height. Unfortunately, Namikaze Minato died young in order to protect the village. The Big Toad deplored the death of Namikaze Minato, thinking that Tien was jealous of the talent. It felt that there would never be another evildoer like that in the future. However, what made it unexpectedly is that it actually met Glossy today. A totally different path from Namikaze Minato, but the same amazing little guy who showed super terrifying potential when he was a teenager. It was shocking. Namikaze Minato is good at speed and ninjutsu. But what Glossy is good at is physical skills. Although the roads they took are completely different, Big Toad can clearly feel that Glossy's strength is by no means under the Namikaze Minato of the same age, and even stronger. How about it? Are you convinced now? Seeing the Big Toad staring at it with a pair of big eyes motionless, but there was no hostility in his eyes, he immediately guessed his inner thoughts and smiled. Asked. Smelly boy, you really hate it. Big Toad curled his lips and said. However, according to the previous agreement between the two of us, you have been with me for an hour, and I recognize your qualifications and strength. I also recognize your qualifications and strength. Glossy said. There was an angry look on the Big Toad's face, but it quickly waned its anger. My name is Wentai. If your life is in danger in the future, you can call me out at any time to save you. When it came to the word, help you, Big Toad emphasized his tone. My name is Rock Lee. Glossy said with a smile. I remember all your words, my summoning beast. When speaking of the three words, summoning beast, Glossy deliberately studied the essay and emphasized his tone. Advertisement. Smelly kid. I hate you. Wentai glanced at Glossy for the last time, and then suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. You hate me if you hate me. I have no interest in you anyway. Glossy curled his lips and said. As long as Hoshinoyuki and Tenten don't hate me. He grinned and limped towards the outside of the death forest. He was hurt so badly, his whole body was bruised, and every step he took would cause a burst of severe pain. This should be the worst trauma I have suffered since entering this world, he said to himself. However, my gains this evening were really great. Not only did I convince the Big Toad Manta and made it willingly become my summoning beast, but it also touched the threshold of the fourth heaven of martial arts. You can definitely break through in a month's time. Glossy was very excited and cheered. Once he enters the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, he can realize the great breakthrough of his own strength, except for the cage-level powerhouse, without fear. For some reason, he felt a sense of exhaustion that could not be described in words hit him. The feeling of exhaustion and weakness in his limbs shocked him. Could it be that he was attacked by others? He secretly said in his heart. However, he quickly denied his idea. Because, along with that feeling of exhaustion, there is still a lot of practice experience. These are the 3 shadow clones I left there to practice. Glossy was surprised. At this time, he was surprised to find that although his body was exhausted to the extreme, his strength was slowly increasing. The results of the 3 shadow clones practice were actually fed back to his body. Oh my god, could it be that this multiple shadow clone technique is actually a super heaven-defying practice plugin? Glossy was surprised and delighted. Chapter 138. He calls himself Toad Sage. At this moment, Glossy's heart was truly shocked, astonished. In the martial arts world where he was in his previous life, the strong are like clouds, and there have been countless earth-shaking figures. They have immense power and supernatural powers, and they can turn the world upside down with just raising their hands, and they are terrifying. In contrast, these powerhouses have also created countless terrifying skills and techniques, many of which are like the 8 inner gates created by the celestial god of war. This incredible skill that can be countless times the strength of one's own body in an instant. However, no matter which superpower or heaven-defying technique, you must practice earnestly and step by step, let alone opportunism. Even a little bit of laziness will never reach the highest level of hope.
However, Glossy discovered the true essence of multiple shadow clone techniques at this time. The reason why it was sealed by Konaha village and listed as the forbidden technique is not because it will endanger the life of the operator himself, but because it is too heaven-defying. This is a super practice plugin. When you separate a shadow clone, 1 day of practice will wait for others to practice for 2 days. When you separate 2 shadow clones, 1 day of practice will wait for others to practice for 2 days. When you separate 10 or 20 shadow clones, 1 day of practice will wait for others to practice for 10 or 20 days. What a terrifying and heaven-defying forbidden technique. Imagine that if Glossy allocated 30 shadow clones for cultivation every day, what kind of heaven-defying speed would his cultivation progress reach? Too crazy. It's crazy. Once upon a time, Glossy thought that 8 inner gates was his greatest achievement in the ninja world. But now, he found that the value of multiple shadow clone is more than 8 inner gates. After all, with a super practice plugin such as multiple shadow clone, Glossy's desire to become stronger quickly can be quickly realized. Once he has enough strength, many things will become easier. This world of ninjas is a bit interesting. Glossy yelled excitedly in his heart while forcibly enduring the intense pain and exhaustion from all over his body.
Advertisement perhaps, this time he can regain his peak strength, or even surpass it, without spending too long. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a rush of tiers of clothes in the distant night sky. That's Anbu. Glossy raised his head suddenly, his martial arts eyes disappeared in a flash. He saw 3 guys with civet masks on their faces rushing in this direction.
Could it be that the movement made just now has alarmed third Hokage, and he sent Anbu to investigate this place? Glossy said inwardly. He had just found a way to quickly become stronger, but unexpectedly attracted the attention of Konaha's senior management prematurely. This is definitely not good news for him. Buzzing. A large swarm of black flying insects enveloped the huge forest of death. Among the 3 Anbus were the masters of the Aburame clan. Before they actually entered the area, they released bugs for reconnaissance to prevent an enemy in the forest from launching a sudden attack on them. Obviously, these 3 people are well versed in battle, with rich combat experience, and they do everything without any problems. There was a bitter smile on Glossy's face. He was now covered with cuts and bruises all over his body, and because of the 3 shadow clones practice for a day, the physical strength and energy of the whole person had reached the limit, and he could not avoid the detection of flying insects. Over there. A low roar came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, 3 vigorous and sensitive figures came quickly and landed in front of Glossy. Who are you? Why are you in the death forest? Did you make the movement just now? A guy with a gloomy look, looking at Glossy condescendingly, asked in an interrogation tone. My name is Rock Lee and I am a student of Might Guy. Glossy said in a deep voice. I passed the qualifiers for the Chunin exam. The official competition will take place in a month. I want to become stronger as soon as possible and strive to become a Chunin, so I will practice here. Are you Rock Lee, the kid who emerged in the Chunin exam and ranked alongside Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke as the biggest champions? The gloomy man's eyes flashed and said in surprise. Obviously, he has also heard of this name. Yes. Glossy nodded. Advertisement. What's the matter with your injury? Suddenly, a person next to him said coldly and shouted.
You have just experienced a great battle, and it is still a very tragic one. Say, who is that person? The third person also stared at Glossy with cold eyes. I'm sorry, I can't tell the name of that person, Glossy said after a long silence. Little guy, you can't do this, the man with gloomy eyes shouted. What if I insist not to tell? Glossy said with a flash of cold light in his eyes. I once agreed with the adult that he must never tell anyone his identity and whereabouts. If you insist not to say anything, then we have to take you to see Master Danzo. The man with a gloomy look said coldly. You are a student of Might Guy, and we don't want to embarrass you. As long as you say the name of that person, we will leave here immediately. Are you Lord Danzo's subordinates? Glossy was taken aback. In fact, he was already guessing the identity of the other party. His strong performance in the qualifiers must have already attracted the attention of third Hokage. If these 3 were really sent by third Hokage, their attitude towards him would never be so indifferent. And now the facts prove that they were not sent by third Hokage, but are the men of Shimura Danzo, the biggest dark force in Konaha village. Go ahead, kid, said the man with gloomy eyes. Speaking out, whether it's for you or us, it's good. There was a trace of entanglement on Glossy's face, hesitating. Hurry up. A man waved his hand, and a large swath of black and crushed bugs rushed out of his body, immediately surrounding Glossy. I don't know what his name is. Glossy gritted his teeth abruptly, as if he had made a major decision. But, he claims to be Toad Sage. Chapter 139 Auto-generated chapter title. The 139th chapter turns danger into a bargain. What did you say?
He claims to be Toad Sage. As soon as Glossy said this, there was a dead silence around him. The breath of the three, Anbus, was obviously heavier, and one of them asked in a trembling voice.
Obviously, for the people of their generation, the name, Konaha is too big. It is like an idol, and it is the goal of their life's pursuit and struggle. Toad Sage is the title of Jeriah, one of the famous, Konaha. Yeah, he calls himself Toad Sage. Glossy nodded and said, for this kind of reaction of the three people, Glossy had already understood it. Otherwise, he would not move Jeriah out.
Toad Sage, is it really the adult who is back? The man with gloomy eyes murmured. Boy, do you remember the appearance and characteristics of that adult? Give us a rough description.
Is it a feature of appearance? Glossy whispered with a trace of embarrassment on his face. He has long white hair, a forehead protector with the word Duel written on his forehead, and a pair of wooden clogs on his feet. Yes, it must be. Long white hair, a forehead protector with the word Duel written on it, and a pair of wooden clogs under his feet. Isn't this the typical characteristic of that person? The master of the Aburame clan was extremely excited said. Oh, by the way, he appeared from a giant toad that was more than 30 meters high. Glossi broke the news again. That toad is really too big, just like a hill. A huge toad that is more than 30 meters high and looks like a hill. Isn't that the summoning beast of the grown-up, a man of great literary talent? The man with gloomy eyes exclaimed. Go, let's go back and report this to Master Danzo. Swish, 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 the three left quickly. What about the kid? Is it so easy to let it go? This doesn't seem to be our style of doing things. The gloomy eyes rushed and said sternly. Advertisement, what do you want to do with him? Do you want to kill? Do you dare? The master of the Aburame clan asked rhetorically. That kid made his prominence in the Chunin exam and has already attracted the attention of Master Third Hokage. Moreover, he is still a student of Might Guy and is now appreciated by Master Jeriah because the three of us are not qualified to touch him.
Let Danzo-sama make the decision after I go back. Have Shimura Danzo's attention so soon? Watching the three of them go away, Glossy showed a touch of worry on his face. Shimura Danzo is the master of the Root, the biggest dark force in the entire Konaha village. According to legend, his acting style is extremely dark and cruel. As long as he believes that there is a threat to Konaha village, he will eradicate and kill without hesitation, without worrying about the aftermath. Therefore, the people of Konaha village are extremely afraid of Shimura Danzo and regard him as a devil, and no one wants to have any contact with him. Since Glossy came to the ninja world, his acting style has been low-key enough, but he never thought that the action of summoning the big toad tonight still attracted the attention of the other party. This gave him a deep sense of crisis. At least before the Chunin exam is over, Shimura Danzo dared not take me anymore. In this month's time, I was confident enough to break into the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality. Glossy said secretly in his heart. He lifted up his clothes, showing his bruised body to Jeriah. There was a trace of grievance on his face, and he said dissatisfied, Master Jeriah, I have signed a blood contract with it, why is it so bad for me? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running.
Master Jeriah, don't you know, just not long ago, I successfully summoned a huge toad. Glossy said as he gestured in the air with his hands. The toad's name is Wentai, and it's a sleazy speech, arrogant and arrogant. However, its ability is just as great, and I almost died in its hands. The talent shown by Glossy now is no longer under the Namikaze Minato of the year, and far surpasses Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. If Glossy is really loyal to Konaha, it is definitely God's favor for Konaha.
Advertisement. Wentai is such a bad temper, just ignore it. Jeriah stretched out his hand and stroked Glossy's head, and said with a smile. Didn't you get its approval in the end? Glossy was silent for a long time before slowly taking another step towards the exit of the Death Forest. He must now return to his residence as soon as possible and lie down on the bed to take a good rest. Otherwise, the practice plan for the next day will be completely ruined. How come, Lord Jeriah? Glossy didn't seem to notice Jeriah's aura at all. While he was talking cheerfully, he walked over and took Jeriah's hand very naturally. Why, you don't want to see me now? With an inexplicable smile on Jeriah's face, he walked slowly towards Glossy. As he walked around, a powerful momentum burst out and enveloped Glossy. Glossy spoke endlessly, telling everything that had happened tonight. He knows that Jeriah must be hidden from him, so he might as well say it first, so that he can get a good impression. Glossy trembled violently, but he quickly recovered his composure and shouted in an excited voice, Master Jeriah, why are you here? Shimura Danzo, you'd better not mess with me. Otherwise, I will definitely let you know what true darkness and horror are. Finally escaped this disaster. Although Glossy was eloquent, his eyes kept watching Jeriah. He saw the change of expression on Jeriah's face, and his hanging heart relaxed. Smelly boy. Jeriah looked at Glossy without blinking, seeing that he had no defense against him, and said so much to himself when they met, kind and natural. Slowly, the killing intent in his heart faded until it disappeared.
Sure enough, upon hearing what Glossy said, the doubt and solemnity on Jeriah's face quickly disappeared, and it was replaced by a kind of relief and appreciation. Little guy, you're too slow like this, I'll send you back. Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice rang from behind Glossy.
Yeah, Glossi nodded vigorously and said excitedly. Wentai is very powerful, but I am even more powerful than it. I used a lot of energy before I surrendered it. He knew that he was not in danger for the time being. Chapter 140 Auto-generated chapter title. The 140th chapter intends to steal a teacher. Under Jeriah's escort, Glossy never encountered any danger along the way. If Danzo comes to trouble you again in the future, you will directly use summoning to summon Wentai. As long as you see Wentai, Danzo will understand the relationship between you and me. Before leaving, Jeriah told Glossy. Glossy was very happy. He knew that since Jeriah had said this, he would wait for him to be his disciple. With a backing like Jeriah, his actions in Konaha village will become much smoother in the future. After all, the legendary Konaha Sannin is an idol worshipped by countless Konaha shinobi. Although they have left Konaha village for many years, the huge influence is still there and should not be underestimated. Thump. After Jeriah left, Glossy smashed his body severely on the bed. He is too tired today, both his physical strength and energy have reached the limit, and he must take a good rest. Soon, Glossy fell asleep, snoring loudly. I slept so peacefully, and I feel at ease. Jeriah looked at Glossy not far away and said to himself. You brat, if you are really loyal to Konaha village, I will definitely escort you with all my strength, so that you will not be disturbed by anyone until you grow up. However, if you are concealing evil intentions, I can only get rid of you by my own hands. Jeriah's eyes flashed a bitter killing intent. Brush. A violent wind swept over, and Jeriah disappeared in an instant.
Jeriah, is he always wary of me? The moment Jeriah disappeared, Glossy's snoring stopped, and a pair of shining eyes looked at where Jeriah had stood. That is Glossi's martial arts heavenly eye, which can see through all falsehoods.
Glossi has just found a way to quickly become stronger in a short period of time today. An infinitely bright future is in front of him. At such a critical juncture, how can he dare to be careless? What's more, the biggest black hand of Konaha village, Shimura Danzo, has noticed him. Advertisement. Glossi got up from the bed with a grunt, sat down cross legs, put his hands on his knees, and immediately activated the martial arts mentality in his body. He must first restore some strength, separate a shadow clone to guard, and then he can rest comfortably. A few minutes later, Glossi opened his eyes, quickly nodded a few Indian styles with his hands, and shouted in a low voice, multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang! With a soft sound, a shadow clone appeared out of thin air. You rest, just leave the guard here to me. Shadow clone nodded at Glossy and said. Please. Glossy pulled the quilt next to him, and soon fell into a deep sleep. With this sleep, Glossi slept very sweetly. When he woke up, the sun outside was about to reach his head. Oh, it's already past 11 o'clock. Glossy glanced at the alarm clock on the table and shouted. He jumped up from the bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face as fast as he could, then jumped out of the window and went straight to the place where Tenten practiced. I have to say that Glossy's physique is too strong. Although he has entered the third stage of martial arts mentality, although his strength is far less than Might Guy, his body's ability to automatically recover is far better than Might Guy.
He was so badly injured last night, but after a night of rest, he has almost recovered. Tenten must be furious, right? Glossy said inwardly. Sure enough, he had just approached the place where Tenten was practicing, and Tentens angrily yelled in his ears.
Damn Rock Lee, where did you go? It's already past 11 o'clock, and you can't even see a personal image. Damn it. When he comes back, this girl, I must give him a taste of me. No, I must castrate him. Otherwise, I will never put this girl in my eyes. What? Glossy could only hear a chill all over his body, and couldn't help but shudder. He hesitated again, and finally began to seal with his hands. Advertisement. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Brother, she will leave it to you. Glossy said to Shadow Clone. Are you going too far? Shadow Clone said bitterly. Who is there? Suddenly, Tenten's scream came from a distance. Rock Lee, isn't it you? Get out of this girl right away. Please. Glossy ran away, leaving Shadow Clone standing there crying without tears. He could not defy the order of the ontology. Although there were 100 unwillingness in his heart, he could only stay to deal with Tenten. Rock Lee, take it to death. Tenten ran and yelled, while taking out 3 sharp kunai from his bag, and hitting the Shadow Clone fiercely. I'm going. This crazy woman is too terrible, right? Glossy looked at the Shadow Clone that was chased by Tenten from a distance, and slapped his chest vigorously, muttering to himself.
He would rather face the big-toed Wenda who was furious last night than the crazy Tenten. Fortunately, I learned multiple shadow clone techniques. Otherwise, wouldn't it be dead today? Glossy rejoiced in his heart, while moving away from where Tenten was, and walking towards the martial arts field.
In the martial arts field, there are many genin and chunin practicing every day. Sometimes, jonin will also appear here. Glossy stole the multiple shadow clone from Uzumaki Naruto. After he tasted some sweetness, he wanted to go to the martial arts field and learn some ninjutsu. Although, he knows that those are basically the most popular products, but after all, they are prepared. The ninjutsu he learned can be used as a trump card and assassin, which can produce unimaginable power when fighting the enemy. Imagine that everyone knows that Glossy does not know how to use ninjutsu or illusion, but when Glossy suddenly activates the fire style technique during the battle, wouldn't his opponent be shocked immediately and lose his position? With this thought, Glossy came to the martial arts field. He found a relatively secret place, opened a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, and scanned the entire martial arts field, looking for a target that could steal knowledge. Chapter 141. Unexpected Harvest. Soon, Glossy found the first goal. It was a man in his 20s, of medium build, and plain appearance. His eyes were shining with determination, and his hands quickly formed seals. That's the knot seal of the fire style technique, which Uchiha Sasuke used in the battle with Orochimaru. Glossy's pair of martial arts eyes immediately copied and analyzed every man's movements. He was surprised to find that when he completely copied the man's knot, the analysis of the ninjutsu by his eyes was also completed in an instant. In other words, he has now thoroughly mastered the ninjutsu. I actually mastered this technique in an instant, what's the matter? Is my martial arts celestial eye ability greatly enhanced, or is it because the level of difficulty of this technique is too low? He said silently in his heart. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The man finished the seal, shouted loudly, and spit out a huge great fireball about half a meter in diameter, rushing towards a big tree more than 3 meters away in front of him. Crack. With a crisp sound, the big tree broke in the middle, and the burning flame instantly swallowed it, and its power was actually not weak.
It should be that the level of difficulty of this technique is too low, so I can master it in an instant. Glossy said to himself. As for the multiple shadow clone technique, it is a super difficult forbidden technique, so I have to work so hard, and it took me a whole night to understand it. At this moment, the man made a seal again, but this time it was a little different from the previous one. This is still the seal of the fire style technique. Glossy made a judgment in an instant.
Sure enough, after Jayan was finished, the man spewed fireballs the size of a football from his mouth. Although these fireballs are far less powerful than the Great Fireball, they win in large numbers and can be precisely controlled with chakra, so their power cannot be underestimated in the battle against the enemy. Sure enough, they are some of the most infamous ninjutsu. After Glossy copied 5 fire styles consecutively, he immediately felt uninterested. Such a low-level ninjutsu is too weak, far inferior to his physical skills. Rather than wasting time here, I might as well practice my martial arts mentality. Glossi shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the dense forest in the distance. However, at this moment, a familiar voice roared, Kakashi, our current matchup record is 49-49. Let's decide today. Advertisement. It's Might Guy. Hearing this voice, Gulaxuo suddenly turned around, a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes bursting with brilliant light, looking towards the direction of the sound. Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi, both of them are the absolute powerhouses of Konaha village, and they rarely meet rivals in the field of Jonin. If there is a battle between the two, it is definitely a great opportunity for Glossy. Especially Hitaki Kakashi, known as Noha Technician, copied more than 1,000 types of ninjutsu. If he uses his true skills to fight Might Guy, Glossy can take the opportunity to steal some advanced ninjutsu that only Jonin can learn. Guy, I'm afraid it won't work today. Hitaki Kakashi said lazily. I am going to guide Sasuke to practice spiritual practice this afternoon. There is no time to waste here. While talking, he spread out his figure and quickly ran in one direction of the dense forest, ignoring the high-spirited Might Guy. Kakashi, you also said that it was instructing Sasuke to practice in the afternoon. It's only after 11 o'clock. Why don't we take advantage of today's opportunity to make a good decision? Might Guy said nonchalantly.
Woo! In an instant, Might Guy's whole person turned into a gust of wind and lightning, and in an instant it passed more than 10 meters violently and blocked Hitaki Kakashi. Body flicker technique. Glossy's eyes widened in martial arts. He hadn't seen how Might Guy was in front of Hitaki Kakashi for a moment. That's the body flicker technique purely with a powerful physical body. No wonder my martial arts can't see through it. Soon, a trace of surprise appeared on Glossy's face. This Might Guy was hailed as the only body technique in Konaha village. Madman, it's not unreasonable.
Guy, there is really no time today. Hitaki Kakashi smiled helplessly. Tomorrow. I will accompany you for a good fight tomorrow, how about it? No. In this regard, Might Guy only had 2 simple words. Today must be a winner. Get out of the way. Hitaki Kakashi's face sank, and he whispered. Advertisement. Are you angry? Haha, it's the best. Konaha Gale. Might Guy laughed, his whole body, like a tiger at the start, with a fierce suffocation, rushed towards Hitaki Kakashi. What he performs is the most common physique in Konaha village, but the power is amazing. His legs pierced the air, and he made a slight piercing sound. You can imagine how fast and powerful his move is. Guy, I don't have time to be crazy with you today, goodbye. Hitaki Kakashi quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the whole person fell into the ground in an instant. Earth style in Earth style. Glossy immediately copied all Hitaki Kakashi's movements with the martial arts eye. Of course, this technique does not have an instant master. This is AB level difficulty ninjutsu, which is not comparable to the few low-level fire style techniques just now. Kakashi, you can't go. Might Guy yelled, his figure turned into a blue lightning, extremely swift. At this time, he was like a blue beast, extremely mad. Boom. He slammed his foot about 20 meters in front of him, and a huge force plunged into the ground in an instant. With a loud noise, smoke and dust filled the air. Guy, don't push me. Hatake Kakashi burst out from the ground and shouted.
I just want to force you today, Might Guy yelled, fight with me. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flare. Hatake Kakashi quickly slammed his hands and roared in a low voice. Woo! In an instant, a terrifying fire dragon that was 7 or 8 meters long and about half a meter thick flew out of Hatake Kakashi's mouth, winding and crawling, and rushing towards Might Guy quickly. The terrifying high temperature burned everything, nothing can be stopped.
This is an A-level fire style technique. Glossy used the martial arts eye with all his strength and copied Hatake Kakashi's improbable seal. He felt the power of this ninjutsu, enough to destroy a small jungle in an instant. Chapter 142, Auto-generated chapter title. The 142nd chapter becomes stronger. Become stronger. Hatake Kakashi, worthy of being the top powerhouse of Konaha village since Sarutobi Hiruzen, is not unreasonable to be called Noha technician. In a short blink of an eye, he has successively displayed 2 advanced ninjutsu with different chakra attributes. The fire dragon he shot out was extremely terrifying. Wherever the raging flame passed, even the air was burnt and distorted. The blazing high temperature scorched the earth. The nearby trees and flowers were immediately ignited and turned into ashes. As expected, Kakashi, really amazing. Might Guy exclaimed loudly. Instead of revealing any fear in his voice, it was full of passionate fighting spirit. His body turned into a blue lightning, moving horizontally to the right at an incredible angle and speed, trying to avoid the fire dragon's attack. Yes, even if the physical skills are as strong as Might Guy, without opening the 8 inner gates, being confronted by such a powerful fire dragon can only temporarily avoid the edge and dare not confront it. Guy, do you think my attack is so easy to dodge? Hatake Kakashi's low voice came. The pattern of the knots on his hands changed, and the huge fire dragon in the sky seemed to have spirituality. A divine dragon swung its tail and drew it fiercely towards Might Guy. What? Such a sight immediately caused many people in the martial arts field to scream and scream. You know, it's a fire dragon. Once a real one is drawn, it will turn into flying ash and die in a desperate way.
Good come. Might Guy laughed and roared. 8 inner gates. Open the door, open. Woo! Just when the fire dragon's tail was about to pull Might Guy's body, Might Guy's speed was raised by half, and the whole person turned into blue lightning, and he avoided the past dangerously and dangerously. Kakashi, I haven't had a real contest with you for a long time. Let us decide today. Might Guy laughed and rushed towards Hatake Kakashi with a dazzling body and speed.
However, when Might Guy rushed over, he found that Hatake Kakashi had already been lost there. It turned out that Hatake Kakashi used the powerful A-level fire style technique just now, not to fight Might Guy, but to block Might Guy's pace, so I took the opportunity to leave here. Damn it. Might Guy looked at the empty front, couldn't help but irritated, and slammed his fist against a big tree as thick as a bowl. Advertisement. Gotcha. The tree snapped. Such a scene shook the hearts of countless people in the martial arts field. They secretly sighed that Might Guy's physical skills were so powerful, and he broke a big tree with a punch. How strong should his fist? Hatake Kakashi is so strong, and Might Guy is by no means a vain name. It is enough to contend with Kakashi by relying on physical skills. Glossy stared at the battlefield unblinkingly and said to himself. He knew that the seemingly fierce battle just now was nothing more than a small test for Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, which was far from their true strength. Because Hatake Kakashi didn't use the Sharingan with the left eye, Might Guy just opened the first door of 8 inner gates. If 2 people really fight a battle, it would be great. I can learn a lot of advanced ninjutsu from Hatake Kakashi. Glossy felt very regretful in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, at this moment, 3 Anbu, with civet masks in the distance ran towards Might Guy quickly. Something. Might Guy suppressed his anger and turned his head to ask. A guy, Master Hokage asked us to invite you over, one of them said. Good. Might Guy nodded. The 4 of them left here quickly without any hesitation.
The people from Anbu found Might Guy. Is it because of my business last night? Glossy thought to himself. However, he didn't take it seriously. He now has Jeriah's approval. If someone troubles him, he will summon the big toad Wendai directly. He believed that with Jeriah's prestige and the special relationship between Jeriah and Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one would be embarrassed by such a disciple of Jeriah. Uchiha Sasuke, I am looking forward to you very much. I hope you can surprise me by then. Glossy said to himself. Otherwise, after this Chunin exam, my enemy will no longer be your younger generation. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His martial arts celestial eyes have not yet been perfected, and his martial arts mental method has not broken through the 4th heaven. His performance has attracted Shimura Donzo's attention, and he may encounter danger at any time. Advertisement. I've heard this sound before. It's the only lightning style ninjutsu created by Hatake Kakashi. Glossy muttered to himself with a pair of martial arts eyes open, looking in the direction of the top of the mountain. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Glossy came to the depths of a dense forest with no one, sealed with his hands, and shouted loudly. Glossy followed Hatake Kakashi's departure route, carefully touching a hill in the distance. He knows that Hatake Kakashi owns a Sharingan and is at the peak of Jonin.
He feels keen and should not be taken lightly. Fortunately, he stole the multiple shadow clone technique from Uzumaki Naruto, which gave him a bargaining chip to become stronger in a short time. Silently, Glossy left. He no longer cared about anyone, but focused all his attention on himself. Crackling. Far away, Glossy heard a harsh sound coming from the top of the mountain. That kind of sound, like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time. The Chunin exam will be your last and only chance. However, these actions of him could not be concealed from Glossy, who possessed martial arts' heavenly eyes.
Glossy was silent for a while, and suddenly stepped away, ran quickly in a direction in the dense forest. Not long ago, Hitaki Kakashi used the fire-style technique to sniper the pace of Might Guy, and then left with the earth-style technique. The concealment of his whereabouts can be described as extraordinary. He just wanted to see how far Uchiha Sasuke had progressed now, and didn't want to have a head-on conflict with him. He now needs to seize all the time to practice and strive to become stronger.
The two people have only one purpose, and that is to point to the first place in this Chunin exam. He stopped here and didn't move on. He had already fully understood at this time that Uchiha Sasuke was desperate to become stronger, and Hitaki Kakashi did not hesitate to teach his knack at the bottom of the box in order to make Uchiha Sasuke stronger. Chapter 143 Auto-generated chapter title. The 143rd chapter is advancing by leaps and bounds. Bang, bang, bang. With a soft sound, 10 shadow clone identical to Glossy appeared in the dense forest. Glossy acted extremely cautiously. The last time he used 3 shadow clone for his practice, the side effects were extremely terrible when he was almost unable to resist it. Therefore, although he now has the ability to separate more than 100 shadow clone at once, he only dared to let 10 shadow clone practice together. 6 of you, go to practice martial arts mentality. Glossy said to 6 shadow clones. The martial arts mentality is the most fundamental thing for him to settle down, and he naturally attaches the most importance to it. 4 of you, go to understand the martial arts heavenly eye. Glossy said to the other 4 people. Okay, just leave it to us. Yes, I understand. Leave it to us. 10 shadow clone answered separately. They didn't have any delay or hesitation, they directly found a corner of each, and started to practice with all their attention. And Glossy's body jumped onto the top of the tallest tree nearby. He explored all directions with the martial arts eyes to prevent someone from accidentally breaking into this place and discovering his secret, while trying to figure out the advanced ninjutsu that he had just learned from Hitaki Kakashi not long ago.
I'm like this, is it a speculation? Glossy muttered to himself as he looked at the 6 shadow clones who were practicing martial arts mentality and the 4 who were comprehending the martial arts heavenly eyes. The time for practice always passes quickly. Before I knew it, the sun set on the horizon. Glossy jumped down from the tree, nodded his hands, and shouted, "Solve."
Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, all 10 shadow clones who were practicing were gone. At the same time, an indescribable fatigue and dizziness hit Glossy. Advertisement. Although the side effects are very strong, they are far from the limit I can bear. A smile appeared on the corner of Glossy's mouth. It seems that I'm still a bit too conservative. At this level, even if 30 shadow clone practice at the same time, I can resist the side effects. Brush. His body turned into a stream of light, rushing to the direction where Tenten was. The shadow clone he stayed there hasn't disappeared yet. It seems that Tenten's practice has gradually entered a state these days, and he is unwilling to leave prematurely. Sure enough, when he rushed there, he found that his shadow clone was engaged in a fierce hidden weapon attack and defense battle with Tenten. I have to say that Tenten is very talented with hidden weapons. After getting the correct training method of Glossy, the speed of improvement is amazing. It can be said that it is rapid. No, 2 days ago, Tenten couldn't even shoot down 2 flying kunai at the same time, but now she can easily shoot down 3 kunai flying from different directions at the same time, so scary. According to this trend, Tenten should soon be able to enter the realm of hidden weapons. Glossy nodded secretly, very pleased in his heart. In a sense, Tenten can be regarded as the first team that Glossy developed and operated in the ninja world, the kind of person who can fight for his birth and death. Seeing Tenten progress rapidly under his guidance, he naturally felt a sense of accomplishment. Okay, this is the end of today, you can go back. Suddenly, Glossy's shadow clone flew back after playing the last 3 kunai, and said loudly. No, I will continue to practice. Tenten forcefully knocked down the 3 flying kunai, and shouted at Glossy's shadow clone.
Go back. Otherwise, I won't teach you anything from tomorrow. Glossy's shadow clone threatened. You. Tenten glared at Glossy's shadow clone, then turned around and left quickly. You go back soon, master. Tenten's voice came from far away. Obviously, she was very close to Glossy in her heart, not as indifferent as she appeared on the outside. Thanks for your hard work. Glossy walked out of the dark and said with a smile at Shadow Clone. Your uncle. Shadow Clone cursed at Glossy, then disappeared with a bang. Glossy smiled, then nodded his hands and shouted in a low voice, Earth Style, Terrain Technique. This is the B-level Earth Style technique that Glossy stole from Hitaki Kakashi. After a day of reasoning and speculation, he finally became a complete master. Advertisement. Woo. Glossy's body instantly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Is this the ninjutsu in this world? There really are a few ways. Glossy walked quickly underground, while observing all directions with the martial arts eye. He found that although the earth was hard and thick, his body could break open effortlessly and move forward quickly. That kind of feeling, as if he was not walking forward underground, but dashing fast in the air. No words for a night. In the early morning of the next day, Glossy directly separated 30 shadow clones. He continued to send a shadow clone to guide Tenten's practice, and the other 29 were all used for practice. Among them, 20 practice martial arts mentality and 9 practice martial arts heavenly eyes. And he himself continues to act as an observer. This time, the moment the 29 shadow clone disappeared at the same time, the terrible side effect made Glossi almost fainted. However, fortunately, Glossi was physically strong, and his mental willpower was even more terrifying, and he survived without danger. This made Glossi scared for a while. For the next 3 days, Glossi did not dare to take any risks, and honestly maintained the number of shadow clone at 30. In 3 days, Gluxi's strength has greatly improved, and his ability to resist side effects has also increased a lot. Then, Glossi increased the number of shadow clone from 30 to 40 at once. In this way, Glossi spent every day in desperate practice. 10 days later, his martial arts Tianyan was completely cultivated. 20 days later, Gluxi's martial arts mentality broke into the 4th heaven, and his strength improved. Chapter 144 The Plot of San Shinobi and Yin Ren. Have you finally entered the 4th heaven? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Glossy's eyes flashed with spirits, and his whole body grew up from the ground, muttering to himself. At this moment, a powerful force in his body rushed out domineeringly, making his whole body shrouded in light. He felt an incomparably powerful force surging in his body. It was like the water of the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly in his body. Every inch of his body was shining, and it seemed to contain terrifying power. Looking from a distance, his body is like a divine iron that has been tempered for thousands of years, solid and immortal. The 4th heaven of martial arts mentality is the most important transformation in a warrior's life. Before the 4th heaven, the warrior did not have an advantage in the face of other people in the cultivation body, and was even at a disadvantage. However, once the warriors step into the 4th heaven, their combat power will be multiplied, and they can sweep the cultivators of all systems. Martial artist, invincible of the same rank, and the purest body repair line among the warriors is even more invincible among invincible. Now I should be able to sling some ordinary Jonin easily, right? Glossy said to himself. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, standing his palm like a knife, and gently chopped it towards a big tree as thick as a bowl beside him. Crack. At this time, something terrible happened. The big tree as thick as the mouth of a bowl, the moment it was cut by Glossy's knife, it made a crisp sound of breaking and breaking. Thump. The big tree fell heavily to the ground, arousing smoke and dust in the sky. It seemed that it was not a big tree, but just a weak reed. Glossy took out a sharp kunai from his bag again, and then with full strength, he pierced his lower abdomen fiercely. Recruited, a layer of faint light emerged from the surface of Glossy's body, setting off his body like gold and iron. When there was a clear and melodious metal crash, and the Feng Rui Kuwu that stabbed Glossy's lower abdomen was shot out. Advertisement martial artists, especially those who are purely cultivating one vein, are incredibly powerful in their physical strength, which can be called heaven-defying. Once they enter the 4th heaven, their bodies can be comparable to ordinary swords in the world, terrifying. The pure physical cultivation technique is more powerful than I expected. A satisfied smile appeared on Gluxi's face. With such a strong physique, I am afraid that ordinary ninjutsu can't cause any harm to me. He was very proud, because the body cultivation technique he created during the 800 years of retreat in his previous life was not a tasteless one. He is now 100% sure that he can easily abuse him who was in the same state in the previous life. Woo! Glossy's feet exerted a slight force, and the whole person instantly turned into a gust of wind, and galloped away at an incredible speed. Such a scene, if it were seen by others, it would definitely be horrified, because the movement that Glossy relied on the power of the flesh was not much slower than the body flicker technique performed by Jonin. At this moment, Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro, where the 3 of San Shinobi Village live, are standing side by side, looking at their teacher, the superb Jonin Baki of San Shinobi Village, with shocking eyes. You. What did you just say? Tamari's eyes widened, staring at Baki stubbornly, and asked in an incredulous tone. This Chunin exam, San Shinobi sent the 3 of you to participate, not to let you pass the exam. Baki said in a low voice. It's the opportunity of this Chunin exam to completely destroy Konaha village. Oh, I see. Gaara said sternly. What the hell is going on? Konkuro asked. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement, his idiot hurts us. In order to maintain our fighting strength, we can only improve the quality of all the ninjas in the village. That's why we will cultivate a ninja like you, Gaara. You genin may not know very well, the idiot daimyo of the Wind Nation intends to take advantage of the opportunity of forging an alliance to force San Shinobi to reduce armaments and transfer the tasks that should have been entrusted to our village to Konaha. What's even more exaggerated is that he also drastically reduced the funding of our shinobi village, and because of his actions, the number of ninjas in our San Shinobi village has been greatly reduced. Once the order is given, our war with Konaha village will begin, Baki continued. Only now, completely destroy Konaha village, and this task depends on you, Gaara. What are you talking about, Tamari? Konkuro looked at Tamari with a worried look. At this moment, he seemed to perceive that under Temeri's tough appearance, there was a weak girl's heart hidden. All this is what Funkage-sama meant. Baki sighed and said, ninjas are just a tool of war. The alliance treaties are nothing but a threat to our existence. While speaking, Baki shifted his gaze to Gaara, who was standing beside him watching coldly and not saying a word, with a trace of apology in his eyes. Is it war again? There was a trace of worry on Temeri's face. If you violate the alliance treaty based on great sacrifice, more people will die as a result. Now the Kingdom of Wind is in extreme danger, but the daimyo and his men are unaware of it. Master Funkage is aware of the crisis of Sand Shinobi's low combat power and decides to join forces with a Tonin village to destroy Konaha village. Why? Tamari said in surprise, didn't we and Konaha village have signed an alliance treaty? While Sand Shinobi restores its prestige, we must also let the idiot name know the importance of national crisis management. Baki said sharply. If this continues, Sand Shinobi will completely lose the qualification to compete with Konaha. Huh. The problem lies in the alliance treaty, Baki snorted and said. This is an S-level difficulty mission, you must pay special attention, don't die. Baki took a deep look at the three people, then his hands were knotted, and the whole person turned into a breeze and disappeared. Chapter 145. List of competitors, the next day, early morning. Tenten, you have made a lot of progress recently, Glossy said with a smile as he watched Tenten easily throw the 5 kunai he had thrown to the ground. Then you need to say, I'm a hidden weapon genius, Tenten said triumphantly. Master, when will you be able to teach me the real hidden weapon technique? The real hidden weapon technique? Glossy grinned and said, that's what I taught you in the past 20 days or so. What? Tenten was taken aback when he heard it, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Master, what do you mean by this? What I mean is very simple. From the first day, all the things I taught you are true hidden weapon techniques. Huh? Tenten's face suddenly changed, and one of them grabbed Glossy's arm and said loudly. Master, don't you want to go wrong? Don't you teach me the hidden weapon technique? Looking at the bill. I'm relying on you, a big-headed ghost. Glossy stretched out his hand and tapped hard on Tenten's jade-like forehead, and shouted, let go. Ah, it hurts. Tenten cried out in pain, and quickly let go of Glossy's hand. Her big beautiful eyes were teary, glaring at Glossy, very cute. Tenten, don't you think that the so-called real hidden weapon techniques are those dazzling tricks, right? Glossy asked. Could it be, isn't it? Tenten asked in a deep thought, puzzled. Of course not. Glossy said decisively. Master, what is the real hidden weapon technique? Tenten stared at Glossy, his eyes full of worship and yearning. The real hidden weapon technique is divided into 2 parts. Glossy said seriously. The first is a solid and incomparable basic skills. The second is the flexible use and sublimation of skills on the basis of a solid basic skills. Solid basic skills, as well as flexible application and sublimation of skills based on solid basic skills. Tenten heard what Glossy said, and felt that he was instantly relieved, and his eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, she seemed to see the road she was going to take in the future. Do you now understand what the real hidden weapon technique is? Glossy looked at the enlightened Tenten, and asked with a smile. Advertisement, Master, I understand. Tenten nodded vigorously and said loudly. It's good if you understand, haha, Gurosi laughed and said. Since you understand everything, then I will start teaching you the hidden weapon technique I know now. Thank you, Master. Tenten said excitedly. I will teach you from the most basic first, Glossy said with a smile. Tenten, do you know a boomerang? Boomerang? Tenten thought for a while and said, are you talking about the kind of hidden weapon that is projected out, flies for a certain distance and then recirculates back? Yes, that's the one, Glossy said. Do you have anything with you? It's not in my suitcase, but it's in the scroll I carry with me. As Tenten said, he took out a scroll from his waist. She used it once when she was fighting Tamari. You take it out and use it once for me to see, Glossy said. Yes, Master. Tenten nodded in response. She took out a boomerang from the scroll, then stood up, exhaled and threw it out forcefully. Hey! The boomerang blasted into the sky at a very fast speed. When it flew about 7 or 8 meters away from Tenten, it suddenly rushed to the sky, then traversed a beautiful arc, and flew again along the original route, came back. Tenten reached out and took the boomerang in his hand. If you don't use a boomerang and just use a normal shuriken, can you do it? Glossy asked, staring at Tenten. No need for a boomerang. Tenten's eyes widened, looking at Glossy in disbelief, and said, how can this kind of thing be done? I don't believe it. Before Tenten had finished speaking, he stopped immediately, because she was shocked to find that Glossy took out a shuriken from his bag and threw it forcefully towards the sky. This shuriken is exactly the same as a normal shuriken, but Tenten found it unbelievably that the shuriken shook violently when it flew 7 or 8 meters away. Then, this shuriken drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew back. Presumably, the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen has realized Gaara's horror and is unwilling to let others confront Gaara. After all, the other 4 people were not from famous people or officials, and he was the only one who came from ordinary civilians. Even if it is really defeated by Gaara, they will not care too much. Advertisement in the afternoon, Glossy was found by Might Guy. Might Guy told him that the roster for the 3rd game has been drawn up. Tenten, have you seen it? Even the most common hidden weapon can be done like a boomerang. Glossy stretched out his right hand, sandwiched the fast-flying shuriken with his index and middle fingers, and said lightly. I don't know why, Glossy always feels that the roster of this pair of combatants is a bit tricky. The reason why he confronts Gaara must be that some high-level figures in Konaha village are in secret control. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the second round, Aburame Shino vs Konkuro. In the first round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. In the martial arts world where Glossy lived in his previous life, martial arts has developed to a peak. As a branch of martial arts, the hidden weapon technique has also developed to a glorious peak. As a martial god in his previous life, Glossy naturally knew more or less about the hidden weapon technique. How is this possible? Tenten muttered to himself with a face full of disbelief. The scene she saw just now was completely beyond the scope of her cognition. In the third round, Glossy vs Gaara. This is just the simplest kind of hidden weapon technique, the essence of which lies in the strength of gyration. Glossy said with a smile. He now took out the hidden weapon technique and taught it to Tenten. Naturally it was more than enough. Master, please teach me. Tenten looked at Glossy with extremely admiring eyes, and said respectfully with excitement gleaming in his beautiful big eyes. The third game, is it finally going to begin? Glossy said to himself. To his surprise, he actually met Gaara. In the fifth round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Fujita Kotoki. In the fourth round, Uchiha Sasuke vs Temari. Lee, we must win glory for our Konaha village and defeat the gourd baby. Might Guy said to Glossy just before leaving. Chapter 146. Glossy's response. This old guy, Glossy said uncomfortably. Although, he is very interested in Gaara, knowing that no genin is Gaara's opponent besides him in Konaha village, he is also willing to take the initiative to clean up the murderous gourd baby for Konaha. However, it is one thing for him to be willing, and another for being manipulated by the old immortal gang in Konaha village. This makes him very upset. Master, what's the matter with you? Are you in a bad mood? Tenten ran from the side and asked concerned. She has no more respect for Glossy now, and her position in her heart has surpassed Might Guy. It's okay. Glossy smiled at Tenten and said, you first practice alone, I'll go out for something, and I'll be back later. Master. Tenten hesitated to speak. Without any hesitation, Glossy jumped out. His speed is too fast, like a lion catching prey, fierce and boundless, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Okay. So fast. Tenten watched Glossy away, his beautiful big eyes shone with shock, his face full of incredible. Although, she had long guessed that Glossy's true strength was extremely terrifying, even stronger than Hyuga Neji. However, she never expected that Glossy would be so powerful. The unparalleled speed just now is not much slower than her teacher Might Guy. Master. Lee, what kind of realm is your current strength? Tenten said to himself. The light in her eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Glossy was fast, and in the blink of an eye he came to the most famous snack street in Konaha village. Without any hesitation, he walked directly towards the most famous ramen restaurant on the street. Welcome, please sit inside, the girl at the ramen restaurant said to Glossy with a smile on his face. Thank you. Glossy smiled and said, excuse me, has Uzumaki Naruto been here recently? Oh, you mean Naruto? The girl said while shaking her head when she heard the words, if you don't tell me, I almost forgot. Naruto doesn't seem to be here for a while, and he doesn't know where he went. The third game of Chunon's exam is about to start. I think he should find a place to practice hard, Glossy said. That's what I said. The girl smiled and said, what would you like to have? Advertisement, I want a big bowl of ramen with meat and eggs, Glossy said. Okay, wait a minute, you'll be fine soon. The girl smiled at Glossy, like a pear blossom in full bloom, beautiful. Count the time, Uzumaki Naruto should be back, right? Glossy thought silently in his heart. He knows that Uzumaki Naruto's foundation is not good. Even if Jeriah, a cage-level expert, is to guide the practice, it would take a lot of effort. However, now there are only 3 days away from the game, and Uzumaki Naruto should be back. Pervy Sage, you hurry up, I'm almost starving to death. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto's iconic loud voice came from outside. Here. Glossy's eyes lit up. Uzumaki Naruto stormed into the shop and shouted, Boss, I want 2 bowls of ramen with meat and eggs. Good. The boss responded loudly. Naruto, are you back? Glossy smiled at Uzumaki Naruto and said. Huh? Why are you here? Uzumaki Naruto didn't find Glossy sitting in the corner until then and asked in surprise. I'm hungry, I'm eating here, Glossy said. Where is Lord Jeriah? Pervy Sage is behind and will be there soon. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. His eyes flashed with a burning war spirit, and he was eager to try. Obviously, in these 20-odd days, his strength has been greatly improved, and his self-confidence has been unprecedentedly expanded. You seem to be much stronger. Glossy naturally understood the light in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, smiled, and said. Well, I have become much stronger than before. Uzumaki Naruto said. I believe that now I have enough qualifications to challenge you. I believe you, but... Glossy smiled. But what? Uzumaki Naruto asked. However, before you challenge me, you must first defeat Fujita Menkyoshi, Glossy said. What do you mean by this? Uzumaki Naruto asked suspiciously. Advertisement. UB**********D. Don't you think that a mere ramen meal can pay off my favor? Jeriah curled his lips and said. What? Your opponent is Gaara. The smile on Jeriah's face was suddenly reduced, replaced by cold. It seems that I have really left Konaha for too long, and even the people I like dare to treat it like this. Master Jeriah, you are now half of my teacher. It's okay to invite you to dinner. Glossy said with a smile. As for your favor, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it off for a while. Gaara. Glossy said lightly. Master Jeriah, the list of matches for the third game is out. Uzumaki Naruto's opponent is Rock Shinobi Village's Fujita Kazuki, and my opponent is Sand Shinobi Village's Gaara, Glossy said calmly. I really don't like your predecessor's way of teaching juniors. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and said dissatisfiedly. You are here too, what a coincidence, Jeriah said, looking at Glossy with meaningful eyes. Master Jeriah. Glossy did not pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto anymore, but stood up and bowed to Jeriah who walked in from the outside. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Who is your opponent? Uzumaki Naruto asked rhetorically. Haha. You kid. Jeriah laughed. Yes, it's a coincidence, Glossy said. Master Jeriah, I will invite you to dinner today. I know he is very strong. Otherwise, how could he break into the race? Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said. However, I am also very strong. I believe I can defeat him and advance to the next round successfully. Can you feel the killing intent emanating from him now? Glossy smiled and said. It seems that you have made great progress in these 20-odd days. Well, self-confidence is very strong, Glossy said. However, you must not underestimate the enemy, because he is really strong. The list of matches for the third game has come out, Glossy said. Your opponent is Kotoki Fujita. What I want to tell you is that person is very strong. What I want to tell you is that Gaara is stronger than Kazuki Fujita. Moreover, that guy is very dangerous. I always feel that he has a very strong desire to kill, Uzumaki Naruto said. Chapter 147 Jeriah said Tail Beast. Jeriah is not stupid. On the contrary, he is extremely shrewd in his heart, thinking more clearly than anyone else. If not, how could he be qualified to be among the prestigious Konaha Sannin? The lecherous appearance on weekdays is nothing more than a means by which he hides himself and confuses others. You waited for me here specifically to tell me about this? Jeriah's eyes flickered, and the expression in Glossy's eyes was full of scrutiny. Yes. Glossy nodded, not avoiding Jeriah's gaze. The game will officially start in 3 days. I want to inform Uzumaki Naruto as soon as possible to prepare him and investigate the opponent's intelligence so as not to be caught off guard in the battle. I don't need to prepare to investigate the intelligence of the opponent, Uzumaki Naruto yelled beside him. With his mind and experience, he couldn't understand the inner meaning of the dialogue between Glossy and Jeriah at all. This silly boy is far worse than his father, hey. Jeriah gave Uzumaki Naruto a helpless look and sighed in his heart. Naruto, for a ninja, intelligence is the most important thing. Glossy said earnestly. Even if the strength of two people is almost the same, one party has the complete intelligence information of the other party, while the other party does not know anything about the other party. Once two people encounter a battle, the person with the intelligence information will win the battle. I don't believe it. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said unconvinced. Compared to intelligence, I believe in my own truth more. Boom. Before Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, Jeriah was punched hard on the head. Ah, what are you doing? Pervy sage. Uzumaki Naruto had a pain, and one jumped up from his seat, glared at Jeriah, and shouted. You'd better keep those words that Rock Lee said just now in your heart. Jeriah gave Uzumaki Naruto a slanted look and said faintly, I don't want you to think of this sentence when you die on the battlefield. His voice is low and his tone is also very flat, but the pressure that belongs to the cage-level powerhouse is permeated. This shocked Uzumaki Naruto, who was extremely annoyed and immediately calmed down. Advertisement, yes, pervy sage. Uzumaki Naruto whispered. I will definitely use these 3 days to collect information on that guy named Kotoki Fujita. Huh. It's almost the same. A smile appeared on Jeriah's face. Little guy, are you sure about playing against the kid in Sand Shinobi Village? Yes. Glossy said cleanly. Are you sure? Jeriah asked again. The kid in Sand Shinobi Village is very unusual, almost no less powerful than Jonin. Moreover, he still has a head sealed in his body. Speaking of which, Jeriah's recruitment stopped all of a sudden. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto from the corner of his eyes, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto was staring at him with wide-eyed eyes. What is sealed in his body? Isn't it the same guy as the stinky fox in my body? Uzumaki Naruto asked enthusiastically. Glossy looked at the expressions on the faces of Jeriah and Uzumaki Naruto, and immediately knew that Jeriah should have told Uzumaki Naruto everything. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, what Jeriah has instructed Uzumaki Naruto to practice in these 20-odd days is how to make the most of the monster in his body. Master Jeriah, what is in that guy's body that even you care about? Glossy asked without losing the opportunity. Uzumaki Naruto has sealed the most powerful tail beast in the entire ninja world, Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Once the master uses or even controls the power of Nine-Tails Demon Fox, won't his strength increase by leaps and bounds in an instant? He is very interested in the monsters sealed in the bodies of Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara, and has mentioned this to others more than once. However, he found that the younger generation hardly knew about it, while the older generation were very taboo about it and rarely mentioned it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hey, since you two little guys want to know, then I will tell you. Jeriah sighed and said. The kid in Sand Shinobi Village has a head and tail beast sealed in his body. That is the only head and tail beast owned by Sand Shinobi Village One Tail. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto's self-confidence is so strong now. Advertisement: Nine Tails Demon Fox is indeed powerful, but you can't rely too much on this power, Jeriah said solemnly. Any ninja who wants to reach the pinnacle must rely on his own strength, not on external things. Sand Shinobi Village has one tail, and they sealed it in Gaara's body. The thing sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body is the tail beast owned by our Konaha Village Nine Tails Demon Fox. Jeriah said, taking a deep look at Uzumaki. Naruto glanced. So that's it. Glossy nodded and said, of course, the Nine Tails monster in Naruto is indeed the most powerful tail beast. At the end, Jeriah added. The so-called tail beasts are monsters with tails. Jeriah said in a deep voice. In the entire ninja world, there are 9 tail beasts. Because of the difference in the number of their tails, they are named 1 tail, 2 tail, 3 tails, until 9 tails. Yes, Mrs. Jeriah. Uzumaki Naruto stuck out his tongue and said mischievously. Not at all. Jeriah continued. Although the tail beasts are distinguished by the number of tails, the number of tails does not represent the strength of the tail beasts. For example, one tail owned by Sand Shinobi Village, its strength is enough to rank among the 9 big tail beasts. In the top 5. Pervy Sage, where do these tail beasts come from? Uzumaki Naruto mumbled. Now that he saw Jeriah take the initiative to bring up this matter, how could he be willing to take such a great opportunity? This is my father Master 4th Hokage sealed it in my body. Uzumaki Naruto said proudly. In the past, although it brought me endless loneliness and pain, from now on, it will become my inexhaustible treasure house of strength. Tailed beast? One tail? What is that? Glossy asked. Master Jeriah, in that case, isn't the 9 tails in Naruto the most powerful tail beast? Glossy asked. Chapter 148 Secrets. He does not mean that. A word that Uzumaki Naruto asked casually made Glossy very concerned. He knew that nothing in the world appeared out of thin air. Everything appears for a certain reason. Each of the 9 big-tailed beasts in the ninja world has powerful power, and they must not appear in this world out of thin air. Are you asking me where they came from? Jeriah said with a wry smile. This kind of thing is not something I can know. What? Don't you even know Pervy Sage? Uzumaki Naruto said in surprise. He and Jeriah have been together for more than 20 days, knowing that Jeriah's strength is unfathomable and can compete with the terrifying Orochimaru, extremely powerful. He had already regarded Jeriah as an omnipotent existence in his heart. What he never expected was that even Jeriah didn't know the origin of these tail beasts. I'm not omnipotent, and there is nothing weird about not knowing. Jeriah shrugged and said. However, I have heard some legends about the 9 big-tailed beasts. What kind of legends are these, Lord Jeriah? Glossy asked. He looked at Jeriah without blinking, and intuitively knew that what he was now exposed to was the core secret of this ninja world. There are many legends about the 9 big-tailed beasts, and even I can't tell the truth from the fake. Jeriah took a deep breath and said. I only know that they have appeared since a long time ago, and they have existed for much longer than the history of our Konaha village. Why? Longer than the history of our Konaha village? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened and said in disbelief. According to the records of our Konaha village, Master 1st Hokage, who founded the village that year, once captured 9 powerful beasts with a superb wood-style secret technique, Jeriah said. 1st Hokage? Wood-style secret technique? Captured the 9 big-tailed beasts alone? Glossy secretly chewed the information revealed in Jeriah's words. He knew that these things were top secret and could not be accessed by non-Konaha Corps personnel. At the same time, he was also surprised by the strength of 1st Hokage, the founder of Konaha village. Advertisement. You know, the 9 tails demon fox sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body is extremely powerful, comparable to a half-step martial emperor. And 1st Hokage can actually capture it. Isn't its strength even better than the half-step martial emperor? Could it be that 1st Hokage actually has a fighting power comparable to Emperor Wu? Nah, Pervy Sage, what is wood-style secret art? Why have I never seen it? Uzumaki Naruto asked loudly. Wood-style secret art is not so much a secret art as it is a special physique, Jeriah said. Master 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama has an ancient physique that can combine water style and earth style into one, and then produce a brand new escape technique, that is, wood-style technique. Can different chakras fuse together? Glossy couldn't help but ask. Of course. Jeriah nodded and said. The fusion of different chakras can produce a brand new chakra, and this is the so-called blood succession boundary. Blood succession limits? Uzumaki Naruto said puzzledly. Blood succession boundary is a powerful force that can only be inherited by blood relationship through genes. No one except people of the same blood can copy and practice. Even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan does not work either. Jeriah explained further. So amazing, Uzumaki Naruto said in surprise. 1st Hokage Sama's wood style is a kind of blood inheritance limit. Jeriah said. In addition, the Snow clan of the Water Country can integrate the wind style and water style escape techniques into one, and then turn into Ice Escape, which is also a blood inheritance boundary. The Snow Clan of the Water Country? Ice done? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know why, there was an inexplicable sadness in his eyes. Naruto, what's the matter with you? Glossy asked in surprise. In his impression, he had never seen the look of Uzumaki Naruto. No. Nothing. Uzumaki Naruto forced a smile and continued to ask. Pervy Sage, Master First Hokage captured all the tail beasts back then. Why is there only one stinky fox left in Konaha village? At that time, our Konaha village was extremely powerful, far surpassing the other 4 ninja villages, which caused their panic. Jeriah said. The 4 shinobu villages unite to start a war against our Konaha village. Advertisement. In order to avoid war and balance the strength of the 5 ninja villages, Master First Hokage assigned the 9 big-tailed beasts to them, leaving only the most powerful 9 tails demon fox. It turned out to be like this. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized. Master Jeriah, where did these 9 big-tailed beasts come from? Glossy couldn't help asking. Yes, Pervy Sage. After talking for a long time, you haven't told us where the tail beast comes from. Uzumaki Naruto also said. There are many legends about the origin of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Jeriah smiled and said. Someone once said that they are all elves between heaven and earth, and they were nurtured by this heaven and earth. Impossible. Uzumaki Naruto said in disbelief. Bullshit, Glossy said silently in his heart. Is the things bred from heaven and earth so weak? Some people say that they are a collection of chakra, Jeriah continued. Huh, it's possible. Glossy nodded and said. There is also a third theory, which is that these 9 big-tailed beasts did not originally exist. They are all scattered from a super terrifying existence, Jeriah said again. This is impossible. How could there be such a terrible thing in this world? Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Of course, this kind of statement is ridiculous. Jeriah smiled and said. There is one last saying, these 9 big-tailed beasts were all created by a person who was incredibly powerful. Chapter 149 The Origin of Sanin's Name. Compared with the third one, this fourth one is the most absurd. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. How could there be such a powerful person in this world? I absolutely don't believe it. Glossy did not speak, but there was a wave of waves in his heart. All myths and legends are derived from real people and things. Of course, legends generally exaggerate them, full of mythology, and it is difficult to convince people. Jeriah just said a total of the origins and legends of the 4 tail beasts. Except for the first type of Glossy, which was immediately denied, he was a little concerned about the other 3 statements. In other words, he is more inclined to these 3 statements. The tail beast is a huge collection of chakra. This statement, Glossy agrees, because he once saw the powerful chakra pouring out of Uzumaki Naruto. That powerful chakra belongs to the 9 tails sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body, there is no doubt. As for the third and fourth claims, although there is a mysterious mythology outside, Glossy also believes that there must be a certain historical basis. Glossy believes that a supreme horrible existence that gave birth to the 9 big-tailed beasts and the strong human being who created the 9 big-tailed beasts should all exist, and there is indeed a man in history. It's just that because the age is too old, the story of the year has been passed down until now, and it has long lost its authenticity, so it will look like an ancient myth. Ninja World, there are countless strong people. Jiraiya sighed and said quietly. Naruto, your experience is too shallow, and you have seen too few strong people, that's why you said this. Uzumaki Naruto flushed all of a sudden, unable to speak brilliantly. Although Jiraiya's words were not very pleasant, they pierced Uzumaki Naruto's heart. He is only a teenager this year, and not long after graduating from the ninja school, even the tasks he performed were the D-level and C-level tasks with the lowest risk factor. The only mission with a higher risk was the one that Hitaki Kakashi and Hitaki Kakashi went to Nami country not long ago. At that time, they encountered the S-rank rebel of the water country and one of the famous, Miss Shinobi 7. Touty did not cut it, and almost lost their lives. Later, Hitaki Kakashi made a big shot of Kamui and defeated Daoji without cutting it. This made everyone feel safe. Advertisement. It can be said unceremoniously that before meeting Orochimaru and Jeriah, the strongest Uzumaki Naruto has ever seen is Hitaki Kakashi and Momochi no more. Uzumaki Naruto had always naively thought that Hitaki Kakashi was the most powerful ninja in the world. It wasn't until Chunin met Orochimaru in the Death Forest in his exam that he really saw the horror of the legendary cage-level powerhouse. That kind of power, that kind of fierceness, far above Hitaki Kakashi, it's trembling. Naruto, in your mind, are Orochimaru and I the most powerful ninjas in the world? Jeriah took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto and asked. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto hesitated, but finally nodded, because he really thinks so in his heart. You brat think I will be stronger than the third-generation old man? Jeriah scolded with a smile. Grandpa third generation. Uzumaki Naruto said with a daze. Everyone in the village said that Grandpa third generation is the most powerful Hokage ever, but I have never seen him make a shot, so. The reason why the old man third generation didn't make a shot was because he never met anyone worthy of his shot. Jeriah said. Naruto, do you believe it? More than 10 years ago, me, Orochimaru, and the other person in Sanin, Tsunade Haim, the 3 of us were not the opponents of the third generation father. Why? How is this possible? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth widened, and his face was incredible. Is Grandpa third generation really that strong? Glossy also looked at Jeriah without blinking, with a doubt in his eyes. Although he knew that third Hokage was very strong, he didn't expect it to be so strong. Master third generation is known as the strongest Hokage of all generations. Do you think this is just talking? A look of remembrance flashed in Jeriah's eyes. The old man was extremely powerful back then. Not only was his physique superb, he was also Grandmaster Konaha's existing mainstream ninjutsu, and the use of combined ninjutsu reached a state of ecstasy. The old man of the third generation and Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Rain Shinobi village, are equally famous, and they are known as the two most powerful men in the ninja world, Jeriah said with emotion. Hanzo of the Salamander? Who is he? Glossy asked. From the tone of Jeriah's speech, he can tell that this is definitely a super fierce man. Otherwise, Jeriah will not place him at the same position in height as third Hokage. Advertisement, Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod, Jeriah said. Lee, Naruto, you two little guys should know the title of Konaha Sannin, right? I know, of course I know. Uzumaki Naruto said rushingly. In our village, Sannin is the idol and goal of everyone. You only know that the name, Sannin shakes the world, but have you ever known the origin of the name, Sannin? Jeriah asked. Master Jeriah, isn't the title Osen actually related to that Hanzo of the Salamander? Glossy asked. It's more than related, Jeriah said. Our name, Konaha Sannin, was bestowed by the man named Hanzo of the Salamander. Given it. Glossy's heart shuddered. Not bad, Jeriah nodded. In the Third Ninja War that year, I, Orochimaru, and Tsunadeheim Sannin were ordered to carry out the mission, but we encountered Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the famous Rain Shinobi village, known as the demigod. After a fierce battle, we lose. What? How is this possible? Uzumaki Naruto said incredulously. You Sannin teamed up to be defeated by that guy? Glossi also felt very surprised. Orochimaru and Jeriah definitely have the pinnacle of cage-level combat power, and Tsunade, as their companion, is naturally not too weak. Such a powerful combination of three people actually lost in the hands of one person. Isn't that person's strength astonishingly powerful? Could it be that the guy named Hanzo of the Salamander has the same combat power as the martial emperor? Chapter 150 Sasuke. Are you too impatient? In the blink of an eye, Glossy had been in the ninja world for almost 4 months. And in this period of time, he has a general understanding of the strength of the ninja world. The strong Jonin possesses almost 1/5 of the fighting power of King Wu. The cage-level powerhouse is almost equivalent to the Wuwang of the Dachang realm, and the strength is similar. At their peak, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod, should have surpassed the cage-level realm, and their fighting power was comparable to that of the emperor. The Nine-Tails demon fox sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body has a very terrifying aura. It has initially possessed the atmosphere of a half-step martial emperor. It is the most powerful existence in the ninja world that Glossy has seen so far. However, Jeriah said before that the founder of Konaha village, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, had easily captured the 9 big-tailed beasts. Inferring from this, the strength of this Senju Hashirama should be far above the Nine-Tails demon fox, and it is very likely that the battle strength is comparable to the martial emperor of the martial arts. Emperor Wu, is it the pinnacle of the ninja world's strength? Glossy said silently in his heart. No, maybe there are still things more terrifying than Emperor Wu in this world. Involuntarily, the two myths and legends Jeriah said appeared in Glossy's mind. Today, although Glossy still has some doubts about the ninja world, he has generally understood the strength of this world. The peak combat power of this world is far behind the martial arts world. Glossy speculated that he didn't need to fully restore the peak combat power of his previous life, he only needed to step into the martial sage realm. No, you only need to become a half-step martial sage to sweep this ninja world. Nah, pervy sage, is that guy named Hanzo of the Salamander really that amazing? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, shaking Jeriah's arm forcefully, asking in disbelief. Of course. Jeriah nodded and said in a deep voice. He is so strong, even the third-generation old man is not sure to beat him. Sorry, let you wait so long. At this moment, the beautiful girl walked out of it with 3 bowls of ramen, and smiled at the 3 of Glossy. Wow. The superb beautiful girl. The moment Jeriah saw the beautiful girl, the solemn color on her face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face of intoxication. Glossy. Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement. After dinner and bid farewell to Jeriah and Uzumaki Naruto, Glossy walked leisurely towards the direction of Tenten's practice. To Glossy's surprise, he unexpectedly met Uchiha Sasuke who had returned from practice. Now Uchiha Sasuke's eyes are sharper, and his gaze looking at Glossy is full of burning fighting spirit. Obviously, similar to Uzumaki Naruto's situation, his strength has also made considerable progress. But when I think about it, I'm relieved. Uzumaki Naruto is a famous crane tail. It has improved so much in more than 20 days, not to mention Uchiha Sasuke, a genius who has inherited the blood of the strongest ninja clan. Hitaki Kakashi owns a mature 3-tomo Sharingan, known as the Noah Technician. With his teaching, I am afraid that Uchiha Sasuke's progress will be amazing. Yo, are you back? Glossy smiled at Uchiha Sasuke and said. Yeah. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, his eyes changed suddenly, and his scarlet eyes looked a little strange. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious power gushed from his eyes and rushed towards Glossy's eyes. Illusion. Uchiha Sasuke, you don't have to be so impatient, right? How strong is Glossy's mental willpower? How can he be stumped by Uchiha Sasuke's little illusion? He didn't even use the martial arts heavenly eye, so he directly broke Uchiha Sasuke's illusion. You? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, his eyes full of surprise when he looked at Glossy. Hitaki Kakashi once told him that people with strong physical skills like Glossy have the most obvious weaknesses. The illusion is precisely the biggest weakness of this type of people. Therefore, as soon as he meets, he will use illusion to test Glossy, hoping to be ashamed. However, what he never expected was that the illusion he had displayed through Sharingan was broken without effort by Glossy. If you want to challenge me, you don't have to rush for a while, Glossy said lightly. I will wait for you in the Chunin exam. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold snort. It seems that in these 20-odd days, I am not the only person who has improved by leaps and bounds. Advertisement. It's good if you understand. Too arrogant, you may not even have the qualifications to challenge me, Glossy said. I will definitely defeat you in the final Vice Admiral, revive the reputation of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. You should beat Temari of Sand Shinobi Village first, Glossy said. Temari's strength is very strong, Grandmaster wind style technique, it is not so easy to deal with. Any ninjutsu, in front of Sharingan of my Uchiha clan, will have nowhere to hide. Uchiha Sasuke said. Wait, I will meet you in the finals. Don't let me down. Glossy smiled at Uchiha Sasuke and turned away. Isn't it that you beat me once? What's so good about it? Uchiha Sasuke curled his lips and said uncomfortably. He is not proud, but absolute self-confidence. Hitaki Kakashi took a deep look at Glossy's back and said in a deep voice. Sasuke, he will definitely be your most terrifying opponent in this Chunin exam. No, to be precise, he should be the most terrifying opponent in your life. In the eyes of my Uchiha clan, there has never been a so-called opponent for life. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I will defeat him in the Chunin exam this time. Then, he will no longer be qualified to be my opponent. My opponent in this life will always be only one person, he is my brother. Sasuke. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the distant figure of Uchiha Sasuke and shook his head helplessly. The blood of the Uchiha clan is terrible, and Sharingan is even more powerful, which can be called Invincible of the same rank. However, Hitaki Kakashi knew that Sharingan was not without a way to deal with it. For example, the physical maniac Might Guy, he has specially researched a whole set of fighting methods against Sharingan. This makes Hitaki Kakashi extremely passive in the battle with him. As a student of Might Guy, Glossy naturally knew a lot about how to deal with Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke relies too much on his own blood and is too superstitious about Sharingan's power. Sooner or later, he will suffer a lot. Chapter 151, Auto-generated chapter title, the third game of the 151st chapter, start. Master, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? When Glossy hurried back, the sun on the horizon was about to set. Tenten pursed his lips in dissatisfaction and muttered. Ah ha ha, I ran into some trouble on the way back, Glossy slapped and said with a smile. Swish, swish, swish. Tenten had no other reaction to this, and directly projected the 3 kunai in his hand towards Glossy. Tenten, do you want to murder Master? Glossy stepped gently, and immediately escaped the 3 kunai that flew up quickly. However, these 3 kunai continued to fly forward without hitting Glossy, and then raised an aerial turn at 5 or 6 meters, and actually shot towards the back of Glossy's head. Yes, there is progress. Without looking back, Gullos directly stretched out his right hand and grasped the 3 kuu incomparably accurately. Master, what is your current strength? Tenten's eyes widened, staring at Glossy without blinking, and asked. Glossy's movement of reaching out and grasping kuu just now seemed simple, but in fact it was difficult for ordinary people to do it. Because, the judgment of the speed and trajectory of the hidden weapon must be absolutely accurate, and the master must also be absolutely in place for the timing of the shot. Otherwise, someone who is not careful will be injured by a hidden weapon. Grasping the hidden weapon without looking back, I am afraid that only Jonin-level powerhouses can do it, right? Well, it's hard to say. Glossy smiled and said. The third exam is about to begin, and you will know when that happens. Cut. Just forget it. Tenten curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Master, there is still some time before dark. You can teach me other hidden weapon techniques. Okay, no problem. Glossy said readily. He has now stepped into the 4th heaven of martial arts mentality. Almost all previous combat skills can be used. It can completely crush all Jonin except Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and others. There are no longer as many as before, concerned. Even if Tenten accidentally used the hidden weapon technique he taught and was discovered by someone else, Glossy wouldn't think it would be much trouble. His current strength is enough to protect himself. Advertisement, Tenten, I will teach you a trick to open the peacock, Glossy said with a smile. The peacock is on the screen. What is that? Tenten asked puzzledly. The opening of the peacock is an advanced hidden weapon technique based on the strength of the maneuver. Glossy explained. I asked you to practice slalom, in fact, to teach you this trick. I will demonstrate it for you first. As Glossy spoke, he took out 10 sharp kunai from his bag. He holds 5 in each hand. See it clearly, he shouted. Swish. Swish, swish. Glossy's left and right hands exerted strength at the same time, and the Tenkanai immediately flew towards the far sky. There is nothing special about this, Tenten said to himself. At that time, her eyes widened very quickly, staring at the hidden weapons in Yuankong with amazement. Because, she clearly saw that the 4 of the 10 misfortunes were actually given a maneuvering force by Glossy. When Kuwu flew more than 5 meters away, the 4 Kuwu recruits turned and slammed into the 4 Kuwu nearby. In an instant, all the flying directions of the 8 Kanai changed. 10 Kanai, 10 attack directions, unexpectedly sealed a 3-meter radius in an instant, like a peacock opening the screen. Very beautiful, but full of the terrible breath of death. Did you see it clearly? Glossy clapped his hands and said lightly, "This is the peacock opening?" Gosh, I can't believe my eyes, Tenten muttered to himself. The hidden weapon can still be used in this way. I didn't even think about it before. I'll give you 2 weeks. You must master this trick completely, Glossy said in a deep voice. If you can do it, I will continue to teach you other hidden weapon techniques. If you can't, then... Master, I will definitely do it, Tenten interrupted Glossy and said in a very firm tone. Very good. Glossy nodded. I'll tell you what you need to pay attention to in this trick. Go back tonight and think about it. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me tomorrow. This is a site surrounded by a wall that is more than 20 meters high and about 2 meters thick, covering an area of more than 10,000 square meters. Its entrance has only one place, guarded by 2 elite chunin. No other people are allowed to enter. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I have to say that in order to hold this chunin exam, Konaha village has put a lot of effort into it. They not only invited the big names of various countries, the leaders of ninjas, and the nobles with names and surnames, but also selected the venue of the competition in a magnificent place. Hyuga Neji, you are the best. Beside, another girl yelled unconvincingly. Come on, Uchiha Sasuke, I love you, a beautiful girl yelled sharply from the stands. Sasuke. 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 3 days, in the blink of an eye. Neji. 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 Directly facing the entrance, is a building resembling a palace. The 3rd Hokage of Konaha village and 4th Kazekage of San Shinobi village were sitting in it. They each represented the 2 major forces, and they were the strongest, and their natural treatment was completely different from the others. The 2 of them, and the 2 entourages they each took, occupy the entire building. This is an unprecedented event. The 3rd game of the chunin exam has finally officially started. Yes, Master. Tenten exclaimed excitedly. In addition to these people, others can only sit in ordinary stands. On the stands, most of them are ordinary villagers in Konaha village. Of course, most of the ninjas in Konaha village were present except those responsible for normal patrols. On the left and right, there is also a similar-looking building, where big names, nobles, and distinguished people from all over the world gather here. They all looked at Glossy and others in the center of the venue with gusto. Chapter 152 Chapters Off-Site Gambling Agreement. The 3rd game of the chunin exam officially began. Glossy, Aburame Shino, Kankuro, Tamari, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Fujita Gate Kiyoshi. 9 people lined up in a row, facing the audience of thousands of people. All of them showed confidence on their faces light. As the best genin in their own ninja village, they stood out from nearly 200 candidates who took the test and entered the race. Naturally they were full of confidence in their own strength. Their faces are either smiling, indifferent, serious, or indifferent, and everyone has their own unique temperament. Such an appearance immediately drew crazy screams from the audience in the stands. Uchiha Sasuke, you are so handsome, can I be your girlfriend? Hyuga Neji, I love you so much, will you be my boyfriend? Gaara, you are so cool, be my male god. I am willing to be a cow and a horse for you for the rest of my life. Tamari, you are in good shape, I love you. Countless people were screaming desperately, as if they were crazy. Of the 9 players who broke into the race, almost everyone has a certain number of fans. However, it is clear that Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji have the most avid fans. After all, this is Konaha village. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji both take advantage of the home game, and both of them have talents. They are very handsome and personable. They are also born in famous families, so they are naturally the best targets for girls to embrace spring. What's more, both of them are very powerful, and their performance is extremely eye-catching among their peers. Uchiha Sasuke inherited the blood of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, and opened Sharingan. The invasion has been the trend of the first person in this generation. Hyuga Neji, as the number 1 rookie of the previous session, is the owner who swept that session. It is said that it has attracted the attention of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, not long ago, he defeated the eldest lady of the Hyuga family without any action, which made his desire to win the championship all the way up. Under such circumstances, how could Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji become so unpopular? Advertisement. In addition to the 2 of them, the most popular person is Tamari from San Shinobi village. She is the daughter of 4th Kazekage. She is noble, powerful, handsome, and exquisite. She naturally attracted the attention of countless men. Therefore, despite the thunderous voices of the people in the field, most of them went to Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji and Tamari. The cold Gaara, the cruel Aburame Shino, the tall Konkuro, the strong-looking Fujita Kotoki, and the sunny and cheerful Uzumaki celebrity. They also have some fans shouting and cheering. Only Glossy stood there pitifully, not even a single person shouting for cheer, because his appearance is really too ordinary. Moreover, basically everyone knows that Rock Lee is a natural waste. He can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. In this world where ninjutsu and illusion arts dominate, how capable can you be a person who can only practice physical arts? I'm afraid, even breaking into the main race this time is a step on shit luck. Glossy's expression was indifferent, facing the thunderous cheers and shouts in the field, he was not moved at all. He has never been a vain person, never caring what others think of him. Otherwise, in his previous life, he would not be as honorable as a Valkyrie, but he did not join any forces, let alone create any forces. In the face of all this, he was calm and gentle. Lee, come on, I know, you are the strongest. Gullos could accept all of this lightly, but it doesn't mean that other people sitting in the stands can also accept it calmly. Tenten shook his fist vigorously and screamed loudly. She followed Glossy to learn hidden weapons for a month, knowing that Glossy's strength is unfathomable. How can Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji compare? Even if Glossy only knows physical skills, he can definitely defeat everyone and win the championship. Lee, come on. Come on. Hyuga Hinata, who was sitting next to Tenten, also waved his fists like Tenten, trying to cheer for Glossy. However, her temperament is too shy, and her voice is not much louder than mosquitoes. Rock Lee, come on. In the other direction, Hoshinoyuki waved his arms and yelled desperately while greeting Glossy. Are you sick? You are actually cheering for that waste wood trash? A young girl sitting next to Hoshinoyuki glanced at her with disdain and said coldly. Who do you think is the waste wood garbage? Hoshinoyuki was displeased when he heard it and shouted coldly. Who do you think I'm talking about? It's naturally the ugly Rock Lee. The girl sneered and said. A person who can only practice the lowest level physical skills, and can't practice any ninjutsu and illusion skills, what is it if it is not a waste? Advertisement, idiot, Hoshinoyuki said unceremoniously. Which idiot are you scolding? The girl was furious. Of course I am scolding you. Hoshino Tasuki is relatively weak-tempered, but when Glossy is involved in this matter, her attitude has become extremely tough and will not give up. I tell you, even if Rock Lee only knows physical skills, it is much stronger than the others. Huh, who wouldn't brag? The girl said disdainfully. I only know that the first newcomer in the last session was Hyuga Neji, not the Rock Lee you mentioned. At another time, Hoshinoyuki said, perhaps Rock Lee was far behind Hyuga Neji a year ago, but now, Rock Lee can definitely defeat Hyuga Neji easily. It's useless to say more, how about we two make a bet? She sneered. How to bet? The girl asked. I bet Rock Lee can win the championship this time, and you bet Hyuga Neji can win the championship. Hoshinoyuki said. If you lose, you must kneel at my feet and say out loud that Hyuga Neji is useless wood, and Rock Lee is Konaha's strongest genin. Okay, I promise you. The girl agreed without any hesitation. What if you lose? If I lose, I will kneel in front of you and admit my mistake, Hoshinoyuki said. You are determined to lose. The girl said proudly. Hyuga Neji is the best descendant of the Hyuga clan, Konaha's first giant, with a powerful Byakugan, which Rock Lee can't resist at all. Stop talking nonsense, just wait and see, Hoshinoyuki said lightly. She has seen Glossi's shots with her own eyes. They're strong, fierce, and terrifying to ultimate, which is not comparable to the Hyuga Neji cultivated in the greenhouse. Chapter 153 Uzumaki Naruto's Hyuga Neji. 1. In the stands, countless spectators were desperately cheering and cheering for their favorite idols. However, such a hot atmosphere hardly had any impact on the 9 people in the arena. At this moment, they all set their sights on the person they are most concerned about. A wave of powerful fighting intent raged among the people, and the atmosphere was solemn and ignited at any moment. Rock Lee, I finally waited until this day. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Glossy unblinkingly, fighting spiritedly. I will definitely beat you upright in front of everyone, and I will be ashamed, and I will promote the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Hey, should your opponent be her? Glossy pointed his finger at Temari next to him and said lightly. She is very strong, but she is not worthy of being my opponent, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. What an arrogant kid. Temari frowned when he heard it and said dissatisfied, today I am going to take a good look, how can the Uchiha clan claim to be the strongest? It's not self-proclaimed, but recognized by the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Sasuke, you are too arrogant. Uzumaki Naruto has always been at odds with Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, hearing Uchiha Sasuke's nasty words, couldn't help but say loudly. Naruto, I know you have improved a lot in this month, Uchiha Sasuke said. Actually, I am also very strong against you, to let you know why our Uchiha clan is called the strongest. Keep talking about the Uchiha clan, don't you know what your own strength is? Suddenly, Gaara said suddenly. You will know by then, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Uchiha Sasuke, I hope you don't touch me, Gaara said slowly, otherwise, you will definitely die. You'd better pass the Rock Lee level first and then come to me and say something like this. Uchiha Sasuke sneered and said. He already knows the list of players in the game. Gaara's opponent is Rock Lee. He knows that Rock Lee is powerful and unfathomable, and Gaara is very likely to lose to Rock Lee. Therefore, he will aim at Glossy instead of Gaara. Either you or Rock Lee will die in my hands. The light in Gaara's eyes suddenly became cold and frightening, and he exuded a terrifying and intense murderous aura. Gaara was so shocked that Temari and Konkuro's faces changed color. They quickly walked over and grabbed Gaara's arm to prevent Gaara from running away. Advertisement, that's the breath of the tail beast in his body, Guluoxi secretly said in his heart. Could it be that the sealing technique of Sand Shinobi Village is so simple that it can't completely seal one tail, and its powerful power is often leaked out, which has created the current Gaara? Let go, I know how to measure. Gaara broke away from the two of them and shouted sharply. Woo! Suddenly, a distant Jonin with 1,000 kunai in his mouth came quickly. His arrival immediately eased the tense atmosphere here. Hello everyone, I am the chief examiner for the third game, Shiranui Genma. Jonin, who was holding Senbon kunai in his mouth, first introduced himself, and then said, Please wait a moment, Master Hokage will announce the start of the game soon. After speaking, he turned and bowed deeply to the central building. At this time, the cheering and shouting in the stands gradually weakened until they disappeared completely. Suddenly, the entire playing field was terribly quiet. Master Fengying, you have been struggling with this journey, thank you very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and smiled at 4th Kazekage and said. Well, it's fortunate that the venue is in Konaha. 4th Kazekage said faintly. Listening to her voice was actually very young. He was covered with a white kerchief on his face, leaving only a pair of eyes outside, with sharp eyes. Although you are still young, if you bother to travel far, I'm afraid Master Hokage will be overwhelmed. I think you should decide on the 5th generation sooner. Ahahaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened, and let out a big laugh. Don't think of me as an old man. I think I can do it for another 5 years. After speaking, he got up from his seat, walked to the railing of the building with his hand, and said, Okay, it should almost start. Please. 4th Kazekage nodded. Cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat first, and then said, Dear guests, I sincerely thank you all for coming to watch the Chunin selection exam reported by Konaha Village. The following 9 contestants who passed the pre-selection will formally proceed. Selection competition. Everyone, please enjoy the game. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, thunderous applause and shouts erupted from the stands. Explain something to you before the game, look. Shiranui Genma said, took out a white paper full of handwriting from his arms, and shook it at the 9 people. Advertisement, there has been a small change in the battle combination, you can identify your opponent again. Has the battle combination changed? Glossy's heart moved. Could it be that Jeriah warned the upper level of Konaha Village, so this happened? However, when he carefully looked at the content on the white paper, he couldn't help but laugh at his naivety. It turned out that everyone present, only Uzumaki Naruto's opponent changed. Originally, Uzumaki Naruto had to fight one more round and had to fight Hyuga Neji and Fujita Katoki. Now, Uzumaki Naruto's opponent is only Hyuga Neji. Fujita gate clear by. Did you see it clearly? Shiranui Shuenjin said. Fujitaman Kiyoshi by. The remaining 8 players will play against each other and 4 winners will be decided. Then, Fujitaman Kiyoshi can choose any person to challenge. The winner is qualified for the semifinals and the loser is eliminated. The official game is the same as the qualifiers. There are no rules of the game until one team dies or admits defeat. However, when I think the victory or defeat is divided, I will terminate the game and no one is allowed to resist. You understand, right? Shiranui Shuenjin shouted sharply. Next, start the first round of the game. Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji will stay, and the others will go back to the lounge. In an instant, only Shiranui Genma, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Neji were left in the playing field. Seeing this scene, everyone in the stands was going crazy. Neji. 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 Almost everyone is shouting Hyuga Neji's name, cheering for Hyuga Neji. As for Uzumaki Naruto, although there are some people who support it, how can it be compared with the popular Hyuga Neji? Soon it was completely suppressed. The entire playing field is filled with the name, Neji. Chapter 154 Uzumaki Naruto's Hyuga Neji, 2. It's so pitiful, Naruto's opponent is actually Neji, and he doesn't even have a chance of winning 1 in 10,000. Yamanaka Ino said while shaking his head in the stands. How can you say that, Ino? Haruno Sakura said dissatisfied. Isn't it? His opponent is Neji, who claims to have inherited the best blood of the Hyuga clan. Do you think he has the possibility of winning even a little bit? Yamanaka Ino asked rhetorically. Haruno Sakura was speechless. She knew that what Yamanaka Ino said was the truth, but it was too cruel for Uzumaki Naruto to avoid, because she knows how hard Uzumaki Naruto has practiced. I didn't expect that the Nine Tails kid could hold on to the present. Another position, an elite Chunin with a white bandage wrapped around his nose, said with emotion. Yeah. If he is just relying on luck, I am afraid he can only stop there, another person said in an interface. His opponent is too powerful. He can't be Hyuga Neji's opponent anyway. At this moment, on the playing field, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji looked at each other, no more than 2 meters away. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hyuga Neji's eyes full of seriousness and dignity, but Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of disdain. You seem to have something to say to me, suddenly, Hyuga Neji said lightly. Well, there is indeed. Uzumaki Naruto slowly stretched out his right fist, aimed at Hyuga Neji, and said, I will beat you, I will win. Huh. Hyuga Neji snorted coldly, with the veins on his face exposed. The Hyuga family's famous Byakugan has been activated. Your eyes are very confident, it doesn't look like you are trying to be strong. But what I want to tell you is that in the face of absolute strength, your so-called self-confidence is useless at all. Without strength, where does the confidence come from? Uzumaki Naruto said in a deep voice. You're right, where does the self-confidence without strength come from? The disdain on Hyuga Neji's face was suppressed, and replaced by a serious and solemn one. You are worthy of fighting with me like this. Whether it is worthy or not is not your decision, Uzumaki Naruto said lightly. Advertisement. I have to say that Uzumaki Naruto has not only increased his strength by leaps and bounds, but also his personality has become much more stable during his more than 20 days of practicing with Jeriah. Huh, it's a big tone. Hyuga Neji snorted, unfolding his figure, and said in an attacking posture. I really want to see your frustrated expression when facing reality. Don't be long-winded there, let's get started, Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly. The first round, starting now. At this moment, Shiranui Shuenjin announced loudly. Wow. At this moment, the atmosphere of the audience in the stands was instantly ignited, countless people were yelling, and most of them were cheering for Hyuga Neji. Hanabi, see clearly, he is the most perfect genius who has inherited the Hyuga family lineage so far. From the height of the stand, Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, stared at Hyuga Neji and said in a deep voice. Your sister can't compare to him at all. Next to Hyuga Hiyashi, sat a 5 or 6-year-old girl with a shawl hair and a very delicate girl. She looked at Hyuga Hiyashi with surprise. Better than sister? I'm afraid. Even you can't compare to him, Hyuga Hiyashi sighed and said. Is he really that powerful? The little girl Hanabi trembled slightly, knowing that her father can't lie to him. However, how could a child from a branch house be better than a member of the Zong family? Uzumaki Naruto, let me see how far you have progressed in these 20-odd days. Glossi's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were staring at the two players in the field without blinking. People, said secretly in his heart. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hyuga Neji's mouth. He stood motionless and waited until Uzumaki Naruto was less than 20 centimeters away from him. Then he raised his right hand, and the 5 fingers were tightly together, like a crane's mouth, pecked at Uzumaki Naruto's arm. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto moved, shaking his hands and threw 3 kunai at Hyuga Neji. The 3 Kuwaiti soldiers were divided into 3 groups from the left, the center and the right, and lost towards Hyuga Neji. Advertisement, this is. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback and couldn't keep calm, because he had seen this trick before. The gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan shakes the world, and close combat is extremely powerful. If you fight with Hyuga Neji, it is best not to fight at close range. Use Shadow Clone to consume Hyuga Neji's physical strength and energy, and then wait for opportunities to find fighters. Chance of victory. However, even so, the probability of Uzumaki Naruto winning is very small. Unless he activates the power of the 9-tails demon fox in his body. Glossy thought to himself. What? Swish. 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 This guy actually learned my tricks secretly. Glossy smiled and said to himself. The trick Hyuga Neji used just now is clearly the crane fist he used to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Neji reacted extremely fast, and the detective hand drew out a kunai from his bag and knocked down all the 3 kunai that were flying with incomparable precision. Uzumaki Naruto yelled and jumped into the air, concentrated all his strength on his right fist, and hit the Hyuga Neji front door fiercely. Brush. Then, Uzumaki Naruto slammed his feet and rushed towards Hyuga Neji again, launching a fierce attack. Immediately after the 3 kunai, Uzumaki Naruto slammed his feet and rushed towards Hyuga Neji from the front. But now, Uzumaki Naruto only slightly supported his left hand on the ground to stabilize his figure. He did not dare to stay where he was, and took advantage of the momentum to roll forward, and immediately rushed out more than 3 meters away from Hyuga Neji's attack range. Uzumaki Naruto lost his center of gravity and rushed towards the ground. However, in the past 20 days or so, Uzumaki Naruto's strength has indeed improved by leaps and bounds. If the previous moment was placed before, Uzumaki Naruto must have lost. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This guy. Glossy looked at him and shook his head for a while. He knew that although Uzumaki Naruto had greatly enhanced his strength and his personality was much calmer than before, he still couldn't hold back his energy after all, and he wanted to defeat Hyuga Neji where he was the strongest. Chapter 155 Uzumaki Naruto's Hyuga Neji 3. Uzumaki Naruto's strength has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 20 days, and it is not known how many times stronger than in the past. At this time, he summoned his momentum to launch a fierce attack on Hyuga Neji, and he actually invaded an infinitely majestic atmosphere. Is this still Naruto? Haruno Sakura saw Uzumaki Naruto rushing towards Hyuga Neji before seeing him, and got up directly from his seat worriedly. But at this moment, when she saw Uzumaki Naruto's imposing momentum, she was stunned for a while. So strong. Yamanaka Ino also said in shock, now he is much stronger than a month ago. Is that Naruto? He has actually become so strong. Uchiha Sasuke showed a trace of astonishment on his face. He had already opened a pair of Sharingan, watching the battle in the arena intently. He originally thought that Uzumaki Naruto would be defeated as quickly as possible, but he didn't expect to be so powerful and confident from the beginning. It's not bad, and it's not wasted Jeriah's hard work over the past month. But it's not enough. Glossy watched for a while, then shook his head gently, muttering to himself. Yes, it's not enough. I don't know when. My guy appeared behind Glossy and said lightly. The Hyuga clan is hailed as Konaha's top wealthy family. The gentle fist method shakes the world, and even I am not sure enough to break it. Although Naruto has made great progress, he is still far behind Neji. Mr. Guy, why are you here? Glossy asked, pretending to be surprised. It's not just me, almost all of Konaha's Jonin have been dispatched, Might Guy whispered. Master Third Hokage seems to have noticed something wrong. Let us be more vigilant and not let the wind and grass go anywhere. Is it Sand Shinobi and Atonin? Glossy also lowered his voice and asked. Haha, really worthy of being my student. Might Guy stretched out his hand and patted Glossy's shoulder firmly, and said. You don't have to worry about these things. Even if something big happens, there will be people like us. What you have to do is to do your best to defeat your opponent and win the championship. Yes, Mr. Guy, Glossy said. In case a war really breaks out, you must survive. Might Guy took a deep look at Glossy, and then quickly left here. Advertisement, is there really going to war? Glossy said secretly in his heart. He knows that people like Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen have extremely keen political sense. Now that they have made such a deployment and response, there must be a reason for things and they are very close to the truth. Tenten, Hoshinoyuki. Glossy's gaze scanned the stands, and with the powerful insight of the martial arts sky, he quickly found the two of them. Once war really breaks out, he will try his best to save the lives of these two girls. What? Suddenly, just as Glossy thought about it, Uzumaki Naruto's painful cry came from the court. It turned out that Hyuga Neji, after easily defending Uzumaki Naruto's more than 10 moves in a row, finally launched a counterattack, slapped him on his belly with the gentle fist method. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga Neji was unreasonable and went straight forward, with his right hand and 5 fingers together, pecking hard at Uzumaki Naruto's right shoulder. Suck! Uzumaki Naruto yelled and flew back. He knows that Hyuga Neji's Byakugan can see through the acupuncture points in his body, and the gentle fist method can close his acupuncture points and dodge in a panic. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's hard work for more than 20 days worked, but he was dangerously evasive, without being hit by Hyuga Neji's acupuncture points on his shoulders. Uzumaki Naruto is so confident in his own strength that he dared to fight Hyuga Neji close to him, so he almost suffered a big loss. Glossy said silently in his heart. The human body has countless acupuncture points. Theoretically speaking, if you click the right acupuncture point, you can block or increase the flow of chakra, and then control your opponent at will. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan and gentle fist methods work together to attack human acupuncture points with great accuracy. Therefore, people in the ninja world once said that the Hyuga clan's melee combat ability is the same as that of the Kei Yoruichi clan, and it is the #1 in the world, and no one can beat it. Didn't you hit? You're lucky this time, but you won't have that good luck next time. Hyuga Neji was slightly surprised. He thought that the blow just now shouldn't be missed. Is this your abilities? Uzumaki Naruto got up from the ground and said with a lingering fear while he was dressed roughly. Once you tap the acupuncture point, the flow of chakra will be blocked, and even ninjutsu can't be used. Do you know now? You have no chance of winning at all, Hyuga Neji said coldly. Advertisement, humph. I was just testing your strength. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said. The real battle has just begun. Multiple shadow clone techniques, he quickly sealed his hands and shouted loudly. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 soft sounds, 4 shadow clone appeared in the 4 corners of Uzumaki Naruto, firmly protecting his body inside. At the same time, the 5 people probing their hands and squeezing out kunai from their bags, making a gesture of preparing for an attack. Hey, isn't that the advanced ninjutsu that only Jonin can practice? This little guy is a little bit interesting. I didn't expect that he would use such moves. An elite Chunin said in an awe-inspiring voice. With multiple shadow clone techniques, you must evenly distribute your chakra to each shadow clone. Even Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can't tell which one is the main body. In this way, the outcome is hard to say. An elite Chunin also said in shock. You know, multiple shadow clone techniques are advanced ninjutsu that even they are not qualified to learn, but they are now being displayed in the hands of a genin. How can they not be emotional? What about shadow clone? There will always be only one body. Hyuga Neji was taken aback, then calmed down and said proudly. Huh. Don't make your mouth hard there, 5 Uzumaki Naruto shouted at the same time. Just let the horse go, Hyuga Neji said coldly. I want you to know that the huge power gap between us cannot be offset by 1 or 2 types of ninjutsu. Don't underestimate me, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Give it to me. Swipe. 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 In an instant, 4 Uzumaki Naruto armed with kunai and attacked Hyuga Neji in 4 different directions, with shocking momentum. Chapter 156 Uzumaki Naruto's Hyuga Neji, 4, Whizzing. The 2 Uzumaki Naruto shadow clones that rushed first attacked. One of them attacked Hyuga Neji's head with kunai from the left side, and the other shot Hyuga Neji's lower abdomen with kunai from the right side. Their movement speed is very fast, which makes Hyuga Neji's eyes more and more cold. However, Hyuga Neji has inherited the best blood of the Hyuga clan and has worked hard in the field of physical skills and close combat for many years. How can Uzumaki Naruto be able to cultivate in just 1 month? He suddenly stepped on the secret footwork of the Hyuga clan, and evaded the attack of 2 Uzumaki Naruto shadow clones in a moment, and it was extremely easy. However, at this moment, the other 2 shadow clone also attacked. This time, it was still a pinch attack from left to right. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto also knew that Hyuga Neji was very strong in close combat and refused to fight him alone. Gentle fist method. This time, Hyuga Neji didn't dodge anymore. He swung both palms at an incredible speed, slapped the head of the shadow clone on the left, and slammed the chest of the shadow clone on the right, instantly hitting the 2 shadow clones. They disappeared. There is a flaw, a good chance. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been standing by and watching the battle, rushed over and kicked Hyuga Neji's face with his right foot. Good job. Haruno Sakura yelled and waved his arms desperately in the stands. Too naive. If Neji is only at this level, how can he be valued by 3rd Hokage? Not far away, Tenten glanced at Haruno Sakura pitifully, shaking his head and muttering to himself. You have made great progress, Hyuga Neji said, leaning back. His body was extremely flexible, and he actually followed the direction of Uzumaki Naruto's right foot kick, and went straight to a backflip and hid. Damn it. It will succeed next time. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. He didn't expect that he would use the 4 shadow clones to cover. Hyuga Neji's strength is far beyond his expectations. Whizzing. The remaining 2 shadow clone quickly rushed towards Hyuga Neji. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to give Hyuga Neji any chance to breathe. Gentle fist method. Advertisement however, this time Hyuga Neji yelled straight out, and his palms were shot from an incredible angle, and the 2 shadow clones were solved in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Uzumaki Naruto's 4 shadow clone were all destroyed. Neji. You are so handsome, I love you. Such a scene immediately aroused the crazy shouts of countless people in the stands. Neji. I love you, Neji, you really are the best. Neji. Be my male god. Why? How could this be? Haruno Sakura couldn't believe it. Hyuga Neji, so powerful, Naruto doesn't even have a chance to win 1 in 10,000. I already said that, Naruto doesn't have any chance, Yamanaka Ino said. Did you see it? This is the strength of Genin Hyuga Neji, the strongest in Konaha village. Isn't it much stronger than Rock Lee in your mouth? The girl looked at Hoshinoyuki with triumphant eyes. Well, Hyuga Neji is very strong. Hoshinoyuki nodded first, but then changed his tone and continued. However, he is too far behind Rock Lee, he is not at the same level at all. Just keep your mouth hard. The girl sneered disdainfully. You guy, do you have eyes behind? Even me, shadow clone's attack from the blind spot behind you can be easily resolved. Uzumaki Naruto looked extremely solemn and said in a deep voice. Enlightenment, Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto shouted. At the same time, 50 shadow clone rushed towards Hyuga Neji at the same time. This time, there was no formation or tactical choice. It was purely a crowded tactic. He wanted to use numbers to kill Hyuga Neji. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That's it. Glossi's pair of martial arts heavenly eyes were raised brightly. At this time, he actually saw a 3-meter radius Tai Chi yin and yang fish pattern emerging with Hyuga Neji as the center. This guy should also have a sad past. Glossy said secretly in his heart. If he guessed correctly, Hyuga Neji's childhood experience should have something to do with Hyuga's clan and branch house. Why do you always come to conclusions so self-righteously? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and shouted. Do you want to be Hokage? Hyuga Neji didn't answer Uzumaki Naruto's words, but asked rhetorically. It's impossible. Almost nothing can escape my eyes. What kind of talent a person has been decided from the moment of birth. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Neji exclaimed. Multiple shadow clone techniques. So what? What if you die? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists tightly and shouted. I will never give up my own dream. Don't you think anyone can become Hokage as long as they work hard? Hyuga Neji said slowly. But, in fact, there are very few people who can become Hokage. Let's face it, people who can become Hokage are destined to be Hokage, not what you want to be. Uzumaki Naruto, you are too naive. Hyuga Neji said coldly. The huge power gap between you and me cannot be offset by 1 or 2 advanced ninjutsu, nor can it be balanced by the so-called number. There is only one destiny that everyone is equal, and that is death. Hyuga Neji's voice was extremely low. In this case, he should never have appeared in the mouth of such a genius who has enveloped countless auras. Obviously, he felt tremendous pressure. And this is fate. Be content with fate, no one can fight against fate. This time, Uzumaki Naruto no longer had any reservations, and directly separated 50 shadow clones at once. Obviously, he wanted to rely on the human sea tactics to completely eliminate Hyuga Neji at one time and end the battle. However, Hyuga Neji said this, which was shocking. Chapter 157 Uzumaki Naruto's counterattack. Yes, that is an invisible pattern of Tai Chi Yin and Yang fish, invisible except for people with special pupil power. In fact, even Glossy, if he hadn't cultivated the martial arts eye, it would be impossible to see the mysterious pattern surrounding Hyuga Neji's body. This kind of pattern is somewhat similar to the martial arts of the Taiji martial god, Glossy said silently in his heart. Tai Chi martial god is a super powerful existence in the martial world. His self-made Tai Chi combat skills shocked the world, invincible, and rarely met by opponents. Even Gullos in his previous life was very jealous of the Tai Chi Wushin and was unwilling to make more contact. From the time Glossy saw Hyuga Neji using Gentle Fist for the first time, he felt that the opponent's ability was somewhat similar to the martial arts of Tai Chi. Now, he finally confirmed that the charm between the two is almost exactly the same. Of course, the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan is far from being compared with the Tai Chi God of War. The gap between them is huge and different. Ha! This time, Hyuga Neji no longer defended, but took the initiative to attack. I saw him stepping on the mysterious footwork, his body shape suddenly left and right, front and back, unpredictable. His palms were constantly splitting from various angles, unbelievable and powerful. Bang! 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 Facing Hyuga Neji's fierce offensive, none of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone could support a move, and almost one face was broken up. Hyuga Neji is like a tiger rushing into the flock of sheep, running rampant, as if into no one's land. Ah! Neji, you are great. I love you. Hyuga Neji's stunning performance immediately triggered the crazy screams of countless girls in the stands. Neji, I love you. Neji, I love you. Neji, I love you. Okay. So strong, Haruno Sakura's eyes widened, her mouth widened, his face full of shock and incredible. If at the beginning she still had a chance of 1 in 10,000 fluke, then she has completely given up her heart now. Advertisement Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji are not at the same level at all. As expected, Hyuga Neji, the #1 rookie of the previous year, it's amazing. Yamanaka Ino looked at Hyuga Neji, who was like a tiger descending the mountain, with small stars in his eyes, full of admiration. It's amazing. Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes shot out 2 sharp rays, staring at Hyuga Neji, his expression extremely solemn. If he had always dismissed Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in the past and thought it could not be compared with his Sharingan, then he has now sensed a deep sense of crisis. The Hyuga clan, known as Konaha's #1 wealthy family, is not a vain name. I want to kill him, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Not far away, Gaara had extremely cold eyes, and a creepy killing intent burst out of him, terrifying. Give it to me! Uzumaki Naruto yelled angrily from the venue. Dozens of shadow clones suddenly rushed towards Hyuga Neji like a crucian crossing the river. Uzumaki Naruto is also not stupid, knowing that his true strength is nowhere near as good as Hyuga Neji, so he doesn't fight head-on. He directs his shadow clone to continuously consume Hyuga Neji's physical strength, while his true body hides in the shadow clone to look for fighters and wait for the opportunity to launch an attack. It's useless. Hyuga Neji said coldly. Bang! His left palm was shot from under his right rib. It was as fast as an electric. A shadow clone rushing from his right had no time to escape. He was hit hard on the front door and immediately disappeared. Boom! He slammed his right fist, boundlessly domineering, piercing through the heads of 2 shadow clones one after another, fierce and incompetent. At this moment, Hyuga Neji is so aggressive, like a tiger down the mountain, unstoppable. It is not like he is being besieged by Uzumaki Naruto's countless shadow clones, but is like a defeated man who is chased and killed by himself. Neji, don't be too arrogant, Uzumaki Naruto yelled. That's the case for me. Hyuga Neji suddenly exerted force under his feet, avoiding the entanglement of those shadow clone with ingenuity, and rushed to Uzumaki Naruto among the crowd. His speed is so fast, not only the shadow clone has no time to stop, even the attacked Uzumaki Naruto has no time to react and strike back. Advertisement. Bang. Hyuga Neji slapped Uzumaki Naruto's chest on the chakra acupoint with a heavy palm. You. How did you know? Uzumaki Naruto asked hard. Because of the fear of being tapped, the body has been hidden in the shadow clone, and dare not attack me. Hyuga Neji said coldly. Uzumaki Naruto, do you think you can play me as you like by using multiple shadow clone techniques to hide from my eyes? I will see you through, Neji, Neji, Neji. The cheers in the stands were thunderous, and countless people were desperately calling Hyuga Neji's name. With handsome appearance and great strength, he was born in the Hyuga clan, Konoha's first wealthy family. How can such a proud man not be worshipped crazily? It's over, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji said coldly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto, who was hit by Hyuga Neji in the chest, burst into laughter. Didn't I tell you, don't jump to conclusions on your own? What? What do you mean? Hyuga Neji's face changed suddenly, as if thinking of something. He turned around abruptly, only to find 2 Uzumaki Naruto attacking him from left and right. Naruto, good job, Haruno Sakura yelled excitedly. Naruto, go on, you can win. Nara Shikamaru was very excited and shouted at Uzumaki Naruto in the court. At this moment, countless people were crazy. They originally thought that Uzumaki Naruto had been defeated, but they never thought that there would be another setback. The emotions in their hearts were immediately mobilized, shouting desperately, and the atmosphere on the court suddenly reached its climax. Chapter 158 Konoha's strongest genin. Is this kid repeating the old tricks again? Glossy curled his lips and said lightly. Although I got a chance to fight back, if I only rely on this level, it is far from defeating Hyuga Neji. Neji, I'm fighting you with the determination that I'd rather break the jade but not be complete. Uzumaki Naruto yelled, shaking his fist and hit Hyuga Neji's face severely from midair. Due to the success of Uzumaki Naruto's tactics of attracting the enemy, Hyuga Neji had no time to dodge and parry, and his face was hit hard by Uzumaki Naruto's fist. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar in the stands. How is this possible? A girl coveted and wept. How could Neji lose? It's impossible. Oh my god! I can't believe my own eyes, my male god he actually lost. Countless people are sighing, can't believe what they see. Hyuga Neji is hailed as the most promising newcomer of the young generation in Konaha village, with the hope of growing into a generation of cage-level powerhouses. How could it be defeated by the famous crane-tail Uzumaki Naruto? Did you see it? Hoshinoyuki glanced at the pale girl next to her, and said coldly, Hyuga Neji can't even get past this level, let alone compare with Rock Lee. No, this is not true. This must not be true. The girl was crying, her face full of pain. At this moment, she felt that the perfect image of the idol collapsed in an instant. You lost. Uzumaki Naruto yelled. You are too naive, Uzumaki Naruto. Although Hyuga Neji was hit hard by Uzumaki Naruto's face, there was a mocking smile on his face. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful chakra burst out frantically from the front door of Hyuga Neji, blocking the force coming through Uzumaki Naruto's fist. Advertisement. That's it. Glossy's pair of martial arts eyes saw Hyuga Neji's actions clearly, and couldn't help but admire in his heart. Hyuga Neji, really worthy of being the most outstanding genius in the history of the Hyuga clan, really amazing. At the same time, Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan sitting on the VIP table, suddenly opened a pair of Byakugan, with a shocked expression on his face. Hey! With a harsh sound, countless light blue chakras were released from all over Hyuga Neji's body. These light blue chakras shrouded Hyuga Neji into a light blue sphere, isolating Uzumaki Naruto's attack. This is... Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Revolving heaven, Hyuga Neji shouted coldly. His body turned quickly, and as he turned, the light blue chakra sphere around his body also turned quickly, and Uzumaki Naruto flew out all of a sudden. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone dissipated immediately, but his body was shot and flew more than 3 meters away, fell heavily to the ground, and couldn't get up for a while. Ah! Neji! Neji! Such a scene immediately regained the emotions of the girls who were already heartbroken. They yelled desperately, expressing the excitement in their hearts. Their idols, their Prince Charming, did not let them down. Just. What's going on? Uzumaki Naruto struggled to get up from the ground and said in a shocked voice. Do you think you won? Hyuga Neji said proudly. You? Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, shaking all over. Obviously, he was satisfied with the almost perfect tactic he just created, but he didn't expect to be cracked by Hyuga Neji. Is this the secret technique of your Hyuga clan? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Not bad. Hyuga Neji nodded and said. The maximum viewing angle of my eyes is about 360 degrees, and there are almost no blind spots. You asked me before why you launched an attack from a blind spot behind me. Can I easily crack it? This is the reason. But what? Hyuga Hinata asked. Advertisement? Hinata, this is far from Neji's true strength. Tenten smiled and said. I said long ago that the most powerful genin in Konaha village is Neji, but... VIP stands. However, now he is not anymore, Tenten said. His gaze shifted from Hyuga Neji to Glossy in the distance, and said proudly. Now Konaha's strongest genin is Lee. Only with these chakras, I can completely block all physical attacks from my opponents. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven? Uzumaki Naruto repeated. Brother Neji, he is so powerful, he can even use this trick. Hyuga Hinata's face was incredible. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That's my father's, Hanabi said in surprise. The chakra released from the chakra acupuncture path is difficult to control. Even the strong Jonin can only release chakra from his hands, feet or a certain part of his body for his own tricks. However, I have already brought Gentle Fist Master to Ultimate, but I can release chakra from the whole body. And this is the secret technique of my Hyuga clan 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, Hyuga Neji said. When I was attacked, the chakra acupuncture points in my body would release a large amount of chakra, and rely on those chakras to resist the opponent's attacks. After that, I would use the rapid rotation of my body to bounce off all the attacks. Hyuga Neji faintly said. I can sense all your attacks through these eyes, and the trick I just used is called 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. You mean Rock Lee is stronger than Neji brother? Hyuga Hinata said incredulously. Revolving heaven is the Hyuga clan, the secret technique passed down from generation to generation by the people who inherited the Hyuga clan. He shouldn't use it, Hyuga Hiyashi said with an extremely solemn expression. Could it be that he explored this by himself? What a terrible evildoer, it is so powerful. Not only is better than him, but also much better, Tenten said with a smile. She has almost paranoid confidence in Glossy. Because, in the entire Konaha village, she has only seen the tip of the iceberg of Glossy's true strength. Chapter 159 The Obsession of Uzumaki Naruto. Is it really the secret technique of your Hyuga clan? Uzumaki Naruto said with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, he finally understood why Hyuga Neji was valued by the upper ranks of Konaha village, and even third Hokage personally went to the Hyuga clan for him to persuade him to return to the clan. Among the younger generation, Hyuga Neji is so powerful that it is almost evil and invincible. Whether it is Uchiha Sasuke or Gaara, they are not necessarily Hyuga Neji's opponents. Rock Lee. Suddenly, the appearance of a person flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Perhaps, among all the young generations, only he can defeat Hyuga Neji. Not bad. Hyuga Neji said proudly. Without the shadow clone getting in the way, we can finally have a real battle head-on. As he spoke, he slowly took a big step forward with his left foot, arched his right leg, spread his hands left and right, palms up to the sky, and assumed a very weird posture. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Woo! Suddenly, Hyuga Neji was like a tiger starting out, rushing towards Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. He was too fierce at this moment, as if violent, completely different from the soft temperament he usually saw. However, he is extremely terrifying at this time, powerful and shocking. A palm. With a loud shout, Hyuga Neji's left palm was like a flower, and hit Uzumaki Naruto's chakra key point on the left chest. You look down on me too much. Uzumaki Naruto yelled. He tried his best to avoid. At this critical moment, he followed Jiraiya's hard work for more than 20 days and played a role, and he managed to avoid the blow of Hyuga Neji. 2 palms. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hyuga Neji's mouth, and his right palm was shot at an incredible speed, and it hit the chakra acupoint on Uzumaki Naruto's right shoulder. Advertisement. Suck. Uzumaki Naruto yelled in his heart. 3 palms, 4 palms, 5 palms. Hyuga Neji's offensive is like the water of the Yangtze River, stretching endlessly, reaching the ultimate. Except for Uzumaki Naruto's first attack, all the other 63 palms were hit hard. Neji. 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 The audience in the stands was going crazy. They desperately shouted the name of Hyuga Neji, as if the teenager who was blooming endlessly on the field was their child and their boyfriend. The chakra points in Uzumaki Naruto's body are basically blocked, and they have completely lost the ability to resist. Glossy saw through Uzumaki Naruto's situation with a pair of martial arts eyes, and said to himself. Naruto, you shouldn't just surrender right now. After all, you still have a second power, which is your assassin's power, the power of the 9 tails demon fox. What? With a scream, Uzumaki Naruto was hit hard by Hyuga Neji and flew more than 5 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, splashing smoke and dust from the ground. His body was twitching constantly, and he couldn't get up for a while. Is it over? Shiranui Shuenjin came from the side and said lightly. Advertisement. I have clicked a total of 64 acupuncture points on your body. You can no longer make chakra and use any ninjutsu. Hyuga Neji said to Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying on the ground. You admit defeat. As a ninja from Konaha village, I don't want to kill you. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto's body was trembling constantly. He tried desperately to get up from the ground, but he still couldn't do so. Hyuga Neji is not bragging. The chakra acupoints in his body are almost completely blocked, making it impossible to make and use chakra. Huh. Not reconciled. Hyuga Neji snorted, disdainfully. Being defeated in front of the unchangeable power. I deeply feel my own powerlessness. As long as you work hard, you can realize your dream. This is simply a joke. I never agree with what you said. An indescribable anger instantly enveloped Uzumaki Naruto's body and mind. He gritted his teeth, shaking his body, and slowly got up from the ground. Although his body has been bruised all over, he is very reluctant to stand. However, the light in his eyes was extremely flaming, extremely firm, and moving. You can actually stand up, Hyuga Neji said incredulously. I have said that I will never give up, Uzumaki Naruto said in a trembling voice while panting heavily. Give up, Uzumaki Naruto. The astonishment on Hyuga Neji's face quickly disappeared, and he said lightly. You are not my opponent by any means. I don't have any deep hatred with you, and I don't want to really hit you hard. It is true that the two of us do not have any deep hatred, but I still don't understand one thing. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Why are you so powerful, and you still need to use your insightful eyes to completely defeat Hinata, who has worked so hard mentally? This has nothing to do with you. Hyuga Neji's face changed slightly, and he shouted. I don't know the contradiction between your Hyuga clan and branch house, but you are so casual and completely defeated a hardworking girl. I will never forgive you. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Haha, it turned out to be like this. Hyuga Neji said with a chuckle. If I didn't guess wrong, what I said to Miss Hinata should also hurt you as the tail of the crane? You are not allowed to call someone else the tail of the crane. Uzumaki Naruto shouted. Humph. Hyuga Neji said with a cold snort. Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. The Abominable Destiny of the Hyuga Clan. Chapter 160 The Secret of the Hyuga Clan. Advertisement. The Hyuga Clan has a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation, and that is the spell seal technique, Hyuga Neji said coldly. I don't know why, when talking about the 3 words, curse seal, Hyuga Neji's originally beautiful face showed a trace of hideousness, and his eyes flashed with endless pain and hatred. Spell seal? Uzumaki Naruto asked. That spell seal has the meaning offered in a cage. It is a mark of people whose fate is bound and can never escape. As Hyuga Neji said, he stretched out his hand to take down his ninja forehead protector. That's seal technique. Glossy opened a pair of martial arts eyes, saw the weird rune pattern on Hyuga Neji's forehead, and said to himself. He was a Valkyrie in his previous life. How extensive is his knowledge? I can see through the pattern on Hyuga Neji's forehead in an instant. It is actually a kind of sealing technique that can seal the powerful power contained in a person's blood and make that person mediocre. Hyuga Neji, such a powerful talent, I am afraid that it far surpasses Uchiha Sasuke. His bloodline power is bound by the sealing technique, but he can still rely on his own power to get to this point. It is amazing. Glossi was taken aback. Such a heavenly prodigy is rare even in the martial arts world where the strong are like clouds. For a moment, he actually moved with compassion towards Hyuga Neji. Spell seal, is that kind of pattern? Uzumaki Naruto muttered, staring at the mark on Hyuga Neji's forehead in shock. One day when I was 4 years old, I was inflicted with this kind of curse, leaving this disgusting mark on my forehead. Hyuga Neji said slowly. Konaha was holding a grand celebration ceremony that day because Hokage, the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder who had fought against Konaha Village for many years, came to conclude the alliance treaty. It was a grand event on an unprecedented scale. Konaha Village went down to Genin and went up to Hokage. All of them participated in this event. However, there was a group of people who did not attend, and that was the Hyuga clan. Because that day was the third birthday of the long-awaited son of the Zong family, which is the third birthday of Miss Hinata. Hyuga Neji said, turning his eyes to the position of the VIP seat Hyuga Hiyashi, his eyes full, its resentment. My father Hyuga Hizashi, Miss Hinata's father Hyuga Hiyashi, is a twin brother. However, because Miss Hinata's father Hyuga Hiyashi was the firstborn eldest son, he became a member of the clan. Advertisement, my father, who is the second son, can only be a branch house person. That day, everyone was cheering and celebrating Miss Hinata's third birthday, but I was engraved with the curse of caged bird on that day. And this is a destiny that you can't resist. Hyuga Neji's expression at this time was almost ferocious, roaring loudly. Why are they doing this? Uzumaki Naruto said puzzledly. Why is it so deliberately to distinguish between the clan family and the branch house, and what does the mark on your head represent? Huh. This mark is not for decoration. Hyuga Neji quickly recovered his calm and said lightly. This kind of curse seal is the death yoke that the Zong family put on the branch house. As long as the people of the Zong family want, they can kill our branch house people through this curse seal at any time. The master of the clan family has a secret technique that can easily spur the curse mark on the head of the branch house, destroying the brains of the branch house. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to resist. Hyuga Neji closed his gaze back, looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and continued. This kind of curse will accompany us throughout our lives, and will not disappear until we die. Moreover, it also has the ability to seal Byakugan. The Hyuga clan has the best blood inheritance boundary, and there are countless people in the entire ninja world who plot unruly on our bloodlines. And this situation directly led to the birth of our branch house. To put it bluntly, the meaning of our branch house is to protect their clan. And this curse is created so that our branch house can lay down our lives to protect the clan, to succumb to the clan, and to make the Hyuga clan's blood inheritance boundary Byakugan permanently protected. The absolute guarantee that comes out, because, as long as we are unwilling to protect the clan, they will urge the caged bird curse to kill us, Hyuga Neji sneered. How can such a thing exist? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, his face full of incredible. In your eyes, there's light everywhere in Konaha village, and there is no even a little darkness, right? Hyuga Neji said with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. But it's right to think about it. After all, you are the son of Master 4th Hokage. Even if Master 4th Hokage is gone, they will give you some kind of preferential treatment, Hyuga Neji said coldly. Advertisement, your destiny was also destined from the very beginning and cannot be changed. Shut up, Uzumaki Naruto yelled. For some reason, after hearing Hyuga Neji's words, he couldn't help but think of his past. He has no father, no mother, nor any source of income, but 3rd Hokage specially arranged for him a place, his food and accommodation, and sent him to a ninja school. He is a famous crane-tail, very reluctantly graduated from the ninja school, but as soon as he graduated, he was assigned to one of the most powerful jonin in the entire Konaha village Hitaki Kakashi's class. As we all know, Hitaki Kakashi is the disciple of 4th Hokage. Later, he met Jeriah. Although Jeriah often made some very excessive demands on him, but in the end he still accepted him as a disciple, not caring about his stupidity, and guided him to practice again and again. All of this seems to be the same as what Hyuga Neji said. His fate was actually doomed from the moment he was born and cannot be changed. What a great guy, even a very nervous guy like Uzumaki Naruto, was provoked by him to shake his original idea, Glossy said secretly in his heart. However, he was extremely sympathetic to Hyuga Neji. If Hyuga Neji was not born in a branch house, but a clan, and the blood power in his body had not been sealed, then Hyuga Neji's current strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Maybe you can compete with him, Did you also think of something about yourself? Hyuga Neji said with a chuckle. It's none of your business, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Hyuga Neji snorted coldly, and stopped asking Naruto, but continued. After I was sealed with the caged bird, another thing happened soon. Chapter 161 Uzumaki Naruto erupts. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto asked. My father was killed by someone from the clan, Hyuga Neji said with a bit of resentment on his face. Why? Uzumaki Naruto was shocked and said in disbelief. That night, someone sneaked into Hyuga's house and wanted to take Miss Hinata. However, in front of the Hyuga clan who owns Byakugan, His whereabouts have long been revealed. Hyuga Hiyashi personally killed him, Hyuga Neji said. Naruto, do you know who that person is? He asked. Advertisement. Who is he? Uzumaki Naruto asked. He is the subordinate of Raikage-sama who concluded an alliance treaty with our Konaha village. Hyuga Neji smiled sarcastically. Obviously, they didn't mean to conclude an alliance treaty with us at all, but came for the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan. What happened later? Uzumaki Naruto said. After the plan failed, the country of Thunder used the killing of its own ninja as an excuse to accuse Konaha of breaking the treaty and made many unreasonable demands. Therefore, Konaha and the country of Thunder had a fierce conflict and almost went to war. However, at that time Konaha advocated peace as the most important thing and made a deal with Thunder Country. Hyuga Neji said disdainfully. Deal? Uzumaki Naruto murmured. Thunder Country has requested that the body of the Hyuga clan, the head of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan blood succession limits, must be handed over, Hyuga Neji said. It's too much, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. The person in charge of the village at the time should be Grandpa third generation. He would definitely not agree to this condition, would he? Naive. Hyuga Neji said with a merciless sneer. You are the son of Lord Fourth Hokage who has lived with meticulous attention since he was a child. You know what darkness is. This is impossible, Uzumaki Naruto murmured, unable to believe his ears. Konaha finally agreed to the conditions of Thunder Country, Hyuga Neji said. Therefore, there was no war between Konaha and Thunder Country. Advertisement. But, Hinata's father is still alive. Uzumaki Naruto said, suddenly remembering something. Suddenly he stopped, and closed his mouth. Because, he suddenly figured out what was going on. In order to protect the clan, my father became a stand-in for the Hyuga clan and gave his life for Konaha. Hyuga Neji shouted sharply. If you want to get rid of this disgusting curse, there is no other way than death. They are obviously twins of equal strength, but because of the difference in birth order, their fate was decided in this way. And your destiny in this game was decided when you met me. You have no chance to win me 1 in 10,000, he said while putting on the forehead protector again. On the head, said Senran. Give up. Next, I won't have any more mercy. How can I know if I don't try this kind of thing? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Swipe. Hyuga Neji slammed forward, extremely fast, and slapped Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen with a violent palm, flying him more than 5 meters away. Invigilator, it's over, Hyuga Neji said to Shiranui Genma. Wait. Just when Shiranui Genma was about to announce the end of the game, Uzumaki Naruto struggled to get up from the ground and shouted. The battle is not over yet. Are you sure? Hyuga Neji said calmly. If you don't know how to advance or retreat, I will kill you. The real battle has just begun. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile on his face. I originally wanted to use this trick on Rock Lee. But now, I have to use it. Otherwise, I will be eliminated. I have hit the chakra points all over your body. What other tricks can you use? Hyuga Neji sneered. Stop struggling, I really don't want to kill you. I'm afraid you can't kill me, Uzumaki Naruto said. He slowly folded his hands together, forming a weird seal. He wants to make chakra again and fight Hyuga Neji to the death. It's useless. The chakra acupoint is blocked by the gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan. It is impossible for him to break through. An elite Chunin said with emotion. I like this kid, but, hey, the other person felt very sorry. There is no mediocre person who can break into the third match. For some reason, Glossy agreed with Hyuga Neji's words. At the very least, from the perspective of Uzumaki Naruto alone, if he is not the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, then he is not qualified to be the container of the sealed Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and will not be accepted as a disciple by Jeriah. Advertisement Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro and others also looked serious and carefully observed Uzumaki Naruto. Before that, they had never put this guy in their eyes. However, now they have a deep sense of crisis. This power is Nine Tails, Hitaki Kakashi murmured with a change of expression somewhere in the stands. He has been practicing with Master Jeriah for more than 20 days. Can he use the power of Nine Tails for the first time? He is just a child, not a weapon in your mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Didn't he have been hit on the chakra acupuncture point? How can he make chakra? Tenten said shockingly. That's it. Suddenly, at the top of the central building, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen raised 2 brilliant lights in his eyes, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with surprise and joy. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto not only successfully created chakra, but this chakra is several times or even 10 times stronger than before. What's the difference? 4th Kazekage sneered and said, anyway, at the end of the day, this kid has to become a weapon after all, just like my son. Is this really Naruto? Such a powerful chakra? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, his face full of incredible. One after another powerful chakra bursts out of Uzumaki Naruto's body, like invisible energy and vigor, rushing in all directions. That kind of power was so powerful that it was blowing Hyuga Neji's hair and clothes frantically like a violent wind. There was a trace of relief on his face. How is this possible? Hyuga Neji was the closest to Uzumaki Naruto, and he naturally felt the powerful force bursting out of Uzumaki Naruto's body. His face was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. Sure enough, this is the focus of Jeriah's guidance in his practice, Glossy said in his heart. Chapter 162 The Power of Nine Tails vs. Revolving Heaven. Naruto, Come on, Haruno Sakura couldn't bear the excitement in his heart anymore, and suddenly stood up from his seat, waving his arms and shouting at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, defeat Hyuga Neji. I believe you can. Nara Shikamaru's performance today is very different from the decadent appearance of the past. He kept yelling at Uzumaki Naruto in the court, as if he had been beaten with blood. Uzumaki Naruto, come on, Uzumaki Naruto, come on. Uzumaki Naruto, come on. The cheers of Haruno Sakura and Nara Shikamaru were quickly received by countless people in the stands, and one after another joined the ranks of shouting for Uzumaki Naruto. A genius is the most dazzling no matter where you go, especially a person like Hyuga Neji with a noble background and excellent appearance. It is the focus of countless people's attention. However, while people worship idols and geniuses, they also have infinite sympathy and compassion for weaknesses. Therefore, when they see Uzumaki Naruto being beaten down by Hyuga Neji, they can't help but lean towards Uzumaki Naruto. In addition, considering the level of appreciation of the game, they do not want to see a one-sided situation without any suspense. Therefore, when Uzumaki Naruto burst into such a powerful force in the desperate situation, the applause was thunderous and excited. Evenly matched, fierce battles are what they like to see the most. Neji. Neji. Neji, of course, the number of hardcore fans of Hyuga Neji is amazing, and most of them are young women. Their voices are sharp and high-pitched, and their momentum is not weaker than those who cheer for Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement suddenly, the supporters of Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji formed a short-term balance, and no one could overwhelm the opponent. The atmosphere in the stands outside the stadium is so intense, the atmosphere inside the stadium is even more tense. Through a pair of Byakugan, Hyuga Neji can clearly see the tyrannical chakra continuously pouring out of Uzumaki Naruto. The power of this chakra has long surpassed the level of Genin Chunin and even Jonin, and it is terrifying. Uzumaki Naruto at this moment is like a beacon in the dark night, with dazzling light shining in all directions. One after another invisible chakra is galloping, like an invisible gale, which is shocking. The appearance of such a powerful chakra on a Genin is incredible. What a powerful force. The expression on Hyuga Neji's face was unprecedentedly solemn, and a pair of Byakugan stared at Uzumaki Naruto, and said in a deep voice. This is my assassin. I have never used it to anyone. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said to Hyuga Neji. You are the first person to let me use this power. Am I the first person? It's really an honor. Hyuga Neji said with a wry smile on his face. This should be the power of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox in you? He asked. So you all know this? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said. He didn't mean to conceal anything, and directly and generously admitted. For a long time, I thought that only I knew about this. But in fact, all of you know it, and I'm the only one who is kept in the dark. This is the meaning of the high level in the village, and they are doing this to protect you, Hyuga Neji said. However, you can already use part of the power of Nine Tails, which is quite remarkable. Actually, I think you are even more remarkable. Uzumaki Naruto said. You have been sealed with a part of Byakugan's abilities by the family, Caged Bird, Curse, but you can develop the Byakugan Master to this level. You are indeed a unique genius. Well, you and I don't have to praise each other. Hyuga Neji said coldly. After all, you and I are opponents, so we must be on top of each other. Then you have to be careful, I am very strong now. Uzumaki Naruto grinned and said. What you rely on is the external force of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, not the power that you cultivated yourself. Hyuga Neji said. So, although your current chakra volume is far above mine, the purely attributed power you use is far less than mine. You are still not my opponent now, he said proudly. It's useless to say more, just take it, Uzumaki Naruto said. Boom. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 3 sharp kunai flew quickly. As Uzumaki Naruto's strength increased, the power he projected greatly increased, both in terms of speed and strength, far better than before. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto's body disappeared. It's so fast, as expected, my strength skyrocketed several times. Hyuga Neji was taken aback. However, he didn't feel scared, because his Byakugan's insight was almost 360 degrees, and there was no dead end. Neji, come on, this move will determine the winner, recruited. Uzumaki Naruto jumped out of the ring, suddenly concentrated all the chakra on the right fist, and slammed it at Hyuga Neji. Just now, if Neji would use the hidden weapon technique taught me by Master to volley down all 3 Kuwu, and then use Revolving Heaven, for defense, wouldn't Naruto even have the opportunity to get close? Tenten blinked. Staring at the battle in the arena without blinking, a heart beats violently, and said secretly. Come on, I will convince you to lose, Hyuga Neji yelled. Revolving Heaven. Revolving Heaven. Hyuga Neji yelled, releasing a powerful chakra up and down all over his body, and then the whole person swiftly rotated, and immediately flew the 3 kunai bullets out. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, she seemed to understand the power of the hidden weapon technique that Glossy taught her. He captured the figure of Uzumaki Naruto in an instant, with both hands, posing the iconic action of the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. With a loud bang, the two slammed into each other fiercely. For a time, the smoke and dust filled them, covering their shadows. Woo! Hyuga Neji has superb physical skills, Byakugan's insight is amazing, and gentle fist is superb. Close hand-to-hand combat should have crushed Uzumaki Naruto. However, Uzumaki Naruto at this time is so powerful, every move and every style seems to be powerful, making it difficult to resist. Therefore, the two men ended up in a tie for a time, and it was difficult to distinguish the outcome. However, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto took advantage of the opportunity to attack. Hyuga Neji's old power has disappeared and the new power has not yet emerged, so he can no longer defend with Revolving Heaven, and can only find Kuwu from his bag to face the soaring strength of Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 163 Victor, Hyuga Neji. What happened? Which of them won? Someone shouted emotionally in the stands. Who can tell me what happened to the battle? Smoke and dust filled Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. The fierce collision aroused the infinite enthusiasm of the audience in the stands. They all set their sights on the ninja closest to them, hoping to get answers from them. It is a pity that these ninjas are silent, all staring at the playing field unblinking eyes, ignoring anyone. Neji. By Hoshinoyuki's side, the girl grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, rubbing it constantly. Obviously, she was extremely nervous at this time. Neji, I believe you will not lose, Tenten said to himself. However, the light in her eyes was flickering, and she seemed not so confident anymore. Naruto. Haruno Sakura yelled worriedly. Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Aburame Shino and others stared at the court for an instant, and were extremely concerned about the outcome of this battle. I don't know how long it took before the smoke and dust in the venue finally dissipated. People soon discovered that Hyuga Neji was standing there with difficulty, breathing heavily. There were scars everywhere on his body. Obviously, in the fierce collision just now, even as strong as him, he suffered serious injuries. Not far away, Uzumaki Naruto was lying motionless on the ground. Neji. You really are the best. I love you, Neji, be my male god. Neji, the strongest, Neji, the strongest, advertisement. Thunderous shouts erupted from the stands immediately, and countless people were shouting the name of Hyuga Neji. In today's battle, Hyuga Neji did show a strong match with his first genius. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground under Hyuga Neji's feet cracked. Uzumaki Naruto fiercely got out of it, and slammed his fist against Hyuga Neji's chin. This time, he exhausted his whole body's strength and wanted to determine the outcome with one move. What? Seeing such a scene, countless people were shocked. They originally thought that the battle was over, but they never thought that Uzumaki Naruto would still have a backhand and confuse the opponent with Shadow Clone, while the real body lurked at the feet of Hyuga Neji to give him a fatal blow. Neji. Tenten yelled worriedly. Naruto, come on, Haruno Sakura was so excited that he clapped his hands desperately to cheer for Uzumaki Naruto. Good boy. Even Hitaki Kakashi had to admit that Uzumaki Naruto's hand was so beautiful that he fought back against the Jedi. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Glossy also admired in his heart, but it's a pity, hey. At this moment, the seemingly unsuspecting Hyuga Neji suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's hand without letting it go. Gentle Fist's power shook out, and Uzumaki Naruto's full blow was resolved in one fell swoop. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. What he didn't expect was that he had spent so much energy to plant such a series of traps, and he was actually seen through by Hyuga Neji. Uzumaki Naruto, what I told you, my eyes have almost reached 360 degrees, and there are no dead ends. Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. You can't hide everything from my eyes. The battle is far from over, Uzumaki Naruto shouted. It's over. Hyuga Neji said coldly. Examiner, if you don't announce the result of the game, I will kill him. Okay, the first round is over. The winner, Hyuga Neji. Shiranui Genma clearly felt the killing intent in Hyuga Neji's eyes, did not dare to delay, and immediately announced the end of the game loudly. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and is also the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails Demon Fox. I don't know the fire Genma dare not watch Uzumaki Naruto be killed anyway. Advertisement, I'm not convinced. I haven't lost yet, and the battle is far from over, Uzumaki Naruto yelled unwillingly. Naruto, stop making trouble, you have done very well. Suddenly, Jeriah's low voice rang in Uzumaki Naruto's ears. You lose to Hyuga Neji now, just because you are not proficient in the power of Nine Tails Demon Fox Master. In 2 months, you will be far above him. Don't be discouraged, let alone shame. Remember, you are the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Pervy Sage. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent. He looked around, but did not find Jiraiya's whereabouts, and immediately knew that the other party was reluctant to show up easily to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hyuga Neji, I lost. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hyuga Neji intently and said loudly. However, if we meet again next time, I will definitely defeat you. Perhaps. Hyuga Neji said lightly. Your potential is very big, and you will surely practice 1,000 miles in the future. And I, already bound by the caged bird, cursed seal, the ending is already doomed. You. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth, trying to say something comforting, but couldn't say anything. He sighed and walked out of the playing field dejectedly. The first round, the winner, Hyuga Neji. For a time, the entire stadium was filled with shouts and cheers from the audience, who desperately cheered for Neji. However, only a few people know that Hyuga Neji's future is dark. At the beginning, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally went to the Hyuga family to plead with Hyuga Hiyashi to lift Hyuga Neji's caged bird seal, but was tactfully rejected. In the second round, Aburame Shino vs Konkuro. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Konkuro had simply abstained. In this way, Aburame Shino won without a fight and successfully advanced. The third round, Rock Lee vs Gaara, is about to begin. Gaara, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, all three are the protagonists. No one can escape. Ohaha. Chapter 164 The Battle of Gaara. 1. In the third round, Rock Lee vs Gaara. Invite 2 contestants to the field. Shiranui Genma shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. Have you finally waited for me? Gaara looked savage and laughed wildly. At this moment, he was like a Shira escaping from hell, exuding a terrible suffocation. It feels like he is a battle-tested executioner who kills countless people, and he is by no means a mere genin. Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and you, Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara suddenly cast his sharp eyes to Uchiha Sasuke not far away, and said sternly. The three of you will all die in my hands, and all will become the nourishment of Shira's power in the rolling yellow sand. No one can escape. Huh. Faced with Gaara's naked provocation, Uchiha Sasuke was not angry. He snorted first, and then said, seeing that you are so arrogant, I really want to personally teach you a lesson, and let you know what is called heaven and earth. However, it is a pity that you have no chance of breaking through the Rock Lee level at all. Uchiha's kid, do you really dare to say it? Konkuro sneered next to him and said. Gaara's true strength has never been revealed in front of people. The little ghost called Rock Lee is very strong, even if you are the genin who is among the best in Konaha, he can even spray a little wave in front of Gaara. Can't find it out, and, one thing I'm sure is that Rock Lee is dead. A guy who didn't even have the courage to go to the battle and chose to abstain, but it's really uncomfortable to speak up here. At this time, Aburame Shino also walked out and said unceremoniously. Although his relationship with Uchiha Sasuke is not very good, after all, they're from Konaha, and he has great respect for Rock Lee. He heard Konkuro's rants, and immediately walked over to counterattack. Konkuro was immediately furious when he heard the words. He chose to abstain from participating in the battle, naturally not because he was afraid of Aburame Shino, but because of a deeper reason. He knew that the battle between Sand Shinobi, Atonin and Konaha could break out at any time, and his strength was far behind Gaara, and it was impossible to defeat his opponent effortlessly. Once he participates in the battle, even if he defeats Aburame Shino, he must lose both. When the war broke out, he might even be a problem if he could survive, let alone perform combat missions. And now, Aburame Shino actually walked over and pointed at his nose and said that he was a coward and didn't have the courage to fight him. How to make him not angry? Advertisement, what are you? If you are not convinced, we will go to the arena for a battle, Aburame Shino said coldly. Konkuro, you shut up. At this moment, Gaara said sharply. Our ninjas at Sand Shinobi village never need to be eloquent. Our style is always hands-on and never nonsense. Haha, Gaara is right, we don't have common knowledge with them. Tamari also stepped forward and took Konkuro's hand, for fear that Konkuro would ruin the battle plan they had already made in an angry way. I have a battle with you sooner or later. Konkuro suppressed the anger in his heart forcibly and said coldly. Coward. Uchiha Sasuke said disdainfully. And you, Gaara, hurry up and learn about the methods of Rock Lee, one of the most powerful genin in Konaha village. He originally wanted to talk about genin, the most powerful Konaha village, but when the words came to his lips, he added, 1. Because there is still a trace of thought in his heart. Perhaps, he can defeat Rock Lee by using a lot of mature Sharingan and the powerful A-level ninjutsu he learned from Hitaki Kakashi. As one of Konaha's strongest genin. Haha. Gaara laughed wildly. You wait and see how I can kill Rock Lee with absolute strength. Boom. With a soft sound, the big gourd stopper behind Gaara's back bounced, and a large piece of yellow sand flew out of it. Gaara jumped on top of the yellow sand, and immediately flew towards the playing field like clouds and fog. Such a blazing scene, after being noticed by countless audiences in the stands, immediately caused them to shout with great excitement and madness. In the ninja world, there are only a handful of ninjas that can fly. According to legend, so far, only 2nd Tsuchikage and 3rd Tsuchikage of Rock Shinobi village can do it. Even with the help of external forces and summoning beasts, a ninja who can fly in the air is extremely rare. Now, Gaara is only a mere genin, and he can actually fly with his own ninjutsu. What a shocking thing is this. What's more, Gaara has cold eyes and a fierce temperament, like a murderous god who rushes to the field of competition. How confident is this for himself? Such a person is naturally an idol worthy of worship for the ninja world who has been in war for a long time and worships the strong. Advertisement, Gaara, you are so cool, a young girl screamed. Master Gaara, let me be your maid. The other girl yelled desperately, not to be outdone. Gaara, I have time at night, are you interested in letting me go with you to see the stars? A bold girl hinted to Gaara so fiercely. For a time, the entire playing field was going to boil. All of them were cheering, shouting, cheering for Gaara. Cut. You know that being in the limelight is just a young man after all. Seeing this scene, Glossi couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't make any fancy moves. One jumped from the viewing stand, and then walked towards Shiranui Genma. Huh? Who is that ugly ghost? Is he the opponent of Master Gaara? The sharp-eyed man spotted Glossi and asked loudly. Well, he is Rock Lee. Konaha village's famous wastewood. It is said that he can only practice physical skills, not ninjutsu and illusion, said a person next to him. Hey, what a pity, it turned out to be a trash. I thought Gaara's opponent is very strong, so I can see Gaara's handsome figure. A young girl sighed. Hey, that ugly watermelon head, I think you'd better give up directly, lest you get beaten up by Master Gaara, and lose our face in Konaha village. Rough eyebrows, you are so ugly, go down soon, watermelon peel, give up. Chapter 165 The Battle of Gaara. 2. The insults and curses pierced Glossy in the field like a sharp sword, but Glossy looked as usual from beginning to end, and his heart was like an ancient well, calm. He lived for more than 1,000 years in his previous life and stepped into the supreme realm of the Valkyrie. What kind of vicissitudes of life and the ups and downs of the world have not been seen? How can you get angry because of others' ridicule and lose your peace of mind? No matter which world you are in, there are only two things that can determine the treatment a person receives. One is the face. The second is strength. And these two things play a decisive role in strength. Glossy was lucky. He failed in the most terrifying 999 calamity, but he did not die by chance. He traveled to this ninja world and had the opportunity to do it again. But at the same time, he was also unfortunate, because the appearance of Rock Lee, who was possessed by him, was really not flattering, let alone handsome, even ordinary and reluctant. What's even more speechless is that Rock Lee is still a notorious crap. In the ninja world, he cannot practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice the most common and hopeless physical skills. Because of this, Glossy now suffers such unfair treatment. Without looks and strength, no matter where he goes, he will not be respected. Even if this is Konaha, this is Glossy's home field, he is still reduced to Gaara's supporting role. Rock Lee, in today's battle, I will completely rectify your name and make you famous in one battle, Glossy said secretly in his heart. Except for physical skills, I will not use any abilities, and even the martial arts' heavenly eyes will be closed. I will use facts to declare to all those who look down on you, they are blind. Hey, is that person Rock Lee in your mouth? The girl next to Hoshinoyuki sneered. Look at his stupid look. He is like a fool. Even if he dares to compare with Neji, is he worthy? Idiot. Hoshinoyuki said coldly. Actually, even if you lose this bet, I don't plan to let you kneel in front of me to admit defeat. After all, everyone is from Konaha village. This will inevitably hurt your peace. But now, haha. You have to kneel in front of me and kowtow to admit your mistakes. Hoshinoyuki's tone was already a little cold. You make me completely angry. You. What if you are angry? The girl was startled at first, and then said with a sneer. That Rock Lee is just a rubbish. In this ninja world, he can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice the most rubbish physical skills. What can he do? Advertisement. Physical skills can also be invincible in the world. Hoshinoyuki said lightly. You don't need to say any more. With your IQ, I can't explain it clearly to you. Look at the results on the battlefield, that can explain everything. Humph. The girl was extremely angry when she was scolded by Hoshinoyuki twice as an idiot. She wanted to have a seizure, but when she saw the forehead protector on Hoshinoyuki's forehead, she had to dispel such thoughts. Even the weakest genin is not something ordinary people like her can provoke. These idiots who only look at people's appearance don't know how powerful Lee is, Tenten said with a sneer. This battle will completely slap these idiots in the face. Well, I believe in Rock Lee's strength, Hyuga Hinata said in a voice smaller than a mosquito. Rock Lee, I thought I would have to wait until the finals to meet you. I didn't expect to be able to fight with you so soon. Gaara stared at Glossy unblinkingly with cold eyes, and said sternly, It's so exciting. Excitement and madness gleamed in his eyes, and terrible killing intent continuously radiated from his body. His killing intent was so strong that even Shiranui Genma, who was Jonin, frowned and was surprised. Do you feel very excited? I don't think so much, Glossy said lightly. For me, it's the same whether I meet you, Uchiha Sasuke or Hyuga Neji. His speed is too fast. That watermelon head, he is dead, Kankuro said coldly from the stand. The third round, now begins, Shiranui Shuenjin nodded and said loudly. At the moment Shiranui Genma announced the start, large swaths of yellow sand burst out of the big gourd behind Gaara. The yellow sand is suspended around Gaara's body, as if there is life, and it is firmly protected inside. Advertisement, wow. Good boy, this kind of momentum is so powerful, it actually blocked Sand Shinobi's murderous aura. Shiranui Genma looked at Glossy in surprise, and said to himself. Perhaps, this waste wood in everyone's eyes will bring people a big surprise and burst an unprecedented super upset. Woo! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rock Lee, you are really strong. Gaara's eyes flashed with crazy killing light, and suddenly turned her head to Shiranui Genma and shouted. Examiner, let's announce the start soon, I can't bear it anymore and want to kill him. As soon as this aura exuded, it immediately blocked the terrifying murderous aura from Gaara's body. At the same time, a powerful aura radiated from Glossy, that was the aura that belonged only to the warrior, swallowing mountains and rivers, swept the world, and his body was above all things in the world. At the beginning, he was very worried about whether Glossy was Gaara's opponent, and whether Gaara would kill him with absolute advantage. He had already made up his mind, and once he saw that the situation was not right, he would rush to save people. But now, he was completely relieved. What do you mean by this? Gaara said coldly. What I mean is very simple, that is, whether it is you, Uchiha Sasuke, or Hyuga Neji, as long as you meet me, the ending is already doomed. Glossy said proudly. Apart from being defeated and eliminated, there is no second possibility. Like the wind, like electricity, the wind speeds. However, just as he just finished speaking this sentence, Glossy in the field moved. At this moment, he was like a flood dragon crawling out of a deep pool, like a tiger descending a mountain, from extreme silence to extreme movement in an instant, rushing towards Gaara like lightning. Chapter 166 The Battle of Gaara. 3. Too fast. It's so fast. Glossy turned into a black light and shadow, rushing toward Gaara fiercely. He hasn't made any moves yet, but the indomitable momentum that he exudes when he is running at the moment has already moved countless people. So fast, Uchiha Sasuke had already opened a pair of Sharingan, staring at Glossy on the battlefield without blinking, for fear of missing every movement of Glossy. He was defeated in the hands of Glossy, knowing that his physical skills are super terrifying. Even if he does not know how to ninjutsu or illusion, he is definitely the most terrifying opponent. He opened his Sharingan early, just to copy and study Glossy's tactics, so as to defeat Glossy in the subsequent battle. His Sharingan has been used very skillfully after Hitaki Kakashi's careful guidance for a month. He thought he could easily see through Glossy's physical skills now. However, what he didn't expect was that Glossy had just started to attack, and the terrifying speed had already shocked him. Because, he found that he was a little bit unable to capture Glossy's figure. How can this be? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. He knew that this was definitely not Glossy's full strength. The battle has just begun, everything is just testing the opponent. Rock Lee, are you so strong? Uchiha Sasuke stared at Glossy's figure and said silently in his heart. Why? His speed is so fast. Kankuro and Temari, who had always been full of self-confidence, were shocked at the same time, with horror on their faces. They had never thought that a person could be so strong just by relying on physical skills. It's too fast, even me. I can only defend with revolving heaven, or adopt a tactic that hurts both sides. Hyuga Neji's eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. Did you see it? That's Rock Lee. In your eyes, you can only practice physical skills, but can't practice ninjutsu and illusion. Hoshinoyuki looked at the stunned girl with triumphant eyes, and said proudly. Also, I tell you, this is far from Rock Lee's true strength. How is this possible? The girl murmured, her eyes filled with unbelief. These things are troublesome to say, but in fact they happened in an instant. Glossy was like a blast of lightning, deceiving him to Gaara in an instant. When Gaara was still more than 1 meter away, he suddenly jumped high, and the whole person quickly turned around in the air, with a right leg like a steel whip, slamming against Gaara's head fiercely. Leaf Hurricane, advertisement, so fast. Gaara also contracted her pupils. However, the yellow sand floating around his body did not hesitate, and it met Glossy, who had attacked from mid-air with great precision. Boom! With a loud noise, Glossy's right leg slammed against Gaara's yellow sand. His power was so great that he broke Gaara's sand all at once, and yellow smoke filled the field. How is this possible? He actually broke the sand Gaara used to defend with one move. Kankuro's eyes widened and said in amazement. Not only is the speed terrifying, but the power is also amazing. Hitaki Kakashi stared at Glossy without blinking, muttering to himself. This kid will definitely be another guy a few years later. No, his future is brighter than Guy. Because he is only 13 years old this year and has unlimited potential. Whose disciple is this kid? Fourth Kage asked in a deep voice with a dignified look in his eyes. He had always thought that Gaara could sweep all genin, but the appearance of this genin named Rock Lee gave him a deep sense of crisis. Perhaps, Gaara, who has placed Sand Shinobi's greatest expectations, may be defeated. Master Funying should be able to guess, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slight smile. Sure enough, Might Guy's disciple. Fourth Kage looked cold. Konaha village is full of talents. Whether it is Rock Lee, or the previous Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto, they are rare talents. Master Funying praised. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. You? The look on Gaara's face suddenly changed. In the past 10 years, he has never been broken by any one of the sand defenses. Take the move, gourd baby. Glossy shouted. His right leg smashed Gaara's sand defense, and his strength had been weakened by more than half. However, he can still inflict heavy damage on Gaara with the remaining power. You are too arrogant, Gaara said sternly. He suddenly took 2 steps to the right, avoiding Glossy's attack in advance. At the same time, the crushed sand immediately gathered together again, and rushed toward Glossy fiercely. Give it to me. Glossy didn't evade, directly swinging his right fist, and blasted at the attacking sand fiercely. Boom! In the loud noise, Gaara's sand was broken up again. But Glossy took advantage of this opportunity, and the whole person rushed towards Gaara with lightning speed. Gaara. Advertisement, Sand Shinobi's so-called ultimate weapon is nothing more than this. Glossy did not take advantage of the victory, but stopped. He pointed at Gaara, who fell on the ground, and said lightly. The world of the ninja is so realistic and cruel, the strong are respected, and the weak will lose everything. Glossy was once ridiculed by everyone, but when he showed strong enough strength, his status immediately changed drastically. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Perhaps, you don't have to rely too much on ninjutsu and illusion, you can also reach the top of Jonin by relying on physical skills. Boom! Glossy's fist hit Gaara's face firmly. His strength was so great that he directly shot Gaara more than 2 meters away. Except for a few people such as Might Guy and Tenten, no one can believe that a person can be so powerful just by relying on physical skills. Glossy's strong performance has completely subverted their understanding of physical skills. Rock Lee. Such a scene immediately silenced the entire playing field. Everyone's faces were wide open, their eyes widened, and they stared at Glossy, who was standing motionless, in shock. Careful. Rock Lee, you are Konaha's strongest genin. Hoshinoyuki stood up from his seat and screamed loudly at Glossy. Soon, under the lead of Hoshinoyuki and Tenten, countless people joined the ranks of cheering for Glossy. No, Rock Lee is the most powerful genin in the entire ninja world. Tenten was not to be outdone, and shouted with his fists. Rock Lee! Rock Lee! Konkuro and Tamari could no longer sit still, and shouted loudly at the court. Chapter 167, Auto-generated chapter title. The 167th chapter is not broken. Gaara was knocked to the ground. His teacher Baki, his companions Konkuro, Tamari, all three were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. You know, Gaara is hailed as the ultimate weapon of Sand Shinobi Village, not just talking. Gaara's strength is too strong. Although he still bears the name of genin, his true strength is already close to Jonin. If not, how could Sand Shinobi Village send him to perform tasks of B difficulty, and he can return unscathed? In fact, Gaara is almost invincible in the entire Sand Shinobi Village, except for 4th Kazekage and several legendary older generation characters. Even his teacher Baki is not sure that he can beat Gaara. Because Gaara's sand defense ninjutsu is too pervert, almost immune to all physical attacks. However, the current Gaara was smashed in the face with a physical punch, and fell to the ground neatly. Even the automatic defense of sand cannot be defended. How can people not be shocked? Wow! As Gaara fell to the ground, all the sand floating around his body fell to the ground, as if he had lost his life. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall, don't you have so little ability, right? Glossy said lightly. For this battle, I also have some expectations. I hope you don't let me down too much. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Gaara, who fell on the ground, let out a crazy laugh. Although he was laughing, his laughter contained endless killing intent, which was chilling and creepy. This feeling. Awful. Konkuro's face suddenly changed in the stands, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Does he want? Shut up, Konkuro. Tamari snapped. I know. Konkuro was taken aback, and closed his mouth, not daring to say anything. Advertisement. It's like this. It looks like a final weapon. Glossy naturally felt the kind of killing intent emanating from Gaara's body, but how could he care about it? As a warrior in his previous life, his hands were covered with blood, and the enemies he faced were all murderers. Gaara's murderous aura is extremely strong, and any genin or even chunin and his opponent will be greatly affected. But for Glossi, this is a pediatrics, not worth mentioning at all. Ha ha ha. Gaara continued to laugh. He slowly got up from the ground. With his movements, the yellow sand on the ground seemed to regain vitality, surrounding and floating around his body again. FK. Suddenly, a yellow object fell from Gaara's face and hit the ground. With a sound, the object turned into a pile of yellow sand. Huh, you actually covered your body with sand. Glossy was slightly surprised, then said, I have read your intelligence information. It says that you have performed many missions but have never been injured. This is the reason, right? Rock Lee, I'm going to kill you. Gaara looked fierce, like a ghost crawling out of hell, murderous. His face was covered with terrible cracks, as if the finest porcelain in the world had been crushed. Pieces of earth yellow lumps fell from his face to the ground, and then turned into yellow sand and melted into the sand. This is your second layer of defense, right? Glossy smiled and said, your first layer of defense has been extremely cracked. Those who are not extremely fast and those who are far above you cannot break it. Moreover, even if your first layer of defense is broken, your body's sand armor is covered. It can also offset most of the attack power. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall is really fame, he said in admiration. Rock Lee, I want you to die, Gaara said sternly. Although Glossy was admiring him, it fell sharper in his ears, because it's like a condescending comment from a winner to a loser. Wow. The yellow sand around Gaara's body rushed towards him, recondensing into an armor of sand covering his body. Soon, Gaara's face was restored as before, completely restored. Rock Lee, take out all your abilities. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will never get the chance again, Gaara shouted. Because that kind of speed is too fast, it has completely exceeded the speed of his body and nerves, and even the automatic defense sand can't keep up. The defeated general, dared to speak wild words, Glossy said coldly, isn't it just a layer of sand armor? See how I peel it off. Advertisement, that's the starting hand of the forbidden technique in physical surgery. Hitaki Kakashi had already opened Sharingan's left eye, staring at the court without blinking, and said in shock. Woo! Suddenly, Glossy rushed out like lightning. This time, his speed turned out to be faster than before. He kept spinning around Gaara like a swift. Damn it! So fast! Gaara yelled angrily. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A light and shadow flashed, and Glossy appeared at Gaara's feet for an instant. He kicked Gaara's chin with his right foot, and kicked Gaara into the air more than 2 meters high. Although he doesn't seem to care, he is actually fully prepared. However, what he didn't expect was that even so, he still did not defend against Glossy's attack. Your Sand Shinobi village is also intimidating, and the strength of Gaara is probably comparable to that of Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. As you wish. Glossy said lightly. I really didn't expect that the super-physical technique that shook the world in the past would have reappeared. Fourth Kazekage said with a full face of disgust. In addition to Might Guy, you Konaha actually have such a genius in physical skills. Don't fret, let go. Gaara relied on her double defense and was not afraid of Glossy's attack, so she stood motionless and provoked loudly. Brush. His speed is so fast that a gust of gusts of wind blows up in the process of running. Under the gust of wind, the competition venue was instantly dusty, and it was difficult for the eyes to see objects. The world martial arts, no strength cannot be broken, but quickness is not broken. Gulok's Chapter 168, Auto-generated chapter title. The 168th chapter but so, in martial arts in the world, no strength is not broken, but fast is not broken. Glossy's voice blasted into Gaara's ears like a muffled thunder, making his head buzzing, and Jang-er almost fainted. At this moment, Gaara's idea of a strong man that had been erected from the moment he was born was shaken. Ninja, what is ninja? Gaara understands it as a Grandmaster ninja. How to become a powerful ninja? For a long time, Gaara believes that he must have a strong and abundant chakra, an irresistible ninjutsu, a fierce and ruthless way of doing things, and a thought of not having any compassion towards the enemy in order to become a powerful ninja. In fact, from the moment he was born, his father Fourth Kazekage taught him the same way. He is the Jinchuriki of one tail, and chakra is almost inexhaustible. His unique ninjutsu for manipulating sand is a combination of offense and defense, invincible. He killed and decisively dealt with the enemy ruthlessly, even those closest to him died in his hands. For a long time, Gaara believed that as long as he walked along this path, he would be invincible sooner or later. However, in today's battle with Glossy, the opponent showed him a way of fighting that he had never heard of and had never seen before. The other party actually suppressed him completely by relying on the physique that everyone looked down on and thought it was rubbish, and beat him with no power to fight back. Shame. This is a huge shame. While Gaara felt the deep shame, he knew his weakness clearly. He relied too much on his own ninjutsu, too conceited on his own sand's automatic defense. Once his sand defense is broken and the enemy is bullied to him, it will be his worst nightmare. Because his physical skills are too weak, advertisement. In fact, if it were not for him to cover his body with sand and use the sand armor to offset most of the power of Glossy's punch, he would have been hit hard just now and would have lost more than half of his combat effectiveness. Even through the sand armor, he can deeply feel how powerful and terrifying Glossy's power is. You die for me. Gaara yelled frantically. Wow. With Gaara's roar, the sand around his body seemed to have life, and it rushed towards Glossy from all directions. A needless struggle. Glossy said lightly, 8 inner gates. The first door, open the door, open. What? The first door of 8 inner gates was opened in an instant. How is this possible? Hitaki Kakashi said in disbelief with a shocked expression. Does he have reached the realm of perfection for this forbidden technique, master? Lee, I didn't misread you. Come on, blow up the gourd baby in Sand Shinobi Village. In another direction, Might Guy clenched his fists hard. His face was full of pride. Woo! In an instant, Glossy's speed became even faster, and he escaped Gaara San's culling in an instant. His head is down and his legs are up. One of the right legs, like a steel whip, slammed into Gaara's face fiercely. Block it for me. Gaara desperately urged the sand to defend, but Glossy's speed was too fast. His sand ninjutsu couldn't catch up with Glossy's figure, so naturally there was no way to defend. NS. Boom. Glossy's right foot hit Gaara's face fiercely, and a heavy and domineering force immediately spread to Gaara's body through the sand armor. Gaara's sand armor has amazing defensive power, which can offset most physical attacks. Even the average Jonin can't help it. But who is Glossy? His previous life was a god of war, and the Grandmaster had countless terrifying martial arts skills, such as passing fire across the salary, and beating oxen across the mountain. He knows no fewer than 7 or 8 kinds of skills. Gaara. Careful. Advertisement in the spectator stand. Both Konkuro and Temari changed their faces. At this moment, they finally let go of their original mentality of being superior, and became nervous and anxious. Because they found that genin named Rock Lee can really pose a threat to Gaara. Is this the only physical technique in the legend forbidden technique? 8 inner gates? Uchiha Sasuke glared at Sharingan, staring at the situation on the battlefield, muttering to himself. Too strong, too strong. Hyuga Neji stared at Glossy unblinkingly, with a look of amazement. Although he had known that Glossy was very strong, he had never thought that Glossy was so strong. Bang. 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 Glossy won the power and kicked out 3 kicks continuously, each kicking firmly on Gaara's face. That kind of heavy power was really terrifying. It didn't cause any damage to the sand armor on Gaara's body, but it directly hit her face through it. In other words, it is equivalent to the sand armor on Gaara's body surface that did not play any defensive role. With his physical body, he abruptly withstood the 4 consecutive attacks of Glossy. What? Gaara screamed wildly, and waves of powerful chakra surged out of his body. The intensity of chakra was even more terrifying than the average Jonin powerhouse. This terrible chakra counteracted Glossy's fierce attack, allowing Gaara to avoid the bad luck of being beaten into a pig's head. But, despite this, Gaara is already going to be violent. He is the ultimate weapon of Sand Shinobi Village. He is invincible. Has he ever received such insults? If he wants to kill, he must use the most cruel means to kill Glossy, so as to eliminate his hatred. Is this the power of the one-tailed beast in your body? Glossy said lightly, his face full of disdain. You are nothing but that. If you were not humble, if it weren't for the tail beast in your body, I would kill you like a chicken but a dog. Chapter 169. Auto-generated chapter title. The 169th chapter Forbearance, San Shiyu. Just because you want to kill me? Are you worthy? Gaara seemed to be irritated by Glossy's merciless irony, and yelled frantically at Glossy. Go to hell. Wow. As the one-tailed chakra gushes out of Gaara's body, the speed of those sands has also increased a lot in an instant, and the speed of Glossi that can actually be chased by the galloping speed. Boom. A big khaki hand formed in an instant, half a meter long, and it patted Glossy's head fiercely. Immediately, the wind broke out and the momentum was shocking. Obviously, with the continuous enhancement of Gaara chakra, not only the speed of these sands has increased, but the lethality is also several times stronger than before. Give it to me. Glossy yelled, waved his right fist, and greeted the huge khaki big hand fiercely. Boom. With a loud bang, the big earth yellow hand slapped Glossy down from the sky. What? Suddenly interrupted the forbidden technique. Blienwa, Might Guy's expression suddenly became solemn. Although Rock Lee is heaven-defying, San Shinobi Village's final weapon is not so silly, it's hard to deal with. Hitaki Kakashi said to himself. He has a mature Sharingan, and he sees more than others. He knew that it was the one-tailed beast in Gaara who sensed that the host was in danger, recovered on its own, and lent some of its power to Gaara. In other words, Glossy is not only dealing with Gaara, but also part of the power of the one-tailed beast sealed in his body. Master Fengying, you actually turned your son into Jinchuriki. For the sake of the village, you really have no favoritism. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dim eyes raised two bright lights, staring at the playing field, and said in a deep voice. Don't say that. Fourth Casecage said with a faint smile. Didn't you Konaha village also seal the nine-tails demon fox on the only son of Flash? Advertisement. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall, you really didn't disappoint me. Glossy looked up at the hideous Gaara floating in the air, and said with a smile. Let me see how powerful you Sand Shinobi's final weapon is. As he spoke, he shook his right arm. In the collision just now, he was bounced back strongly by chakra from the one-tailed beast. His entire arm is now numb, almost abolished. Fortunately, at the moment of the collision, he immediately knew that he could not shake it hard, and retreated decisively, so that he was not injured. Rock Lee, this is a world where ninjutsu dominates. You also want heaven-defying with the lowest level of physical skills? Impossible, Gaara said sternly. If I can heaven-defying, you will know if you try, Glossy said lightly. Also, don't think that you can compete with me with the help of the power of the tail beast in your body. It's too naive. You don't even understand the terrible power of the tail beast. Gaara said with a sneer. Even if I am now, I just borrowed 1/20th of the power of the tail beast in my body. Once it is fully recovered, let alone you, even your Hokage-sama may not be able to withstand it. The frog at the bottom of the well, Glossi said with disdain. I think back then, our first Hokage in Konaha village captured the 9 big-tailed beasts alone and treated them as pets. Your one tail in San Shinobi village is just a charity given to you by first Hokage. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you are so arrogant that you don't know how to live or die. Ninfa. San Shigur. Gaara stopped talking, he quickly sealed his hands and roared loudly. Rock Lee, today I will let you fully understand that the so-called physique cannot compete with ninjutsu at all. Oh my god. This is the first time I have seen Gaara use ninjutsu, Konkuro murmured. Is that Rock Lee really strong? It forced Gaara to use all his strength? Temari was also shocked. Both of them are so strong. Uchiha Sasuke looked extremely solemn. Boom. There are a lot of these elliptical spheres, densely distributed in midair. At first glance, they are like a swarm of locusts, crowding every corner of the sky. Is this the power of ninjutsu? It's really powerful. Glossy looked up at the dense oval spheres in the sky, muttering to himself. But it's good, such an opponent can fight heartily. Advertisement. A powerful chakra burst out from Gaara's body in an instant, like a violent wind, instantly sweeping 3 meters around his body. Immediately, the yellow sand floating in the air quickly gathered together and turned into fist-sized oval spheres. Shengmen, open. Obviously, Gaara knows that Glossy's body is extremely fast, for fear that he escapes the attack range in an instant, so even the opponent's escape route is blocked. 8 inner gates. Close the door, open, go to hell, Gaara yelled. So strong, an elite Chunin's face changed in astonishment. Their speed is too fast, and they make a harsh sound when they cut through the air, which shows how fast and powerful they are. Moreover, they cover a very large area, covering all the 5-meter circle around Glossy. Such power has surpassed Chunin's level. The little devil of San Shinobi has the strength comparable to Jonin. Another elite Chunin also changed his face greatly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In a blink of an eye, Glossy successively opened the second gate and third gate of the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and the powerful force immediately surged out of his body, surging. His strength doubled in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Master, I believe you are the strongest. Even Tenten, who was full of confidence in Glossy, was a little nervous at this time, and sweat was dripping out of his palms. In an instant, the densely packed oval spheres in the sky that looked like locusts immediately fired like sniper bullets out of the chamber, at an incredible speed toward the direction where Glossy was. Rock Lee, you will definitely not lose. Hoshinoyuki put her hands on her chest nervously and whispered. Lee, you must be careful. Might Guy couldn't help taking a step forward, clenching his fists tightly, and his heart was extremely worried. He is full of confidence in Rock Lee, but his opponent is too strong. Chapter 170 Steps on Gaara. Om. In the sky, there was a sharp burst of air, and countless oval-shaped spheres filled the sky, densely packed, like a swarm of locusts, completely covering the 5-meter area with Glossy as the center. They are all precisely controlled by Gaara with Chakra, and there is not even the slightest blind spot. All over the world. Such a scene immediately stunned everyone in the stands in the arena. Especially those ordinary people. When have they ever seen such a shocking scene? Each of them opened their eyes wide, their mouths wide open, and their faces were full of shock and inconceivability. In a sense, in front of ordinary people, powerful ninjas are like gods, who can kill them all in one thought. Not only the ordinary people were stunned, but even the powerful elites Chunin and Jonin had their complexions changed and they were not very good looking. They secretly wondered whether they could withstand such a powerful attack from Gaara if they were to change places with Glossy. Yes, very strong. Glossy looked up at the sky and looked at the densely packed oval spheres shot in the sky at high speed. Not only did he show no fear on his face, but a happy smile appeared on his face. 8 inner gates. 4th gate, hurt the door, open, he shouted deep in his heart. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Glossy's body. In a short moment, his strength has doubled on the original basis. Brush. Suddenly, Glossy, who was standing there, moved. His speed is too fast, like a gust of wind, like lightning, like a ghost, like a charm. His body completely turned into a light and shadow, and he rushed out of Gaara ninjutsu's attack range in one step. Is that the instant technique? 4th Kage was startled. However, he immediately shook his head and said, not the Shushin technique. However, it is not far from the Shushin technique. He has opened the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate. What a super pervert evildoer. Hitaki Kakashi said shockingly. You know, even if a genius is like him, he has obtained the practice method of 8 inner gates. Technique from Might Guy, but after so many years, it is only the first master. Good job, Lee. Might Guy shook his fist vigorously, looking extremely excited. Go, blow up that gourd baby in Sand Shinobi Village. Let everyone know that we can still be the best ninjas just by relying on physical skills. Advertisement, Rock Lee, come on, Hoshinoyuki yelled sharply. Why? How is this possible? Gaara was shocked, staring at Glossy, who had escaped his attack for an instant, with a face full of inconceivability. He had learned about Glossy's terrifying speed before, so he took this into consideration when launching a ninjutsu attack, and deliberately enveloped Glossy's 5-meter radius in one fell swoop, in order to guard against Glossy. Rely on speed to escape. However, what he never expected was that Glossy's speed doubled in an instant, and he easily got rid of his attack. This is a super terrible enemy. Gaara, do you have any other means? Quickly show it. Glossy grinned at Gaara, revealing 2 rows of white teeth in his mouth, and said faintly. You are too arrogant. Gaara waved his hands, and a big ochre snake appeared out of thin air, dancing a huge body, and swept towards Glossy. Huh. Glossy snorted coldly, his right hand clenched into a fist, and a fist hit the big khaki snake's head. Boom. The ochre snake collapsed in the air and turned into yellow sand again. Glossy opened the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate, and his strength was more than doubled out of thin air, and his combat power was unpredictable. Even though the ochre snake was attached to Gaara and One-Tail's chakra, it still couldn't resist it and was blown away by a punch. Sand Shuriken. Gaara couldn't help Glossy when he saw the khaki serpent. Her hands were sealed again, and she shouted. In an instant, the yellow sand in the sky quickly gathered together and turned into a khaki shuriken. Although these earthy yellow shurikens are made of yellow sand, they are filled with powerful chakra, which is more powerful than real shurikens. From the beginning of the war to the present, he has been passively beaten. How can this make him, who has always been arrogant, able to endure? And now, the one tail in his body has recovered on its own, lending him part of his power. He naturally has to make good use of it, and strive to suppress Glossy as soon as possible and save a little face. Advertisement. In an instant, countless khaki shurikens shot down from the sky, covering the place where Glossy was. Of course, Glossy can also choose to dodge with the Buddhist Heavenly Eye, with divine action and variety, and he is confident that he can dodge all of them flawlessly. However, considering that there are still 2 cage-level powerhouses watching at the scene, he is not willing to expose his cards too early for the time being. This time, Gaara no longer dared to have any underestimation, and directly expanded the attack range to 10 meters. He will use the rain of sand shuriken to attack Glossy fiercely, hoping to severely damage him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I'm smarter. Glossy smiled. Suddenly he poked his hands into his bag and found 2 shining kunai. He held one in each hand, and then he shot out like a bow and arrow. Dang. 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 Why, it's impossible. Gaara looked shocked. He originally thought he was invincible against Glossy, a man who only knew physical skills, with the help of sand floating in the air. However, what he didn't expect was that Glossy could jump to his height with the help of his sand shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. In everyone's incredible gaze, Glossy stepped on Gaara's chest. Gaara screamed loudly, carrying Glossy down from midair. Gaara's attack range was too large this time, even Glossy's speed couldn't escape. Therefore, he chose the tactic of breaking through from the front, head to head and strong to strong. Damn it! Gaara roared, her hands sealed again. He desperately urged Sand to escape, but how fast is Glossy's speed that he can compare? Glossy waved his left and right hands together, and flew the sand shuriken that was shot from the sky with incomparable precision. The densely flying sand shurikens couldn't even stop him for a moment. Gaara quickly discovered Glossy's intentions and immediately urged Chakra to create more sand shurikens and conduct intensive attacks on Glossy. It's too slow, however, at this moment, Glossy had rushed to a place less than 3 meters away from Gaara. His body was like a glimpse of light, leaving an afterimage on the ground. He turned into a ray of light, suddenly jumped into the air, and stepped on Gaara's sand shuriken, and then moved towards Gaara with force, pranced over.
5 GT. Chapter 171 Auto-generated chapter title. The 171st chapter shrinks the head tortoise.
Boom. With a loud noise, Glossy stomped Gaara heavily on the ground, splashing large clouds of smoke. In an instant, the entire playing field was silent, and everyone looked at Glossy with incredible eyes, with an incredible face. This is really shocking. It can be called a classic battle. Gaara can use the power of sand to fly in the sky. He should have been invincible, but now he is trampled from the sky by Rock Lee, who can only practice physical skills, which is incredible. Undoubtedly, this battle will be written into the textbooks of various villages and become a classic teaching material for physiques against ninjutsu, and celebrities have been through the ages. Lee, good job. Might Guy shouted loudly, waving his arms vigorously. In those days, he disregarded other people's strange eyes, and would rather defy third Hokage to accept Rock Lee, and do his best to cultivate. Now, his wish has finally come true. What a powerful kid. Not only is his physical skills amazing and comparable to Jonin, but his control of the overall situation and fighter planes is just right. Hitaki Kakashi said silently in his heart. A guy, you have accepted a good apprentice. Rock Lee, I knew you would win. Hoshinoyuki stood up from his seat and shouted desperately at Glossy in the court. Lee, you are the best. I love you. Tenten, not to be outdone, jumped up from his seat and shouted in a more blatantly hot voice. Now, even though that Rock Lee doesn't look good, he is really strong, a beautiful girl with big eyes muttered quietly. Yes, he is so strong. I think he is stronger than Hyuga Neji before. A long-haired girl next to him also said. If he looks a little handsome, I will definitely chase him. What a pity, hey. You know what a fart. A girl with glasses retorted loudly. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be eaten? Or can you kill the enemy on the battlefield? Strength, only strong strength is the most important thing. You are so right. Another girl joined in. Rock Lee, I love you. How about a good boyfriend? Raised, she yelled at the court with her throat. I'll go. Are you too cunning? You want to be one step ahead? The girl wearing glasses said uncomfortably. Rock Lee, I love you. Advertisement, Rock Lee, Rock Lee, Rock Lee. How is this possible? Gaara was defeated. Kankuro's eyes widened, his face full of incredible. I can clearly feel that Gaara has begun to awaken, and the power of One Tail has begun to leak. But why is he still defeated? Tamari also looked shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Gaara, he was defeated. Baki murmured in a daze. We joined forces with a Tonin village to attack Konaha village, is it really right? He asked himself. What? Gaara yelled frantically. He was not injured, because at this time the One Tail in his body had already recovered and was continuously pouring powerful chakra into his body. Under the protection of this tyrannical chakra, he was unscathed. However, one of his hearts seemed to be broken. He is the arrogant Gaara, he is the ultimate weapon of Sand Shinobi village, he has never been defeated. But today, not only was he defeated, he was also stepped on his chest by Glossy from the sky in full view. What a shame is this? Die, 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 kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Gaara's mind was completely flooded and filled with murderous intent. He has forgotten his mission, there is only one thing he wants to do now, and that is to kill Glossy. Or, killed by Glossy. Stop screaming, you have already lost. Glossy placed one foot on Gaara's chest, condescendingly, and said lightly. Advertisement, no, I haven't lost yet. Gaara struggled desperately. One after another powerful chakra came out of his body, that was the power of the one-tailed beast. Don't force me to kill you, Glossi said sternly. In this battle, he did not go all out. At the very least, he didn't use any of the martial arts combat skills that he had already recovered from in his previous life, and the martial arts eyes were always closed. He used 8 inner gates, not because he couldn't deal with Gaara, but just showing his potential to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, if Glossy gave it all his strength, Gaara would have been defeated. What? Gaara roared frantically, like a wounded beast. His hands clasped together suddenly, and the powerful force belonging to the one-tailed beast burst out, and he flew Glossy out at once. Glossy whirled around and landed gently on the ground. Wow! All the yellow sand flew away like Gaara, drowning him in the blink of an eye. As that? The so-called absolute defense. Glossy said disdainfully, looking at a huge elliptical sphere made of yellow sand. At this moment, all of Gaara's yellow sand returned to the cage, forming a huge oval sphere, like an egg, protecting Gaara inside. Rock Lee, you are very strong, but I will never lose to you. Gaara's roar came from inside. Are you planning to fight me like this? Glossy said lightly. The famous Gaara, Sand Shinobi's ultimate weapon, turned out to be just a tortoise with a shrunken head. You shut up! Gaara yelled. He hides in the oval sphere, but Glossy can still imagine his hideous and terrifying face. It's okay if you want me to shut up. Glossy smiled and said. You come out from inside like a man, and the two of us will decide the outcome. Chapter 172 The Twisted Gaara. Gaara was furious, however, he didn't dare to actually walk out of it at Glossy's request. He has now deeply realized that Glossy's strength is far above him, and he will be defeated in a face-to-face battle. In today's situation, he can only protect himself with absolute defense, to ensure his invincibility, and then use the one-tailed chakra that is constantly pouring out of his body to counterattack. He can never be defeated. Even if he broke the cauldron and completely awakened the power of the tail beast in his body, he would defeat Glossy, because he knew that if he didn't do this, Glossy would be the shadow of his life, and he would always live under the shadow of the other party, and it would be difficult to stand up. This is, Konkuro's expression changed drastically in the stands. Oh, isn't Gaara ready to wake up? Tamari also has a very ugly face.
Woo. Suddenly, Baki rushed towards the playing field.
What are you going to do? Shiranui Genma silently stood in front of Baki, and said lightly. His temperament is very peaceful, but the powerful aura radiating from his body makes Baki's heart startled. Baki knew right away that this was a Jonin at his peak, a super tough and powerful character. Let me pass, I want to stop Gaara, Baki said in a deep voice. No, Shiranui Shuenjin said lightly. The game is in progress, no one except the two sides of the game and the chief examiner are allowed to enter. You don't understand. Baki frowned and said. The current Gaara is extremely dangerous. Once fully awakened, I am afraid that even the entire Konaha village will suffer huge losses. That kid named Gaara is your Jinchuriki in Sand Shinobi village. We already knew it. Shiranui Genma said. However, even then you can't pass. The game is a game and no one can intervene. Baki was furious. He didn't expect that after he explained the situation, the other party would still refuse to give in. Please go back. Shiranui Shuenjin said. He didn't bother to pay attention to Baki's anger at all. This is Konaha village, and they can't help but be presumptuous. Baki took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Then, he shouted into the court. Gaara, you surrender. Advertisement, go. Gaara's indifferent words came from the oval sphere. This is my battle, no one can interfere. The expression on Baki's face changed continuously, extremely ugly. After all, he is also Gaara's teacher. However, Gaara made him roll in the public like this, how could it make his face hang? At the same time, on the building stand in the center, 4th Kazekage suddenly stood up from his seat. Master Fungying, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a strange color on his face. Master Hokage, sorry, I have to go down and teach that rebellious son, 4th Kazekage said coldly. How dare you be so rude to your teacher? It's the opposite. Brush. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to respond, 4th Kazekage turned into a violent wind, crossing a distance of more than 50 meters in an instant, and arrived at the competition venue in an instant. This guy is so strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured with a solemn expression on his face. Master Fungying, what are you? Shiranui Genma asked with a stern expression. He can ignore Baki, but how honorable is 4th Kazecage's identity, and can keep pace with 3rd Hokage. He is one of the 5 strongest people in the ninja world. How can he dare to neglect? In this game, Gaara has already lost, 4th Kazekage said lightly. Father, this is my battle. No one is allowed to intervene. Gaara's roar came from inside. Shut up, 4th Kazekage said coldly. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and lightly patted the oval sphere made by Gaara. In an instant, the oval sphere broke apart and turned into sand again. Gaara looked fierce, staring at 4th Kazekage, her eyes showed crazy killing intent. What are you doing? Gaara said utterly. You have already lost. 4th Kazekage didn't even look at Gaara. He turned into a gust of wind and returned to the stands. Everyone who watched this scene was stunned. No one thought that this battle would shock 4th Kazekage, and 4th Kazekage took the initiative to replace Gaara to admit defeat, which was the first time in the history of Chunin's exam. Advertisement Glossy sighed softly. This kind of human tragedy, he has seen in the martial arts world, but I don't know how many. And every time such a thing happens, it will give birth to a person or even a few people whose thoughts are distorted and endangered to ultimate. I take my mother's life as a nourishment, and I was regarded as the most outstanding creation in the village since I was born. As the son of Fungying, my father kept giving me the secret of a ninja. On the surface, he overprotected me, loved me, and let me go, but he kept sending people to assassinate me secretly. Isn't he your father? Glossy asked suddenly. I will kill you sooner or later, Gaara said sternly. Glossy was surprised that Gaara's words were not addressed to him, and the person Gaara was targeting was 4th Kazekage. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I will kill him sooner or later, and you, Rock Lee, Gaara said sternly. Yes, he is indeed my father, Gaara said coldly, but, because of this, I must kill him. Incarnation of sand? Is there anything else in your body besides one tail? Glossy was stunned. Could it be that fourth Hokage could not be the person who shaped Gaara's character into what it is now? Glossy secretly said in his heart. So that's it. Glossy nodded. Could it be that your murderous aura is so heavy? Father, he should have been the closest person to me, but he did something like this to me. Gaara continued. And now, to me, my relatives are nothing more than the flesh that hates and kills intent. This is what my father did to me, Gaara said. In his eyes, I am the last trump card of the village, and at the same time a terrible dangerous item. He just treats me as the ultimate weapon of the village and takes care of me carefully. Obviously, Gaara is the victim. Not bad, Gaara said. The so-called incarnation of sand is the undead of the old monk Sand Shinobi who was sealed in the altar of one-tail Shuhei. Is it because he made you the way you are now? Glossi asked. I'm a monster. I took the life of a woman who was supposed to be my mother when I was born. Gaara did not answer Glossy's words, but said in a low voice. In order to make me the strongest ninja, my father used the seal technique to attach the incarnation of sand to my body. Chapter 173 Samurai in the Ninja World. This poor little fellow. Glossy said silently while shook his head while looking at Gaara, who was slowly going away step by step. Although his body is young, there is an old soul living in his body, who has experienced the vicissitudes of the world and saw the ups and downs of the world. Regarding Gaara's miserable childhood and his distorted psychological character, all he has is pity. It is not Gaara that is wrong, but Gaara's father, but this twisted world. The third round, Victor, Rock Lee. Shiranui Genma took a deep look at Glossy, and then announced loudly. In an instant, the entire arena was boiling, and countless people were screaming and cheering frantically, celebrating the birth of the new king of the younger generation. As for the awe-inspiring Gaara when he first entered, they had already ignored them. The winner is king, the loser is the bandit, no matter which world you are in, it will not change. Rock Lee, you are great. Hoshinoyuki flushed with excitement, waved his hands desperately, and screamed in excitement. Lee, I knew you would win. Tenten jumped directly onto the seat, put his hands on his mouth like a horn, and shouted desperately. Lee, you are Konaha's most powerful genin, I have always believed in it. Rock Lee, I love you. Rock Lee, be my male god. Rock Lee, let me be your servant, I know everything. Rock Lee, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. It's boiling, and the entire arena is completely boiling. The audience on the spot is in high spirits and screams desperately to cheer for the newly born popular king. At this moment, Glossy's popularity has surpassed Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke, becoming the strongest in people's minds. How powerful is Gaara? Not only does he possess the strength close to Jonin, but he is also the Jinchuriki of one-tailed beast. The two are in one, which is absolutely comparable to Jonin. Advertisement Jonin, what is that concept? In addition to the legendary cage-level powerhouse, each country and village has the top combat power, and its status is extremely lofty. However, even Gaara, who had a strength comparable to Jonin, was hit by Glossy from start to finish, without even the slightest strength to fight back. What an astonishing terrorist force this is. Moreover, the most important thing is that Glossy hasn't used any ninjutsu at all, he just relied on physique to beat Gaara like that. Such a scene has simply subverted the outlook on life and the world that everyone has formed since childhood. In the ninja world, ninjutsu and illusion have always been dominant. Although physique is also one of the subjects that every ninja must practice, it has always existed as a basic skill. In the life and death duel between ninja and ninja, ninjutsu and illusion are all decisive. Therefore, some powerful people once said that ninjutsu is the strongest, followed by illusion, and physical skills are the weakest. Precisely because of this, each village has hit a large amount of manpower and material resources to develop ninjutsu, but they are dismissive of physique. At the same time, this phenomenon has also led to the low status of Samato-type ninjas, and even become scrap body. In Konaha village, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy are equal in strength and both are the pinnacle Jonin. However, Hitaki Kakashi's status in the village is much higher than that of Might Guy, which is also due to this. However, today Glossy used pure physical skills to defeat the Grandmaster's powerful ninjutsu Gaara, which naturally caused a huge response. It turns out that physique can be so powerful. What a great guy. An elite Chunin said in a shocked voice. I never thought that physique could be so powerful as to this level. Yeah, it's incredible. Another elite Chunin also murmured. Physique is so powerful that even if he doesn't know any ninjutsu or illusion, he is definitely the most difficult enemy to deal with. Pray that we will never encounter this kind of person on the battlefield in the future. It's terrible, it's a nightmare for everyone. It is said that this kid is a student of Might Guy. Even if he is so strong, what kind of realm has Might Guy's strength reached? No wonder they have always said that Might Guy's strength is definitely not inferior to Kakashi Senpai. It turns out that all of this is true. Advertisement. In the third ninja war of the year, Might Dewey, one of the 8-color ninjas, in Konaha village, the Blue Beast. Might Dewey used the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, to fight to the death of the Mist Shinobi 7. 5 of them. Fourth Kage looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold look and said lightly. Originally, I always thought that the rumors were exaggerating. However, from today's little devil named Rock Lee, I found that the rumors are not false. The famous 8 inner gates is really powerful, and today is considered to be an insight. Master Funying don't have to worry too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said. Although 8 inner gates is powerful, the requirements for cultivators are so high that in our entire Konaha village, only Might Guy and that little guy are the masters. He naturally heard the fear in 4th Kage's words, and directly informed the other party of the situation. He was dispelling the suspicion in the other party's heart, and didn't want the other party to worry too much. Is this really the case? 4th Kage asked, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen unblinkingly. Do you still need to lie when you reach the level of you and me? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked rhetorically. It's really not necessary, ha ha ha, 4th Kage laughed suddenly. However, this kind of physique is really terrible. If everyone can practice, then our ninja will soon withdraw from the stage of history, and the samurai will completely replace us and become the protagonist of this world. This kind of thing will never happen, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Samurai is a force that has just emerged in the ninja world recently. Although they are still very weak, they have a completely different training method from that of ninjas. They do not practice ninjutsu, nor illusion, and put all their energy on physical skills. In a sense, the practice methods of Might Guy and Glossy are very similar to those of the samurai. Therefore, 4th Kage would say something like that. In the 4th round, Uchiha Sasuke vs Temari. I don't know how long it took, and the voice on the court grew more and more until it calmed down completely. Shiranui Shuenjin waved his hand and said loudly. Chapter 174 Sasuke's Temari. Is it my turn finally? Uchiha Sasuke said with a cool smile on his face. He jumped into the arena from the viewing stand and walked towards Shiranui Genma step by step. He has a handsome appearance and a cold temperament, just like a noble nobleman. He immediately caused countless women to scream loudly as soon as he appeared. Uchiha Sasuke, I love you. Uchiha Sasuke, you are so handsome. Let me marry you. Uchiha Sasuke, you are so cool. Uchiha Sasuke, born in the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world. Although this clan has been annihilated for nearly 10 years, there are still countless stories about them in the entire ninja world. Sharingan, the super blood succession of the Uchiha clan, has shocked the entire ninja world for hundreds of years. It has the heaven-defying ability that can instantly see through all ninjutsu, illusion, and physique, and counterattack back intact. The super heaven-defying blood inherits the boundary, giving birth to the super strong of the Uchiha clan. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, there were 2 invincible powerhouses in the Uchiha clan. They opened the Mangekyo Sharingan that only existed in the legend, and their fighting power was shocking. These 2 are brothers, named Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna led the Uchiha clan across the ninja world, invincible, defeated countless opponents and powerful enemies, and gradually won the title of the strongest in the ninja clan. Later, the 2 brothers encountered another pair of equally powerful and heaven-defying brothers, the founders of Konaha village, namely Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, the leaders of the Senju clan, and they were blocked from the invincible edge. The Uchiha brothers and the Senju brothers fought fiercely many times, and they met each other, but after all, the 2 Senju brothers were better. Uchiha Izuna was killed by Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senju Hashirama. However, despite this, no one dared to question the strength of the Uchiha brothers. Advertisement Senju Hashirama, first Hokage of Konaha village, possesses wood style, can automatically heal wounds without the need for seals, etc., and is known as the closest person to the ancestor of the ninja. Uchiha Madara can fight against him for many years, and his strength absolutely breaks through the sky, reaching an incredible realm. After the Uchiha clan was defeated by the Senju clan, they agreed to Senju Hashirama's request for peace. The 2 powerful families joined forces to create an organization, which later became the predecessor of Konaha village. Later, the Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight and became one of the biggest mysteries in the entire ninja world. After the news spread, everyone felt very grateful at the same time. After all, the Uchiha clan owns the legendary Sharingan. If it were extinct, wouldn't it be a huge loss to the ninja world? Fortunately, people later learned that the Uchiha clan had not been completely killed, and a little boy named Sasuke survived. Today, the little boy who survived that year has grown up and graduated from the ninja school with the score of #1 in the newcomer, and entered the 3rd game all the way, which is quite rejuvenating the appearance of the Uchiha clan back then. How to make it are they not overwhelmed by surprises? The descendants of the well-known Uchiha clan, really well deserved. An elite Chunin said admiringly. He broke into here smoothly from the first test. He has hardly encountered any difficulties and challenges, he is very strong. Yes. Another elite Chunin nodded. I just don't know who is better than Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Well, it's hard to say. The Uchiha clan is known as the strongest in the ninja world and has the super blood inheritance Sharingan, while the Hyuga clan is the oldest clan in our Konaha village, and also has the powerful blood inheritance limit Byakugan. It's hard to judge which is strong or weak. Perhaps, only by letting 2 people face each other in a wonderful battle, can we tell who is stronger. Hey, do you think Uchiha's kid can beat the previous Rock Lee? Suddenly, one of them asked. Temari reached out and took off the huge fan behind him, opened it suddenly, and then threw it forward. Immediately, the huge fan flew in the direction of Shiranui Genma like a spaceship. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I won't be merciful, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Advertisement, Wind Style. Scythe Itachi. Tamari slammed 3 meters to the rear, and then waved a huge fan, slamming it towards Uchiha Sasuke. You abstain. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I have only one goal, and that is Rock Lee. I have no interest in you. Don't worry, all my abilities are long-range attack type. Tamari nodded and said, I won't give him a chance to get close. Yeah, what you said, the man nodded in agreement. Brush, you said that Rock Lee? This is too difficult. The second person was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, although the name of the Uchiha clan is big, Sharingan is indeed heaven-defying, but Rock Lee's strength is too pervert. I am afraid that even the average Jonin is not his opponent. Cut. Uchiha Sasuke curled his lips in disdain, dissatisfied with Tamari's publicity. Tamari, be careful. Kankuro gave Tamari a deep look and said, the opponent is Uchiha Sasuke, don't be careless. Tamari jumped on the fan and flew in the air with the fan. Such a scene immediately detonated the atmosphere of the scene, and almost everyone dedicated the cheering voice to Tamari. Regardless of Tamari's strength, no matter the outcome of this battle, just by virtue of the way she plays, she can afford such a warm treatment. It's a big tone. Tamari sneered and said, the Uchiha clan is very famous, but I don't know how good your Uchiha Sasuke is. I just want to learn it today. Next, the third game. Start. Shiranui Shuenjin waited for the two people to come around, raised his right hand and announced loudly. What's more, Tamari is still a beautiful girl with a beautiful face and a graceful figure, with a noble status and status. She is the daughter of 4th Kazekage. Chapter 175. Auto-generated chapter title. The 175th chapter is this illusion? Are you a little too impatient? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes rolled, and it turned into scarlet in an instant. That is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan that has moved the world. His Sharingan is far from mature, and there are only 2 black Guyu in each eye. However, this is the legendary Sharingan after all, and as soon as it is revealed at this time, it immediately exudes an invisible strength and coercion. Facing the famous Uchiha clan, I can only act first to be stronger. Tamari exclaimed softly. She is a wind-style ninja, and the huge fan in her hand can just show its mighty power, which is a perfect match. Boom! As Tamari waved his fan, a terrible hurricane swept out immediately, blasting at Uchiha Sasuke fiercely. Uchiha Sasuke's original cold face suddenly changed, and he was shocked. He did not expect that this beautiful girl with a delicate appearance would be so fierce and terrifying when she shot, more powerful than an ordinary man. Woo! Uchiha Sasuke did not dare to neglect, and while analyzing Tamari's wind-style technique with Sharingan, looking for loopholes in his attack, he quickly stretched his body to dodge to the side. I have to say that Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is indeed heaven-defying, and Tamari's wind-style technique has a powerful attack power and a very wide coverage, and ordinary people cannot avoid it under such an offensive. However, Uchiha Sasuke relied on Sharingan to abruptly find a loophole in Tamari's terrible attack, and escaped from that loophole, avoiding the attack. Sharingan is really amazing, even such a small gap can be accurately captured, Tamari said coldly when he saw a miss. You can't imagine the power of Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke said with a weird smile at Tamari. When you defeat me, it won't be too late to brag, Tamari said coldly. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Sasuke stopped talking, and quickly sealed his hands, and then opened his mouth to exhale blazing flames the size of a football. Advertisement: these flames don't look big, but the size of a football, but their temperature is scary. As soon as they appear, the nearby air instantly rises by more than 10 degrees. Moreover, the number of them is amazing. There are more than a dozen of them. They flew towards Tamari from all directions, sealing all their retreats. The duel between Uchiha Sasuke and Tamari is very different from the duel between Glossy and Gaara. Glossy used pure physical skills to force Gaara's secret ninjutsu, but Uchiha Sasuke and Tamari were duels between ninjutsu. In a sense, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Tamari is a real ninja sword showdown. Innocent. Tamari faced the flames coming from all directions, not only did not have any fear on his face, but a sneerful smile appeared on his face. Wind style. Wind-killing array. Boom. In an instant, there was a loud noise in the entire competition venue, and a gust of wind flattened earth coiling out, surging in all directions. That's it. Uchiha Sasuke glared at Sharingan, staring at the wind-style technique that Tamari played with a look of shock. Other people may not be able to see it, but how can he who has Sharingan not see it? Uchiha Sasuke was horrified to discover that there was a powerful chakra in the gust of Tamari. Those chakras with wind attributes were like a long sword, shooting in all directions with amazing lethality. Moreover, the coverage of the wind-style technique is so wide that it is impossible to even evade this time. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Uchiha Sasuke's fire style was covered by Tamari's wind-style technique, and it quickly extinguished as if it had met running water. Moreover, the invisible wind-style long sword slashed at him fiercely. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke yelled. With Sharingan, he found the place where Tamari wind-style was the weakest, and then rushed towards Kumu with both hands. Stupid, Tamari said with a sneer. My wind-style technique is invisible, but your karma is tangible. You use tangible karma to block my invisible wind-style, it's utterly foolish. Chi. As soon as Tamari's voice fell, Uchiha Sasuke rushed into her wind-style technique. Sure enough, exactly as she thought, it was impossible for Uchiha Sasuke's Kuwu to block her wind style, and was severely stabbed by the invisible wind style long sword. Advertisement: Uchiha Sasuke's left shoulder, left chest, and lower abdomen each took a hit, and blood rushed immediately. Plop, with a sound, Uchiha Sasuke fell heavily to the ground. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke has been hit hard and has lost the ability to fight. Huh. The famous Uchiha clan is nothing more than that. Temari put away the fan in his hand, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "Even if you are so weak and daring to speak wild words, the Uchiha clan's face has been completely lost by you. You give up. I don't want to kill you," Temari said coldly. At this moment, Temari's mood is very good. She never thought of defeating Uchiha Sasuke before she played, because Uchiha and Sharingan are so famous that she can't even think about it. However, as the battle progressed, she soon discovered that Uchiha Sasuke was not as strong as the rumors. So, she simply used her wind-style geniuses continuously, defeating Uchiha Sasuke in one fell swoop, and won. "You made me surrender. Haha." Uchiha Sasuke slowly got up from the ground, his mouth let out a chuckle of disdain. The smile on his face is full of weirdness, which makes Temari look a little bit nervous. "If you don't admit defeat, I will kill you." Temari calmed himself and shouted loudly. "You can kill me." Uchiha Sasuke sneered. "You, what do you mean by this?" Temari's face changed drastically. "What do I mean by this?" Uchiha Sasuke smiled and said, "Why don't you take a look at your current situation?" "My current situation?" Temari couldn't help but stunned when she heard the words, but she immediately felt a cold metal touch from the vital part of her throat. And that feeling was so familiar to her, it was kunai.
A sharp kunai is at the heart of her throat. Is this illusion? Temari said incredulously. At this time, the illusion in front of her gradually disappeared. Uchiha Sasuke, who was covered in blood, disappeared, and the real Uchiha Sasuke was standing behind her, holding a sharp kunai with her right hand against her throat.
Chapter 76. I choose Rock Lee. Is this illusion? Temari's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was incredible. In any case, she couldn't believe that the battle that was almost perfect in her eyes was actually just the illusion that she saw. "Hey, little Sakura, what happened?" Yamanaka Ino said puzzledly from the stand. Why did Temari stand there motionless from the beginning of the game, and let Sasuke walk over and hit her throat with nothing? This is incredible. It should be illusion. Haruno Sakura thought for a while and said, "I once heard Mr. Kakashi say that Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has unique conditions for illusion, very powerful and terrifying. If I'm not wrong, in the past month, Mr. Kakashi must have taught Sasuke how to use Sharingan to release illusions," she said affirmatively. "What a powerful kid, he has overpowered a formidable opponent just by relying on illusion." Might Guy said in amazement. "I originally thought that this time Lee would definitely win the championship and be promoted to Chunin, but I didn't expect that the kid from Uchiha's family is equally powerful, so you shouldn't underestimate it. Sasuke, you really deserve to be the only remaining member of the Uchiha clan. I have only guided you for a month, and you have already managed the Sharingan master to such an extent." Hitaki Kakashi gazed at Uchiha Sasuke with relief and said to himself "Is this the only kid left in the Uchiha clan?" Fourth Kazekage exclaimed. "Your Konaha village is really awesome. The younger generation of talents come out in large numbers. Whether it is the kid from the Uchiha family, or the previous Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji, they're all rare geniuses. Once they grow up, Konaha village will be able to dominate the whole Ninja World." "Master Fungying, you are worrying too much." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "We at Konaha village have always been peace-loving, and we never start a war lightly. Even if our Konaha village becomes stronger, we will never take the initiative to initiate a foreign war. What's more, Konaha and Usan Shinobi are still in alliance, and there is no harm to you." That said, he. Fourth Kazekage sneered, but said nothing. What the hell is going on?" Temari, trembling body, looked at Uchiha Sasuke with incredible eyes, and asked loudly. "You fell into my illusion, that's what it is." Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. "You admit defeat, I don't want to kill you yet." "You." Temari's face flushed suddenly. This is what she said to Uchiha Sasuke before, but now it was returned intact by the other party. "Well, I lost." Temari took a long breath and said, "However, there is one thing I must ask clearly." "Advertisement, ask." Uchiha Sasuke said. "When did it start?" Temari asked. "When did I start being hit by your illusion?" "From the moment you saw my eyes, you have entered my illusion," Uchiha Sasuke said. "So since then, I have entered your illusion, right?" Temari murmured. "The Uchiha clan, Sharingan, have enjoyed a huge reputation in the ninja world for so many years, and it is really powerful. I am convinced of the loss. My proctor, I surrender," she said to Shiranui Genma. Fourth round, winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Shiranui Genma stepped forward and announced loudly. "Uchiha Sasuke, are you sure to beat that Rock Lee?" At the moment Uchiha Sasuke was about to turn away, Temari suddenly asked. "Rock Lee." Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became serious. He clenched his fist hard, then released it again, and said, "Such a monster, I am not sure to beat him." "Why? Not even you sure?" Temari said in shock. "Aren't the ninjas of body skills most afraid of illusions?" "He is not an ordinary physique ninja," Uchiha Sasuke said. "I used illusion to test him, but it didn't work at all." "How is this possible?" Temari's face was full of disbelief. Speaking of not being afraid of embarrassment, I was defeated in his hands a long time ago. Uchiha Sasuke said with a wry smile on his face. And it's still a complete defeat. I have my current strength, and to a large extent I was stimulated by him. However, even if I know that I am not his opponent, I will fight desperately. The Uchiha clan has never been afraid of the strong. I will challenge him. Even if I fail again, I will not back down anymore. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with a firm will to fight, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, making people's hearts trembling. Is this the ninjas of Konaha village? They're too strong. What do we use in Sand Shinobi village to fight with them? Are we really trying to find our way to death? Tamari thought silently in her heart, and left step by step. The playing field. Choose one. Shiranui Shuenjin said. Are you sure? Shiranui Genma looked at Fujita Katoki with a surprised look, and asked. The battle between Rock Lee and Gaara not long ago was the pinnacle of Genin's battle, and his strength has far surpassed Genin's level. Advertisement so far, the 4 rounds of the competition are all over. The winners are Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino, Rock Lee, Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, there's a by Fujita Kazuki. Okay, I choose Rock Lee, Kazuyuki Fujita said. Rock Lee, I love you. Rock Lee, I love you, I'm sure. Fujitama nodded and said. I know that his strength is most likely the strongest of the 4, but my ability seems to restrain him. In an instant, the entire venue was thunderous, as if Glossy was not a contestant, but a star who was preparing for a concert. Amidst the cheers and shouts of countless people, Uchiha Sasuke left the playing field. Okay. Shiranui Shuenjin said. In the 5th round, Katoki Fujita played against Rock Lee. Cut. This guy who doesn't live or die. Glossy curled his lips, pulled out the hand held tightly by Hoshinoyuki, and jumped into the arena. You can choose one of the 4 to be your opponent. Shiranui Genma said to Kazuyuki Fujita. If you win, you can enter the semifinals. If you lose, you will lose your qualifications. Choose one from these 4. A wry smile appeared on Fujita's face. Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino, Rock Lee, Uchiha Sasuke, they're all rare powerhouses. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rock Lee, Chapter 177. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, no one paid attention to Glossy's ordinary or even somewhat ugly face. Today, the strength that Glossy has shown is too strong, and his shortcomings have been completely covered up. As the saying goes, one beauty covers 100 ugly, that's the truth. Rock Lee, I'm sorry, I chose you. Kazuto Fujita smiled at Guro and said. Please don't get me wrong, I didn't choose you because I thought you were weak, on the contrary, I was because. You chose me because I don't know how to do ninjutsu, right? Glossy interrupted Fujita Kazuki and said lightly. Glossy knew that as long as anyone could break into the 3rd game, there was no weak person, let alone fools and idiots. After watching the battle between him and Gaara, Fujita Kazuki actually dared to choose him. Needless to say, he had some kind of backing. If he didn't guess wrong, the other party should have some kind of secret ninjutsu, and this ninjutsu is very powerful, at least very deadly for the physique ninja. Rock Lee, you are really amazing. My careful thoughts can't hide from you at all. Ha ha ha. Fujita Mankiyoshi laughed and said. You are right. I chose you because you don't know how to do ninjutsu. I can tell you, you will regret it, Glossi said. Perhaps, who knows? Fujita Motoki said with a smile. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, I will not feel frustrated, because being able to break into the 3rd game is far beyond my estimation. You have a good mentality. Glossy said with a faint smile. Tell me, how many people have you fooled with your fake face? You? Mr. Fujita's face changed slightly. You should put away that set in front of me, it's useless, Glossy said. Huh. What a nasty kid. Fujita Kazuki waved his hand, the bulging muscles on both arms were extremely conspicuous, giving people an invisible pressure. Soon, I will make you pay for what you just said. He is a tall, sturdy man with a simple and honest smile on his face, but in fact, he was vicious in his mind and shot viciously. Many opponents were deceived by his appearance and killed by his sneak attack. He saw the battle between Glossy and Gaara, and knew that the opponent's strength was amazing, and his physical skills had almost reached the state of extraordinary. He is unwilling to fight with the opponent, so he wants to deceive the opponent with a fake face so that he can carry out a sneak attack when the time comes. Advertisement, however, what he never expected was that the other party could see through his mask at a glance, making his strategy impossible to use. However, he doesn't care much, because he owns the secret ninjutsu of Rock Shinobi Village, and has an overwhelming advantage against the ninja of the physique type. The 5th round, starting now, Shiranui Shuenjin shouted loudly. I know you dare to choose me, there must be some kind of backing, Glossy said lightly. If you have any ability, just use it. I'll follow them one by one. You are too arrogant. Mohito Fujita said with a sneer on his face. Your physical skills are very strong, and almost no genin is your opponent in frontal combat. However, you should know that this is a world where ninjutsu dominates. You. Stop talking nonsense, do it quickly. Glossy coldly interrupted Fujita Menkiyoshi's words, and shouted. Since you are so anxious to die, then I'm not welcome. Mohito Fujita showed a trace of anger in his face. He put his hands together, and then quickly formed seals. Shinobi technique. Rock Shinobi technique. That's the seal of the earth style technique. Glossy's eyes flashed brightly, and the martial arts guy's eyes were fleeting, copying Fujita Kazuki's ninjutsu. Then, once again closed the martial arts sky. At this time, something strange happened. Under the large courtyard, in full view, under the scorching sun in the sky, the tall and strong Fujita Menching disappeared suddenly. What happened? Why did that person disappear all of a sudden? Tenten said in surprise from the stand. He didn't disappear, he just used a strange ninjutsu to hide his figure. Next to him, Hyuga Hinata whispered. I have Byakugan, so I can see it. Shameless. Tenten scolded. She has absolute confidence in Glossy's strength, and no genin can be Glossy's opponent. However, this time the enemy is too cunning, and he can hide his figure. How should this be done? Closer. Rock Lee, be careful, Hoshinoyuki yelled worriedly. Advertisement Fujita Motoki kept bullying to a place about 1 meter behind Glossy before stopping. He condensed all the chakras on his right fist, and then rushed towards Glossy. It's near, it's just a little blindfold. You dare to challenge me? I don't know how to live or die. Glossy's martial arts eyes had already captured the precise position of Fujita Kazuki, but his face showed a flustered look, in order to confuse the opponent. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to deal with Glossy's powerful and unparalleled physical attack. That is the secret of Rock Shinobi Village Rock Shinobi technique. A Jonin said solemnly. In the past, we Konaha village and Iwagakure fought a battle, and it was because of this ninjutsu that we suffered a lot. I've been waiting for you for a long time. However, the moment Fujita Gate Kiyoshi pounced on, Glossy turned around and said to him sternly. Kazuyuki Fujita moved very slowly and lightly, and he knew that ninjas with physical skills were generally very intuitive. And a strong man like Glossy is even more acute and terrifying. He didn't dare to make any noise, so as not to be noticed by the other party. Since the other party is a sinister and shameless person, why should he be polite to the other party? That little guy named Rock Lee may be in trouble. He doesn't know how to do ninjutsu, and he doesn't have pupil skills. How to deal with such an enemy? No matter how powerful Glossy is, there is nothing he can do in the face of invisible enemies. Huh. It's just a kid, and I dare to call it the strongest genin, and see how I will kill you today, Mizuki Fujita said in his heart, and gently walked behind Glossy, preparing to give Glossy a fatal blow. Yeah, if it weren't for the two groups of Konaha, Yu Chiba and Hyuga, I'm afraid we would have been defeated back then, another Jonin said with emotion. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then, without waiting for Fujita Menki to react, Glossy kicked the opponent's fist fiercely. Chapter 178 Physical Skills vs Body Hardening Skills. When Fujita Koki saw this, his face changed drastically, and his expression flustered. The most fundamental reason why he chose Glossy is that he can't bully Glossy, and he doesn't have pupil skills. He thinks that he can use his secret technique to defeat the opponent silently. However, what he never expected was that Glossy could accurately capture his body and whereabouts, and used his own mentality to set traps to lure him into attack, and immediately plunge him into completeness. Passive. Knowing this, why should he choose Glossy? Fujita Monkyo secretly called unlucky in his heart. He wanted to give up the attack and withdraw violently to retreat. It was too late. Because he knew that once he did that, Glossy would definitely launch a fierce attack without hesitation, and he was absolutely unstoppable. In desperation, he could only exhale, concentrate all his power on his right fist, and slam forward fiercely. Boom. With a loud noise, Glossy's right foot and Fujita Kazuki's right fist slammed into each other. There was a trace of pain on Fujita's face, and he snorted and staggered back to the rear for 7 or 8 steps. But Glossy stood there motionless, his expression indifferent. Ji Jing did not wave. Obviously, in the face-to-face collision just now, Glossy had an absolute advantage in strength. Sure enough, he deserves to be Konaha's strongest genin. Fujita Kazuki's figure gradually reappeared, only to see his pale face, rapid breathing, and extremely solemn expression. He stared at Glossy and said, "It's just that what I don't understand is, what method did you use to find my whereabouts?" "Listen to the sound and discern the shape," Glossy said lightly. "Listen to the sound?" Fujita Monkey asked. His face suddenly turned weird. "I have obviously slowed down my steps to the extreme, and there is absolutely no sound when I walk." "Unless you are a dead person, you don't need to breathe," Grossi coldly interrupted Fujita Menkyoshi and said. "Otherwise, you won't be able to hide your figure completely." "You really are too good," Fujita Kauchi murmured with a wry smile. "It was in vain that I was clever, but I was confused for a while, and I chose the strongest of the 4 as my opponent." Advertisement Glossy looked at him calmly, without speaking. "However, even if I must lose in the final outcome, I won't give up easily." Fujita Kumaki's eyes suddenly sharpened. "Come on, this time I have a dignified battle with you." "Do you have the qualifications?" Glossy said word by word. "If you have this qualification, you will know after World War I, Fujita Gate Kiyoshi said sharply. "Earth style. Body hardening." His hands quickly formed seals. "It's another powerful secret ninjutsu." Glossy's martial arts eyes flashed away, and he said silently in his heart. This time, none of the 5 people who broke into the 3rd game was mediocre. "What was it just now?" an elite Chunin said in surprise. "Yes, that is the advanced ninjutsu in Rock Shinobi Village that only Jonin and those above the Jonin level can practice." Not far from the side, a man with a black sword on his back said softly. "Black knife. The elite Chunin suddenly lit up and said respectfully at him. If you are the same as the predecessors, why are you here too? It's not just me, this time almost everyone in Anbu has been dispatched. He nodded at him, and then cast his gaze on the playing field again. This generation of young people is really amazing, not just us at Konaha Village, Sand Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village are also awe-inspiring. Yes. The elite Chunin said with emotion. If I'm not afraid of seniors' jokes, I found that this Chunin exam was too terrible. If I took part, I wouldn't even be able to pass the third round of the qualifiers. I understand a little bit now why you chose me. Glossy looked at Fujita Menching intently, and said suddenly. In a sense, your abilities are indeed the nemesis of physique-type ninjas. Do you understand now? Haha, Fujita Motoki laughed wildly and said loudly, unfortunately, it's too late. It's a pity that you met me, Glossy said pityingly. Go to hell. Fujita Gate Kiyoshi yelled, waving a pair of huge fists and rushing towards Glossy. Advertisement, why? Is he crazy? He actually chose to fight Rock Lee up close? Hyuga Neji's eyes widened, his face full of incredible. You know, even he, who has so much confidence in melee combat technique, is now full of jealousy of Glossy. No one in this world is a fool, and no one goes crazy for no reason. Uchiha Sasuke said softly. When he does this, he must have some kind of backing. Boom. Fujita Menkiyuki rushed to the front of Glossy, raised a pair of huge fists, caught the hunting wind, and slammed Glossy's face fiercely. Between his pair of fists, there was a faint ochre light permeating. Good come. Glossy shouted, rubbing his body straight up, and also waved his fists to greet him. He was a lot shorter than Fujita Menkiyoshi, and his arms were even more slender. Compared with the tall and sturdy Fujita Menkyo, he was not at the same level at all. However, his aura is unparalleled, fierce and violent, just like a dragon at the gate, unstoppable. Bang. Bang. With two loud noises, the four fists of the two people slammed together, and they made a sound similar to the fight between gold and iron. Blocked. It was blocked. How could this be? Hoshinoyuki couldn't believe it. This Fujita Katoki is so powerful, he blocked Rock Lee with physical skills, Tenten said in shock, feeling incredible. No, that's not pure physique. Hyuga Hinata observed the situation on the battlefield with a pair of Byakugan open, and said, Monkey Fujita uses ninjutsu instead of physique. He hardened his body with earth style, which is not much weaker than ordinary metal weapons. It's unbelievable. Rock Lee actually encountered an opponent in physical skills, Aburame Shino murmured. There are talents from generation to generation, and each has been leading the way for hundreds of years. Hitaki Kakashi used Sharingan to look at Glossy, who was fighting fiercely, and said with emotion, The era that belongs to us is about to pass. Chapter 179 It's a pity, you met me. Boom, boom, boom. Glossy's momentum was like a rainbow, like a tiger coming down from the gate, launching a fierce attack on Fujita Menkyoshi with physical skills. However, to his surprise, Fujita Katoki managed to take it all down. Although Fujita Kumaki received a punch from Glossy, he would be shocked to take a step backwards, but he was extremely strong, swinging his huge fist and G against Glossy. Moreover, after more than 20 consecutive moves, he did not show any signs of injury. Is this the secret ninjutsu of your Rock Shinobi village? It's not bad, it surprised me. Glossy smiled, punched Fujita Gate Kiyoshi and said so. In the field of Genin, you are the first one who can take so many moves without getting hurt. I'm very honored. Fujita Katoki grinned, and said sternly, however, you are not the first one to have taught me this trick. 27 people have experienced it before you, but unfortunately, they are all dead. Are you trying to say that I am the 28th? Glossy curled his lips and teased. Your strength is very strong, I dare not say such a thing. Fujita Kunkiyoshi said, however, you do have the possibility of becoming the 28th person. Hey, Glossy sighed slightly, shook his head, and said, I just played with you for a while, and you think you can match me and have a chance to beat me, right? What do you mean by this? Fujita Katoki's face sank, and he shouted. I just used 30% of my strength just now, nothing more. Glossy grinned and said, however, from now on, I will double my strength. You must be careful to deal with it. Are you? Do you want to use the forbidden technique you used to fight Gaara? Munching Fujita's face suddenly became very ugly. Is it worthy of you? Glossy said disdainfully, brush. Glossy moved and took a step forward, and the whole person immediately shot out like a bow and arrow from the string, and instantly deceived him to the front of Fujita Menkyoshi. With his right hand and palm like a knife, like a dreamy empty flower, he slashed towards Fujita Gate Kiyoshi's neck. Not moving like a mountain, moving like a gust of wind. Ha! Munching Fujita was taken aback. He didn't expect Glossy to be so fast. He didn't have time to resist, so he could only roar, and his feet violently used force, and the whole person flew back toward the back. Woo! Advertisement. A fierce wind passed in front of Fujita Menkyoshi, and a strand of hair fell from his head. Mr. Fujita was shocked. He couldn't believe that Glossy's palm wind was so sharp, it was no different than the real kunai. Is it true that all this is as the other party said? The other party only used 30% of his power in the previous battle, and was playing with him? Can you escape? Glossy shouted coldly. His figure is fast beyond people's imagination. He just 3 steps out. He chased in front of Fujita Kazuki again. He still swings the sword in his right hand and slashes down diagonally, and the target is still the key to Fujita's neck. You are deceiving too much. Fujita Munkyo was furious. He yelled sharply and swung his right fist to greet him fiercely. Above his right fist, an earth-yellow light lingered. It was the body-hardening technique of the earth-style technique, which made the flesh as hard as iron. Dang! With a clear sound similar to the impact of gold and iron, Glossy slammed Fujita's fist with a knife. What? Fujita Kumi screamed loudly. He only felt a fiery pain in his right hand, as if it was on fire. At the same time, a powerful force came from his hand, immediately causing his body to lose balance and fall to the ground. Brush. Glossy stepped forward, with a knife in the palm of his right hand like the wind, and once again slashed towards the neck of Fujita Menki. 3 consecutive moves, each one is exactly the same, simple and clear, and there is nothing special. However, due to the astonishing speed and power of Glossy, he could not fight back Fujita. Boom. Glossy's right hand was severely cut on the neck of Fujita Kazuki, hitting the key. Wow. Such a scene immediately aroused the infinite enthusiasm of the audience. They desperately shouted and cheered for Glossy. After all, they had seen the two men evenly matched just now, and in the blink of an eye, Glossy had the upper hand, and even slashed the opponent's neck with a knife. How to make them not excited? Advertisement. He never expected that he deceived the opponent with the clay body replacement technique, and successfully used the earth-centric decapitation technique to grab the opponent's feet, but in the end he was cracked because his power was far less than the opponent. Cry without tears. Come up here for me. Glossy supported his left foot on the ground and lifted his right foot forcefully. Immediately, an irresistible force acted on Fujita Kokiyoshi's body, and immediately dragged him up from the ground. In an instant, a powerful force acted on Glossy's feet, pulling his entire body into the ground, giving him a fatal blow. Ninjutsu has his unique side, Glossy said to himself. Soon, Fujita Katoki became a mud stand in exactly the same way as him. I said it a long time ago, it's a pity that you met me, Glossy said lightly. You. Mr. Fujita was shocked in his heart. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Glossy kicked him on his chest, kicking him out for more than 5 meters. That's Earth-Style's body replacement technique, Hitaki Kakashi said to himself with a Sharingan open. Within Glossy's body, the martial arts mentality ran rapidly, and a powerful force immediately dissolved the pulling force of Fujita Kazuki. You monster! Fujita Katoki yelled loudly. However, compared to the audience's excitement, Glossy frowned, because the moment his right palm knife hit the key point of Fujita Gate Kiyoshi's neck, he knew something was wrong. That kind of touch is definitely not a human body. Earth-centric decapitation. This trick is very powerful, but, Glossy said pityingly while shaking his head. You can't even shake my body, so why are you beheading me? Boom. Suddenly, the ground under Glossy's feet broke open, and a pair of huge palms stretched out from inside, grabbing his feet firmly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Earth-style. Geocentric decapitation. Fujita Katoki roared angrily. Chapter 180. I can rescue you from the cage. It's over? That's it? A beautiful girl was stunned, staring at Kamui's dignified Glossy in the arena without blinking, and said in disbelief. Obviously, 2 people were evenly matched not long ago, so how come they suddenly become one-sided? Are you kidding? Next to the beautiful girl, a tall and thin boy also had an incredible face. That Fujita Katoki is very strong. He was evenly matched with Rock Lee just now, and it is inextricably difficult to distinguish. Why did he defeat him all at once? Sure enough, Rock Lee is the strongest genin. Whether it's Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, or the so-called Fujita Menkyoshi, they are not opponents. Of course, there are already a lot of Glossy in the audience. The die-hard fans of, they're very satisfied with this ending. Whether Rock Lee is the strongest genin or not, we don't know for the time being. However, he is really strong and invincible. A girl who once regarded Hyuga Neji as an idol muttered to herself. At this moment, a girl of hers has a very complicated heart. From the deepest point of her heart, she still believes that Hyuga Neji is Konaha's strongest genin, hoping that he can win the championship and be promoted to Chunin in one fell swoop. However, because Glossy has turned out too strong for 2 consecutive games, this seriously affected her confidence. Perhaps, her idol Hyuga Neji is really no match for Glossy. Rock Lee! Rock Lee! Rock Lee! Soon, there was a lot of cheers in the venue, and countless people were shouting the name of Rock Lee. At this time, Rock Lee has completely replaced Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke, becoming the idol of the new generation of Konaha village, and the target of countless boys and girls. Your Invigilator, you can announce that the game is over. Glossy turned his head and said to Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma nodded at Glossy, then walked 2 steps to the twitching Fujita Munkyoshi, crouched down and observed for a while, and then announced loudly. The 5th round, the winner, Rock Lee. At this point, all the top 4 in the Chunin exam were born. They are Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino. Rock Lee, advertisement, Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino. The audience in the stands were shouting desperately to cheer for the Prince Charming in their hearts. Of course, among the 4, Rock Lee is the most popular and vigorous, completely overwhelming the other 3. Shiranui Genma raised his right hand high, and made a silence motion at the audience in the stands. Soon, The cheering and shouting in the field weakened until it disappeared completely. Dear guests, this is the end of today's game. The semifinals and finals will be held tomorrow. Shiranui Genma said loudly. In this Chunin exam, from the first Rin test to the present, the 4 strongest Genins have finally been determined. They are Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino, Rock Lee, and Uchiha Sasuke. Between the 4 of them, there will be a fierce battle tomorrow to compete for the only Chunin spot. Next, I announce that today's game is over, Shiranui Genma said loudly. Boom. Following Shiranui Genma's words, many people broke out with a roar of dissatisfaction. Today's battles are really exciting, especially the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara, which is dazzling and intoxicating. And now, finally reached the most critical link, and was pushed to the day after tomorrow, which is simply unbearable. However, the playing field was already full of Anbu members. After cleaning up a few guys who took the lead in making trouble, everyone immediately became honest. Most of them left obediently, but quite a few people still stayed here. You 4 little guys, come here. Shiranui Shuenjin shouted at Glossy and the others. Is there something? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. However, the few people were not too arrogant, but came over obediently. Advertisement. Draw your respective opponents. Shiranui Genma took out 4 cards from his chest, shook them at the 4 people, and said, I'll do it first. Glossy smiled, and reached for the card on the left. Number 1. He glanced at it and said, I am number 4. Hyuga Neji also took a card and frowned. My number 2. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. My number 4. Wearing sunglasses, Aburame Shino always looks cool. Very good. Shiranui Shuenjin smiled and said, according to the rules of the game, number 1 corresponds to number 4, and number 2 corresponds to number 3. In other words, Rock Lee's opponent is Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke's opponent is Aburame Shino. Since your opponents have been determined, you should go back to rest. Remember, you must be ready to gather here before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will be deemed to have automatically renounced your qualifications. Brush. After I did not know Huo Shuenjin finished speaking, his body immediately turned into a white smoke and disappeared out of thin air. Cut. Really impatient. Uchiha Sasuke curled his lips and said, he suddenly turned around and left alone. And Aburame Shino was even more so, without even saying hello, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that my opponent in the next game would be you. Hyuga Neji looked at Glossy without blinking, and said in a deep voice. Well, I didn't expect it either. Glossy smiled and said, actually, I would rather meet you in the finals. Whether it's the final or the semifinal, it's the same for me, Hyuga Neji said with a wry smile. I am a bird trapped in a cage. No matter how I spread my wings, I will eventually be caught back into the cage. My destiny has long been doomed. This time, it may be the most glorious memory of my life. You are too pessimistic. Glossy said lightly, if I said I could free you from the cage, would you dare to believe it? Chapter 181 says, who are you, WH? What did you say? Hyuga Neji was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes widened, and he was blasted. He stared at Glossy, his face full of astonishment and inconceivability. I said I can free you from the cage. Glossy said lightly, if you still don't understand, I can speak more bluntly. I can lift the caged bird seal that binds you. You. Do you know what you are talking about? Hyuga Neji looked at Glossy without blinking, and said in disbelief. Of course I know. Glossy smiled and said, why, in your eyes, am I a very irresponsible person? When? Of course not. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath and looked around, making sure that no one noticed them before speaking again. I know you are not that kind of person, but what you said is too unbelievable. Do you think I'm just talking about it? Glossy asked.
As far as I know, the caged bird sealing technique that bound our Hyuga branch house is an unspoken secret of the Hyuga clan family.
Traditionally, only the patriarch who inherited the clan can be the master. Hyuga Neji said. Master 3rd Hokage is hailed as the professor of ninjutsu, and all the existing mainstream ninjutsu in Grandmaster Konaha village. But even he can't unlock my caged bird seal. I can solve it. Glossy interrupted Hyuga Neji and said impatiently. I only ask you one sentence, can you believe it? Hyuga Neji opened his mouth, but made no sound. Fine, I'm wrong about you. Glossy shrugged and said disdainfully. Hyuga Neji, you look incredibly strong in performance, but deep down you are an incredibly weak coward. You disappoint me. After speaking, Glossy shook his head, turned and left. Wait a minute. Hyuga Neji was anxious. However, Glossy ignored it at all, and walked far away without even pausing. Rock Lee, I believe in you. Hyuga Neji bit her lip, her heart raging and bullying like the waves of the sea. At this moment, he has a terrible idea, which is most likely the biggest opportunity of his life. If he gives up, he will definitely regret it for a lifetime. You don't believe it at all. Glossy still didn't look back, but he spoke. I believe you. When Hyuga Neji saw Glossy speak, he knew immediately that things had turned for the better. He hurriedly stepped forward and chased Glossy. Advertisement. Do you really believe it? Glossy stopped and looked at her with a smile. I would like to take a gamble for my future. Hyuga Neji said seriously. If you can really lift my caged bird seal, Hyuga Neji is willing to be a sword in your hand. Wherever you ask me to point the tip of the sword, I will point the tip of the sword to wherever. What if I let you kill Hyuga Hiyashi? Glossy shouted coldly. I was going to kill him. Hyuga Neji gritted his teeth. He was the culprit who killed my father. Killing him is the biggest wish of my life. What about Hyuga Hinata? Glossy asked again. Hinata. There was a trace of struggle in Hyuga Neji's eyes, but soon he was enveloped in hatred again. No matter who it is, I can't replace my father's position in my mind. Even Konaha is no exception, Glossy said sternly. Yes. Hyuga Neji growled in a low voice. Hyuga Neji, you are still too naive. Glossy's face suddenly showed a weird smile. He reached out and patted Hyuga Neji on the shoulder, and said, Didn't you think that I would never lift the seal of caged bird? Aren't you afraid that I was sent by the Hyuga clan to test you? You. Hyuga Neji's face changed drastically. Okay, don't be too nervous. Glossy waved his hand when he saw this and said, Don't worry, I can't be the person sent by the Hyuga clan. Because I don't have any good feelings for them either. Why should I believe you? Hyuga Neji said word by word. Just because my strength is far superior to you, wanting to kill you is just a matter of thought. Is this enough? Glossy smiled and said. Are you crazy? Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. I know your strength is very strong, but you will definitely not be much stronger than me. Really? Glossy interrupted Hyuga Neji and said lightly. Advertisement. Woo. In an instant, Glossy turned into a light and shadow, rushing towards Hyuga Neji very quickly. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Neji was taken aback. Obviously, he didn't expect that Glossy would actually do it. With a loud shout, he was about to use his absolute defense. However, at this instant of sparking fire, Glossy had already broken through his defenses, placing 2 fingers at the heart of his throat. Don't move. Otherwise, I will break your throat, Glossy said lightly.
Do you think your fingers are kunai? Hyuga Neji said coldly.
My fingers are indeed not kunai. Glossy smiled, and took a kunai from his bag with his left hand, and then in Hyuga Neji's unbelievable gaze, he broke it with 2 fingers. How is this possible? Hyuga Neji was shocked. How can a person's flesh and blood be harder than kunai made of fine iron? At this moment, Hyuga Neji completely understood that in this Chunin exam, Glossy had never used his full strength at all. From beginning to end, Glossy played with them with a playful mentality. Do you believe it now? Glossy asked lightly. What is your strength? Hyuga Neji said shockingly. Also, are you really Rock Lee? Of course I am Rock Lee. Glossy said with a chuckle. If I am not Rock Lee, who am I? In my memory, Rock Lee is far from being so powerful. Hyuga Neji looked at Glossy's eyes without blinking, and said seriously. And you are already strong to an outrageous state. I am afraid that even Teacher Might Guy may not be your opponent. Say, who are you? Chapter 182. Meet Yakushi Kabuto again.
Who am I? Of course I am Rock Lee. Glossy smiled and said. When he was recruited, he opened his martial arts celestial eyes, and a magnificent, majestic and extremely terrifying spirit surged to the Hyuga Neji spiritual consciousness. At this moment, Glossy had to admit that he was a little anxious about his rash attempt to subdue Hyuga Neji for his own use today. Not only did he fail to win Hyuga Neji's allegiance and follow, but he aroused the suspicion of the opponent. In desperation, he could only use the terrifying spirituality left over from his previous life to exert some subconscious influence on Hyuga Neji. Are you really Rock Lee? Hyuga Neji's eyes were a little dazed. Neji, have you forgotten it? Glossy said. At the beginning, we worshipped at the door of Teacher Guy together. You are talented penultimate, but I am inherently stupid. You always look down on me, even if you were a pair of training. You don't want to compete with me. Have you forgotten it? I didn't forget. There was a trace of struggle in Hyuga Neji's eyes. But why did your strength suddenly become so strong? This is abnormal. Why is it not normal? Glossy said. Have you forgotten how hard I have been in my practice? I am the only one who can complete the practice plan that Teacher Guy made for us every day. When you and Tenten are resting, I am practicing. Although I am talented not as good as you, but I have put in more sweat and effort than you. You can't be my identity just because I am stronger than you now. Hyuga Neji was speechless. Remember, I am Rock Lee, not anyone else. Glossy said lightly. At the same time, his terrifying spirit withdrew from Hyuga Neji's sea of spiritual consciousness, and the martial arts sky eye was immediately closed. If you really want to get rid of the caged bird seal, then show off your value and potential in tomorrow's game. Glossy said to Hyuga Neji. As long as your value and potential are recognized by me, I will take action to lift the seal for you. Then how can I show my value and potential? Hyuga Neji asked. Your strength has far surpassed Genin, almost reached the level of Jonin. What can I use to get your approval? On the day of the game, I will suppress my strength at the same level as you, Glossy said. Are you sure? Hyuga Neji's eyes shone sharply and said loudly. Aren't you afraid that I will defeat you? Advertisement. If you can do it, please don't be polite, just play to your heart's content. Glossy smiled and said. I hope you can let me enjoy a hearty battle at that time. You will surely get what you want. Hyuga Neji's amazing confidence seemed to come back all of a sudden. See you tomorrow. After Glossy finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the playing field. At the entrance of the venue, Hoshinoyuki, Tenten, and Hyuga Hinata were standing there, looking at him with 3 beautiful big eyes. That kind of feeling is like 3 docile young daughters-in-law, waiting for their husbands to come home.
That's Miss Hinata. Hyuga Neji's expression was slightly startled, and then he reacted. Ms. Hinata was expelled from the Hyuga clan. It is said that Rock Lee and Hoshinoyuki rescued her that night. I always thought it was a rumor, but it turned out to be true. He looked at Hyuga Hinata with apologetic eyes because he knew that he was the one who caused the incident. However, he did not walk over to apologize. The only thing he wants to do now is to go back and take a good rest, to cultivate his energy to the peak, to play the strongest strength in the next day's battle, and to get Rock Lee's approval. As long as the seal of Caged Bird is lifted, he believes that his strength can definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and it is even possible to step into Jonin's realm in one fell swoop. He hopes that one day he will be strong enough to become the master of the Hyuga clan, and completely abolish that damn clan rule. Only then can he prevent more tragedies from happening. Lee, what are you and Neji talking about? It took so long. Tenten and Glossy have the closest relationship, so he didn't have any scruples when he spoke, so he asked directly. It's nothing, the two of us just chatted casually. Glossy smiled and said, why didn't the three of you go back? You said why didn't we go back? Of course we are waiting for you. Hoshinoyuki said. Facing Tenten, she seemed to feel a strong sense of crisis, so she was no longer as weak and shy as she was before. At this time, she is more like a wife who guards her husband firmly and prevents outsiders from hooking up. Sorry, I made you wait so long, Glossy said with a smile. Well, if I invite the three of you to dinner, it's my apology, okay? Huh, it's almost the same, Tenten said. Go ahead, what are you going to invite us to eat? Why don't we go to eat ramen? Hoshinoyuki suggested. Yile ramen is so delicious, I'm almost addicted to it now. Advertisement, no, I don't want to eat ramen. Tenten objected loudly. I'm going to eat barbecue. Eating barbecue. Glossi curled his lips. Barbecue, the price is very high. He used to accumulate some commissions when performing tasks, but because he had to take the Chunin exam, he had no income for a whole month and was almost used up. Well, I want to eat barbecue, Tenten said. Hinata, do you say that grilled meat is good or ramen is good? When? Of course. Barbecue is delicious. Hyuga Hinata stood there without saying a word, without any sense of existence. She waited until Tenten asked her before she said in a voice no bigger than a mosquito. Okay, since two people have agreed to eat barbecue, let's eat barbecue, Glossi said with a smile. Let's go. No words for a night. The next day, when Glossy opened his eyes, the horizon just started to light up. He jumped up from the bed, washed with the fastest speed, and then quickly ran towards the martial arts field. Woo! Suddenly, a dark shadow in the distance flashed away. That person's speed is very fast, and he has applied a high-level, stealth technique to himself. If it hadn't been for Guluuxi's cultivation to become a martial arts eye, I am afraid that he would not be able to find the trace of this person at all. Yakushi Kabuto. Glossy's eyes shone brightly. He hesitated for a moment, then he sealed his hands, followed behind him with the earth-style technique, and wanted to see what this guy was going to do. Chapter 183 The Conspiracy of Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto, a powerful Jonin, once mixed into the Chunin exam team, with an ominous specific purpose. Later, in order to hide his identity, he chose to abstain in the qualifiers of the third game and disappeared for a while without any trace. And by chance, Hyuga Hinata accidentally discovered Yakushi Kabuto with Byakugan's amazing insight. Glossy followed behind him and discovered that he actually wanted to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Fortunately, Hitaki Kakashi was nearby, and he frightened him back. It was that time that Glossy discovered that Yakushi Kabuto was actually Orochimaru's subordinate. If Glossy didn't guess wrong, from that moment on, the Anbu of Konaha village began the capture of Yakushi Kabuto. However, judging from the current situation, the Anbu should have found nothing, because, at this moment, Yakushi Kabuto happens to be alive and is about to go to a hidden place. Glossi used the tortoise breathing method to hide the breath of his body's life, while trailing behind Yakushi Kabuto with the earth-style art of the earth-style. Today, he has entered the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is not afraid of a strong Jonin at all. He has a very strong hunch that Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru are planning a huge turmoil. Once this turmoil occurs, even Konaha village, the #1 force in the shinobi world, will be hurt. He must figure out their specific plans. Yakushi Kabuto was very cautious, stopping and watching almost every time he ran for 20 to 30 meters, and then moved on when he was sure that there was no one around him. Moreover, his speed was very fast, and he applied the stealth technique, just like a ghost in the dark night. That is to say, Gullos has the martial arts eye, which can accurately capture his trace, and his body speed is higher than that of Yakushi Kabuto. If you change someone else, I'm afraid I would have been lost a long time ago. After about 10 minutes, Yakushi Kabuto finally stopped in a dense wood. That's fourth cage. Glossy carefully hid his body behind a big tree, looking into the distance with a pair of martial arts eyes. When he saw a person standing in front of Yakushi Kabuto clearly, he couldn't help being surprised. It was a man, tall and thin, with a white cloth covering his face. He exudes an inexplicable aura, not the leader of San Shinobi Village who is fourth cage. Advertisement. Is there any collusion between San Shinobi Village and Orochimaru? Glossy said inwardly. Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, fourth cage, these three figures flashed in his mind one by one. Sand Shinobi Village has a very unfriendly attitude towards Konaha Village, which can be seen from the attitudes of Kankuro and Tamari towards Konaha Shinobi. But now, Yakushi Kabuto, who is a subordinate of Orochimaru, is here to meet 4th Kazekage, which seems to have confirmed some of his guesses. Master 4th Kazekage. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto spoke. Oh no, I still feel more comfortable calling you by Master Orochimaru. Jia. And 4th Kazekage, who was opposite Yakushi Kabuto, grinned suddenly and let out a creepy sneer. This 4th Kazekage turned out to be Orochimaru. Glossy only felt a slight tremor in his heart. At this moment, many unsolved mysteries in his heart suddenly became clear. If 4th Kazekage is really Orochimaru, it seems that Sand Shinobi's previous series of unfriendly actions can be explained. Orochimaru was the first of the famous Konaha Sannin, and the most beloved disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Orochimaru was stimulated by the constant death of his companions during the war and began to study the forbidden technique. He used a large number of living people as research specimens, and even took shots at the ninjas in the village, which eventually angered Sarutobi Hiruzen and captured him while he was experimenting. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at its peak. Although Orochimaru was great, how could he be Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent? After a fierce fight, Orochimaru was defeated. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated at that time and let go of Orochimaru. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect was that Orochimaru not only did not appreciate his mercy, but hated him and Konaha even more. Over the past 10 years, Orochimaru has kept abducting outstanding children from various ninja villages, training them into ninjas, and then establishing his own village at Tenten. After more than 10 years, Orochimaru's strength and influence have made considerable progress, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has also declined because of his age and strength. The departure of Jeriah and Tsunade, the suicide of Konaha's White Fang, the death of the Blue Beast Might Dewey, the young death of Namikaze Minato, etc., also brought the strength of Konaha Village to its lowest point ever. Therefore, Orochimaru, who has been observing Konaha Village for more than 10 years, finally decided to take the opportunity of this Chunin exam to completely wipe out Konaha Village. However, Orochimaru is also an extremely cautious person. Although after more than 10 years of preparation and savings, he is still worried that his own strength is not enough, and he has joined the Sand Shinobi Village joint operation. Advertisement. Although Glossy doesn't know what method Orochimaru used to kill 4th Kazekage, the fact that Orochimaru has become the leader of Sand Shinobi Village is that Orochimaru has become the leader of Sand Shinobi Village, commanding the power of Sand Shinobi in Atonin, and waiting for the opportunity to attack Konaha Village. Launch an attack. Yes, Glossy thinks 4th Kazekage is dead. If not, how can 4th Kazekage allow Orochimaru to become him and use his identity to slander and deceive everywhere? Konaha Village, the most powerful force in the ninja world, is now facing the danger of destruction. Glossy said silently in his heart. Yakushi Kabuto, I think you should call me 4th Kazekage, Orochimaru said after a sneer. I lost to Namikaze Minato when I ran for 4th Hokage. Now, it's good for me to experience 4th Kazekage. Yes, Orochimaru, Master 4th Kazekage, Yakushi Kabuto said respectfully. Kazekage-sama, Sand Shinobi, and Atonin's ninja forces are all ready, and they can take action at any time to destroy Konaha. Very good, Orochimaru said. Remember, no one is allowed to do it in advance without my order. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Then when can we do it? Yakushi Kabuto asked. When I act on the old man of 3rd generation, you can act. Orochimaru said in a deep voice. You deal with 3rd Hokage alone, maybe it's wrong? Yakushi Kabuto said worriedly. After all, he is Konaha's strongest ninja, the former ninjutsu professor. Shut up, Orochimaru said coldly. He is mine, no one except me has the right to touch him of Velis hair. Chapter 184. You may not be his opponent. When Orochimaru said those words, a forceful murderous aura burst from his body, and Yakushi Kabuto was shocked to turn pale and back again and again. Obviously, although Orochimaru hates Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konaha Village in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still unique in his mind. This can be seen from his preparation to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own hands. The love of mentoring and apprenticeship is more than just talking. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, I understand. Yakushi Kabuto's face was pale, and he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only nod his head and say respectfully. Huh, be smart, Orochimaru said with a cold snort of disdain. There's a little tail behind you, and I didn't even notice it at all. What? This is impossible. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback and said in disbelief. Woo. At the same time, Glossy jumped out from behind the hiding tree. It is true that it is Orochimaru, one of the famous Konaha Sannin. I have concealed it from Yakushi Kabuto, but I can't hide it from your eyes. When speaking of Konaha Sannin, he deliberately emphasized the word, Konaha. Konaha Sannin. There was a trace of nostalgia in Orochimaru's eyes, but immediately, his eyes were replaced with murderous intent. Those are stories from a long time ago, what are you still talking about now? It's you, Rock Lee, that is hidden deeper than me. Orochimaru, I don't understand what you are talking about, Glossy said. Don't you understand? Orochimaru sneered. In Konaha Village, almost everyone knows that you Rock Lee is a waste. You can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, you can only practice physique. However, in fact, you can not only practice ninjutsu, but also a very advanced invisibility technique. Rock Lee, what I want to ask you is, What do you want to do when you hide so deeply in Konaha village? Orochimaru looked at Glossy with interest and asked. It turns out that he used the stealth technique, just now, no wonder I didn't notice him. Yakushi Kabuto said to himself. He looked at Glossy without blinking, as if he wanted to see him through. Advertisement, Orochimaru, you think too much. Glossy shook his head and said. I have no purpose or intention for Konaha village. Do you think this can fool me? Orochimaru sneered. You can clearly practice ninjutsu, but you hide your true strength and always face the world with physique. You said you have no purpose or intention for Konaha village, who would believe it? I have a clear conscience, why should others believe it? Glossy said lightly. It's a clear conscience. Orochimaru smiled sorrowfully. I hope you can say the same when Danzo is standing in front of you. What do you mean by this? Glossy raised his brow. I hope the two of us can keep each other secret. Orochimaru said. Don't tell anyone what you saw today, and I won't tell Danzo about your ninjutsu skills. How? What is the relationship between you and Danzo? Glossy asked. I was helped by Danzo when I was studying the forbidden technique of immortality in Konaha. Orochimaru smiled and said. Of course, he also got a lot of benefits from me. Rock Lee, you should know Danzo's style well. Once he knows that you know how to do ninjutsu, he will definitely kill you in the first place. Perhaps. Glossy said lightly. Rock Lee, cooperate with me. Orochimaru looked at Glossy with a feverish look, and said loudly. From your body, I saw 2 times stronger potential than Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Just give you enough time and you can definitely become stronger than me. I refuse. Glossy said without hesitation. Are you sure? Orochimaru's eyes cooled suddenly, and he shouted. Rock Lee, you have to think clearly. If you reject me, even if you don't die in my hands, you will die under Danzo's hands. Who can tell the future? Glossy said. Perhaps, I told third Hokage of your conspiracy and he might protect me immediately. Advertisement, you are too naive. Orochimaru chuckled. The old man is too weak. As long as Danzo and the other 2 members of the elders agree, he will compromise. Don't talk too speculatively, goodbye. Glossy smiled. He raised a turn, and stepped on the footwork of divine change, under his feet, and ran toward the distance like flying. Shulking snake hand. Orochimaru shouted. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, 4 thick pythons emerged from Orochimaru's right hand and attacked Glossy at lightning speed. He used this ninjutsu, but it was much stronger than Mitarashi Anko's power. Budo Tienyan. Glossy opened his eyes and predicted the attack speed and direction of the 4 pythons with his strong pupil power. At the same time, the footwork under his feet became more and more weird, suddenly from left to right, and back and forth, unexpectedly evading the 4 pythons' onslaught. What a great kid! Orochimaru exclaimed. Compared to him, Uchiha Sasuke is nothing short of a hairy boy, not worth mentioning. Master Orochimaru, I will kill him. Yakushi Kabuto took out a sharp kunai from his suitcase, and was about to chase in the direction where Glossy disappeared. No need. Orochimaru shook his head and said, you may not be that kid's opponent. Orochimaru-sama. Yakushi Kabuto's face showed a trace of unconvinced. Well, I know you must be very unconvinced in your heart. Orochimaru said. I have a chance, I will let you compete with that kid, but not now. But, Lord Orochimaru, that kid already knows about us. If he tells Might Guy, and Might Guy tells Hokage about it, wouldn't we? Yakushi Kabuto said worriedly. Chapter 185 Might Guy's promise. Don't worry about this, I will let Danzo do it in advance. Orochimaru showed a weird smile on his face. Over the years, the top players in Konaha village have lost so much. Konaha's White Fang committed suicide and Might Dewey died in battle. Jeriah and Tsunade and I left before and after. Namikaze Minato died to seal the 9 Tails monster, Uchiha Itachi. Defection. Today's Konaha village, apart from the old man and Danzo, does not even have a cage-level powerhouse. It is really in decline. If I force Rock Lee to flee again and lure Uchiha Sasuke to leave with me, I'm afraid I don't need to do it myself, it will collapse on its own. Master Orochimaru, I heard that Might Guy values Rock Lee very much, almost no different from his son. If Master Danzo must shoot Rock Lee, I'm afraid Might Guy will not stand idly by. And Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy are buddies. Yakushi Kabuto said, his eyes glowing with excitement. If according to their inference, there is no need for them to take action, Konaha village itself will be messed up first. Do you now understand why I want to let him go? Orochimaru said with a sorrowful smile. Let them go to the chaos first, and then we can take advantage of the fisherman's profit. Isn't it the best? Master Orochimaru, I will tell Master Danzo the secret of Rock Lee right now, Yakushi Kabuto said. Glossy's speed was very fast, like a gallop, and quickly escaped hundreds of meters. He keenly discovered that Orochimaru hadn't pursued him after a missed hit, which surprised him. You know, he understands Orochimaru's conspiracy and tricks. Once he informs the Konaha village's senior management, Orochimaru's plan will immediately go bankrupt and suffer a strong return from Konaha village. It stands to reason that the other party has no reason to let him go. Don't it? After all, Glossy had more than 1,000 years of experience in his previous life, and he had an instant insight into Orochimaru's strategy. He understands that Orochimaru must want to use Shimura Danzo to deal with him. Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root, the largest dark force in the entire Konaha village, acts cruelly and brutally. His behavior is entirely based on personal subjective inferences. Once he believes that someone has endangered the safety of Konaha village, he will immediately kill that person without paying attention to the so-called evidence. Rock Lee is a waste body, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physical skills, which everyone knows in the entire Konaha village. If Shimura Danzo suddenly learns that Rock Lee not only knows how to do ninjutsu, but also a very advanced, stealth technique, Shimura Danzo's gloomy psychology will definitely draw the most terrible conclusion, thinking that Rock Lee has been lurking in Konaha for so many years, there must be terrible purposes and schemes. Once this happens, Shimura Danzo will definitely send the elite members of the Root to kill him in the first place. Advertisement. This is Yongmu. Orochimaru's thinking is not very clever, at least smart people can quickly see through. However, Orochimaru's strategy is extremely brilliant, because even if Glossy understands the opponent's strategy, he can't change anything. This guy clearly wants to use Shimura Danzo to force me to defect from Konaha. Glossy smiled bitterly in his heart. He knows that he himself has been driven to a dead end, because, no matter what, he couldn't explain why he suddenly became ninjutsu. This is Glossy's biggest weakness. As long as he doesn't explain clearly, he has the biggest spy suspicion. And once he has the suspicion of a spy, then nothing he said will be believed by others. Do I have to be forced to leave Konaha by Orochimaru? Glossy was very upset. In fact, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to Konaha in his heart. He just accepted Rock Lee's memory, and then got along with Tenten and Hoshino Dasuki for a period of time and developed feelings, and he didn't want to leave here easily. What's more, he was forced to leave by Orochimaru, how could he be reconciled? Glossy thought about it, but couldn't swallow it. Soon, he made up his mind that if Shimura Danzo did not send someone to arrest him, he would not leave here temporarily. He has now stepped into the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality. He is powerful. Even if a cage-level expert wants to kill him, he can easily escape. Woo! Glossy unfolded his figure and quickly ran in the direction where Might Guy lived. Who? When Glossy just jumped on the roof, Might Guy suddenly sat up from the bed and shouted in a deep voice. Ms. Guy, it's me, Glossy said. Lee, is it you? Might Guy was taken aback for a moment, and then jumped onto the roof from the window. Why did you come to me? Mr. Guy, I have something to tell me. Glossy lowered his voice and said seriously, I think if I don't say anything, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Advertisement, what's the matter? Tell me. Might Guy seemed to be aware of something, and asked solemnly. There are two things, Glossy said. The first one, I discovered by chance that the fourth cage of San Shinobi village is a fake from Orochimaru. At the moment, Glossy told Might Guy everything he knew. There is such a thing. Might Guy was shocked, although he had long received some news from Anbu. He knew that Konaha village might face an accident recently, but he did not expect it to be so serious. Orochimaru, San Shinobi village, a Tonin village, one of the legendary Konaha Sanin. The three forces joining together may really shake the foundation of Konaha village. What about the second thing? Might Guy pondered for a while, then suddenly asked. The second thing. Glossy hesitated, but finally decided to say it. Mr. Guy, I know ninjutsu now. What? You know ninjutsu now? There was a trace of ecstasy on Might Guy's face, but it quickly turned into a deep worry. Obviously, he also thought of what kind of dilemma Glossy will face after this matter spreads. When is this happening? He asked in a low voice. Before Chunan's exam, Glossy said. He was a little touched, knowing that what Might Guy first thought of was not whether Rock Lee was a spy or not, but that he cared about him, prepared to excuse him and remove the suspicion. Lee, thank you for believing in me. Might Guy stretched out his hand and patted Glossy on the shoulder, and said. Don't worry, you grew up when I was young, and I will never allow anyone to move your finger. Thank you, Mr. Guy. Glossy said gratefully. Chapter 186, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. The 186th chapter only belongs to the secret of the two of us. You are the student I taught. If I don't protect you, who will protect you? Might Guy said seriously. Lee, the information you provided is very important. It can reduce the loss and casualties of our Konaha village to a great extent. I must immediately inform Lord 3rd Hokage so that he can deploy and respond earlier. You are here waiting for me, I will be back soon, Might Guy said. Yeah. Glossy nodded. After Might Guy left, Glossy spread out and walked away. What he has to do is to tell Might Guy this information, and then pass it to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. As for whether they believe or not, that's their business. As for Might Guy's promise to him, Glossy is very grateful. However, he also knows clearly that Konaha village's handling of him is definitely beyond the control of a Might Guy. He must now prepare for the worst and be ready to turn his face and defect out of the village with Konaha village at any time. Brush. In the morning light, Glossy was like a black ghost, swiftly walking through Konaha village. He used martial arts and heavenly eyes to cooperate with the divine action and variety. Footwork, evading wave after wave of patrol troops, and soon found the place where Hoshinoyuki lived. With turtle breath Dafa running in his body, he lowered his life characteristics to the lowest, and then quietly touched Hoshinoyuki's room. He knew that Midarashi Anko lived next door, and he didn't want to disturb him. Lee. When Hoshinoyuki was awakened by Glossy, an expression of surprise appeared on her face immediately. However, her mouth was blocked by Glossy's hand and she was speechless. She flushed with shame, thinking that Glossy wanted to carry out a night attack on her. Hoshinoyuki, don't talk. Glossy lowered his voice and said. At the same time, he opened his martial arts eyes and informed Hoshinoyuki of his current dangerous situation. Rock Lee, you said you might leave Konaha at any time? Hoshinoyuki gently took away Glossy's hand covering her mouth, widened her eyes, and said in disbelief. Yes. Glossy nodded. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to believe me and give me a chance, then Shimura Danzo will never let me go. I'll go with you. Hoshinoyuki firmly grasped Glossy's hand and said firmly. Advertisement. No. Glossy shook his head and said, if I leave Konaha, I will definitely be charged with rebellious forbearance. Konaha village will send a large number of Anbu to chase me. You will be very dangerous with me, and you may die at any time. I don't want you to follow me on adventures. You stay in Konaha village with Mitarashi Anko to take care of, it is much better than following me. No, I want to go with you. Hoshinoyuki said word by word. My life is saved by you. Everything I have now is also yours. For all of this, I have nothing to pay for. The only thing I can do is to follow and repay you with the rest of my life. I didn't save you to make you repay me, Glossy said. Moreover, everyone lives his life for himself, not for others. Rock Lee. Hoshinoyuki's eyes pleaded. You stay in Konaha, I can't harm you, Glossy said. Do you think Shimura Danzo will let me go if I stay in Konaha? Hoshinoyuki asked rhetorically. Don't you know his style and means? The reason why I was taken in by Konaha village is not because of your face, and you have defected. How could Shimura Danzo let me go? You are hurting me by letting me stay in Konaha village, Hoshinoyuki said. You. Hey. Glossy stretched out his hand to stroke Hoshinoyuki's smooth long hair, sighed helplessly, and said. I really can't do anything with you. Okay, just follow me. Thank you, Rock Lee. Hoshinoyuki cried with joy and hugged Glossy hard. Hoshinoyuki, do you know the transformation technique? Glossy asked. Well, I will. Hoshinoyuki nodded vigorously. That's good, Glossy said. You use the transformation technique to become an ordinary old lady, leave the village alone first, and wait for me 10 miles away from the village. And I will use the shadow clone technique to become another you to watch the game. Does this work? Hoshinoyuki asked worriedly. My teacher is Jonin, can you hide it from her? Advertisement. Don't worry, my shadow clone technique is different from the normal clone technique, and even forbidden technique. Even Sharingan and Byakugan can't tell the truth from the fake. Glossy said with a smile. You are amazing, Rock Lee, Hoshinoyuki said in admiration. If you want to learn, I can teach you. However, this is all for the future, Glossy said. It's not too late, you should act quickly. Okay, you must also be careful, Hoshinoyuki said. Glossy made seals on both hands and left Hoshinoyuki's room with Earth Style's Earth movement technique. Now the sky outside was bright, and he didn't want others to know that he had been here. At the very least, I can't let anyone know before I tear my face with Konaha village. Tenten, are you still working so hard in your practice? Glossy came to the deep forest next to the martial arts ground and found that Tenten had already practiced hard there. You and Neji are so strong, I don't want to drag you back, Tenten panted, and said while wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Tenten, you are a hidden weapon genius. Today, I am going to pass all the hidden weapon techniques that I know to you, Glossy said with a smile. Really? Tenten passed by in surprise and exclaimed. Of course it is true. Glossy said. Wu Daoshin opened his eyes and plunged a huge amount of spiritual power into Tenten's spiritual consciousness. In an instant, countless hidden weapon techniques all flooded into Tenten's mind. Your eyes? Tenten's eyes widened and looked at Glossy without blinking, his face full of incredible. Remember, this is a secret only between the two of us. Glossy smiled and said, don't tell anyone. Chapter 187 Hyuga Neji's Compromise, Glossy is gone. He didn't tell Tenten about him. He knows that Tenten's parents are ordinary villagers. Even if Tenten feels deeply for her, it is impossible to leave his parents and relatives to defect to Konaha. This is unrealistic. However, to Glossy's surprise, he waited until almost 9 o'clock, and he did not see the Anbu personnel who came to apprehend him. Could it be that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen got the intelligence from Might Guy, thanked him for his great contribution to Konaha village, and stopped Shimura Danzo? Glossy thought about it. He pondered for a long time, then suddenly took a step forward and walked towards the venue of the third game. Huh! Look, it's Rock Lee! A young girl screamed excitedly when she discovered Glossy. Her face was red, and her eyes fluttered, as if a girl who was pregnant with spring suddenly saw her Prince Charming. Really, Rock Lee? We are the strongest genin in Konaha village, another short-haired girl next to her also exclaimed loudly. Rock Lee. Do you have a girlfriend? Rock Lee, if you have a girlfriend, don't you mind changing to another one? Rock Lee, don't you mind having another girlfriend? For a moment, a group of beautiful girls stepped forward to surround Glossy. They have a lot of words, yin-yang and yan-yan, very bold. They looked at Glossy's eyes, like a group of hungry wolves staring at a little lamb, wishing to swallow Glossy in one bite. I'm sorry, please let me. The game is about to start. Glossy only felt big for a while and said quickly. If I am late, I will be disqualified from the competition. However, this group of girls was really crazy, and they actually surrounded Glossy to prevent him from entering. Cough. Suddenly, there was a coughing sound, and a deep middle-aged man's voice rang. Please let me in. The contestants must go in immediately. A man with a black long knife and sunglasses appeared at the entrance and shouted. In this way, the group of crazy girls slowly dispersed. Thank you, senior. Glossy smiled at the man and said. Advertisement. You go in quickly, the man whispered. You don't have to worry that Danzo will come to make trouble. Lord 3rd Hokage has already issued an order. Let us protect your safety. Is it Lord 3rd Hokage? Glossy was taken aback. Yes, it is Lord 3rd Hokage, the man said. My name is Binzutong, please take care of me in the future. It's the same as the predecessors, you are too polite, it should be you who take care of me. Glossy said humbly. At this moment, he suddenly rekindled a glimmer of hope for Konaha village. Perhaps the development of things will not be as bad as he thought. Rock Lee! Rock Lee! Rock Lee! The moment Glossy walked into the arena, thunderous cheers and shouts erupted from the stands. They're all cheering for this Konaha village's strongest genin, a neat idol who has won every battle. Applause thunderous. A faint smile bloomed on Glossy's face, and he waved at the audience in the stands. Such a move immediately triggered a more enthusiastic response from the audience. Glossy was not pretending to be forceful, but with the help of such an action, he observed the situation in the entire playing field with the eyes of martial arts. He just glanced, and immediately knew the general situation. The number of Anbu with civet masks on their faces has increased significantly in the competition arena. Moreover, the breath radiating from them is stronger than those before. Obviously, they are all elite members of Anbu. The vigilance of the entire competition venue has improved several levels compared to yesterday. If Glossy didn't guess wrong, this should be the manpower that Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately increased after getting the information. However, what Glossy does not know is how many of these Anbu belong to the root. What's more, what makes Glossy surprised is that Sarutobi Hiruzen is still sitting there with 4 case cage, and talking and laughing, as if they don't know the true identity of the other party at all. Considered in this position today, no one is a mundane person, Glossy secretly said in his heart. Soon, it's 9 o'clock. Advertisement, my most expensive guests, please be quiet, next, we will play in the semifinals immediately. Shiranui Genma said loudly. In the first round of the semifinal, Rock Lee vs Hyuga Neji, please enter the 2 contestants. Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji. For a moment, thunderous shouts and cheers rang out from the stands. Rock Lee is currently the most popular and has the highest voice, but Hyuga Neji has a large number of fans and supporters. For a while, the voices were full of voices, and it was so lively. The first round of the semifinals now begins. After Shiranui Genma announced loudly, he immediately pulled away and retreated back. Rock Lee, I finally waited until this day. Hyuga Neji's face was exposed, and the famous Byakugan of the Hyuga clan emerged, staring at Glossy unblinkingly. Come on, do your best to fight me. I want to know how big the gap is between me and you. Yes, but I have one condition, Glossy said lightly. What conditions? Hyuga Neji asked. If I defeat you, you must follow me for life without any conditions, Glossy said. Of course, I will definitely lift your caged bird seal for you. You? Hyuga Neji's face suddenly changed. Glossy's condition was almost a lifetime slave contract, which made it difficult for him to accept. What I desire most is freedom. I will never bet on my freedom. For freedom, don't you even avenge your father's blood and blood? Glossy said coldly. Hyuga Neji gaped. I'll give you another chance, would you like to follow me unconditionally for life? Glossy said. If you can convince me, I am willing. Hyuga Neji was silent for a long time, and finally said slowly. Chapter 188 Glossy vs Hyuga Neji. How can you make me believe your words? Glossy said in a deep voice with a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. I can swear by my dead father, if I... Hyuga Neji said in an extremely firm tone with a hint of determination in his eyes. No, I believe you. Glossy interrupted Hyuga Neji with a wave and said. Okay, let's start now, I will convince you. I hope you can do it too. Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice, because, if you can't even do this, how do you make me believe that you can unlock my caged bird seal? The two of us are at the same level now, don't you even have a little confidence? Glossy asked, staring at Hyuga Neji. Your physical skills are very powerful, almost on par with mine. Hyuga Neji said. But, besides that, you are also Grandmaster Konaha's only physical technique, Forbidden Technique, 8 Inner Gates. In this case, I cannot be your opponent anyway. Since I said that I will fight with you at the same level, I naturally won't use something like Forbidden Technique. Glossy said lightly. I have my pride. Really? Hyuga Neji said loudly, blazing brightly in his eyes. Hyuga Neji, shine your brightest light today. Glossy shouted. Let me see how great the Hyuga clan's most outstanding genius is. I will let you get what you want. Hyuga Neji said, spreading his feet back and forth, and his hands in a strange posture. It is the secret of the Hyuga clan gentle fist. 8 trigrams the starting style of 64 palms. You have used this secret technique in the battle with Uzumaki Naruto. It beat him to the ground without any fighting power, Glossy said. However, do you think this kind of trick can also be used against me? Woo! Almost at the same time, Glossy was like a fierce cheetah, rushing towards Hyuga Neji swiftly and unscrupulously. His speed is too fast, like wind and electricity. His momentum is too strong, it makes people breathless. His eyes are so sharp that people dare not look directly. Advertisement: this is the spirit of the warrior, the power of the warrior. Boom. Glossy deceived Hyuga Neji, and without any fancy moves, he blasted past with his fist. His movements are simple and straightforward, even the most common genin can be displayed, but his aura is fierce and incomparable, his strength is incredible, and his power is amazing. So fast. Hyuga Neji's Byakugan is very perceptive, and he is even better than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He has been observing Glossy attentively. As soon as Glossy started, he caught the other party's intentions. However, even so, he still felt tremendous pressure, because Glossy's speed is so fast that his body and mind can't be tracked. However, fortunately, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is known for its defensive power, and Hyuga Neji is very familiar with the gentle fist method. Although his mind did not react, his body had already moved on its own. Brush. Hyuga Neji's right palm was lightly slapped, and it was exactly the same as Glossy's right fist was met. Not bad. Glossy praised softly. He hit Hyuga Neji's right palm with a fist. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Glossy frowned slightly because at this moment, he felt a continuous stream of softness from the palm of Hyuga Neji's right hand. These softness are not strong, but they are better than dense, like layers of cotton, and they have solved his fierce punch. Humph. At the same time, Hyuga Neji let out a muffled hum, and his entire face flushed instantly. There was a trace of horror in his eyes, staring at Glossy in disbelief. Just now, Hyuga Neji has already displayed the unspoken secret of the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, mountain ranges. This kind of secret technique is a defensive secret technique, which is generally used when facing a powerful enemy far better than oneself. It can cancel more than 90% of the enemy's attack power in an instant. Advertisement: however, what Hyuga Neji never expected was that he had used this secret technique to offset more than 90% of Glossy's fist strength, yet he still felt a mountain of terrifying power flooding him. That kind of power was so terrible, it was directly transmitted to his arm through the palm of his right hand, and then spread all over his body along his arm. If it wasn't a critical moment, he resisted with chakra all over his body. I'm afraid he has been shattered by his internal organs and died on the spot. Could it be that this is the true strength of Glossy? Hyuga Neji stared at Glossy, with a look of shock on his face. He has now fully understood why Glossy would say such things to him. Glossy's strength is far above him. I am afraid that he can already be comparable to Konaha's only physical maniac, Might Guy, and he will naturally disdain him. You are too strong. Hyuga Neji murmured. If I'm not strong, how can I dare to say crazy words and let you, the most outstanding genius of the Hyuga clan ever, be my subordinate? Glossy smiled and said. Hyuga Neji, the battle has just begun, don't let me down. You. Hyuga Neji's face changed. Brush. Glossy bullied himself forward again, like a human-shaped beast, extremely ferocious. At this moment, he didn't use any tricks, just swiping his right fist and hitting Hyuga Neji fiercely one after another. In desperation, Hyuga Neji could only use 8 trigrams 64 palms to defend. I have to say that the gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan really lives up to its reputation, and its defensive power is surprisingly amazing. Under Glossy's storm-like onslaught, he actually temporarily defended it. Bang! 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 Glossy continuously launched a fierce attack, and his whole person turned into a phantom, surrounding Hyuga Neji from all directions, fiercely incompetent. And Hyuga Neji's defenses are not leaking, the rules are rigorous, and he has the style of a great master. Chapter 189. Use Revolving Heaven, or you will be dead. So strong. Is this the strength of the person who made it to the semifinals? In the stands, a genin who was eliminated in the Death Forest exclaimed. It's not just so strong, it's simply too strong. No matter who these two people are, they can easily kill our team. Next to him, one of his companions murmured. Fortunately, we didn't make it to the semifinals, otherwise wouldn't we be beaten to death by crying? These two little ghosts are really amazing. If you are not afraid of your jokes, I think anyone can easily defeat me. A Chunin said with a full face that was unpleasant, and said brightly. I feel the same as you. His best friend also said. Perhaps, the two of us are not necessarily opponents of either of them. The younger generation now is really awesome. Jonin with a black knife on his back said similarly to himself. According to such a situation, I am afraid that in less than 3 years, they will be ahead of me. Hanabi, did you see clearly? Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, said to his daughter Hyuga Hanabi while observing the fierce battle in the arena without blinking. I can see. Not very clear. Hyuga Hanabi nodded first, then shook his head again. My father, I can tell that Neji uses 8 trigrams 64 palms, but I can't understand the style of his opponent. You can't understand it, Hyuga Hiyashi said with a chuckle. Why, my father? Hyuga Hanabi asked. Because that kid named Rock Lee has no moves or numbers at all. Hyuga Hiyashi said in a deep voice. From the beginning to the present, he has been fighting as he pleases. What? How is this possible? Hyuga Hanabi said in surprise, his face full of incredible. The Hyuga clan is the oldest wealthy family in Konaha village, and its biggest root lies in the precious blood heritage Byakugan and Gentle Fist. Among them, Gentle Fist has been passed down from generation to generation from the endlessly distant ancient times. Gentle Fist methods are diverse, with different powers and different focuses. However, Every boxing technique has fixed tricks and routines, and no one dares to change it. However, Hyuga Hanabi once heard her father say that the highest level of gentle fist is the legendary no stroke and no stroke. However, even if this realm is stronger than Hyuga Hiyashi, I have only heard of it, but it is far from being able to achieve it. But now, she heard her father say that Rock Lee didn't have any tricks and routines when fighting. How could she not be shocked? Advertisement, it's incredible, isn't it? Hyuga Hiyashi said in a deep voice. Actually, even I find it hard to believe. That kid has the strength of a junior Jonin at best, how could he reach such a realm? But, in fact, he is now fighting Neji in this terrible state. My father, do you mean that Neji will lose? Hyuga Hanabi murmured. Actually, this battle has not yet begun, it has already been declared over. Hyuga Hiyashi said to himself. As a quasi-cage level powerhouse, he has already reached a very high level in the development of Byakugan. It is too simple to understand other people's lips. Master Hokage, is this the battle between the two major schools of physical arts in your Konaha village, the Gang Fist faction represented by Might Guy and the Gentle Fist faction represented by the Hyuga clan? In the most central building, 4th Kazekage said in a hoarse voice. Yes, they do represent the two major schools of physical art in our Konaha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked and said. I don't know who Master Feng thinks can win this battle. Well, 4th Kazekage thought for a while and said, I think Rock Lee can win. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. As far as I know, Rock Lee is a natural waste. You can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. From this, it can be imagined that Rock Lee can achieve today's achievements entirely by his own hard work. Yes. But Hyuga Neji is from the Hyuga family and has the inheritance of Byakugan in Gentle Fist. 4th Kazekage said. Rock Lee, completely relying on his own efforts to get to this step, and Hyuga Neji, more or less dependent on his own blood. There is an essential difference between the two. So, I think this Rock Lee will win the first battle. Master Feng is so insightful. Actually, I also think that Rock Lee will win. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Rock Lee. Rock Lee. Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Neji. Advertisement. The fierce battle in the stadium roused all the enthusiasm of the audience in the stands. They all stood up from their seats, waving their arms, shouting and cheering desperately, cheering for the people they like to support, with thunderous noises. Hyuga Neji, you are the first one of the same level who can receive my 64 punches in a row. Glossy threw the final punch and shook Hyuga Neji back 4 or 5 steps. He stopped and laughed, said. Hyuga Neji's face flushed, like a big ripe apple, just a light pinch can pinch water out. At this moment, he only felt that the blood in his body was as hot and uncomfortable. He showed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and took 64 tricks of Glossy in a row. From the bright side, he did not lose the wind at all, but in fact, he knew deeply that he had already suffered a lot. As long as Gullos's internal injuries continue to attack 5 strokes, he will surely vomit blood and fall to the ground, defeating him. However, what Hyuga Neji didn't expect was that Glossy stopped the offensive at this critical moment. Are you humiliating me? After a long time, Hyuga Neji molested her. He took a deep breath, stared at Glossy and asked. Why should I humiliate you? Glossy asked. You didn't humiliate me, why didn't you keep attacking until I was defeated? Hyuga Neji shouted. What I said, I want to convince you. Glossy smiled and said. Your revolving heaven, I haven't seen it yet. You. Hyuga Neji's face changed. Use your revolving heaven, otherwise, you will be dead. Glossy's eyes burst with cold light, and a terrible murderous intent erupted from his body, like a wild beast. Ling people shudder. Brush. Glossy's speed was twice as fast as before, and his power was even more powerful and terrifying than before. At this moment, he seemed to be an evil spirit in hell, trying to kill Hyuga Neji. Chapter 190. Auto-generated chapter title. The 190th chapter. Physical technique is the most powerful technique. Ah. Hyuga Neji's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he actually felt a strong killing intent from Glossy. He had a hunch that if he couldn't resist Glossy's move, he would really be killed by Glossy. No, he can't die yet, because his father's bloody vengeance has not yet been reported. Must be blocked. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Neji shouted loudly. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In an instant, countless powerful chakras gushed out of Hyuga Neji's body, covering him like a rushing stream. Then, Hyuga Neji's whole person was like a spinning top, spinning quickly. The chakra that came out immediately formed a big blue circle, which firmly protected him inside. Revolving heaven, the non-passing technique of the Hyuga clan, is known as absolute defense. Appeared. The Hyuga clan's super defense is claimed to be unbreakable, a Jonin said in surprise. It's really hard to believe that this Hyuga Neji is just a teenage kid, who actually mastered this powerful secret technique, another Jonin exclaimed. So strong, it really deserves to be the #1 rookie in the previous session. Uchiha Sasuke watched with a pair of Sharingan, hoping to find some flaws in it, but what shocked him was that he couldn't find it at all. Byakugan, known to be as famous as Sharingan, is by no means an empty name. A guy has accepted 2 good students, Hitaki Kakashi said in admiration. Lee, Neji. Might Guy stared at the two in the arena without blinking, his heart was extremely complicated. Emotionally speaking, he prefers Rock Lee, hoping that Rock Lee can win. However, Hyuga Neji is also his student, and his mentality is extremely unfair to Hyuga Neji. No matter who wins and who wins, you are all my pride, might guy, he said silently in his heart. Advertisement, Hanabi. Are you confident that you can surpass Neji in the future? Hyuga Hiyashi asked every word, turning his eyes to his little daughter. Hyuga Neji, if I break your revolving heaven, you should be convinced, right? Glossy shouted. His speed is getting faster and faster, like a comet, slamming into Hyuga Neji fiercely. Give me! Glossy shouted. In his body, the martial arts mentality was madly running, concentrating more than 90% of his power on his right hand. He will use his pure physical power to forcefully break Hyuga Neji's revolving heaven and conquer it. Yes, at this moment, he did not urge chakra, nor did he use any martial arts, fighting purely with physical power. The self-cultivation technique he created in his previous life, now is the time to go through the actual combat test. Boom! Glossy took a picture with a palm. There was no palm wind, no strength, only pure physical power. Are you crazy? Hyuga Neji owns Byakugan, and naturally he was aware of Glossy's intentions at the first time. He yelled. You don't need chakra to protect your body. If you collide directly with my revolving heaven, you will die. In the ninja world, chakra is the root of all power. No matter how powerful ninjutsu and secret methods are, if they lose the support of chakra, everything will become fragile. Hyuga Neji knew that Glossy was extremely powerful, and his true combat power was far above him. However, if Glossy does not run chakra, he is probably just a better samurai than an ordinary person, right? Worry about me, you might as well think about yourself. Glossy said coldly. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't go all out, you will really die. In that case, I'm not welcome. Hyuga Neji yelled. He urged all chakras to use revolving heaven, and slammed into the right palm shot by Glossy. Boom! With a violent crash, Glossy stood still on the spot, but Hyuga Neji was shocked by a powerful force and took 3 steps backwards. Glossy bullied himself and went straight forward, slapped his right palm against Hyuga Neji fiercely. If it were a powerful secret technique, Hyuga Hiyashi would not react so abnormally. However, just now Hyuga Hiyashi clearly saw that Glossy was not running chakra. What is that? Advertisement. However, this time Gullos still exerted his full strength. He broke Hyuga Neji's revolving heaven with a palm, printed it on his chest, and flew it out. However, what Glossy showed was enough to change the entire Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi can predict that if the Hyuga clan obtains the cultivation method of Glossy, the strength of their clan will surely advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and it may even be in charge of Konaha village. This is not a secret technique, but the purest physical technique, Glossy said lightly. It's impossible, Hyuga Neji said loudly. Physique is definitely not so powerful. At this moment, a heart of Hyuga Hiyashi was beating violently. All his thoughts were placed on Glossy. As for Hyuga Neji, he was completely left aside. A little baby who is far from growing up, it doesn't matter even if he feels resentment towards him, it is easy to kill him. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Neji yelled out of shock and anger. Brush. Could it be that it was a completely new cultivation system that failed? You have already realized it, why don't you admit it? Glossi said. The human body is the root of all power. Physical surgery is the most powerful technique. It's okay. Hyuga Hiyashi noticed several Anbu members' gazes cast from a distance, and quickly calmed his mind and said lightly. What was that just now? Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly stood up from his seat, and 2 shocked rays of light came out from the pair of Byakugan. At that moment, he actually saw a faint brilliance from Glossy's right hand. The brilliance is very light and unremarkable, but it is the existence of this brilliance that blocks the power of Hyuga Neji's revolving heaven. My father, what's the matter with you? Hyuga Hanabi asked in surprise. In her impression, her father had never been so gaff. You. What secret technique is this? Hyuga Neji looked terrified, and a pair of Byakugan stared at Glossy. He confirmed it again, and Glossy did not urge chakra. Chapter 191 wins Hyuga Neji and enters the final. Boom. Glossy's right hand was lightly imprinted on Hyuga Neji's chest, and he was knocked out in a flash. Thump. With a loud noise, Hyuga Neji fell heavily to the ground, splashing a large amount of smoke. That's it, Hyuga Neji is defeated. Boom. At this moment, the entire playing field was boiling, and countless people were shouting wildly, calling out the name of Rock Lee, and cheering for his victory. Of course, there are some people who are sorry for Hyuga Neji, especially the girls who have always regarded Hyuga Neji as their idols. No. The girl who had bet with Hoshinoyuki cried bitterly, tearfully. She couldn't accept it anyway. Hyuga Neji, the strongest in her mind, lost and didn't even enter the finals. Hyuga Neji, whether you win or lose, I am your most loyal fan, a girl with fluttering hair shouted. Hyuga Neji, we love you. Hyuga Neji, don't be depressed, just get yourself up again. Hyuga Neji, in our hearts, you will always be the strongest. Many people are shouting for Hyuga Neji. However, their voices were soon completely overwhelmed by another louder voice. Because, at this moment, cheers and applause belonged to the winner. Advertisement, Rock Lee, you are the pride of Konaha. Tenten was the first to take the lead and screamed. Rock Lee, you are the worthy number 1. Rock Lee, you will definitely win the championship and become Chunin. It is unbelievable that Hyuga Neji was defeated. Jenin, who graduated at the same time as Hyuga Neji, opened his eyes wide and said unbelievably. He has played against Hyuga Neji, knowing that his strength is unfathomable. Yeah, he is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Hyuga clan. One of his companions also murmured beside him. His opponent, Rock Lee, was notoriously useless back then. No teacher except Might Guy is willing to accept him. How can he suddenly become so strong now? You said that, it's really the same. Why did Rock Lee suddenly become so powerful that even Hyuga Neji was defeated? The genius of the Hyuga family was defeated. It was beyond everyone's expectations, an elite Chunin said. Might Guy is the pinnacle of Konaha village's steel fist. The Hyuga clan is the representative of the gentle fist. Today, Might Guy students defeated the genius of the Hyuga clan. Konaha village will become very interesting in the future, a Jonin said to himself. This lil guy is amazing. Mitarashi Anko was hiding somewhere, looking at Glossy with a pair of beautiful big eyes, and said softly. Lee, you really didn't disappoint me. Might Guy clenched his fists and said. Don't worry, you are my student, and now you have shown such a great potential. I believe that no one dares to attack you. Hyuga Neji's heart was shocked. Although he didn't understand why Glossy wanted to do this, he is now defeated. According to the oath, he must follow the other party unconditionally, and he can only obey the other party's instructions. Lie down on the ground for a while and slowly get up while pretending to be seriously injured. Suddenly, Glossy's voice came into Hyuga Neji's ears. Remember, don't look at me. Advertisement, huh? Why doesn't my chest hurt at all? Didn't I get hurt? Hyuga Neji quickly noticed the abnormality in his body and was taken aback. Glossy's words rang like thunders in Hyuga Neji's ears, and his head buzzed. Although he had long inferred that Glossy had a lot of secrets, he did not expect that the other party would have attracted Shimura Danzo's attention, and he had even planned to defect to Konaha. What should he do? And if he doesn't follow Glossy, he will be bound by the caged bird seal all his life, a dog of the Zong family, a dog that may be killed at any time. Of course, you can also choose me to follow me and defect from Konaha, but naturally, I won't lift the seal of caged bird for you. How to choose is up to your own discretion. You're Invigilator, the game is over, Glossy said to Shiranui Genma. Is this the real strength of Rock Lee? Hyuga Neji was so dizzy that he couldn't even climb for a while. His heart is bitter, but more shocking. From the last few strokes of the contest, he deeply understands that Glossy's strength is far above him. If the opponent is willing, it will be enough to defeat him within 5 strokes. While Hyuga Neji felt depressed, there was a ray of hope in his heart. Glossy's strength is so powerful, maybe what he said can be believed, the other party can lift his caged bird seal. Yeah. Shiranui Xuanjin nodded, and then announced loudly, winner, Rock Lee. The palm of mine just now seemed to be hard, but it didn't hurt you a bit. Glossy condensed the voice into a single line with the sound transmission into the secret method, and passed it into Hyuga Neji's ears. You pretend to be seriously injured, then the old guy Hyuga Hiyashi won't pay attention to you anymore. Is he really going to follow Glossy to defect from Konaha? If you really do that, I am afraid that Konaha village, Anbu, will be waiting for them endlessly until they die. Father. Suddenly, Hyuga Hizashi's face appeared in front of Hyuga Neji. I will avenge you. He clenched his fist tightly, and said silently in his heart. Don't doubt, I'm afraid I can't hide the old thing between you and me. But don't worry, after the battle just now, his main attention should have shifted to me. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If I'm right, Shimura Danzo will immediately order again to take me away after the Chunin exam is over. And I will definitely not catch me. Chapter 192. Glossy vs Uchiha Sasuke. The third Chunin exam, the first person to enter the final, was born. Contrary to everyone's expectations, that person is not Hyuga Neji, who has the title of Most Outstanding Genius of the Hyuga clan, but Rock Lee, who has been called Wastewood since he was a child. Although this result was beyond the expectation of most people, they all responded with more enthusiastic applause and cheers, because, in their opinion, a counterattack by a waste of money is more exciting than the victory of a well-known, rich and handsome, and it is more exciting for them. I don't know how long it took before the cheers of the audience gradually subsided. In the second round of the semifinals, Uchiha Sasuke played against Aburame Shino. Shiranui Genma said loudly, please come to the competition venue, 2 players. Is it my turn finally? Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes flickered, and something called war intent was permeating. He watched the battle between Glossy and Hyuga Neji and copied some of their martial arts skills, which was of great benefit. He believes that relying on his Sharingan is not without chance against Glossi. The opponent is from the Uchiha clan. It's really troublesome. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke's excited look, Aburame Shino's face is a bit ugly. He and Uchiha Sasuke were students at the same time and graduated from the ninja school together. Uchiha Sasuke is the first, he is naturally not an opponent. Uchiha Sasuke, you are now the only one who can challenge Rock Lee head-on. Come on. Suddenly, a beautiful girl stood up and shouted. Uchiha Sasuke, you are a descendant of the Uchiha clan. You must defeat Rock Lee and win the championship. Uchiha Sasuke, we all support you. For a time, many people were yelling. They directly ignored Aburame Shino and aimed their finger at Glossy, which embarrassed Aburame Shino, who was Uchiha Sasuke's opponent. Shino, you should just give up. Uchiha Sasuke smiled at Aburame Shino and said. We graduated from ninja school at the same time. you know you are not my opponent. Furthermore, our Uchiha clan is good at fire style, just to restrain your deworming clan. If you kill your insects in battle, I will be sorry. You are too arrogant. Aburame Shino said abruptly. But, having said that, what you said is very reasonable. It's not that I'm not as powerful as you, but I was just restrained by you, that's all. Advertisement, I know. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. My proctor, I surrender. After Aburame Shino finished speaking, he left like this. The second round of the semifinal, the winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Shiranui Genma said. Next, we rest for half an hour for the finals. Half an hour passed quickly. This time, Shiranui Genma hadn't announced the start of the game, and Glossy and Uchiha Sasuke had already walked into the field. The two of them faced each other, looking at each other, their eyes were full of brilliance and self-confidence. I finally waited until this moment. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Glossy without blinking, and said in a deep voice. Do you know? Since I was defeated by you that time, I have been imagining the arrival of this day all the time. Today, my wish has finally come true. Do you want to challenge me again, or defeat me and take revenge? Glossy asked. Neither. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head slowly. Oh? Glossy was surprised. In the past, I just wanted to defeat you, a shame. But now, my wishes have changed. Uchiha Sasuke said. The current me, I just want to be stronger. Two amazing rays of light came out of his eyes, showing the firmness in his heart at this time. Very good. Glossi nodded approvingly, and said, you now have the qualifications to challenge me. Rock Lee, I always thought I was arrogant, but now, I find that you are more arrogant than me. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The me now is no longer the me I used to be, much stronger than before. Well, you can see it, Glossi said. Presumably in the past month, Kakashi has taught you a lot. Especially, how to use your eyes. Not bad. Uchiha Sasuke did not deny it. The last time I played against each other, my eyes had only been open for a short time, and they could hardly be used. But now, I have mastered most of its abilities. That's the best, Glossi said with a grin. Sharingan is very famous in the entire ninja world. It is more prestigious than Hyuga's Byakugan. I have long wanted to learn about the real Sharingan. Advertisement. You will be able to fulfill your wish soon. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Glossy for an instant, and the two pitch-black go jades in his scarlet eyes slowly turned. By the way, don't use illusion to test me, it's useless, Glossy said. Your illusion is too pediatric. Thanks for reminding. Uchiha Sasuke said. The conversation between the two people ended here, and a strong smell of gunpowder permeated between the two. Chunan's final exam, the final, start, Shiranui Genma announced loudly without losing the opportunity. Woo! As soon as I did not know Huo Genma's voice, Uchiha Sasuke retreated to the back. He knew that Glossy was extremely fast, and he had to stretch the distance first. He backed away while quickly forming seals with both hands. Huh. A lot better than before. Glossy smiled disdainfully. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Sasuke yelled. Swish. 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 In an instant, ball after ball of blazing fireball the size of a football ejected from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth, and then under the precise control of his chakra, it shrouded in a semicircle toward Glossy. Brush. Suddenly, Glossy moved, like a flying eagle, instantly crossing a distance of 7 or 8 meters, avoiding those fireballs with an incomparable manner, and rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke fiercely. Boom. He raised his right fist and slammed Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder fiercely. Chapter 193 The Shock of Uchiha Sasuke. The battle broke out in an instant, whether it was Uchiha Sasuke prancing back while launching a fire-style attack on Glossy, or Glossy dodged and launched a counterattack with a very subtle body, the speed was incredible, and it was dizzying. In an instant, blazing fireballs flew around in the venue, covering every inch of space about 4 or 5 meters in front of Uchiha Sasuke, almost blocking Glossy's route from any direction. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke is extremely smart, knowing that Glossy is strong in physical skills, and he is unwilling to give the opponent a chance to fight in close quarters. However, Glossy's body skills are really amazing, erratic, left and right, and back and forth, like a ghost, disillusioning step by step. Uchiha Sasuke's firepower blockade intertwined with the fire-style technique could not stop him, and was quickly deceived in front of him. Glossy looked cold and domineering. He came to Uchiha Sasuke without saying anything before and after. He directly threw his fist and slammed into Uchiha Sasuke's right shoulder fiercely. The wind screams, it's powerful. What a weird footwork. Although it looks similar to my Hyuga clan's ancestral mystery, it is far better than my Hyuga family. The fine light in Hyuga Hiyoshi's eyes is even better. The look he stared at Glossy was like a poor ghost staring at a golden mountain, full of greed. Brush. Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed. Although he was able to rush through the flames that Glossy had placed under him, his heart remained absolutely calm. His right hand drew out a cold shining kunai from his suitcase, and under the guidance of his Sharingan, he met Glossy's fist accurately and accurately. Sure enough, you have made a lot of progress, Glossy said lightly. His right fist was raised open, and his palm stood like a knife. It bypassed Uchiha Sasuke's stab and slashed at his wrist. This change is agile and flexible, and the timing is so wonderful that non-extreme physical masters can't do it. I am much stronger than before, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. His Sharingan has been trained by Hitaki Kakashi for a month, and he has already used a lot of skill, and he can play a considerable part of his power. Especially, its powerful insight is even more so. Advertisement. Although Glossi's changes were agile and flexible, he still couldn't escape Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke can predict Glossi's movements in advance and prepare for defense in advance. Brush. The sharp kunai in Uchiha Sasuke's hand turned the direction, stabs from an incredible angle, and it was still aimed at Glossi's right palm. Yes, not bad, Glossy said in admiration while constantly changing his hand to attack Uchiha Sasuke. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan claims to be able to see through all ninjutsu, illusion, and physique in an instant, and it really deserves its reputation. Compared to me, you are the most terrible, Uchiha Sasuke said with a solemn expression while parrying with Sharingan's interpretation of Glossy's attack. My Sharingan can predict your actions and respond to it one step in advance. However, even so, I am still at a disadvantage by you. That's because your body's reaction speed can't keep up with my attack speed. Glossy smiled and said. Your Sharingan can see through my attack and even immediately formulate a corresponding counterattack strategy. However, your body cannot respond and move accordingly. This is your biggest drawback. Like last time, you will still lose, Glossy said. You underestimated me. Uchiha Sasuke sneered and said, since I already know my biggest weakness, how can I not train in this area? I've seen it a long time ago. Glossy chuckled. Your body's reaction speed now is many times faster than a month ago. If not, you would have already lost. If I'm not wrong, Hitaki Kakashi taught you 3 things in this month. First, how to use Sharingan more proficiently. Second, his own ill-level lightning style technique. Third, how to face the attack of a superfluid art powerhouse. Uchiha Sasuke, don't know if I'm right? Glossy asked. Advertisement, you? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed suddenly. He stared at Glossy stubbornly, and couldn't believe his ears. The words Glossy said were not bad at all. As Glossy said, Hitaki Kakashi gave him years of experience in using Sharingan and his own lightning style technique, and he personally acted as his enemy, attacking him with all his strength. Although Hitaki Kakashi's physique is not as good as Might Guy, he is the pinnacle of omnipotence, Jonin, who has used Sharingan to replicate Glossy's physique, plus the power bonus of the first gate of 8 inner gates. It is worthy of the qualifications of a strong fluid technique. However, what shocked Uchiha Sasuke was that at this moment he discovered that he, who could withstand Hitaki Kakashi's fierce physique attack, was now unable to stop Glossy's offensive. He can clearly feel that Hitaki Kakashi's attacking tactics are dead. One glance at the same time, there is a clear trajectory to explore, and then find a way to counterattack. However, Glossy's moves are too flexible, there is no fixed number of ways, and it changes rapidly. Even if he has Sharingan, he can't find the other's way. This shows that Glossy's physical skills are actually superior to Hitaki Kakashi. How can this be? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. He seemed to understand now why Hyuga Neji, the most outstanding genius of the Hyuga clan, was defeated by Glossy, and he was defeated so badly. There is only one reason, and that is that Glossy's strength has already reached the level of Jonin, which is a far cry from them. No wonder the opponent can easily defeat him. That's it. Chapter 194. Come with me, leave Konaha together, shocked. Unparalleled shock, you know, Glossy is only 13 years old this year, and he became Jonin at this age. What a shocking thing is this? In Uchiha Sasuke's memory, the entire Konaha village is only 2 people, Uchiha Itachi and Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi, the elder brother of Uchiha Sasuke, was once known as the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan after the legendary brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7 with the highest grade in the school. He started Sharingan at 8, became Chunin at 10, and became Jonin at the age of 13. He also served as the team leader of Konaha village, Anbu. Later, for unknown reasons, he killed the entire Uchiha tribe alone and shook the entire ninja world. Everyone is rumoring that Uchiha Itachi became a true Kage-level powerhouse when he was 15 years old. Otherwise, how could it be possible to slaughter the Uchiha clan with the name of the strongest in the ninja world in one fell swoop? And Hitaki Kakashi became Jonin at the age of 12, and is known as the outstanding genius of the entire Konaha village. Although he has not yet truly entered the Kage-level category, he is already invincible at the level of Jonin, except for a few people like Might Guy. Today, Glossy actually became Jonin at the age of 13. What a terrible thing is this? Uchiha Sasuke, you are distracted. Suddenly, Glossy's indifferent voice came into Uchiha Sasuke's ears. Immediately afterwards, a huge fist broke through Uchiha Sasuke's defense and blasted straight towards the front door. Suck! Uchiha Sasuke yelled in his heart. At this moment, it was too late for him to resist and dodge. In desperation, he could only quickly seal with his hands and shouted. Body replacement technique. Crack! With a crisp sound, an arm-thin branch was interrupted by Glossy's punch. Countless sawdust flying around, the scene is amazing. Advertisement, what a powerful force, Hyuga Hiyashi exclaimed. This little guy has a promising future. Even Uchiha Sasuke, the only descendant of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the world, is not his opponent, an elite Chunin said in disbelief. Master Hokage, there is a super genius who is rare in a century in your Konaha village. 4th Kage looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with envy and jealousy and said, it's really enviable. In only 5 years at most, you will once again have a superpower in Konaha village who can compare to the Yellow Flash. Master Fengying is too rewarding. Gaara of San Shinobi village is also a rare genius, not necessarily weaker than Rock Lee. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Wow. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke's figure manifested from not far away. He staggered under his feet, opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. It turned out that although he used the body replacement technique to dodge Glossy's attack, he was still injured after all, and a huge force penetrated into his body and wounded him. Uchiha Sasuke, don't you want to die? Glossy stared at Uchiha Sasuke and said. When fighting with me, you dare to be distracted. You're the first one. Even if it's the enemy I'm focusing on, I'm afraid the ending is already doomed. Uchiha Sasuke reached out and wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, and said with a wry smile. Right? Enter Rock Lee Shinobu. At the end of the word, Jonin, he said every word. So you have noticed it? Glossy said with a grin. You are still the first person to see through my true strength. Should I feel honored? Uchiha Sasuke said helplessly. Well, I think you should feel very honored, Glossy said, because, besides Hyuga Neji, I also want to invite you. What invitation? Uchiha Sasuke asked with a flash of light in his eyes. I invite you to join my team. Glossy lowered his voice and said, with me, leave Konaha. Advertisement, what? Leave Konaha? Are you crazy? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback for a moment. Then an incredible expression appeared on his face. I know you are very strong, but you alone can't compete with the entire Konaha village anyway. Who said I am alone? Glossy asked back. Hyuga Neji, Hoshinoyuki, plus you, aren't they 4 people? What's more, who told you that one person can't fight the entire Konaha village? Have you forgotten that person? You know it? Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became savage. His eyes shot out 2 horrible fierce lights, staring at Glossy firmly, and roared. The Uchiha clan was destroyed. I am afraid that no one in the entire ninja world does not know, Glossy said lightly. What you are asking is how do you know that the person is not dead? Uchiha Sasuke snapped. You told me this. Glossy said in a deep voice. Your eyes are shining with the light of revenge. Even when you are happiest, you can't hide it at all. And I just need to think about it a little bit, and I can immediately know who in this world will make you hate you. Enough. Uchiha Sasuke snarled. Fire style. Great fireball technique. He quickly sealed his hands and roared loudly. Boom. In an instant, a great fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared out of thin air, exuding extremely blazing high temperatures, and blazingly burned towards Glossy. Brush. Glossy turned into a flash of lightning and easily dodged the terrible fireball, and then rushed to Uchiha Sasuke's body, slapped his shoulder with a palm, and sealed his major acupuncture points. Uchiha Sasuke, come with me. I can allow you to maximize your strength in the shortest possible time and give you the hope of revenge. Glossy's voice was like a devil, tempting Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 195 Deterrence Sasuke. You. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, staring at Glossy, his face full of shock and inconceivability. He was slapped on the shoulder by Glossy, and then he immediately felt a powerful and weird force penetrate into his body, sealing several of his chakra points. What made him even more unbelievable was that his body suddenly became like a block of lead, so heavy that he couldn't even move. What is this ability? I'm afraid, even the famous acupuncturists of the Hyuga clan can't do this, right? Glossy, who is he? Come with me, Glossy said lightly. In 3 years, at most 3 years, I will let you rise from Genin to the peak of Jonin. Not weaker than Kakashi. In 5 years, I will let you enter the cage level ranks and have the power to kill that man. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke murmured. It doesn't matter who I am. What is important is that I have the power to change your destiny. Glossy said. It's not that I am alarmist. If you continue to stay in Konaha village, you will not have the power of revenge within 10 years. I believe in my potential. Uchiha Sasuke had regained his composure at this time and said in a deep voice. No matter where I am, I can enter the realm of Jonin within 5 years, and I will definitely set foot on cage level within 10 years. Yes, you do have such potential. Glossy smiled and said, but, have you ever thought about it? As you continue to improve, that person's strength is constantly increasing, and even his progress is faster than you. Perhaps, 10 or 20 years, you will not be able to succeed in revenge. Can I succeed by following you? Uchiha Sasuke stared at Glossy coldly and asked. Haha. Glossy grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Uchiha Sasuke, you might as well guess, how long has it taken me to grow from a wastewood that is far from being Hyuga Neji's opponent to this level? Uchiha Sasuke did not speak, because he knew that Glossy would go on. Advertisement, 4 months, Glossy said. It only took me 4 months to complete the transformation from wastewood to Jonin. Now, do you believe what I said? 4 months. Uchiha Sasuke took a breath, his face full of incredible. Where are you holy? My name is Glossy. Glossy said lightly. Uchiha Sasuke, you should feel very honored because in this world, you are the first person to know my real name. Glossy, Glossy. You really are not Rock Lee. Uchiha Sasuke repeated it twice and said softly. If you tell me these things, aren't you afraid that I will yell and tell others? I believe that even your teacher, Might Guy, will kill you mercilessly if he knows your true identity. Of course I am not afraid. Glossy smiled and said. First of all, I know you will not do this. You are an Avenger, and the goal you pursue in your life is only powerful. And I happen to have this kind of thing. Secondly, you have no such opportunity at all. Because, as long as I am yes, I can kill you at any time. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura burst from Glossy, rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke. And in that powerful aura, there was also a terrifying aura that reached the ultimate level. This was the murderous aura formed by Glossy after slaughtering countless powerful men in his previous life. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have come to hell, his body was icy and his hair was standing straight. At this moment, in his eyes, Glossy is no longer the honest Genin Shaoli, but a great emperor standing on the top of the world and pointing the world. Uchiha Sasuke, don't let me down. Glossy regained his momentum and said, of the entire genin of Konaha village, you and Hyuga Neji are the only ones I like the most. I would like to join your team. Uchiha Sasuke thought for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Very good. Glossy smiled and said, okay, now I have something to tell you. His martial arts heavenly eyes were raised, and a powerful mental force blasted into Uchiha Sasuke's mind. When Uchiha Sasuke read all the information and knew that Orochimaru was about to lead a Tonin village and San Shinobi village to launch a large-scale attack on Konaha, the whole person was shocked. Now is the best time for us to leave Konaha, Glossy said in a deep voice. Once a war breaks out, even if it is as strong as Konaha village, it is bound to do everything possible to resist. At that time, the Anbu forces that monitor us will be reduced to a minimum. Advertisement. With the strength of the two of us, it was easy to leave Konaha village. Do you really want to leave Konaha, or are you forced by Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Glossy deeply and asked. Haha, you are really smart. Gorozi laughed and said. The two reasons are half of each. Even without Shimura Danzo's targeting, I will definitely leave Konaha, but sooner or later. Hey, what are the two of them doing? At this time, the audience in the stands became dissatisfied and mumbled loudly. Aren't they fighting for the finals? Why do they seem to have such a good relationship and stand together and chat? Are they kidding us? Cough cough. The faraway Shiranui Shuenjin couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed forward and asked, what's the matter with you two? My proctor, he has already lost. Glossy slapped Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, knocked him out, and unlocked the blocked chakra acupuncture points by the way. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long while. I admit defeat, Uchiha Sasuke said difficultly. Did chapter 196 finally begin? What? Uchiha Sasuke gave up. At this moment, all the audience was in an uproar and couldn't believe their ears. You know, they have been looking forward to this final for a long time, with great expectations. How can it end like this? In the Chunin exam this time, the competition was extremely fierce. Whether it was Rock Lee versus Gaara in the quarterfinals or Rock Lee versus Hyuga Neji in the quarterfinals, every game was wonderful and exciting. The two who finally entered the finals also made them extremely satisfied. Rock Lee, a standard dark horse, defeated the three powerful enemies of Hokage, Gaara, and Hyuga Neji along the way. He showed his invincibility and strength, and has an invincible posture. And Uchiha Sasuke comes from the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world. He owns the legendary Sharingan. He defeated Tamari with an illusion in the quarterfinals and let Aburame Shino not fight in the quarterfinals. Descend. This convinced all the audience that he decided to be the only one who can fight Rock Lee. However, no one thought that Rock Lee and Uchiha Sasuke stopped after the initial fierce battle, and both stood there chatting and talking. In the end, Uchiha Sasuke directly surrendered. How could this make them bear it? This is a naked deception, this is an honest despise of everyone. Hey, what do you two brats want to do? A middle-aged man stood up, waving his fists and shouting. This is the final, not a playhouse. Please use your snacks and do your best, okay? An elderly lady exclaimed dissatisfied. You are too much, you actually cheated in the final. We unanimously demand that they be disqualified. We must never let such a person become a Chunin. Disqualification. Disqualification. Attention everyone, get ready to act. Hitaki Kakashi put his mouth on the headset next to him and whispered. Advertisement. People of the Hyuga clan pay attention, our goal is only one, and that is Rock Lee. Hyuga Hiyashi gave orders to his men. Attention from the people of Emu, our mission is to protect the absolute safety of Rock Lee, and shouted in the same way. Hokage-sama, what is going on? Fourth Kazekage slowly stood up from his seat, looked at Glossy and Uchiha Sasuke in the arena with his eyes, and said in a deep voice. The battle is over, that's all. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up, a pair of dim eyes were raised sharply, glanced at Fourth Kazekage, a powerful aura burst out instantly, and swept towards Fourth Kazekage. Master Hokage, what do you mean? Fourth Kazekage smiled coldly, and a powerful aura exploded in his body, dissolving Sarutobi Hiruzen's oppression to the invisible. Orochimaru, stop acting. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, from the moment you let Rock Lee go, you should know that it will end like today. He. Orochimaru raised his hand and tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing a handsome and evil face. He sneered and said, sure enough, it's exactly the same as I thought, that kid will tell you everything about us. He is different from you, he is a good boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. What about he is a good boy? Wouldn't Danzo let him go just because he is a good boy? Orochimaru sneered. Danzo. It turns out that this is a good thing you did, Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. Boom. A powerful aura rushed towards Orochimaru like the waves of the raging sea. And Orochimaru was not afraid, and a powerful aura broke out, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen tit for tat. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru took 2 steps back at the same time. On the ground between them, a large pit about half a meter deep appeared. They haven't really taken a shot yet, but the imposing showdown is already so terrifying. Bang. Bang. Advertisement as he spoke, he took out a ringing arrow from his arms and shook his hand to launch it into the air. Master Orochimaru, I've been waiting for a long time. That person took off the tanuki mask from his face, and it was Yakushi Kabuto. The man quickly shot, slashing the necks of the two with a palm knife accurately, knocking them to the ground. Boom. Since we have known your plans in advance, how could we not have any preparations? Sarutobi Hiruzen said. This time, whether it is your Itonin village or Sand Shinobi village, there will be no return. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, Sarutobi-sensei, your heart has also become hard. Orochimaru said. However, you would look down on us too much if you said that? Orochimaru, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, you have made a lot of progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank and shouted. Have it finally started? A member of Anbu, wearing a civet mask said excitedly. His hands quickly formed seals, and then he whispered. Illusory technique. Nirvana abode technique. The 2 powerful auras collided together, and the terrible aura surging around like a gangwind, the ground under their feet actually clicked, cracked countless cracks. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ms. Sarutobi, Konaha village will be completely destroyed soon, don't you worry at all? Orochimaru cast his gaze into the distance and said with a smile. Ms. Sarutobi, you are old and you will never be the same as before. Orochimaru said with a sneer. Now you are no longer my opponent. With a loud noise, a multicolored light appeared in the sky, and the 4 characters, Konaha collapsed, were particularly eye-catching. Orochimaru, you dare to say it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He took off the hat that symbolized the identity of Hokage. He wore on his head, and tore off his robe again, revealing the strong black outfit he was wearing, and put on a fighting posture. Hey, what are you doing? Next to him, his 2 companions asked in surprise. Chapter 197 I like to bully big. Pieces of white feathers fell from the sky, like a celestial woman scattered flowers, although beautiful and flawless, but with a fatal and terrible aura. This is a large-scale illusion unique to Yakushi Kabuto, which covers the entire playing field and is extremely powerful. Hey, what's wrong with me? Suddenly I feel so sleepy. Tenten only felt that his eyes were getting heavier and heavier. The upper and lower eyelids were constantly fighting, and his head suddenly leaned against Hyuga Hinata's body and fell asleep. This is illusion, Hyuga Hinata said in surprise with a pair of Byakugan open. Although she was not strong, she was eldest lady from the Hyuga clan after all. She was very clever, and she immediately judged that this place had been attacked by the enemy. She was thinking about it, and fell on her seat like Tenten, pretending to fall asleep. Since the enemy can perform such a powerful large-scale illusion, at least he must be a master of Jonin level. Although she was not deceived by the illusion, if she acted rashly and attracted the attention of the enemy, it would really lead to a murderous disaster. Plop. 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 One by one, the spectators in the stands collapsed on their seats. Most of them are ordinary people. How can they resist Jonin's illusion? Even some of the weaker Chunin couldn't resist and fell asleep. This is. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he saw this, and said in disbelief, it's unbelievable. In addition to Itachi, there are people in this world who use such a wide range of illusions. Surprised, isn't it? Orochimaru smiled and said, you know this person, you have seen it in the Chunin exam. Is it him? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew ugly. Yes, it's him. Orochimaru said. He is a good boy and I admire him. Of course, I also admire Uchiha Sasuke. You can't take him away, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. You show how powerful our Konaha village is. Even if Itoninu and Sand Shinobi join forces, it is absolutely impossible to shake our foundation. It is because I know the details of Konaha village that I dare to attack you so unscrupulously. Orochimaru said with a laugh. White Fang committed suicide, Namikaze Minato died, and Jeriah and Tsunade also left. In the huge Konaha village, apart from you and Danzo, there is actually no cage-level powerhouse who can be alone. And the saddest thing is, that guy Danzo is not even with you. What do you mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly said something bad, with a very bad premonition. Danzo knows Rock Lee's secrets and wants to take him back for a good interrogation and get all his secrets. Orochimaru said. Of course, whether he can get Rock Lee's secrets or not, Rock Lee will definitely die. Danzo is your old friend, you should know his methods best. Advertisement, damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. He turned around and was about to run towards the playing field. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, at this moment, the 4 members wearing civet masks in ambush rushed out. They each occupied the 4 corners of the building, and then their hands began to quickly seal. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Ninfa. 4 purple flame array. As the 4 people shouted in unison, a purple-red energy light curtain soared into the sky, trapping Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. Enchanted ninjutsu. Orochimaru said with a grinning grin. In this way, no one will disturb us anymore. There are people from Atonin in Anbu. Is this all Danzo's B************ D made? Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. Other than him, who do you think has this ability? Orochimaru said. He provides convenience for me. If I kill you, he can become the next Hokage of Konaha village. Moreover, he can also get all the secrets of Rock Lee. Why don't you say he doesn't do this? All of you protect Rock Lee. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at a group of Anbu, who rushed in from a distance. Boom. 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 However, at this moment, there was a series of loud noises around Konaha village, and 7 or 8 giant pythons with a height of more than 30 meters and a thickness of about 1 meter appeared out of thin air. These pythons are really too big, like a war machine. They are advancing quickly toward the depths of Konaha village with the momentum of breaking a bamboo. The side guards of Konaha village could not resist at all and suffered heavy casualties. You. Go and support there. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. Rock Lee's safety, I can only believe in it and it's the same. Yes, Master Hokage. They got the order and all dispersed, rushing to the battlefield they needed to fight. Has it started? Glossy said silently in his heart, observing the surroundings with a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes. He concentrated all his attention. He knew that this time was the best time for Shimura Danzo to attack him. Woo! What are you going to do? They ran from a distance, blocking the 3, Anbu, and asked sternly. Advertisement. In that case, I'm offended. What he didn't expect is that the 3 of them didn't turn around and leave, but instead just shot. One of them raised his right hand, and a large swath of black flying insects spread out, and immediately trapped the same. Master Danzo has an order, let us catch Rock Lee back, one of them said coldly. The appearance of these 3 people immediately changed Baki's face and retreats in his heart. I don't know who Oshwenjin is already a strong enemy, and with the 3, Anbu, he is not an opponent anyway. You don't want to bully the big with the big? I like to bully the big with the small, Glossi said lightly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Aburame takes the roots. Are you going to disobey Master Hokage's orders? And yelled exactly the same. Obviously, he and the other 3 are old acquaintances and know their identities. Swish. 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 However, when he found that the eyes of the 3 of them were not looking at him, but at Rock Lee, he immediately settled. He knew this was sent by Shimura Danzo to capture Rock Lee, not at him. Brush. However, at this moment, something that everyone did not expect happened. Glossi, who was standing motionless, suddenly moved, like thunder and lightning, and suddenly rushed in front of Aburame to take the roots, fiercely. The ground slapped his face, and all the civet cat masks on his face were taken away. We only obeyed Lord Danzo's orders, Aburame said coldly. Rock Lee, come with us, we don't want to act on you to bully the small. An order from the commander. Binzui Tong showed a dignified face, but he did not give in. I'm here to protect Rock Lee from Master Hokage's order. Go back right away. At this time, 3 more people with civet masks on their faces came hurriedly in the distance. Suddenly, a figure shot from a distance like electricity, a powerful momentum raging, and a bitter murderous intent directed at Glossy. Well, I will kill you first, and then kill that kid, Baki said sternly. Baki, don't go too far. Just when Glossy was about to make a move, Shiranui Shwenjin stood in front of Glossy and said lightly, it's not a shame to shoot at a child. Chapter 198 Hyuga intervenes, shocked. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Aburame who was slapped and slapped to take the roots, or the members of the other 2 roots, Shiranui Genma, Kanetsuma, Baki, and Uchiha Sasuke, they all looked at Glossy with incredible eyes, shocked, faded. Although, several of them had noticed Glossy a long time ago and watched the battle between him and Gaara and Hyuga Neji. They knew that Glossy was very powerful, surpassing the elite Chunin, and was comparable to Jonin. However, what they didn't expect was that Glossy was so powerful. Fast as lightning, he easily slapped Aburame, who was a strong Jonin, and slapped his roots. Even if there was a suspicion of a sneak attack, it was enough to prove Glossy's formidable strength. A Jonin who was only 13 years old, what a terrible thing is this? You are looking for death. The civet cat mask on Aburame's face was slapped off by Glossy, revealing a pale and cloudy face. At this time, his face was blue and red, extremely ugly, and there was crazy killing intent in his eyes. He is a middle-aged man who has been a Jonin for many years. Even in the strong, Anbu, he is also famous and one of the many masters who sat down for Shimura Danzo. Now, he was slapped in the face by a teenage boy. How can he hang on his face? Buzzing. With a big wave of his hand, a large group of black and crushed bugs immediately emerged from his body and rushed towards Glossy fiercely. The flying insects he controlled were obviously larger than Aburame Shino's, and they made a creepy sound as their wings flicked. Take the root, are you crazy? A member of Anbu shouted beside him. Have you forgotten Master Danzo's order? You must catch it alive? Aburame's face was uncertain. He wanted very much to kill Glossy with the 1,000 insects devouring heart secret technique, so that he could dispel his hatred. However, he didn't dare to defy Shimura Danzo's order, and he hesitated for a while. Fire style. Great fireball technique. However, just when Aburame was hesitant to take the roots, Glossy quickly formed a seal with both hands in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, and spit out a giant with a diameter of more than 3 meters great fireball. The raging flames spread, and immediately burned those flying insects completely. Advertisement, crackling. Countless corpses of flying insects fell from the air, and they accumulated a thick layer on the ground. You actually know how to ninjutsu? Such a scene immediately shocked all the people present. Aburame took the root and opened his eyes wide, staring at Glossy, his face full of disbelief. You can't practice ninjutsu and illusion? He was also shocked, staring at Glossy without blinking, with a solemn expression on his face. This stinky kid is so insidious. He knows how to ninjutsu, but he has always used physical skills to fight the enemy. Even the people in Konaha village have been deceived by him. Baki secretly said in his heart. He felt very grateful that if he hadn't been stopped by Shiranui Genma just now, his current fate would probably be no better than Aburame's roots. Quietly, Baki retreated back, ready to leave here at any time. He turns out to know ninjutsu, not just physical skills. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Glossy in disbelief, feeling like he was overwhelmed. However, while he was shocked, he was more of ecstasy. The stronger Glossy was, the more likely he was to follow Glossy to gain revenge. You understand now why Danzo let you arrest me, right? Glossy was stared at by the three, Anbu, and Baki, Shiranui Kenma, and the same 6 masters, his face still entering the arena. He smiled faintly and said, presumably, Master Hokage sent someone to protect me for the same reason. Whether it is Danzo or Hokage-sama, they all want a secret in me. A secret that can make me suddenly become so powerful from a waste of wood. Rock Lee, you can grab it with your hands. Aburame took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly. Although Lord Danzo has given orders to live as much as possible, he has also told him to kill you if things cannot be done. If I resist, you can just take this opportunity to kill me, isn't it just in your mind? Glossy said lightly. We'll give you one last chance. Another, Anbu, drew a short sword from behind and said sternly. According to Master Hokage's order, no one can hurt Rock Lee. Although he was full of suspicion, he still came up from the side and shouted. Advertisement, I am a ninja from Konaha village, so I naturally obey Master Hokage's orders. Shiranui Genma said lightly, and stepped forward to stand with Kazuki. You talk, I'm leaving first. Baki said with a sinister smile on his face. The Sand Shinobi and Atonin village joined forces to enter Konaha. If the Konaha village Hokage faction and the Danzo faction clashed fiercely, it would be wonderful. Swipe. Baki flashed and disappeared quickly. Get out of the way, Aburame yelled, taking the roots, and the 3 of them forced them up. Don't you want to betray the village? He yelled angrily. Rock Lee is the person who Master Hokage personally ordered to protect. Do you dare to do something with him? Sorry, the members of our root will always obey the orders of Lord Danzo. The 3, Anbu, got closer and closer together, bursting out with terrible aura, and they were actually 3 Jonin-level powerhouses. It is conceivable that Shimura Danzo is eager to get the secret of Glossy. Our Konaha village is now being jointly attacked by Sand Shinobi and Atonin. The form is extremely critical. Instead of helping the enemy, you are attacking the ninjas in the village. You are too presumptuous. Shiranui Genma's indifferent face also there was a trace of anger. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, at this moment, 7 or 8 figures came quickly from a distance. It's a member of the Hyuga clan. Shiranui Genma and Kijirui looked at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Hyuga clan is the first wealthy family in Konaha village, and they are extremely loyal to Konaha. They came here naturally to support both of them. However, what made Shiranui Genma and Kizaidong didn't expect that the 7 or 8 strong men of the Hyuga clan went straight to Glossy and surrounded them. Chapter 199, Auto-generated chapter title. The 199th chapter is full of brilliance. What do you want to do? Glossy did not speak, but I do not know who Oshwenjin roared. His eyes glared at the 8 strong men of the Hyuga clan, extremely angry. Konaha village encountered a joint attack from Sand Shinobi village and Atonin village. Strong enemies were attacking from all directions. Orochimaru's summoning beast, a huge python, cooperated with it. It was like a broken bamboo along the way, and Konaha village had been broken from many places. The line was blocked and the casualties were extremely heavy. However, in such a harsh situation, Danzo's subordinates and the masters of the Hyuga clan not only did not go to the front line to kill the enemy, but instead ran here to capture Rock Lee, whom Master Hokage ordered to strictly protect. It is simply ridiculous. At this moment, even Shiranui Shwenjin, who had always been good-tempered, was angry. By the order of the Patriarch, we will take back Rock Lee who stole the gentle fist of our Hyuga family. A Jonin of the Hyuga clan said coldly. What? Learn from your Hyuga gentle fist? Shiranui Genma chuckled angrily, pointed his finger at several members of the Hyuga clan, and said, do you dare to be shameless anymore? Rock Lee is a student of Might Guy, and he walks the most aggressive way. What does it have to do with the gentle fist of your Hyuga family? We believe in the judgment of the Patriarch, said Jonin of the Hyuga clan. Since the Patriarch said that Rock Lee had stolen our gentle fist, it must be, and there is nothing wrong with it. You. Shiranui Genma's gaze flicked from the Hyuga clan, and then looked at the 3 Aburame roots. The expressions on their faces turned from anger to calm, with a cold expression on their faces. Good. Very good, and said coldly, Today's Konaha village, is it Hokage-sama or Danzo and Hyuga Hiyashi? Buzzing. Aburame took the root and stopped talking. He raised his hand directly, and swarms of flying insects flew out of his body, densely packed like strong smoke, and flew towards Shiranui Genma and Kazuragi. Swish, swish, swish. The Anbu next to him waved 3 sharp kunai, cold, and shot at the same foot. Advertisement, brush. At the same time, the man holding the short sword was in the shape of an electricity, and took advantage of the opportunity of being entangled by the Shiranui Genma and the same foot, and rushed toward Glossy fiercely. Damn it! Damn it! Knowing that Huo Xuanzhen and Binzu Lei Tong were furious, they tried to protect Glossy, but they were entangled tightly and couldn't get out. Sasuke, don't come over, just watch it by the side. Glossy shouted in a deep voice, stopping Uchiha Sasuke who wanted to rush to fight alongside him. Today, I will show you what a truly powerful force is. Facing the extremely fierce impact of the Anbu man, Glossy not only did not evade, but suddenly stepped forward towards him. He walked calmly and looked calm, like a supreme emperor, patrolling his territory. Junior arrogant. The man yelled when he saw that Glossy dared to look down on him so much. The short sword in his hand danced quickly, and a dash of Dawson's cold blade flashed across the sky, with an astonishing murderous aura. Obviously, this is a battle-tested warrior with the blood of many people in his hands. Sasuke, you are optimistic. Glossy shouted. He raised his right hand all at once, and grabbed the cold short sword like that. Are you crazy? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed. Rock Lee, don't be stupid, run away. Shiranui Genma yelled. Want to go? Glossy said lightly. This is incredible. Shiranui Genma muttered. Ah, shadow clone. The man yelled in horror. He could imagine that once he was slapped by Glossy, he would be crippled as well as immortal. Advertisement, boom. Crack. The Anbu man retreated quickly, but Glossy's speed was even faster, and he chased him close in an instant, sending a light palm toward his chest. Monster. The man deserves to be the elite of Anbu. Although he was shocked by the big changes, he still retreated quickly to the rear. He knew that Glossy's physical power had exceeded everyone's imagination. Apart from Might Guy, I am afraid that no one can fight him close. No magical powers, no need for ninjutsu, just the power of the physical body is enough to destroy everything. On this pure road of martial arts, there is only the infinite excavation of one's own potential, making the human body above everything else. A shadow clone appeared out of thin air. Shadow clone grabbed the man and threw it away forcefully. As for himself, he was slapped in the palm of Glossy and disappeared in an instant. And the 7 or 8 strong men of the Hyuga clan that surrounded Glossy, their faces were dim, and they couldn't help retreating to the back. Obviously, Glossy's strength has exceeded their imagination, and it is simply not what they can deal with. You. How is this possible? The man was shocked, his eyes widened, and he stared at Glossy, his face full of incredible. Too strong, simply stronger than Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, he saw hope for the future. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, at this time, something incredible happened. Glossy's right hand plunged into the light of the cold knife, and the shadow of the knife disappeared all at once. He tightly grasped the broken knife with his hand, and the sharp blade could not hurt him at all. Martial arts mental technique, pure physical cultivation technique. This is the absolute technique created by Guluoxi's previous life after achieving the supreme state of the martial god, and retreating for 800 years, referring to the countless magical powers of the martial world. After Glossy stepped into the 4th heaven, it finally revealed its terrifying edge. With a crisp sound, in the incredible eyes of everyone, Glossy gently applied force and immediately smashed the broken knife to pieces. It seemed that it was not a weapon, but just a clod of soil. This kid is simply a monster. No wonder Master Danzo must have us take him back alive. Aburame was also shocked when he took the roots. He gave up fighting for a while and looked at Glossy. Chapter 200. Let's all go together. Wind, are you okay? Aburame took the root and was taken aback, and quickly jumped forward to catch the man who had fallen from the air, and said loudly. I'm fine. Yamanaka Fung nodded and said, although he had escaped Glossy's blow just now, he still had lingering fears, and he was terrified. He would never have thought that Glossy was just a teenage boy, and his physical skills were so powerful. Especially, Glossy shook his short sword with the palm of his right hand, and then smashed it to pieces. It was shocking and incredible. You know, even the strongest physical skills in Konaha village, even if you look at the history of the entire ninja world, have never heard of anyone who can be physically strong to such a realm, beyond the swordsman. You are all careful, this is an out-and-out monster. Yamanaka Fung paled and reminded loudly. His physical skills are almost invincible, and only ninjutsu and illusion can be used against him. Yamanaka Fung, didn't you just grab him while we couldn't get away? How do you escape so fast now? Ignoring Huo Genma's anger just now, I saw Yamanaka Fung deflated. Can't help but sarcastically said. Xuanzhen, don't ridicule you there. Aburame said coldly. Don't you two see it now? Although this kid is a student of Might Guy, his physical skills are definitely not taught by Might Guy. I seriously suspect that he is one of the samurai in our ninja camp. Chess pieces. Perhaps it is, or maybe it is not. Shiranui Huo Xuanzhen glanced at Glossy deeply, and then said. Since Master Hokage has issued the order to protect him, we will definitely implement it to the end. Unless, we are dead, and said exactly the same. If that's the case, let's fight to the death. Aburame took the root and shouted loudly. As he drank heavily, countless densely packed insects gushed crazily from his body, and they even covered most of the sky in an instant. The number of these insects is really too much, and the two people who surrounded Shiranui Muanjin and Kizuli were all around, and they couldn't rush out at all for a while. I temporarily occupied his body with the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. You take this opportunity to cut off his hands and feet. Yamanaka Feng said to the third person. Okay. The man nodded. Advertisement, ninfa, heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Feng's left and right hand thumbs and thumbs, index fingers facing each other, posing in a strange posture, shouted. Woo! At the same time, one of Yamanaka Feng's companions leapt towards Glossy. He held the sharp kunai in his right hand, rushed in front of Glossy a few steps, and stabbed his shoulder fiercely. Is this the secret ninjutsu of the famous Yamanaka clan? It turned out to be nothing more than that. Suddenly, Glossy showed a cruel smile on his face. This is... The man was shocked. Wow! At this moment, Yamanaka opened his mouth fiercely and spouted a big mouthful of blood, then his face was pale, and fell to the ground in a languid manner, not knowing his life or death. The Yamanaka clan has spiritual secrets from the ancestors, which use powerful spiritual power to control the actions of the enemy. But how can the mental power of Yamanaka Wind compare with Glossy? As a warrior in a previous life, he has experienced more than 1,000 years of blood, and his mental power is extremely strong. Even if he suffered a severe damage in the catastrophe, more than half of it was damaged, it is definitely not a small jonin that can shake it. You can actually resist the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. How is this possible? The man was incredulous. Hey! Hepping Tong sighed a long sigh, and then said to Shiranui Shuenjin, let's go. Although Uchiha Sasuke was reluctant, he could only leave with 2 people. The situation here is too terrible. Glossy was besieged by 2 jonin and 7 or 8 strong men from the Hyuga clan alone, and he was very likely to die on the spot. As long as you don't die, I will definitely go after you, Uchiha Sasuke said silently in his heart. With the strength of the 2 of them jonin and more than 10 years of combat experience, it is natural to see at a glance that the physique that Glossy used just now was definitely not from Konaha village. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. All of us were deceived by him, including Might Guy and Master Hokage. They're all like this. Yamanaka looked at Glossy with fear and said loudly. If we don't kill him today, our Konaha village will never be peaceful. I don't know if I will die, but your companion is already dead. Glossy smiled and said. The old Danzo is not kind to me, how can I be merciful? There are so many incredible things about me. Glossy grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then, his body rushed out like light and shadow. With a light stroke of his right hand, the man's head flew out diagonally. The blazing blood rushed out more than 1 meter high, and the headless corpse rushed out 2 or 3 meters forward, before falling to the ground with a plop, splashing large swaths of smoke, which made people tremble. Let's take action together. Yamanaka Feng said to the 7 or 8 strong men of the Hyuga clan. Master Invigilator, please help me thank Master 3rd Hokage, I owe him a favor, Glossy said to Shiranui Genma. I will help you convey it to Master Hokage. Shiranui Genma agreed. The 3rd child, Aburame groaned. Did you 2 see it? Don't you think he is Rock Lee until now, not a spy hidden by some other force in our village? Little devil, your fate will be extremely miserable, I promise you. Aburame said sternly. His longtime partner was killed by Glossy, which made him want to kill him quickly. Uchiha Sasuke, you can also go with us. Glossy's shot was fierce, cruel, and cold and merciless. This scene shocked everyone's hearts. This time, even the eyes of Shiranui Genma and Hezuatong both revealed suspicious expressions. Let's go all of you together, Glossy said lightly. Chapter 201 is strong and invincible, come on with all of you. This short sentence, although the voice was flat, showed the strength and dominance of Glossy to the fullest, and shocked everyone's hearts. Especially Uchiha Sasuke. When he heard these words, the whole person couldn't help shaking, and his eyes flashed with an immense desire for power. He knows that such a strong self-confidence comes from absolute strength. Sasuke, let's go. Shiranui Genma glanced at Uchiha Sasuke deeply and said in a deep voice. Yeah. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. Suddenly, the 3 people of Shiranui Genma, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sasuke disappeared without a trace. Boy, you are too arrogant. Aburame yelled at Glossy while taking the roots and forcing endless bugs out of his body. At the same time, the 8 masters of the Hyuga clan all approached from different directions, ready to join forces against Glossy. These people are not jonin of, Anbu, or elite masters of the Hyuga clan. However, just now, Gullos resisted Yamanaka Feng's heart-turning technique, with strong mental power, which caused Yamanaka Feng to spit out blood and fall to the ground. He is still unconscious. The other, Anbu, member was even more miserable. His head was beheaded in one move, and bright red blood splashed around, making it horrible. Although this enemy is not old, he is cruel, fierce and decisive, and the strength is even more powerful. This makes them really jealous and have to put down their arrogance and join hands. If I am arrogant, you will know if I try it. Glossy smiled and said, but, having said that, didn't you plan to join forces to deal with me? I will come here for a while for you. A strong man from the Hyuga clan stepped forward and said loudly. The blue veins on his face were exposed, and Byakugan had already been turned on for the first time, and an invisible pattern of Tai Chi yin and yang fish enveloped him. He himself stood in the position of the eyes of the Tai Chi yang fish, and Glossy just fell into the position of the eyes of the Tai Chi yin fish. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms, he shouted, taking a flexible and delicate step under his feet, rushing towards Glossy like lightning. He patted it with a light palm, and there was a palm shadow in the sky for an instant. Obviously, this is a strong Jonin. Although the tricks used are exactly the same as Hyuga Neji, both the external aura and the internal power are far better than Hyuga Neji. Advertisement. I just want to learn about the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Glossy laughed loudly and raised his right fist, like a giant axe that opened up the world, and slammed it forward fiercely. Boom. Glossy's stubborn punch and the feminine palm of Jonin from the Hyuga clan collided with each other, and they were stuck together for a while and couldn't be separated. What's this? Glossy's brows immediately frowned. He felt waves of soft but incomparable strength coming from the palm of the opponent. It was dense and tenacious, and actually blocked his 7. A powerful punch. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is so similar to the famed stunt of the Taiji Wushin. Isn't this ability the sticky in the Taiji Shenquan? Glossy said in his heart. Quick. Come on, I'll stop him for the time being, and I can't get out. Jonin of the Hyuga clan had a blushing face, his eyes were extremely shocked, and he said loudly. He just felt that a terrible force that could not be described in words was coming from his palm, straight into his body through his arm. If it weren't for him to use the Hyuga family's non-secret technique to resist it, he might have been shattered by one move. I lost more than half of my combat power if I lost my arm. I'm afraid that even Might Guy's physical skills are not so strong, right? This damn little monster, he cursed in his heart. Swipe. 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 3 consecutive figures of the Hyuga family rushed over, and each waved their palms at the chakra acupoints on Glossy's chest, abdomen, and back of the heart. They know that Glossy's physical skills are so powerful that it is almost unmatched, but if he seals his chakra acupuncture points, there should be no more storms. Haha, it's worth my pains. Did you finally lure the 3 into fools? Glossy grinned. At this moment, the martial arts mentality in his body rapidly turned, raising his strength from 70% to 100%, and a huge force surged out, instantly destroying the defense of the Hyuga clan Jonin. Wow! Jonin of the Hyuga clan yelled, spouting a big mouthful of blood, and then the whole body shook violently, and fell to the ground all of a sudden, losing his vitality. Glossy's current strength is too terrifying, not to mention that it can sweep everyone below the cage level strong. It is almost the same. What's more, the Hyuga clan is good at physiques. Isn't this a trick in front of Glossy? You guys come back soon. Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, shouted. The 3 rushing elite Chunin all changed their faces. They never expected that the situation would become so fast. The companion who was evenly matched with Glossy just now was killed in seconds. One by one, they kept their steps in a panic, and turned desperately to escape. Advertisement, but how can Glossy make them do what they want? Woo! Glossy's body turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the 3 people quickly. Don't think about it, Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, yelled. 8 trigrams air palm. He waved his palm fiercely towards Glossy volley, and in an instant, a powerful force hit Glossy like a tide. Is it similar to the ability to split the empty palm? Glossy did not look back, but also raised his hand to hit it. Boom! Glossy's forward speed showed no signs of slowing down, but Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, shook his body violently and withdrew 5 or 6 steps backwards, his face flushed and his expression was shocked. Brush. Glossy rushed towards the first person and hit his chest with a punch. Click, 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 the creepy bones cracking sound continued. The person yelled sharply, and then fell softly to the ground, completely silent. Boom. Glossy turned sideways, kicked another person's waist, and kicked him out more than 10 meters. Puff. The third person was the most miserable. Glossy hit his head with a punch, and the white brain and red blood splashed around, miserable. Chapter 202. Do you think you can escape? Too frightening? It is terrible. Within a few seconds before and after, the 3 elite Chunin of the Hyuga clan were killed by Glossy with unmatched means. The 3 incomplete corpses and the bright red blood splashing around showed the white brains. Cruel. Cruel, decisive and ruthless, this is the true face of Glossy. You. Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, looked at Glossy with unbelievable eyes, opened his mouth wide, and was speechless for a long time, terrified. How could that kind of unbridled methods, that kind of ruthlessness, and that kind of irresistible combat power appear on a 13-year-old child? I'm afraid that even Konaha village is known as the Yellow Flash. Namikaze Minato, a genius. Rarely seen in 100 years. He doesn't have such a terrible combat power at this age. This is an unimaginable evildoer. Rock Lee, how dare you kill so many people in a row? Do you want to completely rebel? At this moment, Aburame has already prepared for the roots, and just wants to step forward to urge the insects to launch against Glossy after attacking. He was shocked to find that Glossy had killed a Jonin and 3 elite Chunin of the Hyuga clan in an instant, and was immediately shocked. He stopped and dared not move forward, but he yelled at Glossy in his mouth. What a joke. Glossy said with a chuckle. Could it be that you are only allowed to kill me, but I can't fight back? Who said we were going to kill you? Aburame exclaimed sternly. We just took you back for interrogation on the order of Master Danzo. If you are not suspected of being a spy, we will naturally let it go. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Glossy sneered and said. Such naive words that deceive people, you still don't want to say. Otherwise, I will suspect that your IQ is wrong. Advertisement, you? Aburame was shaking with anger. Who is Danzo and the style of doing things, who in Konaha village doesn't know? Glossi said disdainfully. As long as the person he considers to be suspect, whether there is evidence or not, there is only one final outcome for that person, that is death. There are children crying in the village. As long as their mother says Danzo is coming, the children will immediately stop crying and tremble. Don't tell me you haven't heard of such a rumor. Aburame took the root and opened his mouth, trying to refute, but he never said anything, because he found that what Glossy said was the truth, and there was no way to refute it. Then you killed 4 of our Hyuga clan, how do you explain it? Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, roared. His luminous white eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. Those few people were elites in the family, with unlimited potential, but he never thought that Glossy would kill 4 people in an instant today. This is a huge loss. It's exactly the same as the seniors said. 3rd Hokage-sama issued the highest order, no one is allowed to shoot me. Glossy said sternly. And your Hyuga clan covets my physical skills, and you don't hesitate to disobey Master Hokage's orders, and you will kill me if you attack me. I would like to ask in a rhetorical question, your Hyuga clan blatantly resisted Master Hokage's order, is it because you want to rebel? Glossy shouted. From now on, you are the enemy of everyone in our entire Konaha village. Everyone will kill them when they see it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rock Lee, it seems that you are already determined to get out of Konaha. Aburame said sternly. Don't you think about it for your relatives and friends? For example, Hoshinoyuki, Tenten. Do you think you can escape? Glossy said sternly. You. Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, had a blue and white face and was speechless. Good boy, let your tongue be like a tongue, turning right and wrong, but your killing of the members of the Emu and my Hyuga clan has constituted a betrayal of the village. Advertisement, take the roots, you are too shameless. Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, immediately noticed something wrong, and shouted at Aburame to take the roots. What are you doing here? Run away. Hoshinoyuki, she has already left Konaha village. As for Tenten, she is protected by Teacher Might Guy, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Glossy said, a terrifying murderous intent that made everyone tremble. Rising up, like a revived primordial fierce god, terrifying to the sky. Wow. Of course, if Tenten is really implicated because of me, then what I want to say is that Konaha village is no longer necessary. What a big hat. Glossy said with a sneer. Although your Hyuga clan is very strong, you are far from qualified to represent the entire Konaha village. In addition, what I want to tell you is that if I kill those people, I will kill them. I will never regret it. Even if I give me another chance, I will still kill it again. Okay, you can take your companions and roll away. Next, it's the personal grievance between me and the Hyuga clan, Glossy said. You. Aburame took the roots and felt the murderous aura emanating from Glossy, and couldn't help making a cold fight all over his body. He couldn't believe his eyes, the child who was only 13 years old in front of him had such a terrifying murderous intent. Aburame took root with a face full of unwillingness, but when he saw the headless body of the 3rd child and Yamanaka Feng who was unconscious with his mouth full of blood, he had to forcibly suppress his inner anger. While staring at Glossy, he was prepared for a sudden attack, while squatting down and lifting Yamanaka K's from the ground on his shoulders. I'm afraid, even Shimura Danzo, who kills the wild, can't compare with him. Tell these words of mine to Shimura Danzo intact. Glossy said lightly. Don't challenge my bottom line, because you don't know what real horror is. When the strong of Hyuga clan heard the leader's words, where would he dare to stay in the slightest? They all turned around and fled in different directions. Could it be that this is not a heaven-defying little evildoer, but a rejuvenating old monster? Chapter 203, Auto-generated chapter title. The 203rd chapter is all bombed. Brush. A black shadow shot out like lightning, like a ghost in disillusionment. At this moment, Glossi completely abandoned all his scruples and burdens and wanted to kill. The Hyuga clan developed a clan and branch house strategy, which made Glossy feel very uncomfortable. Later, Hyuga Hinata was expelled from the Hyuga family, making Glossy feel that this ancient family was too cold and cruel, without any human touch. And now, the Hyuga clan coveted his physical training technique and shot him, which is simply challenging his bottom line of patience. At this time, Glossy was indifferent and ruthless. He was like a murderous god, without any words, directly extending the hand of death to the remaining 5 members of the Hyuga clan. Ah! Don't kill me, please. An elite Chunin yelled in horror, begging Glossy to spare him his life. However, before he finished speaking, there was a sharp pain in the back of the vest. Immediately afterwards, when his eyes went dark, he completely lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. His heart was smashed to pieces by Glossy's palm, and he couldn't die anymore. Not far away, Chunin, another elite of the Hyuga clan, was trembling with fright, and fleeing away desperately. At this moment, he only hated his parents for giving him 2 legs, so he couldn't escape from here quickly. Don't struggle, it's useless. Glossy sighed while shaking his head, turning around and chasing the man. His speed was incredible. He chased behind him in the blink of an eye, raised his right hand and patted it fiercely. Puff! As if a big ripe watermelon fell heavily to the ground, the man's head was slapped to pieces by Glossy. Bright red blood and pale brains shot everywhere, but a faint radiance bloomed from Glossy's body, blocking these things from the outside. You die. A Jonin who knew he couldn't escape turned his head and cast the Hyuga clan's secret technique. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. To launch a desperate attack on Glossy. He wants to use his sacrifice in exchange for the opportunity for his companions to escape. You are very good. You are the first tough guy in the Hyuga clan I have ever met who is not afraid of death. Glossy said with a grin at him. Just at this point, I can spare you not to die. Advertisement, call. Glossy took a palm shot, and in an instant, the 5 palm shadows appeared out of thin air, like a dreamy empty flower. Although beautiful, it carried a suffocating breath of death. Jonin of the Hyuga clan was shocked. He realized that with his Byakugan's powerful insight, he couldn't see through the 5 palm shadows, which one was true. Boom. With a soft sound, Glossy's right palm hit the Hyuga clan Jonin's chest, and an overbearing force instantly poured into his body, shaking his internal organs to pieces. Glossi was a god of war in his previous life. Grandmaster Martial Arts World has countless martial arts combat techniques, close combat techniques, invincible in the world. Suddenly, of the 8 elites of the Hyuga clan, only the leader Jonin was left. You demon, you damn executioner. The leader Jonin roared hoarsely. You will definitely pay for what you did today. Do you know the pain now? Glossy grinned, like a murderous madman escaping from hell. It's creepy. Your Hyuga clan covets my physical skills and want to get all the secrets about me. This is the price you paid for greed. Remember, there is no enmity between me and your Hyuga clan. You are responsible for all this. I will definitely die today, but what I want to say is that our patriarch will definitely avenge us. Jonin hissed, the leader. Not only you, but all those connected with you will be retaliated by our Hyuga clan. This kind of period is impossible. Glossy said with a faint smile. As long as I am strong enough, as long as I am still alive, no one dares to really do that. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 128 palms. The leader Jonin roared and rushed towards Glossy. Under the wave of his palms, a series of soft but tough palms continued to hit Glossy. Not bad, much better than the one before. Glossy smiled and waved to greet him. He even fought hard and fiercely against Gentle Fist, the feminine and soft Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan. Although he completely suppressed him, the man was extremely fierce and fought desperately, and he was unable to take him down for a while. Bang, bang, bang. At advertisement the 2 people collided fiercely, and the battle was fierce. With the passage of time, Glossy's momentum became more and more fierce, and his fist strength became heavier. Each punch was like a huge hammer, making it difficult for Jonin, the leader of the team, to parry. Later, he couldn't resist it anymore. He would spit out a mouthful of blood every time he received a punch, and his expression was hideous. It's over. Glossy yelled and punched fiercely, Haki Wushuang. What? Jonin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, screamed. His arms were broken by Glossy, and he flew out upside down. Woo! Glossy drew a sharp kunai from his bag and shot it in his throat without fail, killing him. At this point, the 8 elites of the Hyuga clan have all been wiped out. Is this the power of the 4th heaven of martial arts mentality? Haha, it's stronger than I thought. Glossy made a fist lightly and said to himself. Recruited, he felt something, raised his head and looked into the distance. I saw that on the central building tens of meters away, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were looking at him with incredible eyes. Glossy grinned at them, but he didn't care too much. He now has enough power to protect himself, and he no longer fears that others will know his secrets. Woo! Glossy concentrated on thought for a moment, and rushed out of the playing field. Now Konaha village is in a state of extreme chaos, and he may be able to get something in the chaos. Chapter 204 Hokage Level Battle 1. Ms. Sarutobi, this Rock Lee is just a little monster. Orochimaru smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his long red tongue sticking out of his mouth, while licking his lips, said. Compared with him, I used to be called Agenesis, which is really ashamed. Yeah, it's a living monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered with a complicated look on his face. Neither you nor Namikaze Minato, or even Uchiha Itachi, do not have such a terrifying combat power at this age. In my impression, perhaps only my teacher Senju Hashirama can be compared with him. Are you talking about the legendary first Hokage-sama? Orochimaru said. In that case, shouldn't I congratulate you on another terrible evil in Konaha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at the direction where Glossy disappeared. The look in his eyes was very complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Mr. Sarutobi, by the way, is this Rock Lee really a student of Might Guy? Orochimaru's eyes flashed mockingly. If I'm not mistaken, let alone Might Guy, the whole Konaha village's physical skills are far behind that kid. What the hell are you trying to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed sharply and shouted. Ms. Sarutobi, you should be very clear about what I want to say, Orochimaru said with a cold smile. Konaha village, it will be over soon. As long as there is me in one day, Konaha village will never collapse. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Haha. Orochimaru chuckled. The original Konaha village was founded by the two major ethnic groups of the strongest in the ninja world, Senju and Uchiha. How powerful was the Konaha village back then? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood tall in the entire ninja. At the top of the world, there are no rivals in the world. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama is also an inexperienced powerhouse. He has created a series of powerful ninjutsu and forbidden technique, which is called respecting the world. And now? The Senju clan of Mori almost all died in the 3 ninja wars, and only one Tsunade remained. The Uchiha clan was destroyed overnight, leaving only the 2 brothers Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi also became betrayal. I have also become a rebel. Jeriah, Tsunade, the 2 of them have left the village for many years. White Fang committed suicide, the Blue Beast died in battle, and Namikaze Minato died to seal 9 tails. I think I was incredibly strong back then. In Konaha village, the talents are withered, and only you and Danzo are left with 2 cage-level powerhouses. However, the saddest thing is that Danzo has always been against you, and he wants to kill you to replace him. Looking at the younger generation of Konaha village, Hyuga Neji, as the most outstanding genius of the Hyuga clan, has always been regarded by the clan. Caged bird's seal is bound and can never really grow up. Uchiha Sasuke's heart is full of darkness. He always thinks about how to kill his brother Uchiha Itachi. The sudden emergence of Rock Lee is like a pawn placed in our ninja camp like a samurai. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Orochimaru burst into laughter as he spoke. He leaned forward and backward with a smile, as if he had suddenly heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. I laugh at you at your own expense. You actually want to support Konaha on your own, Orochimaru said. The building will fall, and no one has the power to stop it. If you really want to stop all of this with your own power, there is only one ending, that is to be buried with Konaha. What about the funeral? Sarutobi Hiruzen said sharply. My teacher Senju Tobirama handed the village into my hands. If the village is destroyed in my hands, I can only apologize with death. Since Sarutobi sensei is determined to die, then I'm not welcome, Orochimaru said grimly. I didn't expect it. More than 10 years have passed. I can actually fight with you again. Did you specially create such a barrier to fight me? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at the Oda ninja standing in the 4 corners and said coldly. Don't say that, Mrs. Sarutobi, Orochimaru said. Those Anbu are really annoying. Actually, for you, asking them to help will get in the way, isn't it? Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, without speaking. Huh. A gust of wind blew Orochimaru's long black hair. One of them blocked his sight. Brush. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved. Although he was close to 70 years old, he was more agile than an ape. He rushed towards Orochimaru at an unbelievable speed, while quickly forming seals with both hands and launching ninjutsu. Ninfa. Wa Shuriken, he shouted loudly. As the Sarutobi Hiruzen chakra gushed out, the yellow tiles on the building flew into the air automatically, and then hit Orochimaru at a very high speed. Ms. Sarutobi, you look down on me too much, right? Orochimaru jumped into the air, escaped the attack of the tiles, and said loudly. Shulking snake hand. Advertisement. He opened his mouth, and his bright red tongue stuck out, suddenly turning into an arm-thin lion majesty. The lion majesty was so fast that he immediately rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and bit the key of his throat. Ms. Sarutobi, are you really old? You can't hide from an attack of this level. Orochimaru landed on the ground, laughing while walking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his face quickly changed color, because he found that it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen who was bitten by lion majesty, but just a mud substitute. Orochimaru retracted his tongue and looked around with a pair of eyes, looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen must still be around here. Earth style. A big river of earth flow. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared not far from Orochimaru. His hands were imprinted, and he shouted. Boom. In an instant, the ground vibrated violently, and the ground under Orochimaru's feet suddenly turned into a turbulent mudslide, which immediately rushed Orochimaru to the edge of the barrier. So it was this trick? Although Orochimaru was in a dangerous situation, he still looked the same. He quickly sealed his hands and tried to break Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu. Don't want to succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed slightly, and his handprint changed. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant, a huge dragon head 2 meters high appeared in front of everyone. The Earth Dragon opened its huge mouth and spit out fist-sized mud and stone bullets, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air continued to sound powerful. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's handprint changed again, resulting in a fire-style handprint. Fire style. Fire Dragon Bomb. He opened his mouth and exhaled terrible flames, mixed with those powerful mudstone bombs, and immediately submerged Orochimaru. Is this the battle of the cage-level powerhouse? Glossi applied the stealth technique to himself, and found a hidden place, watching the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru intently. With a pair of martial arts eyes open, he copied all the tricks of the 2 people and gained a great deal. Chapter 205 Hokage Level Battle 2. Today's Konaha village is in turmoil, and is besieged by Sand Shinobi village and Atonin village. It is at stake. At the same time, Shimura Danzo, one of the 2 cornerstones of Konaha village, colluded with Orochimaru and allowed the people of Atonin village to mix into the Anbu, which resulted in a sneak attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen and was trapped in the barrier, unable to escape. As the supreme leader of Konaha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally extremely worried about the safety of the village. In order to leave this enchantment as soon as possible, he must do his best to defeat Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a super powerhouse in the ninja world who was once famous as the half-god Hanzo of the Salamander. Orochimaru, the proud disciple trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, is one of the famous Konaha Sannin, and he is strong in age, calm and composed, and he must be quite sure to defeat his teacher. The two cage-level powerhouses are fighting each other, fighting with all their strength and fate. How can Glossy not be impressed? Therefore, although Glossy ran out of the field of competition, he quickly returned back. He concealed his figure with stealth technique, eliminated his breath with turtle breath Dafa, found a hidden and safe corner, and used martial arts heavenly eyes. Watch the battle between the master and the disciple. Sure enough, as expected, at the beginning of the battle, although both sides are testing each other, Sarutobi Hiruzen has successfully performed two B-level Earth-style techniques, and used fire-style techniques to cooperate with them, which is extremely powerful. It drowned the arrogant Orochimaru at once. It's really worthy of being a professor of ninjutsu. It really deserves its reputation, Glossy said to himself. His martial arts eyes are radiant, copying all the ninjutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen has just performed. Of course, the difficulty and level of these types of ninjutsu are not low, and he hasn't been able to master it yet. However, he can keep it and study it slowly in the future and turn it into his own thing. Unexpectedly, the combination of the Earth-style technique and the Fire-style technique is worthy of Master Hokage. Not far away, 3. Anbu, with civet masks on their faces, watched the battle unblinkingly, and one of them was amazed, said. They are all personal guards of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who are responsible for protecting their safety. Although they were blocked by the enchantment ninjutsu performed by the 4 sound ninjas and unable to enter, they still suffered here and never left. What? Following Orochimaru's scream, the fiery sea of fire and rolling mudslides drowned him, and then slammed into the distant ninjutsu barrier. With a sound of boom, terrible energy fluctuations erupted from the ninjutsu enchantment, and terrible purple flames rose into the sky, burning everything to death. Advertisement, it's really Hokage-sama, so quickly I eliminated Orochimaru, one of the legendary Konaha Sannin, and Anbu murmured. However, to the surprise of the 3, Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face not only showed no joy, but frowned even tighter. He stared at a place about 4 or 5 meters in front of him, and shouted, Orochimaru, don't do these boring tricks in front of me. Don't forget, these things are all taught to you by me. Ha ha ha. At this time, Orochimaru's iconic grim laugh came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru's body slowly emerged from the ground, unscathed. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you, teacher Sarutobi. Huh, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a cold snort. You are still the same, not likable at all. Don't you say that, as the saying goes, the more troublesome students are, don't they? Teacher Sarutobi, Orochimaru said with a sneer. It's unscathed, so powerful, one of Anbu said in surprise. After all, he is one of the legendary Konaha Sannin, a cage-level powerhouse, another said. Yes, the horror of cage-level powerhouses is something we people can't even imagine, we can only look up. The battle between the cage-level powerhouses is the powerful ninjutsu. As for the physical skills, it is basically useless in this level of battle. This point is against those magical powers in the martial arts world. Warrior is almost the same. Glossy said silently in his heart. Ms. Sarutobi, the boring trial game between us should also be over, Orochimaru said grimly. This is not a battle course in the ninja school. It's too boring. Huh, that's what I said. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and said. Boom, in an instant, a domineering breath erupted from him, surging towards Orochimaru like a flood from the gate. Advertisement, it seems that you have predicted the end of your final death. Orochimaru also exploded with a terrible aura and confronted him. He stood there like a pillar to support the sky. No matter how powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen came, he was still unable to shake him. I haven't seen you in more than 10 years, you really have made a lot of progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemn and whispered. Now, even I am not sure to defeat you. You are old, Sarutobi teacher. Orochimaru smiled coldly, stretched out his hand to tear off his wind shadow robe, and assumed a fighting pose. Although he is confident that he can defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is his own teacher after all. He is afraid of the professor of ninjutsu, who could compete with the demigod. Suddenly, the ground under Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru's feet trembled, and countless yellow tiles collided with each other and turned into golden debris. And those debris slowly floated from the ground into the air. The clothes and hair on their bodies are windless, and they have an amazing momentum. Crack. With a crisp sound, a half-meter-long gap was opened on the ground. The cage-level powerhouse is really comparable to the great martial king of the martial world, Glossy said to himself. That's awesome, what a powerful chakra this is. And Anbu said in shock. The air is like bursting from the body, it's incredible. Whizzing. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru moved at the same time, their bodies like electricity, rushing towards each other. Chapter 206 Hokage Level Battle. 3. So fast. Glossy's pupils shrank for a while, secretly said in his heart. With a pair of martial arts eyes open, He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru for an instant, for fear of missing their every move. In the life and death battle between the cage-level powerhouses, every trick used is a treasure-seeker technique, or a very precious high-level ninjutsu in a village. Glossy is not willing to let go of such an opportunity to steal a master. Woo! In the rapid rush, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a shuriken from his suitcase with his right hand and shot it at Orochimaru fiercely. At the same time, his hands quickly made seals. Not to be outdone, Orochimaru rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen while making seals with both hands. The Indian style he knots is completely different from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it exudes a terrifying aura that makes people creepy. Shuriken. Shadow clone technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted after finishing Yuki. In an instant, the shuriken he projected had a strange change. I saw that one shuriken turned into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16, 16 into 32, 32 turned into 64. In the blink of an eye, that shuriken turned into a rain of shurikens all over the sky. These shurikens are too many, densely packed, endless, and crowded with the entire sky, like locust swarms everywhere, fiercely rushing towards Orochimaru, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. It's really worthy of being professor of ninjutsu. It's such a powerful trick at the first shot, Glossy said to himself. He could see with martial arts' heavenly eyes that the shuriken rain in the sky was not a phantom, but an entity. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen can already use the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone on the shuriken. Ha ha ha. However, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's terrible attacking ninjutsu, Orochimaru not only showed no fear on his face, but gave a creepy sneer in his mouth. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. This is... Glossy frowned suddenly. I don't know why, there was a scorching pain in his martial arts eyes, and he had never felt this kind of feeling before. Boom. The martial arts mental method in his body was activated for the first time, and a powerful force surged from all over his body to the place of his eyes. Soon, the burning pain in his eyes disappeared and he returned to normal. Advertisement Orochimaru should be using the extremely difficult forbidden technique, which caused a certain degree of backlash against Guru's Eye's martial arts eye. Otherwise, such a situation will never happen. Boom. The earth shook violently, and a huge coffin emerged from the ground. The first one, Orochimaru said triumphantly, boom. Then, another coffin came out. The second one, Orochimaru laughed wildly. The two coffins are extremely huge, standing on the left and right sides of Orochimaru, like two huge shields, protecting him behind. It's shameless to use summoning as a shield, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. He had already seen the writing on the two coffins clearly, and his heart trembled violently. The third one, stop everything you say. His hands quickly formed seals, bursting out a super terrifying force. The third one, Orochimaru exclaimed. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and a third huge coffin emerged. However, half of the coffin had just emerged, and it was suppressed by a powerful force and retreated. Ding. 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 At this time, the dense rain of shurikens in the sky flew over. However, this terrible attack ninjutsu has lost its original indestructible power, all hitting two huge coffins, without causing any threat to Orochimaru. At this moment, the two people in the coffin started to move slowly. They walked out of the coffin, moved their muscles and bones a bit, and then turned their eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side. Could it be? The two of them? And Anbu was shocked. His face was inconceivable, and he exclaimed. Advertisement, it's been a long time, Sarutobi. Among them, a man wearing a red shirt and long black hair said solemnly. Senior, who is Orochimaru summoned? The newly joined, Anbu, couldn't help but ask. I never expected that I would meet the two adults again in this situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. It's so regrettable. He looked at the two of them, and there was an indescribable nostalgia. Who are they? The Anbu, next to him should be a newcomer, asking puzzledly. Two chilling sounds sounded, and the coffin lids of the two coffins were slowly opened, revealing the two tall and stalwart figures inside. Although they all lowered their heads and didn't make any movements, just standing there gave people a feeling of anger. Next, how do you face it, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Orochimaru said proudly as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a solemn expression and sweat on his forehead. Oh, no, it should be Lord Third Hokage. The third one seems to have failed, Orochimaru said with a grinning grin. But, forget it, it doesn't matter if you miss one. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's you, Sarutobi, you are getting old too. Another man with white hair in a blue shirt continued. Stick. 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 Could it be that the two of them are? Glossy's heart was shaken slightly. This Orochimaru was really amazing. It's no wonder that I dared to challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, so I can rely on this forbidden technique. You have to be mentally prepared, Master First Hokage, Master Second Hokage. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sharply. The two of them spoke with a terrifying tone, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nearly 70 years old, in the tone of a predecessor, condescending. Crack. Crack. Obviously, these two must be peerless powerhouses before their lives. Chapter 207 Hokage Level Battle, 4. Why? How is this possible? The newly added, Anbu, said in an inexplicable horror. Yes, the black-haired man is First Hokage, and the white-haired man is second Hokage. The old, Anbu, said with emotion. They were all once known as the strongest ninjas. They were the first generation Hokage-sama who created this Konaha village. Sure enough, it was the two of them. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is in big trouble, Glossy said secretly. Impure World Reincarnation? Second Hokage turned his head, stared at Orochimaru, and said coldly. It's this young man who summoned us with the forbidden technique. It's not bad. Thank you Master Second Hokage for the compliment, Orochimaru said with a smile. In that case, we must fight you, Sarutobi, first Hokage said. Well, you old guys don't talk about the old, let's fight faster. Orochimaru took out from his arms two kunai with complicated rune patterns on their tails, and turned towards the two Hokages. Go. No matter which world you are in, there will be war, first Hokage sighed and said. Master First Hokage, you were once known as the God of Ninja, isn't that what you want? Orochimaru smiled. Orochimaru, you dare to blaspheme the dead like this, playing time and space, you will definitely get retribution. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted sharply. Maybe, maybe not, who knows? Orochimaru said coldly, however, now you are about to receive retribution. As he said, he buried the two cursed kunai in the back of the two people's necks. Is it impure world reincarnation? While protecting the body with martial arts mind, Glossy turned the martial arts sky to ultimate, gaining insights into the Orochimaru forbidden technique. It turns out that this, impure world reincarnation, is a kind of summoning technique, which can summon the souls of the strong men who have died back to the world and resurrect them in the form of entities. The resurrected person is controlled by the caster and cannot be resisted. Advertisement, it's really a terrible guy, who can display such a powerful forbidden technique, Glossy murmured. However, he also speculated that even if Orochimaru summoned the souls of first Hokage and second Hokage, it would not be possible to reproduce the peak combat power of the two. Because, he can clearly feel that although the aura exuding from these two people is strong, they are nowhere near the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen, and do not have the invincible prestige of the God of Ninja, back then. Enlightenment, Mr. Sarutobi, your death date has come, Orochimaru said with a sneer. What kind of technique is that? The newly added, Anbu, said in astonishment. Impure world reincarnation is the taboo summoning technique for resurrecting the dead from the world of Wangchen. The elderly, Anbu, said in a deep voice. The general summoning technique must use the blood of the caster, but in order to summon the soul of the deceased from the world of Wangchen to the real world, this technique must use the body of a living person as a sacrifice and serve as a container for the soul of the dead. Then their container? Yes, did you see it? The sacrifice's body is covered with dust to bring the body closer to the appearance of the soul before death, and then with the charm buried in the back of the neck, the personality of those souls is obliterated and they become pure killing puppets. The old, Anbu, said in a breath, this is a super scary forbidden technique. It's almost exactly the same as they were before they were alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered with a look of remembrance on his face. Ms. Sarutobi, do you know, how wonderful is the joy and accomplishment of killing one's own past teachers? Orochimaru said with a laugh. In order for you to understand this feeling, I specially prepared such a scene for you. It has to be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a superpower who once was as famous as the half-god Hanzo of the Salamander, is indeed a fame. Even if he is old and physical, his physical skills are still amazing. After fighting with second Hokage for a few rounds, he seized the opportunity to grab the opponent's right foot and flew it away. Master Hokage, even if the figure and appearance are exactly the same, they're definitely not Master First Hokage and Master Second Hokage. The elderly, Anbu, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing there in a daze and couldn't help shouting, for fear that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a trance. Down was a bad hand. At this time, First Hokage and Second Hokage moved. At the beginning, their movements were extremely stiff, like two walking corpses, shaking every step they took. However, they quickly adapted to their own body and became more responsive. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement, swipe. Swipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to chase, but second Hokage attacked from the other side. Compared with first Hokage, second Hokage's physical skills tended to be strong and fierce. Glossy saw the shadow of Might Guy from him. At this moment, first Hokage had already attacked. He raised a huge fist and slammed it into Sarutobi Hiruzen's face like a hammer, strong and powerful. However, at this time, first Hokage has completely turned into a murder puppet, and the fighting instincts during his lifetime have been revived, and his body skills are all strong. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce attack and clever moves, he still escaped easily. Next, is the ninjutsu duel? Glossy secretly asked in his heart. Don't worry, I must know this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. It may be said that second Hokage is the true pioneer of Konaha's fluid art, and Might Guy is his descendant, inheriting and carrying forward his physical art. Suddenly, the two people turned into two flashes of lightning, one left and the other right, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a gallop. So fast, even if they are far from being able to compare with their strength before alive, they are already cage-level powerhouses. Glossy secretly said in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that he is old and weak, so he doesn't insist on it. He evaded first Hokage's fist in a vacant body, then his right hand was like a knife, and he cut to the back of first Hokage's neck fiercely. He wanted to take the enchanted Kumaru out of first Hokage's body and let him out of Orochimaru's control. Next, you can just enjoy it. Orochimaru made a seal with both hands and shouted. Woo! Of course, this can't cause any harm to second Hokage at all. Chapter 208 Hokage Level Battle 5. 2 Hokage Adults, now it's my turn to attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, his hands quickly sealed. Fire style, Fire Dragon Ball. It's worthy of a Hokage level battle, and the shot is an A-level fire style technique. Glossy reproduced every movement of Sarutobi Hiruzen in detail while running the martial arts eye and secretly said in his heart. Boom! In an instant, a fiery flame spewed out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. The flames soared into the sky, and instantly enveloped the land 10 meters away, turning this area into a sea of flames. Very terrifying high temperature, terrifying heat, even if it is very far away, it makes people sweat like rain. The terrible flame made a tsunami-like sound, making people's ears buzzing. Is this the strength of the Hokage level? It's terrifying, and Anbu said in astonishment. If he faced Sarutobi Hiruzen with this trick, he would definitely be burned to fly ash in the first time, and there would be no bones left. Using the method of Jian, the chakra in the body resonates with the natural energy of the outside world, thereby releasing powerful ninjutsu to attack the enemy. Glossy said to himself. Although this power is not as powerful as the magical powers of the martial world, it is not too far apart, and there are a few ways. Water style. Water barrier. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's powerful fire style attack, second Hokage made a seal with both hands and shouted. Wow! A flaming arrow of water spouted from the mouth of second Hokage. When this water arrow was about 2 meters away from second Hokage, it suddenly turned into a curtain of water, protecting him and first Hokage inside. Chi! Second Hokage's water style technique and Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire style technique collided fiercely with a deafening roar. Clouds of water mist rose into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire style technique has terrifying offensive power, second Hokage's water style technique is equally powerful, which perfectly defends it. It's true that Master Second Hokage can activate such a powerful water style technique in places where there is no water. It's incredible. And Anbu said in awe. Water style. Water rushing waves. Second Hokage put his hands together, his Indian style changed, and he shouted again. Wow! Advertisement in an instant, a large amount of water came from nowhere, condensed behind second Hokage, and then turned into a huge tornado, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with an irresistible force. So strong. Glossi frowned. Judging from the current battle, second Hokage alone is enough to contend with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you add the first Hokage who has been standing next to him without taking a shot, isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen sure to die today? What's more, there is another Orochimaru watching him. Do you watch Sarutobi Hiruzen die in battle? Glossy was entangled. In any case, Sarutobi Hiruzen was pretty good to him, sent out and protected him exactly the same, he was unwilling to owe him the favor. However, the 4 people in the field are all cage level strong, and he is enough to crush Jonin now, but he still can't catch the cage level strong, too reluctant. Earth style. Earth style. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled as he struggled in Glossy's heart. Rumble. With a loud noise, a solid earthen wall more than 10 meters high and 3 meters thick stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The terrible shockwave of water hit the soil wall. Although it shook it violently, it never penetrated it. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally, will not be injured. Woo! At this time, first Hokage, who had been standing there watching, moved. He stepped on the water waves under his feet and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like an arrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to neglect, and his hands rejoined the fire style seal and opened his mouth a blazing fireball with a diameter of half a meter, shrouded towards first Hokage. However, something shocking happened at this time. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire style attack, first Hokage hit the past with his right fist. The blazing great fireball couldn't hurt first Hokage, but was thrown out by one of its punches. Puff, puff, puff. The punch was so heavy that Glossy could clearly see that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face had been beaten to change its shape. Advertisement, brush. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected was that the one just now turned out to be a false move. Seeing him fooled, first Hokage directly threw his right fist and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's face fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously ejected fireballs, hoping to stop first Hokage's attack. However, first Hokage was too strong. Facing his flame attack, he directly confronted him physically and rushed forward quickly. Gurulu. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that the sea-level fire style technique cannot stop first Hokage, but he still insists on doing so. It is not that he is too conceited, nor is he underestimating first Hokage, but that he is trying to preserve his strength. He knows that the harder battle is behind. Boom. Cough cough. It's still as good as before. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed up blood while getting up from the ground, said painfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, leaned back sharply, and dodged dangerously and dangerously. Immediately afterwards, first Hokage kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest and kicked it out for more than 6 meters. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was kicked heavily by first Hokage and he lost his balance and involuntarily backed away. First Hokage was unforgiving, his left foot landed, and his right foot kicked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's face again. First Hokage quickly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, and one jumped up and kicked hard towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's front door. Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly stopped the fire-style attack and blocked it with both hands. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, after performing several large-scale high-level ninja operations in a row, Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra has already consumed more than half of it, Glossi screamed inwardly. Suddenly, there was a bubbling sound behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4 long whips made of water suddenly wrapped Sarutobi Hiruzen and dragged him into the bottom of the water. Chapter 209 Breaking the Enchantment, Master Hokage. Master 3rd Hokage. Careful. The 3, Anbu, were shocked and yelled one after another. 3rd Hokage is the spiritual pillar of their entire Konaha village. It is the idol and goal they have established since childhood. If there is any accident to him, I am afraid that the entire Konaha village will collapse in an instant. It's so strong, Glossy secretly said in his heart. He has a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, and he sees more in detail than the 3, Anbu. He found that Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands and feet were bound by a rope-like object made of water, and it was difficult to break free. 1 to 2 is really hard, Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly as he stared at 2nd Hokage, who was rushing in from the water in a hurry. With a loud shout in his heart, the chakra in his body burst out instantly, breaking through the restraints of his hands and feet. Then, he rushed to the surface of the water quickly. He knows that 2nd Hokage is a well-known water-style master. He is inherently invincible in the water and absolutely cannot fight with him in the water. Swipe. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen is like an agile ape, using his hands and feet together, moving quickly on the towering dirt wall. Swish. 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 Suddenly, a series of fierce water arrows shot out from the water and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. With a loud noise, the solid earth wall that once blocked the water-style rushing wave was pierced by a water arrow in an instant. Boom. 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 Several water arrows shot out in succession, like a tribulation light from the sky, invincible, breaking the towering earth wall to pieces in an instant, and the dirt flew. The master of water style is better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Glossy's evaluation of 2nd Hokage. From the beginning to the present, 2nd Hokage has successfully displayed 4 B-level and above-level water-style techniques, each of which is extremely powerful and consumes a lot of chakra. However, he is still like a rainbow, and he has no tendency to exhaust himself like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement. Woo. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to avoid 2nd Hokage's fierce water-style attack, already panting and sweating profusely. He jumped onto the ground, knelt on his knees, gasping for breath. Obviously he was about to reach the limit. Crack. Suddenly, at this moment, a gap was opened in a yellow tile in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately afterwards, a green sapling came out of it. That's it. Glossy's eyes widened suddenly. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Almost in an instant, countless yellow tiles cracked, and green saplings emerged from the ground one after another. Then, they grew and grew rapidly in everyone's incredible eyes. Crap. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from the ground all of a sudden, looked at 1st Hokage with his hands in amazement, and muttered. This is a secret technique unique to Master 1st Hokage. He didn't dare to neglect, put the thumb of his right hand in his mouth and bite hard, and he wanted to use summoning to fight. Wood-style mystery. The tree world has come, 1st Hokage shouted loudly. Boom. 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 In an instant, the whole earth trembled violently, and countless small tree saplings seemed to have received some kind of energy, swelling rapidly from the size of a little finger, and instantly grew into towering trees. These towering trees are like demons with teeth and claws, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely. Is this the wood-style technique he used to capture the 9 big-tailed beasts? It's really powerful, and deserves the title of Ninja God, Glossy exclaimed. At this moment, he can make a clear judgment that 2nd Hokage is better than 3rd Hokage, and 1st Hokage is far above 2nd Hokage. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled and dodged with all his strength. However, there are too many demon-like trees, and the thick branches are like giant pythons, continuously attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him tired to deal with. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen was tightly entangled by a few thick branches. At this time, the central building they were in had already turned into a dense forest. Advertisement. Just one move completely changed the topography of the battlefield. Such strength can be described as shocking. I will break the barrier for you. You immediately go in to support 3rd Hokage, Glossy said without looking back. He transformed into a flash of lightning, waved his right fist, and blasted towards the barrier fiercely. Thinking of this, Glossy jumped out of the hiding place and rushed towards the barrier. Looking for death. Orochimaru's face was murderous. This enchantment can be trapped by even the cage level strong. How can Glossy be able to break it? I only hate that I didn't kill you, but chose to let you go, Sarutobi Hiruzen said annoyedly. However, what everyone did not expect was that Glossy hit the barrier with a punch, and a brilliant light burst out, and the ninjutsu barrier was suddenly broken. Ms. Sarutobi, as a reward for not killing me back then, I will not kill you either, Orochimaru said. However, I will let you watch how Konaha village was completely destroyed by me. Rock Lee, don't, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled. Rock Lee, what are you doing here? Anbu, man shouted at Glossy. Ms. Sarutobi, don't be so angry, Orochimaru said with a smile. The three of you are all Hokage adults from Konaha village. I am just a small junior. How dare I intervene in the battle between you? Is the battle over? Hey, Glossi sighed and said, although the shot will definitely get into Orochimaru this big trouble, but I owe him a favor, and it is impossible to justify it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. Take Chakra as the source of life for trees. Is this the wood-style ninjutsu used by the legendary master first Hokage, who calmed the troubled times and created Konaha village? The old, Anbu, said shockingly. This. What kind of technique is it? It's terrible, and, Anbu, murmured. Finally caught you, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru slowly walked forward from a distance and said proudly. Humph. Did you finally dare to step forward? Sarutobi Hiruzen grunted and said. Woo. Chapter 210, Auto-generated chapter title. The 210th chapter is an enemy or a friend, between your thoughts. The dazzling brilliance soared into the sky, and in everyone's unbelievable eyes, the ninjutsu enchantment. 4 purple flame array. That claimed to be able to trap cage-level powerhouses burst open. Wow. 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 With 4 screams, the 4 Atonin village genin who initiated the 4 purple flame array, spouted a large mouthful of blood at the same time, staggered back 3 or 4 steps, and then knelt on one knee. On the ground, he couldn't help gasping for breath. Obviously, they were backlashed by the enchantment formation and were extremely injured. Brush. The purple light curtain covering the entire central building faded in an instant, and the enchantment formation was blasted open by Glossy's palm, shocking people's hearts. How is this possible? His current strength is at best a jonin. How can he break the 4 purple flame formations that can trap the cage level strong? Orochimaru's eyes widened, staring at the distance. Glossy said in disbelief. Oh my god. This Rock Lee is simply a super big pervert. The newly added, Anbu, said in amazement. Yeah, this is an incredible evildoer. I am afraid that even Master 4th Hokage of the year can't match him, another said. Anyway, the barrier has been broken, and we immediately went over to help Master Hokage against the enemy. The elderly, Anbu, said. At the same time, he took out a ringing arrow from his arms and shot it at Gao Dian. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the sound exploded in the air, and a curtain of crimson smoke filled the air. Let's go, the reinforcements will come as fast as possible. Cut. These annoying guys. Orochimaru showed a trace of impatience on his face. Hurry up and kill that old thing. He ordered at first Hokage and second Hokage. Advertisement: he didn't intend to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the other party was his teacher. He educated him from a young age, taught him his skills, and gave him a way to survive when he had the advantage. He just wanted to capture it alive and destroy Konaha village in front of him, letting him know that it was wrong to choose Namikaze Minato as 4th Hokage instead of him. If this is not the case, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen be strong enough to stop the joint siege of the 2 superpowers, 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage? However, due to the sudden changes in Glossy's intervention, the 4 purple flame formations he ordered were broken, and 3 Jonin level Anbu elites poured in to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen, and soon there would be a large number of them. The master came. At that time, let alone destroy Konaha, I am afraid that even he himself will be captured and become a prisoner. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly and then retreat immediately. Whizzing. 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage turned into 2 lightning bolts and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. 2 fierce killing intents rose to the sky and locked them. Orochimaru, are you finally determined to kill me? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sad smile on his face. He looked at Orochimaru's gloomy face and felt very heartbroken. After all, this was his favorite student. Ms. Sarutobi, I will cut the bond between the 2 of us today. Orochimaru's eyes showed a trace of unbearableness, but then he became cold again. Cut off the bond between us. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Unfortunately, you probably don't have the ability to do it. After all, I am still old, and I will be so despised by you. You? Orochimaru's face changed. Summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his bloody right hand on a thick branch and shouted loudly. Come out! Ape King, Ape Demon. Boom. With a loud bang and smoke, an old ape about the size of a human and wearing clothes appeared in front of everyone. The aura that exudes from him is extremely powerful, not much weaker than Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's getting more and more troublesome. Orochimaru curled his lips and said uncomfortably. Advertisement, sure enough, is this situation? The old ape stared at Orochimaru, and then said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, you are really sad. Who told you not to kill him in the first place? It's not too late for me to do it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. I'm afraid it's too late. The old ape looked at 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage who were rushing over quickly, and shook his head. Saru, please, become a golden hoop, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Understood. As the old ape said, he threw the attacking 2nd Hokage out with his right fist, kicked 1st Hokage out for another 5 or 6 meters, and then turned his body into an iron rod with a length of about 1.5 meters and a thickness of about 20 centimeters. Swish, 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 the Ruyi golden hoop danced quickly, smashing all the branches that trapped Sarutobi Hiruzen, and freeing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, and his right hand raised the golden hoop in his hand, and the momentum of the whole person rose instantly. It seemed that his spirit had recovered in an instant, and he had returned to the peak of his youth. It deserves to be the teacher of the legendary Konaha Sannin, and his strength is unfathomable. Glossy saw this scene in his eyes and said secretly. After breaking the 4 purple flame formations, he dared not stay, and immediately flew away towards the distance. He knew that from the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen should no longer be in danger of life. Hokage-sama, here we are. The 3, Anbu, came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said excitedly. Rock Lee, you come back, don't leave Konaha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored them, then yelled at Glossy. Master 3rd Hokage, I just paid back the favor I owed you. Glossy's voice came from afar. I will leave the village today. I hope you can restrain Danzo and don't bother with Tenten. From now on, Konaha village and I will be friends or foes, all in your mind. Chapter 211 is intended for the Book of Seals. Rock Lee, don't go. Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious and yelled at Glossy's back. For the things that Shimura Danzo did, I will definitely let him be punished as he deserves. But you must never leave the village, or you will be labeled as rebellious forbearance by them. Master 3rd Hokage, thank you so many times for your care in the past. Glossy's voice became more and more vague, almost inaudible. In addition, please help me tell Teacher Guy, he is the most respected person in my life, I hope he can forgive me. Rock Lee. Rock Lee. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted anxiously. However, Glossy had already lost his shadow and disappeared. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the golden cudgel on the ground fiercely and said in annoyance. After Uchiha Itachi, another enchanting person has left Konaha, ha ha ha. Orochimaru said with a laugh. Mr. Sarutobi, you must be optimistic about the little guys in the village, otherwise, they may leave the village at any time. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji. You shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Ms. Sarutobi, you are really old, and you don't have the calm and calmness you used to be. Orochimaru said. Trust me, Konaha village will slowly decline, right under your nose, but you can't do anything, you can only watch this happen. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, there was a series of tears in the distance, and dozens of Anbu members quickly rushed in this direction. Obviously, they are the closest people here, and they rushed past the moment they saw the distress signal. It seems that today can only be over here, Orochimaru said uncomfortably. The 4 of you retreat immediately, and I will be in charge of the queen. He yelled at the 4 sounds. Yes, Master Orochimaru. The 4 ninjas of Atonin village, holding back the severe pain in their bodies, got up from the ground and said loudly. Want to go? Is it that easy? The Anbu man shouted sharply. They either made the seal with both hands, or projected a fierce hidden weapon to attack, trying to kill the 4 people here. Wood-style secret art. The tree realm is here. At this moment, first Hokage made a seal with both hands, and once again launched his own unique powerful secret art, attacking all ninjas in Konaha village indiscriminately. Advertisement: countless trees are like living demons, and branches as thick as arms are like pythons, attacking the Konaha village ninjas frantically. From a distance, it looks like a wild dance of demons in myths and legends, terrifying to the sky. Stop attacking Oda ninjas, and do your best to defend. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved the wishful golden hoop and interrupted the branches that were constantly attacking, while giving orders to Anbu. Summoning technique. Orochimaru summoned a giant python, then shouted at the 4 people. Hurry up and get out of here. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The 4 moved tears in their eyes. Orochimaru, you are not the same as before. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed sharply. People always change. Orochimaru said with a light smile. Ms. Sarutobi, let's go on fighting, I'll leave by myself, hee. Illusory technique. Darkness technique. Second Hokage yelled out with seals on both hands. Leaving aside the battle here, Glossy quickly left the playing field, but did not leave Konaha village. He knows that Konaha, Sand Shinobi, and Atonin are now fighting fiercely, and the border position is the most dangerous. He is not willing to get involved in the battle between them. Once I leave Konaha village, I will definitely never come back again in a short time. Why? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Glossy's mind. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly turned around and galloped towards a hidden place in Konaha village. Book of Seal. The treasure of Konaha village, which was sealed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama himself, recorded countless powerful ninjutsu and forbidden technique. The multiple shadow clone that Glossy stole from Uzumaki Naruto is said to be the first type of ninjutsu recorded on it. Multiple shadow clone is a super practice plugin. Without it, Glossy's strength would not have grown to such a degree in a short period of time. And because of this, Glossy is very interested in this Book of Seals. He always felt that there should be other interesting things in it. Perhaps the powerful ninjutsu in Book of Seals is not of much use to Glossy, but to Hoshinoyuki, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji and others, their treasures. What's more, if Glossi wants to create his own power in the future, it will definitely not work without some powerful ninjutsu secrets. Advertisement. Who? Suddenly, 2 Anbu, with civet masks on their faces sprang out and shouted at Glossy. They clasped their hands tightly, and they must have known that the war had broken out and raised their guard here to ultimate. Buddhist Heavenly Eye. Glossy yelled in a low voice in his heart, and two powerful spiritual powers instantly poured into the two. Enbu. Spiritual consciousness seized, causing them to fall into a terrifying illusion. Plop. Plop. With two soft sounds, two, Enbu, fell to the ground. Attention everyone, there is a strong enemy. A sharp voice resounded around, and a dozen, Enbu, rushed out from every corner. The Book of Seals, and various ninjutsu scrolls of Konaha village are hidden here. They are the top priority of the village, and the defense force is extremely strong. Swish, 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 countless sufferings shot from all directions, densely packed, and drowned Glossy in an instant. However, Glossi, who had already entered the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, had a body as solid as steel. Facing the attack of Kuwu, he didn't even hide, and rushed directly. Bang, 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 he waved his hands continuously and knocked all a dozen people to the ground. Brush. He turned into a streamer and rushed into the room where various ninjutsu scrolls were hidden. Chapter 222 Get out of the way, or you'll be rude to you. Glossy was like a gust of wind, unstoppable, and directly rushed into the room where various ninjutsu scrolls were hidden in Konaha village. Wherever he passed, Enbu fell to the ground at random. Those people are the elites in Enbu, and the weakest have the strength of the elite Chunin, and there is no lack of Jonin among them. In theory, this is a very powerful force, even those who encounter cage level have the power to fight. However, Glossy's speed was too amazing, and he displayed his previous martial arts skills, fighting Invincible at close quarters. No one of a dozen people could stop him. All of them were hit on the acupuncture points on his chest. Can't move. Of course, Glossy didn't kill them. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Glossy rushed in, three sharp and piercing noises suddenly sounded. That kind of piercing sound is really terrifying, like the bullet of a sniper rifle piercing the air. It makes people horrible to hear. That's it. Glossy's hair stood up all at once. At this moment, he actually felt a strong death threat. His martial arts eyes opened for the first time, and he immediately saw three small shurikens flying towards him in the distance. He was shocked to find that the sharp piercing sound was actually coming from the little shuriken. Brush. At the foot of Glossy, he was able to take the steps of divine action and change, and the whole person suddenly became erratic. He wanted to hide in this small space with his own limit. At the same time, his martial arts Tianyan also began to analyze and solve the three fast-flying shurikens. Soon, he discovered that the three shurikens were just the most common shurikens, and there was nothing special about them. However, around the shuriken there are circles of invincible wind blades. The person who shot in the dark must be a pinnacle Jonin, and may even be a cage-level master. Glossy secretly said in his heart. Advertisement. Buzzing. With the frightening air tremor, three shurikens with impenetrable wind blades flew close to Glossy. They attacked Glossy from the upper, middle, and lower lanes. Due to the wind blade bonus, their attack range and attack power were suddenly increased dozens of times, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Glossy's expression was extremely calm. Ji Yujing did not wave. A pair of cold eyes stared at the three flying shurikens, facing the terrible attack that could shred his body in an instant, even blinking. Don't blink. The experience of more than 1,000 years in the previous life made his fighting will extremely terrifying, calm and frightening. Brush. Suddenly, Glossy stepped forward with his left foot. His steps were very brisk, but very vague. The time was just right, just avoiding the attack of the three shurikens. I am not only a genin, but also a 10,000 years genin, the old man murmured. Chi. 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 He. It's really a hero who came out of a boy. An old voice came out. At a young age, you already have the strength of the pinnacle Jonin. You can easily escape the attack of my wind-style shuriken. You are the first one. Furusuke, his true age is almost the same as that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was far less famous than Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others, he was also extraordinary and not weak. But, for some reason, he has been reluctant to be promoted to Chunin and Jonin, and has always demanded himself according to Genin's standards. Are you sure? Jiuji's eyes sharpened suddenly, and he asked harshly. Uzumaki Naruto stole the Book of Seals from here not long ago, but it was Master Hokage who secretly ordered me to open one eye and close one eye. Otherwise, do you think he has the ability to steal it? Over time, the people of Konaha village gradually gave him the title of 10,000 years genin. Of course, everyone in Konaha village who has some status knows that this ancient media is very strong. Advertisement. Sure enough, he is a cage-level expert. Glossy took a deep breath and murmured. With a pair of martial arts eyes open, he carefully observed the old man who came out from behind the bookshelf, with an old face, wearing a hat on his head, and his left eye crippled. He was very surprised, because he had never seen this person before. Three soft sounds came, and the three shurikens crossed Glossy's body, like a dagger plunged into the soft tofu, and all of a sudden disappeared into the wall behind him. But, as a ninja from Konaha village, why did you break in here and knock down Enbu who was guarding here? Raised, the old voice became fierce, and a powerful momentum was directed towards it like a tide. Glossi rushed away. No, I can't go. Glossi shook his head and said, I'm here this time for the Book of Seals. I won't leave until I get it. 10,000 years genin. 10,000 years genin. Glossi asked carefully, chewing the old man's words, raising a ray of light in his eyes. You are known as Konoha's strongest genin, who has performed missions with 3rd Hokage 4th Hokage Konoha's White Fang and others? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Come out, I found you. Glossy cast his gaze behind a row of thick bookshelves and shouted in a deep voice. It's really rare, you actually know my name. Jeriah smiled and said, little guy, I don't think you are embarrassed because you are a Konoha shinobi. Let's go. But next time, don't blame me for being rude. Quasi-cage level. I don't have that great ability, the old man said with a smile. I'm just a genin. He doesn't have that ability, but I do. Glossy said lightly. Get out of the way, otherwise I'll be rude to you. Impossible. Glossy said decisively. I have met both Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, even if they are not necessarily your opponents. How could you be a genin? Chapter 223. Quasi-cage level confrontation. You're welcome. Jeriah said with a smile. Boy, from the first time I saw you, I knew you were a very arrogant person. Now when you speak, I find that you are not only arrogant, but also arrogant, and a little too arrogant. Really, I don't think so much, Glossy said with a grin. I'm just telling the truth. Hey, Jeriah said with a sigh. Actually, I understand your current arrogant mentality. After all, relative to your peers, your strength is too strong. There is no enemy of oneness among your peers. No, it's exact. Say, even if you search the entire Konoha shinobi village, there are few people who are your opponents. You do have arrogant capital, he said. Thanks for the compliment, Glossy said. Oh, by the way, aren't you standing in front of me just to praise me? If that's the case, please give me a favor, I'm in a hurry. It's a pity, Konoha village hasn't seen such an enchanting boy for a long time. Now it's hard to appear one, but he has to become a rebel, just like Uchiha Itachi back then. Hey, Gusuke said with a lot of emotion. He slowly drew out a long sword about 1.5 meters long from behind, clenching his hands tightly, and the tip of the sword pointed to Glossy. In an instant, a powerful and fierce murderous aura erupted from him, locking Glossy on. The aura radiating from him is too strong, stronger than the aura radiated by Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. At this moment, where does he still feel like a bad old man? It was clearly a lion that had just awakened from its deep sleep, with a terrifying breath exuding all over it. It's worthy of being the strongest genin in the legend, and it really deserves its reputation. Glossy was moved. The martial arts mentality in his body is circulating rapidly, raising his power to ultimate, ready to take action at any time. The old man named Gusuke in front of him has exceeded the level of Jonin. One foot has stepped into the cage level realm, and the other foot may step into it at any time, becoming a true standing ninja. A strong man at the pinnacle of the world. Although he hasn't really stepped in yet, he has already given him enough capital to overlook everyone below cage level. This is a quasi-cage level powerhouse, a terrifying rival. Boy, this is the most important place in Konoha village. There are countless scrolls of Konoha village's ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even forbidden technique, which cannot tolerate half damage. Gusuke said slowly. You and I only fight with physiques. You win. Everything here is yours. I win. I will catch you to 3rd Hokage. Advertisement, it's just what I want, Glossy shouted. Brush. Glossy moved, walking at his feet with incomparable strides, his figure erratic, and he rushed towards Gusuke at an incredible speed. Like the wind, like electricity, and like a dream. Boom. He approached Jeriah, raised his right palm, and patted it hard. In an instant, a strong palm wind flattened earth coiling out, and accompanied by countless palm shadows that appeared inexplicably in the sky, it hit Jeriah. Facing the quasi-cage level master Gusuke, Glossy did not dare to retain his strength anymore. In an instant, palm shadows were everywhere in the sky, which was shocking. Boy, your physique is not mine in Konoha village. Jeriah's eyes exploded, two staring horrified eyes staring at Glossy, shouting loudly. Who are you? Hey. While speaking, the long sword in his hand trembled violently. His long sword was originally simple and unpretentious, but at this moment it looked like a shattering rainbow, and the light of the sword illuminated the entire room in an instant. So strong. Glossy only felt that there was blazing brilliance everywhere in front of him. Even if he had the martial arts eye, he couldn't see the opponent's moves for a while. He didn't dare to touch the opponent's long sword with his palm, because the opponent's strength was extremely strong. If chakra was poured into the long sword, even if his body was comparable to a sword soldier, he couldn't bear it. This is the terrifying strength of the quasi-cage level powerhouse. With a single sword, the aggressive Glossy was pushed back, which is shocking. Little devil, where to go? Jeriah forced Glossy back with a sword, and immediately pursued the victory. The long sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc in the sky, slanting it towards the vital point of Glossy's throat. The speed of his changes, his fierce shots, are all unexpected, dizzying and difficult to cope with. Advertisement, although Glossy is definitely not as powerful as the opponent, after all, he has more than 1,000 years of combat experience in his previous life, and the Grandmaster has countless martial arts skills. His right hand flicked out a kunai from his suitcase like lightning, blocking Gusuke's fierce blow. Huh? Jeriah let out a startled surprise, his eyes gleaming with surprise, very surprised. The sword he had just infused almost all his strength, originally thought that it could severely inflict Glossy in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that Glossy had blocked it with a kunai, which was really beyond his expectation. Swipe. 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 Jeriah was stunned for a moment, but then he recovered his calm. The fiery sword light intertwined into a web of death, enveloping Glossy in it. Not only did Glossy show no fear when he saw this, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. He also touched a kunai with his left hand, and then jumped up with two kunai in both hands, greeted it unexpectedly. In the ninja world, in addition to Might Guy, there are people with such great physical skills, which really surprised Glossy again and again. Seeing Lai's heart now, he couldn't help but want to learn from Jeriah and get a good match. Dang. 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 Glossy's two kunai and Gasuk's long swords continuously collided, and the harsh metal clashing sounded endlessly. Strings of sparks shot out, and the battle was fierce. Chapter 224 Defeat Quasi-Shadow. What a powerful kid, it's no wonder that his tone of voice is so arrogant. Gusuke brandished a long sword light, and the offensive was fierce, but he was still unable to suppress Glossy, let alone defeat him. He was shocked and said in disbelief. You know, although he is 10,000 years genin, his true strength has already reached the quasi-cage level, which is almost the same as the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi of the Hyuga clan. There is almost no opponent under the cage level. If not, he will not be sent here by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What he didn't expect was that with his quasi-cage level strength, he couldn't even win Glossy for a while. Could it be that the kid in front of him already has the ability of quasi-cage level? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Gusuke quickly drove the thoughts out of his mind, and didn't want to think about it anymore. A teenage quasi-cage level powerhouse, if it spreads to the outside world, it will immediately cause great waves and shake the whole world. However, while Kosuke refused to admit the cage level strength of Guruzai's quasi-cage level, he had to admit that he really couldn't suppress the opponent in pure physical combat. Even with the passage of time, he felt that the opponent's counterattack became more and more fierce, and he felt a sense of difficulty in parrying. Thank you for the compliment, Glossy said lightly. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have fought a cage-level expert. It's really enjoyable. Enjoyable. Black lines appeared on Jeriah's forehead. This guy actually regarded him as a training object. It is simply unforgivable. Little devil, I'm going to use my full strength next, Jeriah said loudly. If you can't resist it, immediately grab it with your hands. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop it and kill you. This is just what I want, Glossy said with a chuckle. The basic warm-up is almost done. Let's start the real battle soon. If that's the case, then I'm not welcome, Jeriah shouted. Boom. In an instant, Jeriah's whole person seemed to be several times taller, giving people a very weird feeling, as if a giant appeared out of thin air, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Woo. Advertisement. The sword light collapsed, and Jeriah stepped forward, the long sword in his hand making a harsh whistling sound under his swing. The speed of his moves suddenly doubled, the sound of breaking through the air was like a ghost howling, and the terrifying sword light was more like a galloping galaxy, rushing toward Glossy, unstoppable. This is the real strength of the quasi-cage level powerhouse. 8 inner gates. Open the door, open. Stop the door, open. Shengmen, open. In the face of Gusuke, who was going all out, Glossy didn't dare to make any intentions, and directly drove the 8 inner gates all the way to the 3rd gate, and the whole person's strength instantly more than doubled. The light flashes in his eyes, and he held the sword light falling from the sky in both hands. Clang. 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 Kuwu violently collided with the long sword, constantly emitting crisp and melodious metal clashing sounds. Balls of sparks exploded from the sky, and the dazzling brilliance made people unable to open their eyes at all. How could there be a monster like you in this world? Gusuke said in a shocked voice. He never expected that he tried his best to still be unable to take Glossy. Thanks for the compliment, Glossy said. He sealed the long sword that Kosuke quickly attacked with the kunai of his left hand, and the kunai of his right hand pointed directly at the vitals of his waist and abdomen, unmatched. Good boy. Jeriah couldn't help his heartbeat when he saw that Glossy was about to turn from defense to offense. The long sword in his hand pressed down strongly, picking up the kunai in Glossy's left hand, and then severely slashed towards Glossy's right arm. Surround Wei and save Zhao. In desperation, Glossy could only give up the attack and return the suffering in his right hand, blocking the long sword that Gusuke had hacked. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Glossy wouldn't retreat even more. With a raised right hand, he greeted him with a punch. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. What a terrible kid, what a powerful physique. Jeriah didn't dare to neglect, and immediately pulled away and violently retreated, so that he took advantage of the situation to dissolve Glossy's fierce punch. However, he retreated so fast that he could no longer control his figure and slammed into a tall bookshelf. With a loud noise, Jeriah's face changed drastically. He only felt that a powerful and weird force stretched straight along his left arm, and the entire arm was almost destroyed like a lightning strike. The bookshelf was knocked to the ground, and the various ninjutsu scrolls on it were scattered all over the floor, while Furusuke lay in the middle of these ninjutsu scrolls, his face full of shock and unbelief. With a sharp metal crash, the long sword in Jeriah's hand was swung away. Now, please tell me where the Book of Seal is. According to the agreement between you and me, you are defeated, everything here is mine, Glossy said. Not bad. Jeriah nodded. His sharp and innocent eyes are now becoming obscure and dim. He looked at Glossy and asked, a peerless arrogant like you, only needs to grow up to be a generation of supreme powerhouses. Why do you choose to go like this? Where's the road? You lost. Glossy said lightly. He did not take advantage of the victory and attack. In fact, if he had just taken advantage of the situation to pursue him, he would be very sure to kill Gusuke in one fell swoop. Yes, I lost. Jeriah slowly got up from the ground and said bitterly. If you can, who would want to go this way? Glossy said. After I leave, you can ask third Hokage. Good opportunity. Glossy secretly said in his heart. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Jeriah's long sword being blocked, he rushed towards Jeriah's arms directly. Jeriah was taken aback. He didn't have time to turn the long sword outside, and in desperation, he could only swing his left fist and blast Glossy's face fiercely. He was actually defeated. Moreover, it was still lost in the hands of a teenager. Chapter 225 The Book of Seal. Jeriah looked at Glossy deeply, as if he wanted to see through the enchanting boy in front of him. However, what made him feel incredible was that the boy's eyes were as deep as the starry sky of the universe. No matter how he observed it, he could not see through it. In a daze, he seemed to feel that the person standing in front of him was not a young boy at all, but an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and experienced the ups and downs of the world. Who are you? On Earth? Jeriah murmured. It doesn't matter who I am. Glossy said lightly. The important thing is that you have to tell me where the Book of Seals is now. Well, I'll just tell you. Jeriah took a deep breath and said, come with me. He turned and walked towards the depths of the room. When he reached the wall, he waved his hand and patted hard 3 times, then patted 4 times, and then patted twice. Boom. The earth trembled slightly, a hidden door opened, and a secret passage that only one person could pass through appeared out of thin air on the wall. Let's go. Jeriah said to Glossy. Glossy explored the secret path with a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, and found that there was no hidden weapon here, and walked inside behind Jeriah. You have all the permissions here, doesn't it mean that you grandmaster countless kinds of ninjutsu and secret methods? Glossy asked suddenly. Yes. But what about even this? Gusuke said with a wry smile. I'm a lot of age, but I lost to you a little baby, it's really shameless. You are too modest, Glossy said. You have scruples and don't want to destroy the precious ninjutsu scrolls here. Otherwise, if you let go and use ninjutsu and secret skills, I am not necessarily your opponent. If you lose, you lose. No excuses are needed. Jeriah said. You're the only super genius I have ever seen in my life. Even Sannin, 4th Hokage, 3rd Hokage and others are far behind you at this age. You're simply a little monster. Can I take this as complimenting me? Glossy smiled and said. I was complimenting you. Jeriah said. Okay, here it is. Glossy looked up and saw that there was a big empty room at the end of the secret road. The room was empty, and there was nothing else except a bookshelf in the leftmost corner. The Book of Seals is there. Gusuke pointed his finger at the bookshelf and said. Thank you. Glossy smiled. Recruited, his right thumb and middle finger were joined together and flicked towards Jeriah's chest. CH, and CH, 3 fierce winds appeared out of nowhere, and immediately stopped the unprepared Gusuke. What do you mean? Jeriah glared at Glossy and said angrily. As the saying goes, you must not have the heart to harm others, and you must not have the heart to defend against others. Glossy said lightly. There are no wonders in the big world, and all kinds of weird ninjutsu and secret techniques are emerging in an endless stream. You have been responsible for guarding this place for many years, and Grandmaster must have many incredible techniques. Although I am not afraid of you, I am afraid of trouble, but you can rest assured that when I leave, you will naturally untie your acupuncture points. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Gusuke asked. Advertisement? No, Glossy shook his head. You are not a member of the Hyuga clan, so how can you use the secret technique of acupuncture? Gusuke shouted. That is the unique bloodline of the Hyuga clan, and it is impossible for outsiders to know it. Hey. Glossy pointed a finger again and sealed Jeriah's dumb acupuncture point. He knew that his time was limited, and he didn't want to waste more words. He strode towards the dusty bookshelf. Book of Seal. At the top of the bookshelf, there is a scroll with yellowed paper. The 4 eye-catching characters are extremely conspicuous, and people can notice it in an instant. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Glossy stared at the scroll for a long time, but never came forward to pick it up. Suddenly, he quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted in a low voice. Boom! With a soft sound, a shadow clone appeared out of thin air. He nodded at Glossy, then stepped forward and picked up the scroll. What? Suddenly, Shadow Clone let out a scream. His hand holding the scroll seemed to be corroded by strong acid, and the skin and flesh on the outside quickly rotted, exposing the white bones and bright red blood vessels inside. Suddenly, Shadow Clone died unexpectedly, and the scroll fell to the ground. It really is like this. Glossy smiled, glanced at the surprised Jeriah, and said, I knew that the treasures of Konaha village were not so easy to get. You little monster. Jeriah said with a wry smile. Thanks for the compliment. Glossy smiled shyly. Multiple shadow clone techniques. This time, Glossy directly separated 50 shadow clones, and he wanted them to pick up the scrolls on the bookshelves one by one to confirm whether they were safe. The Book of Seals is indeed terrifying, with 5 poisons and 7 or 8 seals imposed on it, but after Glossy's shadow clone's continuous and undaunted touch, it was finally completely exposed in Glossy's eyes. Is this the famous Book of Seals? In Konaha village? Glossy held the scroll in his hand and said lightly. He turned over the first page of the scroll by hand. Forbidden Technique article. 3 big characters caught Glossy's eyes. A gleam of light flashed in Glossy's eyes, and he quickly turned to the second page. Forbidden Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. This technique can separate a large number of shadow clone at one time, but the chakra of the body must be evenly distributed to each shadow clone, which consumes a lot of chakra. Glossi skipped the second page and turned to the third page. Advertisement, Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Glossy's eyes suddenly brightened. Not long ago, Orochimaru used this forbidden technique to summon first Hokage and second Hokage. They were used as battle puppets to completely suppress a generation of ninjutsu professors. Incredible. He broke the 4 purple flame formations and destroyed Orochimaru's well-planned situation, and he is bound to be hated by Orochimaru. He was originally extremely jealous of Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, but now he got this forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, which has to be said to be a surprise. His martial arts heavenly eyes twinkled, and he kept all the things of impure world reincarnation firmly in his heart. The 4th page, Forbidden Technique, 8 Inner Gates. The 5th page, Forbidden Technique, All Ghouls are Sealed. Glossy concentrated all his attention, exerting the power of martial Dao Tianyan to ultimate, and imprinting all these terrifying forbidden techniques in his mind. He may not be able to practice these things, but knowing the principles and how to crack them will be of great benefit to him in the future. After the Forbidden Technique chapter, there is the S-rank ninjutsu chapter. Glossy was hungry and thirsty, and printed all the things recorded in the Book of Seals in his mind. If he wants to create his own strength in the future, these things will become his solid foundation. As for his own martial arts and martial arts skills, unless it is someone he particularly likes, he will never easily pass it on to people in this world. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The Book of Seals, really well deserved. Glossy put the scroll in his hand back to the bookshelf and muttered. Have you written it all down? Jeriah said in shock. Yes. Glossy smiled and said, You little monster. Jeriah couldn't count how many times he had said this. Go and write down all those things for me. Glossy ordered to his shadow clone. Yes. Dozens of shadow clone responded at the same time, each holding a ninjutsu scroll in hand, and began to memorize the contents. 6 GT Chapter 216, Auto-generated chapter title. The 226th chapter is defeated again. Time flew fast, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. Basically it's almost the same, Glossy muttered to himself as he looked at Shadow Clone, who had put down the ninjutsu scrolls in his hand one after another. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and a dull sound came from a distance, like a groundbreaking hammer hitting the ground, which made people tremble. Glossy frowned, and he could infer from this huge momentum that there must be a Jonin Peak or even a quasi-cage level powerhouse not far away. Moreover, he could judge that the two were moving in this direction while fighting. If he guessed correctly, Orochimaru should have revealed the location of the Konaha ninjutsu scroll to the strong of San Shinobi Village, so San Shinobi Village sent a powerful expert to launch a surprise attack here. Konaha Village was also prepared for this and sent corresponding masters to stop it. However, Konaha's master couldn't resist the opponent, so that the opponent constantly moved the battlefield toward this direction. There was a deep worry on Jeriah's face. Obviously, he also thought of this. It's not enough for Glossy. If the ninjutsu scrolls here are snatched by the people of San Shinobi Village, the waiting Konaha will be a devastating blow and disaster. He looked at Glossy without blinking, with a pleading expression in his eyes. Open. Glossy pondered for a moment, then released the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, a sense of exhaustion that was indescribable hit him, and the terrible dizziness flooded him like a tide. Glossy's body shook violently, like a leaf swaying in the wind and rain. He staggered under his feet, and seemed to fall to the ground at any time. Numerous ninjutsu, secret methods, and even forbidden technique, which is in the state of research and development, flooded into his mind, breaking his head. At this moment of crisis, the powerful mental power left by Glossy's previous life played a role, not only helped him stabilize his position, but also absorbed the countless ninjutsu and turned it into his own. Call. Glossy took a deep breath, and the martial art in his body instantly activated, circling the powerful force 9 times throughout his body, completely eliminating the side effects of the multiple shadow clone technique. His spirit have reached the top once again. Advertisement. Jeriah's eyes widened, and he stared at Glossy, who was full of horror and incredible. Multiple shadow clone is a forbidden technique created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although it can help people greatly improve their strength in a short period of time, it can be called a heaven-defying practice plugin, but its side effects are also terrible. It will feed back to the body several times or even dozens of times the fatigue generated during the shadow clone practice, and if it is careless, it will die. However, the little guy in front of him completely eliminated all the side effects in one breath. It was heaven-defying. What level of physical strength has this kid reached? Is it actually stronger than Might Guy, the only physical maniac in Konaha village? Boom! With a loud noise, a huge boulder weighing several hundred jin fell from the sky and hit the door of the treasure room severely. Suddenly, the smoke and dust are filled, and the dirt is flying. Brush. Glossy, who was in the shape of electricity, rescued Gusuke before he was hit by the collapsed wall. The older generation of strong men in Sand Shinobi village. Through the sky of smoke and dust, Glossy's martial arts eyes saw an old man in his 50s wearing Sand Shinobi forehead protector on his forehead, striding toward it. His eyes are as light as electricity, and he walks in a tiger's footsteps, and he has an invincible spirit. This is a strong man who is infinitely close to cage level, enough to sweep everyone below cage level. Woo! Like a tiger starting from the gate, Glossy rushed towards the man viciously. Huh? There are such masters here? The old man of Sand Shinobi village gave a startled cry. He fisted fiercely with his right hand, a light yellow light circulated, a powerful aura burst out, and he slapped Glossy fiercely. Boom! With a loud noise, terrible energy burst out, and the ground under Glossy and the man's feet suddenly collapsed. The cracks spread to the surroundings, like a spider web, shocking people. Advertisement, it's so strong, Glossy secretly said in his heart. He had already used his punch just now, but he never thought that he still didn't hurt the opponent, and he couldn't even beat it back. It can be seen how tyrannical the strength of the coming person is. Who are you? Might Guy. The old man of Sand Shinobi village was even more shocked and shouted. In the head-to-head duel just now, he only felt a powerful force oncoming, which made him feel an irresistible fear. In fact, if he hadn't strengthened his arm with the body hardening technique in Earth style, his arm would have been injured in the previous confrontation. Konaha village has such a good physical skill, who else besides Might Guy? Glossy didn't answer. His fists were like a giant axe driving a mountain, carrying incomparable terrifying power, and they continued to hit Sand Shinobi's old man. The old man in Sand Shinobi village changed his color suddenly, did not dare to neglect, and immediately gathered his whole body strength to parry. Soon, he was shocked to discover that the opponent's fist was getting stronger and stronger, and he gradually couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to pull back away from the opponent and use ninjutsu to kill the enemy, but unexpectedly the opponent's speed was too fast to break free. Ah! The old man of Sand Shinobi village yelled in horror. Boom! Glossy blasted his last punch, but the right arm of the old man in Sand Shinobi village was directly interrupted. Boom! The old man of Sand Shinobi village flew out and hit the wall heavily, blood spurting wildly in his mouth. The force of Glossy's punch was too heavy. It entered his body through his arm and caused severe trauma to his internal organs. In fact, if he hadn't used the hardening technique in Earth style to strengthen his body, the one shot just now was enough to kill him. This is my compensation for Konaha. Glossy came to Gasuke's side, untied the other's acupuncture points with his right hand, and whispered. There will be a period later. Chapter 227 I hate snakes the most. Are you really going to leave Konaha? After Gyujia's acupuncture points were unlocked, he didn't make another shot at Glossy, but looked at him with regret and reluctance, and said. Konaha's white fangtooth, Orochimaru, Jeriah, Senju Tsunade, Might Dui, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi. One after another familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared in Gyujia's mind, and then merged with Glossy. Over the years, Konaha has lost too many powerful men and talented younger generations, which has dealt an unimaginable blow to the overall strength of the village. If not, how dare to attack Konaha village with little Sand Shinobi and a Tonin? And now, Konaha village finally has a peerless wizard who can be compared. No, it should be said that it is a peerless wizard who surpasses those people, but has to leave Konaha for some unknown reason. This is undoubtedly a huge loss. Yes. Glossy nodded and said. Why? Gyujia asked. If I don't leave Konaha, I will die in Danzo's hands sooner or later. Glossy smiled and said. But don't worry, I will definitely come back again in the future. You. Gyujia's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Glossy attacked here, imprinting most of the B-level and above ninjutsu in his mind. If nothing happens, once he leaves the village, he will immediately be dubbed rebellious ninja, and then he will be chased by countless Anbu. In this way, the relationship between Glossy and the village will immediately become antagonistic, and it will no longer be possible to reconcile. If he came to Konaha village again in the future, who would dare to guarantee that he would become like Orochimaru, and would deliberately destroy Konaha? And from his current age and the powerful strength he has shown, I am afraid that the threat to Konaha will be far higher than Orochimaru, becoming Konaha's heartache. If Konaha village doesn't send Anbu to chase me down, I might not regard Konaha as an enemy in the future. Glossy was so shrewd that he could see what Konaha was thinking at a glance. He lowered his voice and shouted. This kind of thing, how can I be the master of Genin? Gusuke said with a wry smile. You can relay my words to Shimura Danzo and Hokage-sama, Glossy said. The old guy in Sand Shinobi village has been severely injured by me. There will be no more threats, I'm leaving. Wait. Gyujia said anxiously. Earth style technique. Guluoxi's hands were sealed, and he sank directly into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Advertisement, another outstanding wizard has left the village. Hey, Gyujia sighed a long, helpless expression on his face. However, his eyes soon shot two sharp cold lights, aimed at the old man in Sand Shinobi village who was badly injured by Glossy, and his murderous intentions were revealed. Woo! The old man of San Shinobi Village knew that he was not an opponent at all in his current state, so he didn't dare to fight, and quickly turned and fled behind. Want to escape? Dreaming? Jeriah roared in a low voice. He grabbed the long sword on the ground and rushed towards the man like lightning. Boom! 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 At this moment, fierce fighting broke out in various places in Konaha village. The smoke filled with gunpowder and the earth trembled. Especially on the borderline in the northeast, it is extremely tragic. The ninjas of Atonin village jointly summoned 7 or 8 giant pythons, like a war machine, destroying and crushing everything. Withstand. Countless houses and buildings were destroyed, countless casualties, bright red blood spilled over the earth, shocking. Although the anbu that came from a distance contained the speed of these giant snakes to a certain extent, there was no way to effectively kill them. Their skin is too thick, like a tough shield, and even the attack of the detonation talisman can be easily prevented. What to do? I can't resist it at all, and Anbu said anxiously. Unless you have a summoning beast of the same level, you can't fight it at all. Another, Anbu, also said helplessly. However, as far as I know, no one except the cage level strong can have such a powerful summoning beast. Master Hokage and a few powerful seniors were entangled by Master First Hokage and Master Second Hokage summoned by Orochimaru with them for world reincarnation, forbidden technique, and couldn't come in a short time. Could it be that we just kept watching? Are these animals ruining our homes? The third person said angrily. Boom! At this moment, a giant snake that was more than 30 meters long slammed its head down fiercely, instantly turning the 7 houses below into ruins. The 5 Chunin who stood nearby also died in time due to avoidance, and suffered heavy injuries to them. No, we absolutely can't just sit and wait to die. And, Anbu said emotionally, even if we can't break its skin defenses, its eyes must be weak points. Or, we can throw the detonating talisman directly into its mouth, and it can be hit hard. You're right, but it's too dangerous to do that, another person said. There must be someone to act as a bait to lure the giant snake to open its mouth. Advertisement. Needless to say, I'll make this bait, the man said loudly, while taking out 2 sharp kunai from his suitcase. Swipe, he leapt forward towards a giant python. We take cover. The man's fearless sacrifice made the other people very ashamed. They immediately used their hands to seal the giant snake, launching ninjutsu to attack the giant snake, and cover for their companions. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Water style. Water javelin technique. Earth style. The rocks go through the air. In an instant, the flaming great fireball, fierce water guns, and countless football-sized soils and rocks rained toward the giant snake. At the same time, Anbu, who jumped into the air also approached, fetched out the kunai with the detonation talisman from his bag, and prepared to attack. However, what everyone did not expect was that the defensive power of the giant snake was too strong, and it was unscathed by the ninjutsu attacks of 3 different attributes. It also found Anbu in the air, and suddenly opened a huge mouth and rushed towards it. Be careful. Danger. Several people yelled at once, but how could the human body be able to avoid the extremely ferocious giant snake when there was nowhere to take advantage of it in the air? In the horrified eyes of everyone, the giant snake opened its mouth and wanted to swallow that person in one bite. Summoning technique. However, at this moment, a deep voice resounded through everyone's ears. Brush. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant blade of light flashed by, and the giant snake's head weighing several hundred jin flew out. I hate snakes the most. Glossy said lightly, standing on the head of the big toad Wentai. Chapter 228. Are these little loaches also worthy of being called big snakes? Too suddenly. All this happened too suddenly. Just as everyone believed that the Anbu in the air was bound to die, and was about to die in Sheku, a brilliant blade flashed past, and the giant snake was strong enough to defend against the huge attack of the detonation talisman. The head is chopped off. In the bloody rain, the giant snake's head weighing hundreds of kilograms fell to the ground, making a loud noise that shook everyone's hearts. What happened just now? Everyone whispered to themselves in their hearts, their eyes widened, and they stared at the huge giant toad like a small hill that appeared before them without knowing when. Their faces were shocked and unbelievable. This toad is really huge, it is more than 30 meters high. It squats on the ground like a hill. Its sturdy limbs rest on the ground, like a sky pillar, full of incomparable strength. What's even more arrogant is that this toad still has a huge pipe in its mouth, constantly spraying out clouds and mist. Behind it is a huge long knife that is 5 meters long. If they didn't guess wrong, it was it just now that cut off the head of the giant snake with this knife and killed it in seconds. What is even more shocking is that standing on top of the giant toad is a teenager, not the old man they imagined. As we all know, only the cage level strong in the ninja world can have the powerful summoning beast. And the huge toad squatting in front of everyone at this time is undoubtedly a very powerful kind of strange beast. However, how could it be possible that the owner of such a powerful alien beast is a 10-year-old child? Could it be that this teenage boy is actually a cage level powerhouse? Shocked. Incredible. Advertisement. Just, what happened just now? Anbu, who had escaped from the dead, struggled to get up from the ground and said with difficulty. You got your life back, said one of his companions. You were saved by an incredibly tough little guy. Where is he? What, that is? The man looked around, and when he saw the huge toad Wentai squatting in the distance, he immediately opened his mouth, his eyes widened, and his face was unbelievable. What's wrong? Do you know him? His companion asked quickly. No, I don't know. He shook his head and said, however, I know the big toad at his feet. What's the origin of it? It's so powerful, it killed a giant snake in one blow. It's terrible, his companion said. You don't even know it. You are really a ninja of Konaha village. He murmured. I saw this toad 12 years ago, when it was a summoning beast belonging to Lord 4th Hokage. What? You said it was the summoning beast of Master 4th Hokage? For a while, everyone was shocked. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was known as the Yellow Flash, that moved the world back then. The instantaneous technique has reached a state of supernatural transformation. It can be said to come and go without a trace, and is awed by the people of the world. It's a pity that he died 12 years ago when resisting the attack of the Nine-Tails demon fox. According to legend, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato used the summoning technique to summon a huge summoning beast, which temporarily suppressed the Nine-Tails demon fox, and bought him time to cast the seal technique. Is it the damn Orochimaru? Wen Tai said angrily. Then what I have to do next is to appreciate your great strength, Glossy said with a smile. Go, kill those little loaches and let them know how good Konaha village is. Those giant pythons have thick skin and strong defense power. Even with the strength of the elite Chunin, it is difficult to cause any harm to them. However, these terrifying giant snakes turned into little loaches in Wen Tai's mouth. It can be seen how confident it is in its own strength. Smelly boy. Why did you summon me again? Big Toad Wen looked at Glossy on top of his head and said dissatisfiedly. Didn't I ever tell you? If there is nothing very important, don't bother me. I hate you very much. Advertisement. Look at that place. Glossy pointed his finger in the distance. The tall Hokage rock standing there was particularly eye-catching. Statues of 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato are carved on it, which is a symbol of Konaha village. Konaha village? Wen Tai was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, you said this is Konaha village? At this moment, the surrounding landscape has been almost destroyed by 7 or 8 giant pythons. It is so far from the usual appearance of Konaha village that Wen Tai did not recognize it at all. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Do you know Orochimaru? Glossy asked in surprise. Actually, I don't like you very much either. Glossy smiled and said, however, the current situation is indeed dangerous. If you do not summon you, I am afraid that the entire Konaha village will be completely destroyed. This huge toad is the summoning beast of Master 4th Hokage back then. Who is the kid standing on top of it? Everyone thought silently. Could it be that the huge toad in front of you is the summoning beast of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? You are right, this is a good thing Orochimaru did, Glossi said. Orochimaru united Sand Shinobi village and Atonin village to attack Konaha. These serpents are the summoning beasts that assisted them in their attack. These little loaches are also called big snakes, Wen Tai said disdainfully. Look at how I killed them. They are all old friends, how can they not know each other? Wen Tai said. Konaha Sanin, Orochimaru, Jeriah, Tsunade, they are all 3rd Hokage students. They used to be a teammate of the same team. How could they not know each other often when they played against each other? How did Konaha village become like this? Who did it? Wen Tai roared. Who did you say did it? Glossi curled his lips, pointed at the giant python that was raging wildly in the distance, and said, other than them, who else? Chapter 229 will be some simple fire-style technique. Little devil, I don't like you more and more. The big toad flipped through Byakugan and said uncomfortably. Don't talk to me in this condescending tone from now on, you know. It doesn't matter whether you like me or not, anyway you are my summoning beast, you have to obey my orders. Glossy said with a smile. Of course, if you don't listen, I can't do anything. You can watch these little loaches completely destroy Konaha village. Wen was too angry, however, it has nothing to do. This is Konaha village, and it is also the summoning beast of Jeriah and Namikaze Minato. The feelings are so deep that you can't just watch Konaha village being destroyed, right? Damn it. It gave Glossy a vicious look, and then said, after I have killed all these damn little loaches, I will settle accounts with you. If you don't want to die, just leave me a little farther. Wen Tai turned his gaze to a group of people who were staring at the crowd not far away, and shouted. The next battle is not something you can intervene. Yes, the rider is too big. Immediately, the Anbu people quickly retreated far away. Well, the person who got in the way has gone, you can start, Glossy said lightly. Shut up for me, brat. Wen scolded too uncomfortably, however, it also began to slowly lower its body, holding the big knife on its back in its claws, and preparing to attack those big snakes. Hi. And when Wen Tai was preparing, the big snakes in the distance had already discovered it, all came from around, swallowing the letter, and the huge snake head stretched out and shrank and assumed an attacking posture. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and Wen's sturdy limbs slammed on the ground. With a huge reaction force, its body immediately bounced out like a cannonball. Brush. Its body is very large, but its movement is surprisingly sensitive, and its speed is incredible, and it rushes in front of a giant snake in an instant. The big knife in its right claw slashed fiercely, like a galaxy falling from the sky, slashing towards the 7-inch key of the giant snake. Because Wen Tai's speed was so fast that the giant snake couldn't react at all, and stood there blankly, just like a fixed target waiting to be hit. Cut to the point. Advertisement, puff. The blood burst and the blood rained, and the huge body of the giant snake was cut off by Wen Tai lazily from 7 inches away. The huge snake head flew out obliquely, but the lower half of the body was still twisting constantly, seeming to be unwilling to his own death. Awesome. In the distance, an Anbu waved his arm vigorously and shouted excitedly. So strong. Worthy of being the summoning beast of Master 4th Hokage back then, the other said excitedly. Good job, FK these damn loaches. Hi, hi, hi. Although Wen Tai's sudden attack killed a giant snake with one blow, the other snakes immediately reacted, and each of them opened their mouths and bite towards Wen Tai. Although their speed is not as fast as the speed of Tai Tai just now, they are also quite astonishing, and they attacked from 4 directions respectively, which immediately plunged Wen Tai into a dangerous situation. Need any help? Glossy asked with a flash of light in his eyes. Shut up. Wen said annoyedly. It's just some little loaches, not 10,000 snakes. How can I help me? As he spoke, the long knife in his right paw was suddenly raised above his head, and then the wheels moved like a windmill. Swipe. Suddenly, the knife shines, and the cold air is pressing, and the bright knife light firmly protects Wen Tai inside. I'm going. Really refined, Glossy blinked and said silently in his heart. Wen Tai could actually perform some sword techniques like a human, which surprised him a bit. Puff. Puff. 2 of the 5 giant snakes that attacked were caught off guard, did not stop their offensive, their heads were caught in the bright light of the sword and died unexpectedly. But the remaining 3 retreated in embarrassment, not daring to attack again for a while. Boom. Advertisement. Wen was too close to spit out a mouthful of water. The Fire Dragon Ball is an A-level fire style technique. It is powerful. You actually said that you can only use some simple fire style techniques. It's just shameless. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flare. Glossi stopped talking and directly sealed his hands, then shouted, spitting out a fiery flame from his mouth. At the same time, Wen Tai spit out a lot of toad oil. As soon as these toad oil met Glossi's fire style, it immediately ignited. Puff, smelly boy, don't talk nonsense. I only ask if you know how to do fire style, Wen Tai said. However, you need my help with fire style, don't you? Glossi asked. Sure enough, I have some abilities. No wonder he speaks so loudly. Glossy smiled and said. Rumble. The terrible flame was like a tsunami, making a deafening sound, and instantly enveloped the remaining giant snakes. That kind of high temperature is really terrible, even if it is hundreds of meters apart. Those, Anbu, are still sweating like rain. I am too lazy to fight with these little loaches, it simply loses my identity, Wen Tai said proudly. The next trick, I will solve them all to save trouble. In an instant, a radius of 100 meters all turned into a raging sea of fire, and the flames skyrocketed. What's the matter? Glossi asked. Some simple fire-style techniques. Glossy thought for a while and said. For example, fire dragon flame bombs or something. Humph. Wen Tai snorted coldly. Boy, do you know fire-style ninjutsu? They feel like they are sitting next to a big stove, too hot. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I use toad oil, you use fire style, and we use combined ninjutsu to completely eliminate them in one fell swoop, Wen Tai said solemnly. Chapter 230 Meet Jeriah again, back, fast back. Yi Gon did not dare to hesitate, and desperately retreated to the rear. The battle scene ahead was too amazing, and it was not something they could watch. If one is not careful, they will probably be burnt to the point that there is no bone left, and they must not be willing to ruin the fish. They backed desperately until they were more than 200 meters away. When the burning sensation on their skins disappeared, they dared to stop and turn to look behind. That's it. They all opened their eyes wide, with a look of horror on their faces, because the battlefield at this time has already completely turned into a raging sea of flames, and the terrible flames soared into the sky, turning into a field of fire. This, at least, must be the legendary S-level fire-style technique, and Anbu murmured. I once saw Master 3rd Hokage cast an A-level fire-style technique. Both the scale and power of the technique are far inferior to the sight in front of me. Is it the legendary S-level fire-style technique? This is the first time I have seen it in my life, another person said shockingly. The legendary S-level fire-style technique is standing on the head of Lord 4th Hokage's summoning beast. Who is that young man? The third person's thoughts floated to Glossy's side, and he couldn't help muttering. Yes, I do have some ability. Glossy stretched out his hand and patted Big Toad Wen Tai on the head, and said grinningly. Damn brat. Wen Tai was extremely upset. However, it saw that Glossy had just performed the A-level fire-style technique, and its impression of Glossy was greatly changed. To cast the A-level fire-style technique so easily, Glossy himself must at least possess the strength of Jonin. And Glossy is only 13 years old this year, and possessing such a strength is definitely a peerless genius. Once he grows up in the future, he will definitely be respected and invincible in the world. It has become a summoning beast of such characters, and it is not a wronged one. Let's go, the battle here is over, Glossy said lightly. Where to go? Wen Tai asked. That direction. Glossy pointed his finger in the direction of Konaha Hospital and said. According to the agreement between him and Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Neji should now be treated in the hospital. Of course, Konaha village is fighting against Sand Shinobi and Atonin, and the hospital may be temporarily closed. However, he believed that Hyuga Neji would not be far away from that place. Advertisement. Woo. This time, Wen Tai didn't hesitate anymore, and jumped directly in the direction of Konaha Hospital. It has recognized Glossi's strength and qualifications, and will naturally perform its duties as a summoning beast heartily. Wen Tai's speed was much faster than Glossy, but with 5 ups and downs, it carried Glossy to the side of Konaha Hospital. Dang. 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 At this time, 7 or 8 ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Atonin were attacking at the entrance of Konaha Hospital, and Konaha's ninjas were fighting with all their strength. And Hyuga Neji is in it. He opened a pair of Byakugan angrily, and displayed the gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan. There was a lot of wind, and the power was amazing. He actually faced 3 enemies alone, without letting go. Swish. 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 Glossi directly took out a lot of kunai from his bag, poured a powerful force into it, and then shot it out fiercely. Puff puff. Those ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Atonin are fighting a life and death battle. How could anyone think that someone would sneak attack from behind? Moreover, coupled with the astonishing technique of Glossy's hidden weapon, he killed all 7 enemies at once. Good boy. Wen Tai said in admiration. Rock Lee, you are finally here, Hyuga Neji said excitedly. Since I said I am coming, I will definitely come. Glossi nodded at him and said, come on, we will leave here at once. Without any hesitation, Hyuga Neji jumped onto the head of the big toad and stood side by side with Glossi. Please. Are you a disciple of Lord Jeriah? A middle-aged man in his 30s looked at Glossi with excitement and asked loudly. Master Jeriah? Are you talking about the legendary master? Someone beside him said shockingly. Advertisement. Is this boy a disciple of Lord Jeriah? For a while, a group of people became excited. I think so. Glossi thought for a while and said. Where is Lord Jeriah now? The middle-aged man asked. Our Konaha village is now in a precarious situation, and we urgently need a strong man like Lord Jeriah to come forward and turn the tide. Master Jeriah is fighting elsewhere. Glossy said lightly. Wen Tai, let's go. Brush. Before these people could react, Glossy directly gave Wen Tai an order. He only needs to find Uchiha Sasuke now, and then he can rush to meet Hoshinoyuki and leave Konaha. Neji, help me find where is a Sasuke, Glossy said. Okay. Hyuga Neji didn't have any nonsense, and immediately opened Byakugan, searching all directions. Soon, he found Uchiha Sasuke who was in charge of guiding the children into the safe shelter at the ninja school. Glossy, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, and now the 3 most outstanding young powerhouses in Konaha village, have finally come together. Go to the border, Glossi said. Why? Wen Tai asked Glossi with suspicious eyes. Fun Tai, let me answer you this question. Suddenly, Jeriah's low voice came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Jeriah's body slowly emerged from the ground, a pair of sharp eyes staring at Glossi unblinkingly. At this moment, his whole body exudes an astonishing aura, like an awakened lion. He no longer looks like the squinted uncle he used to. Now he is like a sharp sword out of its sheath, with unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 231 Lord Jeriah, please enlighten me. Sharp, sharp, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, exuding a powerful and unmatched aura, terrifying and boundless. This is what Jeriah looks like now, which is completely different from the way he used to be carefree, non-trivial, and squinting. Or, now he is the real Jeriah, one of the famous, Konaha Sannin. Who? Both Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke were taken aback. One of them owns Byakugan and the other owns Sharingan. Naturally, they can see the terrifying power of people at a glance, which is better than their teachers Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. It's a super terrifying enemy. In an instant, they opened Byakugan and Sharingan and assumed a fighting pose. Don't worry, you two, Glossi smiled and said. Do you know who he is? How dare you still want to do something with him and don't want to live anymore? Who is he? Uchiha Sasuke swallowed hard and murmured. He had a life and death battle with Orochimaru, and he had a deep understanding of the horrible aura of the cage-level powerhouses. He found that this sudden appearance of blocking their popularity was not inferior to Orochimaru. And Hyuga Neji's eyes widened and stared at Jeriah, because he was shocked to find that the man in front of him was even more powerful than Hyuga Hiyashi, the strongest member of the Hyuga clan. He is no one else, but one of the legendary Konaha Sannin, Lord Jeriah. Glossy said with a smile. By the way, I can be regarded as half of his apprentice. As soon as Glossy's voice fell, both Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji were shocked, staring at Jeriah unblinkingly, with nervous expressions. They are now planning to defect to Konaha village. When they suddenly encounter such a god, how can they not be nervous and afraid? Advertisement. If Jeriah understands their plot and shoots in a rage, I am afraid that all 3 of them will die here. There is no suspense. Jeriah, it turns out that you have been hiding nearby. Big Toad Wen took a big pipe too deeply and said with a smile. No wonder I always feel that someone is peeping in the dark, but I still can't get that person out. That's how it is. Since Namikaze Minato's child died, I have accepted 2 disciples in total. Jeriah stared at Glossy and said in a deep voice. Now one of them wants to defect from the village and has abducted the most promising young people in the 2 villages. How can I just ignore it? Why? They want to defect from the village, Big Toad Wen said incredulously. Is it impossible? Rock Lee, tell him if you want to defect from the village? Jeriah snapped. Master Jeriah, I am not defecting from the village, but fleeing for my life, Glossy said slowly without changing the expression on his face. Shimura Danzo became suspicious of me, and he would attack me sooner or later. I'm still very young and I don't want to die just like that. This is not a reason or excuse. Jeriah shouted. If Shimura Danzo dares to embarrass you, you only need to summon Wentai out to show the relationship between you and me. No one in the entire Konaha village dares to treat you. Master Jeriah, what you said is all on the face, Glossy said. It is true that with your influence from Lord Jeriah and your special relationship with Lord Third Hokage, as long as I announce that I am your disciple, no one dares to attack me, but... He paused, and continued. Shimura Danzo is cruel and ruthless. Even if he dare not act blatantly on me, he will send someone to kill me secretly. Master Jeriah, don't know if I'm right or wrong. Jeriah was silent for a moment. Obviously, he knows Shimura Danzo's formal style very well, knowing that these words of Glossy are true. Then what's the matter with the two of them? Jeriah was silent for a long time, pointed at Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke, and asked. Advertisement. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan wants to kill him. In order to be able to continue to live, he has to escape from the village with me, Glossy said, and Uchiha Sasuke. I need strong power, and he can give me strong power, so I have to follow him, nothing more, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Danzo, the Hyuga clan, hey, Jeriah sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. Konaha village is the #1 power in the ninja world, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is an extremely enlightened leader, so Konaha village has always presented a bright and warm scene. However, there will never be absolute light in this world, even Konaha village is no exception. Whether it is the root that is only controlled by Shimura Danzo alone, or the Hyuga clan with increasingly fierce conflicts in the branch house of the clan, or the increasingly fierce friction between Hokage and the elders. All are serious threats to the continued existence of Konaha village, cancer. What's more terrifying is that Sarutobi Hiruzen knows these shortcomings of Konaha village, but there is no way to really solve them. Master Jeriah, I have already said everything that should be said, Glossy said, staring at Jeriah intently. Are you letting us go, or will you take us down? Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke both became nervous. Although they are both extremely talented, they are still far from growing up. Facing Jeriah, one of the famous, Konaha Sannin, they're far from it, opponent. Rock Lee, I really want to let you go. Jeriah glanced across the faces of Glossy, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke, and said with a helpless wry smile. But, I am from Konaha village after all. Master Jeriah, I understand. Glossy took a deep breath and said, Master Jeriah, please enlighten me. Chapter 232. Sheikh Jeriah. Following Glossy's words, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke both tightened their nerves, ready to fight at any time. Although they know that their strength is far less than Glossy, and even far less than Jeriah, one of the prestigious Konaha Sannin, they know that they are now grasshoppers on the same rope with Glossy and must advance and retreat together. Otherwise, once Glossy is defeated, they will not have any chance. Are you really sure you want to do it with me? Jeriah's eyes instantly blazed, like two flaming torches, exuding a terrible breath that makes the heart palpitating. It is extremely terrible for the cage level strong to get serious. In order to survive, even if I face the legendary ancestor of the ninja, I will fight desperately. The fighting spirit in Glossy's heart was burning. Face the strong cage level once. Very good, Jeriah said admiringly. As expected of the person I am fancy, you are very good. Jiraiya-sama, what should I do? Suddenly, when the sword was raging, Big Toad Wentai said. You go back to Mount Myoboku first, Jeriah said. Good. Big Toad Wen said with a big smile. Boy, don't die. Otherwise, I'll feel it's a pity. Boom. With a burst of white smoke, the big toad text disappeared out of thin air. Glossy, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke were originally standing on top of the big toad Wentai, but Jin Wentai suddenly disappeared, and the three of them immediately fell from a height of more than 30 meters. You two don't take action. Glossy shouted at the two in a deep voice. Multiple shadow clone techniques. He quickly formed seals with both hands and split into 4 shadow clones at once. 2 of the shadow clone acted as pads for Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke when they landed, while the other 2 grabbed Glossy's left and right arms and slammed him in the direction of Jeriah. Rock Lee, advertisement, you can't rush over by yourself. Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke shouted loudly. However, they are now in the air, with nowhere to take advantage, and they can only watch Glossy rushing towards the legendary Jeriah alone. Good boy. Jeriah said admiringly. He took a deep breath and held his breath. He actually didn't plan to use ninjutsu, but was going to have a physique duel with Gullos. Boy, I know your physique is very powerful, let me weigh your weight well today, Jeriah said loudly. Master Jeriah, be careful. Glossy flew from the sky, like an eagle, fierce. With his palm standing like a sword, facing Jeriah, one of the legendary Konaha Sannin. He has already displayed the famous stunt that killed countless powerful enemies in his own past life hand of destruction. Boom. A fierce palm wind hit his face, and even Jeriah couldn't help but change his face with that terrible power. Jeriah didn't dare to neglect, concentrated all his power on the right fist, and greeted him with a fierce punch. When The two punched each other with one palm and one fist, and they even made a sound similar to a metal crash. What a terrible power, Hyuga Neji said in amazement. Rock Lee's physical skills are comparable to the legendary Jiraiya-sama, Uchiha Sasuke also muttered with an incredible face. Boy, I thought I had a high enough evaluation of you, but now that I played against you, I know I still underestimated you, Jeriah exclaimed. I'm afraid that even the first physical maniac of Konaha village, Might Guy, is just like you. After a series of fierce collisions, Glossy flew back upside down, a lot of blood spilling between his mouth and nose. Cracks appeared on his skin, which was extremely permeating. At the moment when the fists collided, Jeriah only felt a powerful force coming through, and there was an irresistible tendency. That is to say, his Jeriah has a solid foundation and strong physical skills. If he changes to another cage-level powerhouse, he may not be able to take it. Glossy waved his left hand, drew a weird trajectory, and patted on top of Jeriah's head, without any mercy. The terrible breath permeated, making the heart tremble. Advertisement Glossy adjusted his breath slightly, then bullied his body straight up again, his body like lightning, and he rushed towards Jeriah with the pace of various changes under his feet. He raised the hand of extinguishing heaven high, fierce and incompetent. Brush. Is it right? What's the difference? Glossy said lightly. This time, he used both hands together, like two sharp swords, and slashed towards Jeriah's neck. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Brush. Obviously, in the collision just now, Glossy was still at a disadvantage after all. Boy, don't know how to advance or retreat. Jeriah shouted sharply. His figure also moved, like a shadow of a blue dragon, rushing towards Glossy. I'm afraid, this is the real reason Shimura Danzo wants to attack you, Jeriah shouted. He blasted his fists fiercely, and confronted the palm knife that Glossy had cut across. Master Jeriah, you are too rewarding, Glossy said lightly. Compared to my teacher, Might Guy, I'm too far behind. His eyes were cold and his tone of voice was calm. Once he was in a combat state, he seemed to be completely replaced by another person, extremely terrifying. You don't need to be humble, you can deserve any praise in this world, Jeriah said. Boy, you are not using Konaha village's physique. Jeriah's eyes stood up suddenly, and he said sharply. He also greeted him with his left fist, and in a loud noise that shook the sky, countless cracks broke out on the ground under his feet. Bang, 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 dang, dang. In the terrible collision sound, both Glossy and Jeriah were shaken back 4 or 5 steps by the terrible force at the same time. Bloodline overflowed from the corner of Glossy's mouth, but Jeriah's face was flushed. Chapter 233 was captured, lost. Glossy was defeated for the first time after he cultivated the martial arts mental method for the 4th time. Of course, this is not because his strength is not strong enough, but the enemy is too terrifying. In fact, in terms of Glossy's current strength, it is enough to sweep everyone below cage level except Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and a few others. However, Jeriah is a cage-level powerhouse after all. He became famous more than 10 years ago and is one of the famous, Konaha Sannin. It's beaten. No one can reach the sky in one step, Rock Lee. Does it matter to you? Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke were shocked and rushed to catch Glossy who was flying upside down from their mouths, and said loudly with worry. They all know that Glossy's strength is far above them. Now that Glossy is defeated, will they still have a way to survive? Ahem. Glossy coughed loudly, spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and his body trembled violently, like a leaf shaking in a storm. Had he not been supported by Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke, he would have fallen to the ground and would not be able to hold on himself. Is the full blow of the cage-level powerhouse no small thing? In fact, if it weren't for the astonishing strength of Gulu Oshiwu, Jeriah would have killed it on the spot just now. Is this the strength of a cage-level powerhouse? Sure enough, you can't fight it without stepping into the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality. Glossy endured the severe pain in his body, while mobilizing martial arts mentality to heal his injuries, said silently in his heart. Good boy. Can actually take so many tricks from me, Jeriah said approvingly. Even Namikaze Minato back then is far inferior to you at this age. Thank you Lord Jeriah for the compliment, Glossy said with a wry smile. Unfortunately, I still lost. It's normal for you to lose to me. Jeriah smiled and said, if you don't lose, then it's abnormal. Advertisement, that's what I said, Glossy said mockingly. Okay, the 3 of you will go back with me now, Jeriah said, striding towards the 3 of them. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes turned, his hands quickly sealed, and he shouted. Boom! In an instant, a blazing fireball with a diameter of half a meter appeared out of thin air and hit Jeriah with the head and face. By now, even if they knew they weren't opponents, they could only bite the bullet. Otherwise, the terror interrogation team headed by Morino Ibiki will be back and waiting for them. Uchiha's kid, give up resistance. Jeriah chuckled, and a violent wind appeared, and suddenly disappeared with his body. The blazing fireball rushed over, but it was empty. Where can I find Jiraiya's shadow? Where? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. He just turned on the Sharingan of 2 Goias, staring at Jeriah without blinking. He didn't even see how Jeriah disappeared. He's here. At this moment, Hyuga Neji let out a violent shout, and displayed the gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. with both palms, slashing behind Uchiha Sasuke. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, each has its own strengths, and both are powerful blood inheritance boundaries that move the world. However, in terms of insight alone, Byakugan is better than Sharingan. The kid from the Hyuga family is also good. He already has the strength of the elite Chunin at a young age. No wonder that guy Hyuga Hiyashi can't tolerate you and wants to attack you. Jeriah said in admiration. Earth style. Bondage technique. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and 4 big khaki hands slammed out of the ground, and immediately caught Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. How can these two struggle and fight desperately, but how can they break free? Why don't you tie me up? Glossy stared at Jeriah unblinkingly and asked, very surprised. You are a smart person. Jeriah smiled and said, I believe your judgment of the situation will never escape. If I run away, you will kill me without hesitation, right? Glossy smiled. Sure enough, smart, Jeriah said. Stop, advertisement. Ready to fight. Around Hokage's office, there are a large number of Enbu, densely populated with ninjas, either famous or unknown in the village. All of them were full of energy, standing there, ready to accept Master Hokage's orders and counterattack San Shinobi and Atonin. Boom. It's just not long, and it's soft. Jeriah smiled and said, if a young man's temper is too hard, sooner or later he will suffer a big loss, even if it is accidentally broken, it is very likely. Thank you Lord Jeriah, Glossy said after a long silence. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With a gust of wind, Jeriah rode the big toad into the sky. Summoning technique. Jeriah made seals with both hands, placed his right hand on the ground, and summoned the big toad that Glossy had seen once. This big toad carried 4 people and moved quickly towards Hokage's office. My destiny can't be controlled by anyone except myself, Glossy said lightly. No, the battle ended soon after you left, Jeriah said without looking back. The old man received a lot of support from Anbu. When the Orochimaru guy saw that the situation was not good, he immediately retreated. If this were not the case, do you think I will always follow you regardless of the old man's safety? Who? Master Jeriah, if I didn't guess wrong, Master 3rd Hokage should still be there, right? Glossy said. Of course I handed you over to the old man, Jeriah said. He is the real helm of Konaha village, and only he is qualified to decide your ultimate destiny. Glossy smiled dumbly and said nothing. Master Jeriah, what are you going to do with us? Glossy asked. Chapter 234 Jeriah's Wrath. The way Jeriah appeared was so amazing, driving a huge toad into the sky, and shocked everyone present. One by one, they hurriedly drew out shurikens from their suitcases, or set up the seals with both hands, preparing for the battle. However, at this moment, a deep voice rang. Stop it all. A slender man about 1.8 meters tall came out from the crowd and shouted sharply. Do you not even know Mr. Toad Sage Jeriah, one of the legendary Konaha Sannin? Why, is he the legendary Jiraiya-sama? And Anbu said in astonishment. One of the legendary Konaha Sannin, that is the famous cage-level powerhouse, the other person also murmured. We actually wanted to fight him just now, we didn't know how to live or die. Get out of my way, the thin man shouted. Wow. Obviously, this person's status is quite high, and everyone here is in awe of him and dare not disobey orders. Boom. Jeriah drove the big toad to the ground, and the ground shook, causing a large cloud of smoke. What's your name? Jeriah said to the thin man. My name is Tenzo, Lord Jeriah, the thin man said respectfully. Advertisement, Tianzo. Jeriah said with a slight change of face. Which heaven? It's the Tenzo that you know, Lord Jeriah. The question Jeriah asked was strange, but the thin man still replied respectfully. I belong to Lord Hokage now. Good. Very good. Jeriah nodded heavily. Huh. He nodded his hands and used wind style to wrap Glossy, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke, and rushed towards Hokage's office. No matter what happens inside, no one is allowed to go in, he said in a low voice. Yes, Lord Jeriah. Tenzo replied loudly. Everyone is ready to fight and rush to protect the safety of Master Hokage at any time. He raised his voice and shouted to the people around him. Jeriah, you are finally back. I thought you would never come back in your life. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. It can be heard that his voice is very tired. He looked at Jeriah without blinking, his eyes filled with joy. Jeriah, you did a good job. You brought back these 3 little bastards who were trying to betray the village. They did a great job for Konaha village. On the left side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was a scarred face and a tangled head. The thick white bandage covered the man's right eye and most of his right cheek. He is leaning on a crutches in his left hand, and his right hand is wrapped around his neck with a bandage, as if he is disabled. He stared at Glossy with a pair of cold eyes and said sternly. Jeriah, long time no see. Jeriah, you are getting old too. On the right side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was a man and a woman of 2 grades who were sitting, smiling at Jeriah. Old man, I'm back. Jeriah first smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said hello. However, when he turned to Shimura Danzo and the other 2, his expression suddenly became cold. Are all 3 of you here? Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Utatane Kaharu. According to common sense, the status of Shimura Danzo is comparable to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Jeriah is one of the Konaha Sannin, they must be seen as a junior. However, Jeriah now speaks by name and does not save them any face. Jeriah, you seem to be very dissatisfied with us? Shimura Danzo turned his blazing gaze away from Glossy and said to Jeriah. Advertisement, dissatisfied. Haha, Jeriah sneered, pointed at Shimura Danzo and the other two people, shouting loudly. You three have a face to sit here now. Do you know what shame is? Jeriah, what happened? Mitokado Homura's face sank immediately and shouted. If there is something you can say directly, you don't have to say such angry words. Utatane Kaharu also said. Okay, I ask you, where were you when the old man and Orochimaru were fighting? Jeriah shouted. Especially you, not only did you not help the old man against the enemy, but arranged the people of Atonin village and Embu, which caused the old man to be trapped in the barrier. If it wasn't for the critical moment, Rock Lee broke the barrier, I'm afraid the old man has been dead for a long time now. Jeriah snarled at Shimura Danzo, a powerful and fierce murderous intent broke out, and there was a tendency to shoot when there was a disagreement. Say, where were you at that time? Jeriah roared. Jeriah, we are not to blame for this. Mitokado Homura said softly. In fact, as early as a day ago, we already knew about the plans of San Shinobi, Atonin, and Orochimaru. We once wanted to set up a game to capture Orochimaru, but Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on solving it alone. You fart. Jeriah was furious. Jeriah, calm down. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. What Homura said is true, this matter is my own opinion, I don't blame them. What about Danzo? Is the person who inserted the sound of shinobi in Enbu also your instruction? Jeriah looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen incredulously and asked. He told me that he would create an undisturbed battlefield for me and Orochimaru, however, I didn't know that it was Atonin's person. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Danzo, what else do you have to say? Jeriah roared. A fierce and innocent aura slammed into Shimura Danzo, he didn't hesitate to take a fight. I have nothing to say. Shimura Danzo said with a sneer. A powerful aura exploded from him, blocking Jeriah's terrifying aura. He is also a cage-level powerhouse and is not afraid of Jeriah. Chapter 235 The Sin is Unforgivable, Kill. Boom. The terrible auras of the two cage-level powerhouses are antagonizing, and the surging aura constantly gushes out of the two of them, like a vast ocean. In a daze, people felt the entire Hokage office shake. Kacha! 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 Suddenly, the ground under the feet of Jeriah and Shimura Danzo cracked, and the cracks were like spider webs, spreading in all directions with the two as the center, and the momentum was shocking. Cage-level powerhouses really have the power of the Dacheng Wuwang. Only the fifth genius who has entered the martial arts mentality can contend with it. Glossy felt the power erupted from Jeriah and Shimura Danzo. Strength, said silently in his heart. Jeriah, stop quickly. Mitokado Homura said with a change of face. Jeriah, if you have something to say, force will not solve the problem. Utatane Kaharu also said. This old thing wants to kill the old man under the guise of Orochimaru. I can't forgive it. Jeriah said sternly. His face showed a terrible murderous intent that had never been seen before, and even Mitokado Homura, who was familiar with Jeriah's simple temperament, was taken aback. At this moment, they seemed to realize that Jeriah really wanted to kill Shimura Danzo, not just talking. Do you think you can kill me? Shimura Danzo said coldly. The name of Konaha Sannin shakes the world. I have always wanted to learn, and today I hope you don't let me down. Humph. Jeriah snorted coldly, and the aura from his body became even more terrifying. He slowly raised his left hand and stood on his chest, as if he wanted to get the seal, a real battle with Shimura Danzo. Jeriah, stop. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Jeriah and told him to stop. Advertisement, old man, don't stop me, Jeriah said loudly. Today I must kill this old guy. Jeriah, don't be too self-willed. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the pitch too high and shouted sharply. Old man, you. Jeriah was taken aback, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen incredulously, the look in his eyes hurt. He never expected that he would fight Shimura Danzo for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his tone was still so tough and sharp. Jeriah, I understand your thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed a little afraid to look at Jeriah's eyes. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, however, the current Konaha village is precarious, and has been attacked by the two major forces of San Shinobi and Atonin. There is absolutely no chaos inside our village. If we mess up, the whole village will be completely destroyed, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Is it important for the overall situation again? Jeriah said with a mocking smile on his face, curling his lips. Old man, I also understand your thoughts. But, have you ever thought about it? What do they think of those who you sacrificed for the so-called overall situation? How powerful is Brother White Fang? Even I and Orochimaru are not his opponents, however, he was forced to commit suicide by the villagers. At that time, why didn't you stand up and say something for him? In the past, our village and Cloud Shinobi village signed a contract. Raikage had hidden evil intentions, and signed a contract with us on the face, but secretly sent his confidants to rob the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi killed the man and kept Byakugan's secret. This matter is reasonable, and we at Konaha village don't care about it. And what about you? Instead of asking the Cloud Shinobi village, he compromised with them, killed Hyuga Hizashi, and handed them over as the head of the Hyuga clan. With Jeriah's words here, Hyuga Neji's body vibrated violently, and a pair of eyes burst into a ray of hatred. Also, the Uchiha clan back then. Jeriah continued. And Uchiha Sasuke was also very energetic, staring at Jeriah, hoping to know from the other party what happened. He knew that as Jiraiya's status, he must know much more than him. Shut up. Advertisement. To shut up, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others shouted at Jeriah together. They both looked at Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke with very complicated eyes, because they were all victims of those things that year. Jiraiya said with a chuckle. Okay, I won't talk about it. I know, this is also for the so-called overall situation. Jeriah. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashamed and apologetic. I don't care about politics, and I don't bother to care about it, Jeriah said lightly. Suddenly, he looked at Shimura Danzo again with sharp eyes, and said sharply. However, if you dare to provoke a ruthless attack on the old man, even if I fight this life, I will kill you. You better remember it for me. Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted without speaking. However, there was a deep jealousy in his eyes. If a cage-level powerhouse is desperate, it is absolutely terrifying. Everyone calm down, after all, our biggest enemy now is San Shinobi and Itonin. Mitokado Homura said. As a member of the elders of Konaha village, he naturally does not want Jeriah and Shimura Danzo to be incompatible. Otherwise, this will be a huge loss to Konaha village. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed slightly and said, Jeriah, thank you for bringing the three of them back. Old man, what are you going to do with them? Jeriah asked, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen intently. Do you still have to ask about this kind of thing? Naturally, we have to leave it to our roots. Shimura Danzo said coldly. The three of them intend to defect from the village, and Rock Lee has hidden the fact that he knows how to ninjutsu for many years, attacking the village where the ninjutsu scrolls are treasured, stealing the Book of Seal. The crime is unpardonable, kill. Chapter 236 He is my disciple. Shimura Danzo's voice was cold and murderous. As soon as he spoke, he classified the three of Glossi as rebels and forbearance, and wanted to kill them all to eliminate the troubles. Glossy looked indifferent and didn't care at all, as if Shimura Danzo wasn't talking about him. However, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke both changed their faces, and their eyes glowed fiercely. They stared at Shimura Danzo fiercely, wishing to kill him with their eyes. Both of these two bear a sea of blood and deep feud, and now they have not reported their grievances. How can they die willingly? You shut up, I didn't ask you. Jeriah gave Shimura Danzo a disgusted look and said. Konaha village, Master Hokage has always presided over the overall situation. When is it your turn for a little, root, leader to call the shots? You. Shimura Danzo's face immediately became ugly. However, he did not dare to refute. He has always been dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Almost everyone in the village knows about this, but in any case he dare not say it in front of the two elders. Otherwise, it would be a blatant rebellion. Openly rebellious, once this happens, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen takes care of the overall situation, no matter how old he is, he will definitely kill him without hesitation. Old man, what are you going to do with them? Jeriah asked Sarutobi Hiruzen again. First. Take them to Konaha Hospital for treatment first. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Glossy with a complicated expression, and after a long time, he slowly said. As for how to deal with the three of them, everything will be decided after the attack of San Shinobi and Itonin has been repelled, and the war has subsided. Glossy once broke the 4 purple flame formations that trapped him, which was equivalent to indirectly saving his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very grateful. In fact, he desperately wanted to pardon the three of them on the spot and condemn them. However, Glossy was bold enough to attack and steal Konaha villages, Book of Seals, and various ninjutsu scrolls. This has touched the nerves of many people, and it is impossible to expose it with just one sentence. What's more, Glossy also killed several Gen and Hyuga clan masters. Whether it is Shimura Danzo or Hyuga clan, it is impossible to give up. Advertisement in desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only resort to a compromise method, temporarily putting the three of Glossy under house arrest, and then discussing with all parties how to deal with it. This is really a way to deal with your style, old man. Jeriah smiled and said. Jeriah, I know what you mean. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, feeling a hot flush on his face. Don't worry, Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke are all young geniuses of my Konaha village. As long as they don't commit any unforgivable crimes, I will pardon them. As for Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke, the two of them intend to follow Rock Lee and defect from the village. Although they are not guilty of death, they must not be taken lightly. They must be punished deeply enough so that they will never forget the crime committed this time. I object. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Rock Lee has hidden the fact that he can ninjutsu for many years. Even his teacher Might Guy has been deceived by him. So deliberately, what is his purpose? Jeriah, what you said is true. Utatane Kaharu's face was full of unbelief. Shimura Danzo said in a single breath, and the words were well-founded, making it almost impossible to argue. Don't you understand what I mean? Jeriah curled his lips in disdain. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you guys, Rock Lee is my disciple. Unknowingly, An inexplicable chill penetrated into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, causing Ling Ling to shiver. In a daze, he seemed to realize that in his modest governance for so many years, the power of Konaha village has long been abandoned, and the decisions he made are no longer in the eyes of anyone. Believe it or not, Jeriah said, the changes in Rock Lee's body are also my masterpieces. Also, what Rock Lee knows is not ninjutsu at all, but my Mount Myoboku magic. Advertisement, I also think Danzo is right. Anekaharu also spoke. Rock Lee took action to kill the members often, and the 8 elites of the Hyuga clan. No matter what reason he has, he can't cover up his crime of killing the ninja in the village. You too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he looked at Mitokado Homura and Anekaharu in disbelief. What he didn't expect was that these two people would actually stand by Shimura Danzo's side, questioning what he had made a decision. Jeriah said with a chuckle, old man, have you seen it? This is the result of your continuous compromise and concession both internally and externally for so many years. However, we think Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke can be lightened. After all, they are still young. It is possible that they have been deceived by some people, so they have committed such stupid things as defecting to the village, Mitokado Homura said. Also, after the exam, Shunin refused to obey the order, killed the 8 members of the Hyuga clan, and then attacked the most precious place in the village where the ninjutsu scrolls were hidden, and the Book of Seals, etc. Stealing them all and plotting to defect and escape from the village. I have enough reason to suspect that he is a spy lurking in Konaha in another village, and his crime is to be blamed. I think what Danzo said makes sense. Mitokado Homura and Anekaharu glanced at each other and spoke slowly. Rock Lee can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. Almost everyone in the village knows about this. However, in fact, Rock Lee not only knows ninjutsu, but is also extremely powerful. If he didn't intentionally conceal it, no one will believe it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. According to Konaha Village's regulations, if something is opposed by 2 or more members of the elders, it must be dealt with again. Jeriah, what do you mean by this? Mitokado Homura frowned and said with a trace of dissatisfaction on her face. He knows that Jeriah doesn't like his weak acting style, and this sentence is equivalent to a guarantee to Jeriah. Chapter 237 The Black-Bellied Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as Jeriah said what he said, everyone was stunned. Even Glossy himself felt very surprised and didn't understand why Jeriah wanted to help him in this way. He looked at Jeriah intently, his eyes were complicated, and he didn't know what Jeriah meant for doing this. That's how it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally forced to a corner by Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Anekaharu, unable to fight back, but now hearing these words of Jeriah, his face immediately showed a look of enlightenment, and said repeatedly, Rock Lee, you are the disciple of Lord Jeriah. No wonder you have become so powerful in just a few months. Even I am not your opponent. Hyuga Neji is also a smart person, and immediately directed at Glossy said loudly. You hide too deeply, even our Might Guy teacher doesn't know about this. Rock Lee, you are Jeriah's apprentice, what a glorious thing. Mitokado Homura said to Glossy with a disgustingly false smile on his face. Why are you hiding this thing from everyone? Yeah, why are you hiding? Anekaharu also asked. This. Glossy opened his mouth and just wanted to say something, only to find Jeriah cast a, look at him. At the moment, he no longer had any concerns and decided to cooperate fully with Jeriah in acting. Actually, this is not because I deliberately concealed it, but Lord Jeriah refused to let me tell this to others. Jeriah, is this really the case? Mitokado Homura pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to Jeriah and asked. Yes, it is true. Jeriah nodded and said, in Konaha village now, only the old man and Uzumaki Naruto's child are worthy of my attention. I don't want others to know that I am back. You. Mitokado Homura was slapped with a soft slap on Jeriah's face. His expression was embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say for a while. So, you are the one who taught Uzumaki Naruto to control the Nine-Tails monster in his body? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Advertisement, yes, it's me too. Jeriah smiled and said, the child of Uzumaki Naruto is the only bloodline of Minato left in this world. Naturally, I will not watch him being bullied. As for Rock Lee, he is the most potential and talented person I have ever met, even it's better than Minato back then. I liked it when I saw it, so I accepted him as a disciple. As for the things that happened later, you already know it, and I don't bother to repeat it. So this is the truth of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. If all of this is your guidance behind the scenes, then these changes in Rock Lee can make sense. How do you explain the killing of the members and the 8 members of the Hyuga clan, and the stealing of countless ninjutsu scrolls including the Book of Seals? Shimura Danzo said coldly. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jeriah sing together, he wiped out the suspicion of Rock Lee as a spy in the blink of an eye, and he was extremely annoyed. However, he also knew that he couldn't fight the other two by relying on his own power alone. Therefore, he aimed the spearhead of the attack on Glossy's killing. This is Glossy's cul-de-sac, no matter what Jeriah said, it can't be wiped out. Does this kind of thing still need to be explained? Glossy said coldly. You have to explain clearly. Shimura Danzo said sternly. In our Konaha village, killing a companion is the #1 taboo, a capital crime. You don't need to remind me specifically, I know very clearly, Glossy said lightly. As for you asking me why I want to kill them, this question is really easy to answer. They want to kill me, I can't stand there and wait for them to kill, right? So, I killed them all. What a great sounding reason, Shimura Danzo said coldly. There is nothing that is not good sounding, I just want to live, Glossi said. Danzo, let me ask you, if someone wants to kill you, do you stand there and not fight back and let them kill, or will you choose to fight back and kill the other person? Advertisement today. The two sides have already torn their faces. Glossy really didn't save any face to Shimura Danzo when he spoke, and directly called his name, which made Shimura Danzo's face more and more ugly, and he was on the verge of breaking out. It's a good tooth, Shimura Danzo said grimly. What's your explanation for stealing the Book of Seal? I was wrong about this matter, and I am willing to accept any punishment, Glossi smiled and said. You. Shimura Danzo was stunned for a while. What he didn't expect was that Glossy had voluntarily admitted his mistake, which made him wonder where to attack Glossy for a while. Okay, don't say anything, this matter will stop here for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Jeriah, you first take Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke to Konaha Hospital for treatment. During the period, you will be responsible for watching them, and you are not allowed to leave the hospital for half a step. As for the handling of them, we will discuss everything after the war is over. This is my order from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you all understand? He stared sharply at Mitokata Homura and Utatane Kaharu, shouted. Yes. We all understand. The two of them originally wanted to say something, but when they heard the last words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the sharp gaze projected over them, they had to back down temporarily. They have already seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen is now on the verge of an outbreak, they are not willing to touch the mole. Well, let me watch them these days. Jeriah smiled and said. He nodded his hands, and a gust of wind passed by, and the three of them wrapped up in Glossy and disappeared in an instant. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said as he watched Jeriah disappear. I allow. You send the elite members of the to monitor secretly, without disturbing Jeriah. Chapter 238 House Arrest. Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The good people are all taken by you, but all the black pots are let me carry them on my back. You are really a good trick, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, it's all for Konaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Shimura Danzo and said in a deep voice. Back then, I was selected as 3rd Hokage by Master 2nd Hokage. Since then, my mission has been doomed. My mission is only one, and that is to use all means to develop Konaha as much as possible. Hokage is the symbol of our Konaha village. His image can only be bright and warm, and no dark elements are allowed. Therefore, I can only work hard for you, he said slowly. You are Konaha bathed in sunlight, but I am a root buried deep in the ground, Shimura Danzo muttered with complicated expressions in his eyes. You don't need to say any more, I understand my mission. Woo! He nodded his hands and disappeared into a wisp of breeze. Master Jeriah, why are you helping me? Glossy asked suddenly when everything was arranged and there was only one person left in the ward. Because. I think you are more pleasing to the eye, Jeriah smiled and said. Really? Glossy grinned. Yeah. Jeriah nodded. Actually, since you broke the 4 purple flame formation, and rescued the old man from it, I already recognized you. As long as you don't defect and subvert Konaha, I will do my best to protect you. As long as I don't defect and subvert Konaha? Glossy repeated quietly. Don't you care if I kill the Gen and the Hyuga clan? Advertisement. Shimura Danzo, the master of Rinnegan, they are the biggest cancer in the village. I have never had any favor with them. As for the Hyuga clan, I am also sick of their clan and branch house traditions. It's too late for them to kill me happy, why should I care? Jeriah said. Master Jeriah, did you leave Konaha village back then because of this factor? Glossy blinked and asked. That's right. Jeriah nodded and said, I am a relatively straightforward person. I always want to take care of things that are unfair. However, regardless of Danzo's roots or Hyuga clan, I have no ability to change them. As the saying goes, it's good, I can't see my heart. Instead of staying in the village and watching the disgusting faces of these people all day long, I might as well travel the world looking for all kinds of beautiful materials. Speaking of this, Jeriah's eyes flashed brightly. Obviously, his love for beauties far exceeds everything else. Master Jeriah, if one day I really defected to Konaha, what would you do? Glossy asked in a low voice. I will kill you myself, Jeriah said without hesitation. Thank you for your frankness, Lord Jeriah, Glossy said with a smile. Rock Lee, I hope you never do that. I really don't want to shoot you. Jeriah gave Glossy a deep look and said. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Could it be that my behavior was not affected by Rock Lee subconsciously? He secretly asked. However, he quickly expelled these messy thoughts from his mind and began to use the martial arts mental method wholeheartedly to adjust his breath. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly suppressed Shimura Danzo and others, and Jeriah guarded them outside, he still worried that Shimura Danzo would take the risk and attack him. This is also under house arrest, Glossy murmured with a wry smile on his face. Advertisement, Budo Tianyan. Only by regaining his strength as soon as possible can his heart settle down a bit. With a low cry in his heart, Glossy opened his strange eyes and began to explore all directions. Soon, he had a good grasp of the surrounding terrain and landforms, and had a thorough view of the people lurking around. In his previous life, Glossy had always been alone, and was extremely wary of anyone. Don't say it was being slapped on a certain part of the body by someone else, even being bullied to him by 2 mirrors will cause him to rebound strongly. In this life, he is possessed by Rock Lee, and his temperament has changed a lot. I have become more naive now than before, and I will let him slap me on the shoulder, Glossy said silently, staring out of the window with a pair of eyes. Jeriah had already walked into a ward in the distance and had a lively chat with a young and beautiful nurse. It seemed that he had already forgotten the care of Glossy. In addition to Jeriah, Glossy also found several patients living in a nearby ward. Brush. Jeriah turned into a violent wind and disappeared in an instant. Master Jeriah, I don't want to meet you on the battlefield either, Glossy said after a long silence. As long as Danzo is no longer aggressive, I will definitely not defect to the village. Okay, I'll just wait for your words. Jeriah laughed, reaching out and slapped Glossy's shoulder hard, looking very happy. Well, you can rest here alone and strive for a speedy recovery. The pure physical training technique is really powerful. Glossi's martial arts is extremely powerful, and the resilience is simply too amazing. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the injuries in Glossi's body have recovered, and the spirit of spirit has reached its peak state. It's just that these patients are all disguised by Anbu people. Although they have the Grandmaster transformation technique and have some knowledge of all walks of life, the sharp murderous aura that emanates from them can't be concealed anyway. Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke were arranged in a place far away from Glossy. The staff of the hospital must have been warned by some people and arranged this deliberately. Chapter 229, Auto-generated chapter title. The 239th chapter turns out Konaha, 1. For this kind of under-house arrest and surveillance, Glossy didn't feel strange. After all, he broke into the most important place of Konaha village and stole a lot of precious ninjutsu including the Book of Seals, even Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how much you can rest assured of him, you will never reach the level of letting it go. Moreover, Glossy seriously suspected that what Sarutobi Hiruzen did today was just to show Jeriah, not really want to let him go. In the martial arts world, there was once a widely circulated saying, goodness does not cultivate martial arts, and kindness does not control soldiers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was famous in the world when he was young. Not only did he teach a legendary powerhouse like Konaha Sanin, he was also a peerless and powerful person. Professor Ninjutsu, and other titles. In addition, he is the 3rd Hokage of Konaha Village, who led Konaha Village to win the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ninja wars in a row, pushing Konaha Village to the highest level ever. For such a strong man, Glossy never believed in the warm, sunny side that he showed on his face. Because, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is really that kind of person, I am afraid that Shimura Danzo would have been secretly killed for many years. With Jeriah sitting here, they shouldn't do anything to me in a short time, Glossy said silently in his heart. However, how much patience do they have, and how long can they endure it? At this moment, a huge palace full of gloomy, cold breath, in a small secret room in the center. Shimura Danzo leaned on a cane in his left hand, and stared at a light not far in front of him with his one eye exposed, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, something strange happened. The space not far behind Shimura Danzo was shattered. A slender man with a khaki Uzumaki mask on his face slowly leaned out of it and appeared in this terrifying secret room. The atmosphere was strangely weird and terrifying. The man was tall and slender, with a full length of over 1.8 meters, and was wearing a black windbreaker with a few fiery red clouds engraved on him. He stood there quietly, although he did not give out any strong aura, but it gave people a terrible depression that was hard to speak, and he was not inferior to the cage-level powerhouse Danzo. Are you here? Shimura Danzo turned around and said. You have something to do with me. The masked man's voice was low, with an unspeakable domineering aura, which was heart palpitating. Yes, I have one thing I want to ask you to help, Shimura Danzo said. Advertisement, sorry, I'm not interested. The masked man said lightly. I'm very busy. If there are no important things in the future, don't contact me lightly. As he spoke, the air around his body suddenly became distorted, his body gradually fainted, and he was about to leave directly. This matter is related to Uchiha Sasuke, Shimura Danzo said coldly. What's the matter? Say. The masked man's figure stopped suddenly, staring at Shimura Danzo with one eye only exposed outside the Uzumaki mask, and shouted. Tonight, I will personally capture a kid, but he is protected by Jeriah, Shimura Danzo said. I need you to move Jeriah away. Oh, what kind of kid is it that can arouse your interest, and is protected by Jeriah? The masked man immediately became interested and asked. This is the internal affairs of my Konaha village, it has nothing to do with you, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Since this is the internal affairs of your Konaha village, then I won't interfere. Goodbye. The masked man chuckled and turned around to leave. You. Shimura Danzo was furious, dissatisfied with the masked man's behavior of sitting on the ground and raising prices. However, he was helpless, because in his cognition, no one except this person could easily lead Jeriah away. Say. The masked man said lightly, I'm very busy. That kid's name is Rock Lee. Shimura Danzo said grimly. He convinced Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, the first genius of the Hyuga family. Right now, Shimura Danzo said all about Glossy, woo. If you think I have too much appetite, you can go to another person to help, the masked man said lightly. Tisk tusk tusk. Listen to what you say, it's really a funny kid, the masked man exclaimed. At about the same age, I impressed the most outstanding talents of the Uchiha and Hyuga families. Such performance is enough to surprise anyone. No wonder he can attract your attention. Advertisement, what conditions? Shimura Danzo frowned. I met such a funny kid, I naturally want to make a move. The masked man smiled and said, however, I have one condition for you to let me shoot. You. Well, I promise you. Although Shimura Danzo was furious, he had nothing to do and could only choose to compromise temporarily. After all, the most important thing for him at the moment is to catch Glossi as soon as possible, and then get all his secrets from him. A well-known waste wood who can only practice physical skills, suddenly became so powerful, defeated the most outstanding geniuses of Uchiha and Hyuga, and learned advanced ninjutsu. The secrets hidden in him must be amazing. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You already know everything, can't you do it? Shimura Danzo said coldly. The masked man nodded slightly, his body quickly merged into the void and disappeared. Good. Who? Jeriah shot two cold lights in his eyes, and then the whole person turned into a fierce cheetah, chasing after that figure. Tonight's night is very restless. Glossy muttered, looking up at the full moon hanging in the high sky. His most instinctual instinct for danger, which he cultivated after countless storms in his previous life, made him foresee that something big would happen today. Is your appetite a little too big? Shimura Danzo said angrily. You got a secret from him, you must share it with me, the masked man said. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure flicked behind Jeriah and patted Jeriah's shoulder with his hand. Chapter 230. Auto-generated chapter title. The 240th chapter turns out Konaha, 2. Jia. In the bright moonlight, a long series of weird smiles came from the mouth of the figure. His speed is too fast, like a gust of wind and lightning, he disappeared into the distance in an instant. Who? Sneaky. Jeriah was taken aback, and concentrated all his energy, exploring all directions. The man could sneak in behind him silently just now, and stretched out his hand to pat his shoulder, it was unimaginable. There is no doubt that that person must be a powerful cage-level master. However, the surroundings were quiet, and no one responded to Jeriah. It was as if that person had never appeared before. Brush. Without any warning, there was another rapid sound of tears in the clothes behind Jeriah. Death. Jeriah yelled, concentrated all his power on his right fist, and slammed behind him fiercely. Boom. With a loud noise, a tall figure staggered back, seeming to be severely injured by Jeriah's punch. Who are you? Report your name. Jeriah didn't have any underestimation, staring at the man without blinking, and asked. The man is tall, with a Uzumaki mask on his face, and only one eye is exposed, which is very strange. It is indeed the legendary Konaha Sanin. It is amazing. The masked man did not answer, but said to himself. You are the first person who can wound me with one move. Huh? Are you? The organizer? Suddenly, Jeriah's eyes widened, staring at the masked man, and said in shock. Although there is a bright moon hanging in the sky, it is night after all, and visibility is not high. So Jeriah has only now seen the black robe embroidered with fiery red clouds on the masked man. Do you know our organization? The masked man asked, startled slightly. Advertisement, no some. Jeriah nodded, her expression extremely solemn. You are a terrorist organization composed entirely of S-rank rebels from various ninja villages, and the goal is to capture all the tail beasts in the entire ninja world. The name of your organization is Akatsuki, I wonder if I'm right? Jeriah. Do you know too much? The masked man's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a powerful aura burst out immediately, making Jeriah feel terrible pressure. It's not a lot, I just discovered it accidentally while investigating Orochimaru's intelligence, Jeriah said. He gathered his hands on his chest, ready to take action at any time. He knew that his opponent was extremely powerful, and he wouldn't allow him to be careless at all. Hey, forget it, a battle with you for no reason is not worth it. Suddenly, at this moment, the terrible breath of the masked man disappeared suddenly, and he said while shaking his head. Instead of fighting with you, it is better to find your valuable nine-tails Jinchuriki in Konaha village. You? Jeriah's face changed suddenly. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. In fact, the main purpose of my visit this time is to draw you away and move the tiger away from the mountain. The masked man smiled and said. You can choose not to follow. After all, I have a high probability of not being able to find Uzumaki Naruto. Brush. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, he shot out like lightning and went straight to the direction where Uzumaki Naruto lived. Damn it. Jeriah stomped fiercely, daring not to make any negligence, and immediately chased the masked man. He clearly knew that the other party might have moved the tiger away from the mountain, just to find a chance to deal with Rock Lee, but for the safety of Uzumaki Naruto, he had no choice but to follow. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's position in his mind is even more important. Is that so? Glossy said to himself, with a pair of martial arts eyes open. He had already seen everything that happened outside his eyes. He jumped off the bed with a light leap and walked to the metal shelf where the infusion bottle was hung. Crack. With a crisp sound, the hard metal frame was broken by Glossy. Glossy held the longer section in his hand and waved his hand lightly, and afterimages immediately appeared in the air. How many years have I not used a weapon? I almost forgot about it myself. Glossy said to himself. Although this thing is lighter, something is better than nothing. He knew that Jeriah had been led away. Shimura Danzo's people might come over at any time, and there was bound to be a fierce battle later. This was not a Chunin exam, but a contest between life and death. He didn't need to keep his hands anymore and decided to kill. Rainy. Swish, swish, swish. Advertisement. What? The people outside are all members of Shimura Danzo's root. Glossy really didn't show any mercy when he acted, and he just killed him. Damn little beast. The people outside were taken aback, but after all, they were elite members of the root, and soon calmed down and dispersed towards the rear, no longer giving Glossy a chance to attack. Rock Lee, are you asleep? I'm a medical ninja who Master Hokage sent to heal you. A middle-aged man outside the door knocked hard and said loudly. The door is open, come in by yourself. Glossy lowered his voice, making himself look very tired, as if he had recovered from a serious illness. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, I'm here. The middle-aged man said. Is it here so fast? Glossy opened a pair of martial arts eyes, staring at the door without blinking, and a terrible murderous aura came out. Everyone, be careful. Boom. However, as soon as the middle-aged man opened the door, countless bitter cold lights shot out from the darkness, instantly shooting him into a hornet's nest. Suddenly, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door, walking straight towards Glossy's room. A bunch of trash, Glossy said with a hint of sarcasm on his face, disdainfully. Chapter 241 turns out Konaha. 3. Rock Lee, if you confess all the secrets in your body, Lord Danzo may spare you not to die. If you don't repent and fight to the end, there will only be one end, and that's where you can die without burial. Aburame took roared from outside the door. Obviously, the person who was beaten into a hornet's nest by Glossy's shuriken swordsmanship just now was an elite of the roots. Both sides died so tragically without even hitting a single face. This made Aburame take the roots and fear Glossy. At the same time, it is more anger. Idiot. Glossy spit out these two words and said coldly, do you think I am a child of 2 or 3 years old, so cheating? Who is Shimura Danzo? Don't you know better than I do? Whether I tell him my secrets or not, the ending is already doomed. If you want to catch me and get all the secrets in my body, you must be prepared to pay the price of blood. Glossy's voice suddenly changed color and became extremely cold, as if it came from the 9 nether hell, making people feel I couldn't help but shudder after hearing it. It was creepy. Rock Lee, are you really going to be obsessed and resist to the end? Aburame took the root and shouted loudly. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bomb. Glossy quickly sealed his hands, spit out a blazing flame, fiercely rushing towards the door. This is the Class A fire style technique that Glossy stole from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is so powerful that it instantly turned a large area including his room and corridors into a blazing sea of fire and terrible flames. Tossing around, it seems to burn everything. Be careful. This is a grade A fire style technique, powerful. Someone shouted loudly. Back. Everyone back. Leaving here for now, that kid's strength is far beyond our expectations. In addition to extremely powerful physical skills, he is also a Jonin-level ninjutsu master. It has to be said that all the people sent by Shimura Danzo this time are elite members of the root. They have experienced many battles and responded quickly. Although the A-level fire style technique displayed by Glossy is powerful, it is unexpectedly powerful. No one killed or injured, all of them hid. Advertisement. Earth style. Earth style technique. Glossy's hands were sealed again, and he whispered. In an instant, his body sank into the ground, and then quickly fled towards the distance. The biggest purpose of his fire style technique just now was not to kill those people, but to create chaos for them, and he took advantage of the chaos to escape here. He has not yet entered the 5th heaven of martial arts, far from being able to fight against real cage-level powerhouses, let alone Shimura Danzo and Gen, who represent the entire dark forces of Konaha. Glossy has no choice but to escape. Swish, swish, swish. Glossy plunged into the ground very fast, rushing out more than 30 meters in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, a figure exuding a powerful aura fell from the sky and stood in front of him. The blue veins on his face were exposed, and a pair of Byakugan was very conspicuous in the dark. It was Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Even he is here? Glossy felt his heart sank, with a very bad premonition. Buddy, where do you escape? Hyuga Hiyashi shouted loudly. He slowly raised his right hand, and displayed the gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan. 8 trigrams 64 palms. A tremendous pressure erupted from him, and terrible power blasted Glossy's advance, on the road. A blazing sword light flew out, piercing the throat of Hyuga Hiyashi at an incredible speed. This sword is unremarkable, without any fancy, but incomparably sharp, fast, and creepy. A sword of cold illuminates Kyushu. Aren't you always interested in my secrets? Glossy grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and said disdainfully. Today, I will tell you part of my secret. You. Hyuga Hiyashi's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately took a mysterious step under his feet and quickly retreated back. He is the pinnacle of gentle fist physical skills. He is better than Might Guy without the 8 inner gates enabled. He naturally saw the horror of Glossy's sword at a glance, and he didn't dare to insist on it. This is an all-out collision of the quasi-cage level powerhouse. Advertisement. Glossy sneered, and the iron rod in his hand traversed a weird arc, as straight as an antelope hanging horns, no trace to be found. Brush. How can a teenager who is only 13 years old have such a powerful and terrifying strength? Boom. With a loud noise, the terrifying energy storm burst open in an instant, and a huge pit appeared in the ground between the two. The violent gong wind surging everywhere, the momentum is terrifying. As expected of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, being able to take over my trick is enough to make you proud. Glossy said coldly. He just opened the 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the third gate in an instant, so that he can fight against the cage-level powerhouses. Rock Lee, you really have too many secrets hidden in you. Not only did Hyuga Hiyashi see this without fear, but there was a hint of ecstasy on his face. 8 trigrams palms. Revolving heaven. He shouted loudly, and showed the unspoken secrets of the Hyuga clan. The whole person was like a top spinning quickly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The same secret technique, the same tricks, but Hyuga Hiyashi is more than 10 times more powerful than Hyuga Neji. The fierce breath completely locks Hyuga Hiyashi, and the terrifying power makes the heart tremble. You actually already have the quasi-cage level strength? Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked, his eyes widened, and he stared at Glossy with an incredible face. The Hyuga clan, I remember. Glossy got out of the ground and shouted at Hyuga Hiyashi. Swipe. The iron rod in his hand swayed vigorously, and immediately after images flashed in the sky, like a flood dragon coming out of the gate, making a terrible whistling sound, and rushing towards Hyuga Hiyashi. Chapter 232, Auto-generated chapter title. The 242nd chapter turns out Konaha, 4. At this moment, Glossi opened the third gate of the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and raised his strength to the peak of Jonin. Relying on the powerful combat power of the purely physical training technique, and some martial arts combat skills recovered from the previous life, he confronted Hyuga Hiyashi, a quasi-cage level powerhouse, face to face, and was even in the upper hand. His sword is like the most perfect and outstanding dancer in the world, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, like an antelope hanging horns, without a trace. However, Glossy's nearly perfect sword power fell in the eyes of Hyuga Hiyashi, but it was like the most terrifying thing in the world, full of unspeakable breath of death. It seems that Shinigami is dancing. 8 trigrams. Split palms. Hyuga Hiyashi did not dare to take Glossy's terrible sword force, while flying back, while making a mistake with both palms, alternately slapped Glossy fiercely across the air. Boom. Boom. In an instant, Glossy only felt that 2 terrifying palms surged like a wave of anger, like 2 small mountains, rushing towards him. If he continues to chase, he will definitely be able to damage or even kill Hyuga Hiyashi with a single sword, but he himself will be hit by Hyuga Hiyashi's palm. Even though Glossi cultivates martial arts, the purest physical training technique, and his physique is extremely powerful, but after all, he is not steel and iron, unable to withstand the full blow of Hyuga Hiyashi. Otherwise, even if he is not dead, he will be seriously injured, and will eventually become a prisoner of Shimura Danzo and others, and the end will be terrible. At this time, he saw the people from the route rushing here quickly. He couldn't help but sighed, giving up the idea of severely injuring or even killing Hyuga Hiyashi. Hyuga Hiyashi, you are lucky today. Otherwise, I will definitely take your life. Glossy dodged Hyuga Hiyashi's split palm attack by lightning, and then shouted at Hyuga Hiyashi. If you meet me again next time, please ask yourself. After he finished speaking, he passed Hyuga Hiyashi like a violent wind and ran into the distance. Where to go? Hyuga Hiyashi exclaimed. He didn't dare to get too close to Glossy, only dared to attack Glossy from a distance with 8 trigrams, split palm. However, Glossy's footwork is really amazing. He suddenly left and right, like a ghost, evading all his attacks. Suck! Hyuga Hiyashi yelled. He and Glossy had become mortal enemies now, and there was no room for reversal anymore. Once Glossi escapes from the village, the Hyuga clan will definitely live under its threat and shadow forever. After all, Glossy is only 13 years old now. If he really grows up in the future, who else will be his opponent? Advertisement, Earth Style, Yellow Spring Marsh. At this moment, a low, old voice came from a distance. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and a tyrannical chakra spread, and about 50 meters in front of Glossy turned into a dark muddy swamp, blocking Glossy's path. Are you also involved? Glossi stopped and turned to look at an old man in his 60s, his eyes sharp. That person was indeed one of the members of the Konaha elders Mitokado Homura. Just now he used his powerful earth-style technique to block Glossy's path. Another powerful quasi-cage level master. You have too many secrets, and you have stolen the treasure, Book of Seals. In the village. I will not let you leave the village anyway. Mitokado Homura said in a deep voice. Huh. What a grand-sounding reason. Glossy said coldly. His figure turned and galloped in the other direction like flying. Fire style. Big flame bomb. Boom. A blazing sea of flames appeared out of thin air, immediately blocking Glossy's path. Udon Ekaharu's cold face came out from the ground, staring at Glossy coldly, revealing his murderous intent. Brush. Glossi turned around again and rushed towards the elites of the route, Now he is attacked in all directions, 3 of which are quasi-cage level powerhouses, and the root side has become the easiest pass to break through. Swish, swish, swish. However, just at this moment, a series of sharp and piercing sounds of hidden weapons broke through the air, densely packed, and immediately enveloped Glossy. These hidden weapons are all the most common shurikens, but because of the indestructible wind blade attached to them, the lethality is extremely terrifying. Advertisement Kosuke is here too. You really can count on me, and you have dispatched 4 major cage-level masters. Glossy said coldly. Where is Shimura Danzo? Let him get out of me. While speaking, the iron rod in his hand trembles continuously, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out. He opened the injury gate of the 4th gate of 8 inner gates, in an instant, ready for a bloody battle. Dang. 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 In the deafening sound of metal crash, Glossy shot down all the shurikens with sharp wind blades in the sky with an iron rod. Then, like a meteorite falling from the sky, he threw himself into the crowd of roots, fiercely. Puff. The blood burst out, and Glossy came like a killer at this time, and the iron rod in his hand was faster than lightning, and it was suddenly drawn on the head of a member of the root. In an instant, red blood and pale brains sputtered everywhere, making it creepy. Thump. The headless body of the man fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, everyone's scalp exploded. All this happened so quickly. From being blocked by 3 major cage-level masters, Glossy rushed into the crowd to kill, but it was just a blink of an eye. It was simply appalling. Even Hyuga Hiyashi, Midokado Homura, Udotane Kaharu and other quasi-cage-level powerhouses who have experienced battles in blood-stained hands feel chill, because Glossy's killing methods are too cruel and brutal, beyond their imagination. This is a super evil star and must be killed. Otherwise, they will have trouble sleeping and eating in the future and become their eternal nightmare. Such an idea emerged in the hearts of these 3 at the same time. Chapter 233. Auto-generated chapter title. The 243rd chapter turns out Konaha, 5. Everyone was trembling, especially the members of the root surrounding Glossy. Everyone looked pale and felt terrified. Because the blow by Glossy just now was too strong, unmatched in the world, no one of them can dodge it, and it will undoubtedly die. Kill him, someone was yelling, and there was a lot of chaos around. Go together, kill, let's shoot together, we must kill him. After all, they are elite members of the root. Each of them has experienced many battles and performed 10 or more B-level missions. Although they were panicked, they still made the most correct and calm judgments. Glossy besieged. But how can their actions compare to Glossy's swiftness? After Glossy smashed a root with an iron rod, the second rod had already been split again, not knowing how many times faster than the root person. When the members of Gen besiege, the iron rod dripping blood in his hand was already less than 10 centimeters away from the head of the person next to him. It was done in one go. Everything happened in the light of electric flint. After killing the first person, Glossy didn't stop. What? The man yelled in horror, his voice hoarse, like a wounded and dying beast, struggling desperately. He waved sharp kunai with both hands, trying to resist Glossy's iron rod, but it was too late. Puff. The iron rod smashed his head in the air, and actually smashed most of his head, blood splashing more than a meter high. Then, Glossy once again picked the iron rod in his hand, and half of the man's head flew up, his tinling cover was split in half, and he died on the spot, dripping with blood. The civet cat mask on the man's face fell off, revealing a pale face inside. His eyes were full of unwillingness and endless fear. He was beheaded by Glossy in one move, and his head fell towards the icy street. Advertisement, thump. The corpse fell in a pool of blood, blood gurgled, and the ground was scarlet, shocking. What? Kill him. Kill this little devil. Seeing such a tragic scene, the other root members were extremely furious, and while roaring, they rushed towards Glossy waving their weapons. The sharp kunai, the sharp sickle, the chilly long knife. All kinds of weapons smashed against Glossy together, terrifying boundless. None of them expected such a thing to happen. A boy who was only 13 years old had such terrible power. The elite members who killed the root were like slaughter of chickens and dogs. This was never before. Past things. The iron rod in Glossy's hand was constantly trembling, making a creepy trembling sound. At this time, he was performing the fame of the Tai Chi god of war. In the martial arts, the sticky word in the Tai Chi Excalibur. Glossy never met with the Tai Chi warrior in his previous life, let alone stealing his famous skills. However, at that time, Tai Chi Wuxian was famous all over the world, and he pioneered the Tai Chi Wudao, spread the world of martial arts, and widely recruited disciples. Glossy has observed the fighting of his disciples, so he understands a little bit. The iron rod in Glossy's hand traversed a strange arc, dragging all the fallen weapons, and then activated the martial arts mentality in his body to shatter them all in an instant. Why? It's so powerful. Hyuga Hiyashi saw the whole process of the battle with a pair of Byakugan, a heart that rolled violently like a wave in a sea of anger. What secret technique does he use? What a terrible kid. If he escapes from the village, I am afraid that the entire Konaha village will be in danger of destruction. Midokado Homura looked solemnly, staring at Glossy, and muttered. Glossy blocked Gyujia's long sword with the iron rod in his right hand, and then raised his left hand to grab the hidden weapons with his flesh and blood. At this moment, including Gyujia, a total of 8 people shot Glossy. They stood in 8 positions and wanted to kill Glossy in one fell swoop. Advertisement, however, at this moment, something incredible happened. Finally, you can't help but make a move. Glossy turned around, raised an iron rod with his right hand, and slashed at Jeriah fiercely. In an instant, countless stick figures emerged, like real existences, piercing through the void, shattering all obstacles, and terrifying. Boom! Jeriah yelled, holding a 1.5-meter-long sword in both hands, and rushed towards Glossy like a tiger descending a mountain. Although he is nicknamed 10,000 Years Genin, his strength is extremely strong, and he can be tied with Hyuga Hiyashi, Mitokado Homura and others, and he is a master of cage level. The long sword in Jeriah's hand is only anti-iron, but in his hands it exerts an earth-shaking power. Kill! What? Impossible! How could he withstand the attack of weapons with his hands? Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes widened, his face was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. Who is he? Why does he have such a terrible power? Mitokado Homura muttered as her pupils shrank sharply. Dang! 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 At the same time, the people of Gen also roared loudly, trying their best to cooperate with Gusuke and make every effort. Countless hidden weapons, like dense swarms of locusts, all rushed towards Glossy. Monster! Monster! Yu.Ane Kaharu said shockingly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In everyone's incredible gazes, Glossy actually blocked the 7 men's weapons and hidden weapons with the palm of flesh and blood, but his palm did not hurt anything. He must be killed. Yu.Ane Kaharu shouted sharply with cold eyes. In this situation, in the eyes of everyone, Glossy is bound to die, because, even if Glossy is strong, he can resist the attack of a quasi-cage level strong. With Jeriah's main attack to contain it, Glossy could no longer defend against the joint attack of the other 7. Chapter 244 reverses Konaha. 6. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Gullos actually used the palms of flesh and blood to shake their weapons and hidden weapons, and there was no blood splattering. This was completely beyond their recognition. Know the category. What did I see just now? He actually blocked my sickle with a fleshy palm. A member of the root stood there blankly, staring at his hand without blinking. The huge sickle said in horror. My shuriken was slapped flying by him, but his hand is safe and sound. Another member of the root also murmured. He looked at Glossy's eyes as if he had seen a ghost, full of fear. How can there be people with such terrifying physical power in this world? Even Jonin, who has practiced the body hardening technique to ultimate in Rock Shinobi Village, cannot have such a terrifying physique. Glossy's martial arts mentality and the purest practice technique were first shown in front of people in this world, and it aroused their boundless fear. This is a brand new training system, completely different from the ninja in the ninja world. It doesn't need ninjutsu, let alone illusion. It can destroy everything with the simplest and most primitive physical skills. Its physical strength is extremely tyrannical, ordinary swords and halberds are invulnerable and terrifying. Kill him, absolutely can't let him leave Konaha village alive, Mitokado Homura shouted. He must be killed, otherwise, our Konaha village will definitely be buried in this person's hands, Yu.Ane Kaharu also yelled. However, Glossy's variety of gods footwork is really amazing. The steps under his feet are dreamlike and illusory. Flying among the weapons and hidden weapons, avoiding most of the attacks. That feeling is like dancing on the tip of a knife, like walking in front of the gate of hell, walking gracefully on the line of life and death, which is shocking. The iron rod in Glossy's right hand blocked Jeriah's fierce blow, and his left hand blocked the siege of the 7 with the incomparable physical power, which was truly a miracle. If another person has changed, even if my guy comes here, it is impossible to do better than Glossy. Advertisement, brush. Like a fierce lion, Glossy rushed out of the encirclement. You can't escape, go to die. Root, in front of Glossy roared loudly, but, unfortunately, before he finished his words, an iron rod blocked the pain in his hand. No, it pierced his throat directly. Puff. The iron rod penetrates it directly. The silver-white iron rod pierced through his throat and then pierced through the back of his neck. The blood dripped and looked extraordinarily bloody. Fierce, spicy, resolutely ruthless. Glossy in his previous life was completely awakened. Although his strength was far from being restored, his temperament was almost restored. At this moment, he was like a bloody Shura. His icy eyes surpassed the cold electricity, and the place he passed was chilling. Even a cage-level expert can't do it so easily, right? Swipe. 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 How about sacrificing an old bone like me for Konaha village? Jeriah said with a calm smile on his face. You young man is terrible. At this age, you have the quasi-cage level strength. When you grow up in the future, it will be invincible. If you let me escape Konaha, Konaha will definitely do it in the future. The destruction is in your hands. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. He must have hidden a great secret. If we get his secret, it will not be impossible for us in Konaha village to unify the entire ninja world. Mitokado Homura said to himself. At the same time, Gusuke successfully launched a fierce offensive against Glossy. After all, Furusuke is a quasi-cage level powerhouse, and his swordsmanship is extremely superb. even Glossy had to concentrate on dealing with it. The others took advantage of this opportunity to retreat all 20 meters away, surrounding Glossy and Jeriah in the middle. This is a veritable little monster. If my Hyuga clan gets the secret of his powerful physique, I will definitely become Konaha. No, I will become the most powerful clan in the entire ninja world. Hyuga Hiyashi muttered. In addition to the inexplicable jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Glossy, there was also a deep greed that couldn't be eliminated. Glossy lifted the iron rod in his hand forcefully, and lifted the head of the root, and the blood rushed high. There was extreme unwillingness in that person's eyes, his eyes were scattered, he fell to the sky in a pool of blood, and died each other. Yin Hong's blood was flowing, and the smell of blood was pungent. If Jeriah really has the mind to die with him and desperately haunt him, it will definitely be a big trouble. It was only a while, and 4 people had already died in the hands of Glossy, which was simply challenging the limit of their ability to accept them. You know, those 4 people are not genin who can be seen everywhere, they are all root elites, and the weakest have the strength of elite chunin. However, they were all killed by Glossy like chopping melons and vegetables, very easily. Getting all the secrets in him and killing him is the wisest way to treat him. Ekaharu whispered. Everyone retreats, no one is allowed to fight him in close quarters, all attack with ninjutsu. Suddenly, she suddenly raised her tone and ordered loudly. You. Glossy's face changed slightly. You can entangle me, but you will be attacked by their ninjutsu just like me. Glossy said coldly while fighting fiercely with Kosuke. Oh, for this village, I am willing to pay my old life. Wow. Such a scene completely stunned the other people, and they all retreated desperately to the back, except for Gusuke, no one dared to step forward. Chapter 235, Auto-generated chapter title. The 245th chapter turns out Konaha, 7. Is it worth it? Glossi quickly calmed down and said coldly. You are working hard with me here, but Hyuga Hiyashi, who is also a master of physique, stood by and did not intend to help. Is it worth your sacrifice for such a person? I didn't sacrifice for them, but for Hokage-sama, for the entire Konaha village. Kosuke said with a smile, the expression on his face extremely calm. Aren't you afraid of dying in vain? But I still escaped from Konaha village in the end? Glossy asked. By that time, I was already dead. Jeriah said. I have done my best, no regrets. Even if you escape in the end, and then turn back to Konaha to completely destroy this place, it is destined, and no one can stop it. You have a very good mentality. Glossy said with a grin suddenly. However, I don't have the interest to die with you. I'm still young, and there are so many beautiful things in the world. Wonderful things are waiting for me to do, and I will never die here. I understand your thoughts. Jeriah nodded and said, but you have to pass my level before that. While the two of Glossy and Jeriah were talking, the battle became more and more intense. Later, the shadows of swords and batons were flying all over the sky, covering all of them, making it difficult for outsiders to see. Patriarch Hyuga, how is the battle going? Mitokado Homura walked up to Hyuga Hiyashi and said in a deep voice. Furusuke, you really deserve to be a generation from the 3rd Hokage masters. He has unpredictable strength and fought hardly against Rock Lee. Hyuga Hiyashi said with emotion. It is said that Furusuke inherited the superb swordsmanship of Master 2nd Hokage back then, and his physical skills are better than Might Guy. Ekaharu also walked over. It's just that, what I don't know is where did Rock Lee learn the tricks of the little monster? This is not our Konaha village approach at all. Yeah, it's totally different. Hyuga Hiyashi murmured. However, his physique is very powerful, he is a group of his own, not weaker than our Hyuga and Might Guy. Patriarch Hyuga, if you go up and help Kosuke, Mitokado Homura said. Furusuke is superb and has reached the peak of quasi-cage level. He is enough to suppress the little monster without my help. Hyuga Hiyashi smiled and said. Advertisement Mitokado Homura and Ekaharu looked at each other, and both saw a trace of anger, contempt and disdain in each other's eyes. Hyuga Hiyashi is obviously afraid of Glossy's strength, and he is unwilling to fight each other closely. He hopes to wait until both Gusuke and Glossy are injured to take advantage of it. However, Mitokado Homura and Ekaharu did not say anything. After all, Hyuga Hiyashi is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, with a noble status, and they are not willing to offend easily. In the past, there were 2 powerful clans of Senju and Uchiha, but now the Hyuga clan is really the only one. Swipe. 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 Suddenly, the long sword in Jeriah's hand swiftly turned, like a beam of electric light, across the air, swiftly stabbed Guluxi's chest. The front key. Guluxi's eyes were cold, and he waved the iron rod in his hand, unpretentious, but majestic, and drew an arc from the air, blocking all the consecutive swords he stabbed. Ding. 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 Gasuke's long sword pierced Guluxi's iron rod, making a series of metal crashing sounds, and a series of sparks burst out from above, showing how amazing its power is. Woo! At this moment, Jeriah fiercely threw the long sword in his hand towards Glossy. Then, he leapt backwards violently, quickly nodding with his hands on his chest. Shuriken Shadow Clone, he shouted. In an instant, that long sword was transformed into 2, 2 transformed into 4, 4 transformed into 8, 8 transformed into 16, 16 transformed into 32. In an instant, the sky was full of dense swords. All of a sudden, Glossy is over. It's a man who has guarded the treasure pavilion for many years. As expected, all kinds of ninjutsu in Grandmaster Konaha village. Glossy said in admiration. He thrust the iron rod into the ground forcefully with his right hand, and then made a seal with both hands. Earth style. Earth formation wall, rumble. With a loud noise, the earth roared, and an earthen wall about 3 meters high and about 20 centimeters thick instantly rose to the ground, blocking all the long swords that were blasting from it. Countless long swords are inserted on the earth wall. Looking from a distance, it gives people a majestic momentum. Advertisement. This little monster knows how to ninjutsu, Mitokado Homura exclaimed. No wonder that guy Danzo wants us to take him down at all costs instead of killing him. That's why he has too many secrets. Yeah, and I clearly feel that if we get the secret from him, our Konaha village will definitely become stronger in the shortest time. It is not impossible to unify the entire ninja world. Utatane Kaharu murmured said. Where did Danzo go? Why didn't you see him appear? Hyuga Hiyashi asked suddenly. He said he has more important things to deal with, however, I believe he will be back soon. Mitokado Homura said. This kid is like a living treasure. It's impossible for Danzo to let him fall into our hands. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and use ninjutsu to attack. Kosuke shouted at the members of the root, who were stunned there. Everyone listens to my orders and will attack all fire style skills with fire style. Then, ninjas capable of wind style skills will assist. Mitokado Homura calmed his mind and ordered loudly. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Fire style. Flame bullet. Wind style. Get wind. Wind style. Gale palm. Wind style. Great breakthrough. In an instant, countless members of the root were making seals, and fierce flames spurted from their mouths, converging into a blazing sea of fire. Under the violent wind, the sea of flames surging toward Glossy. Chapter 246 reverses Konaha. 8. The wind helps the fire, and its prestige is even better. Perhaps, the individual strength of these root members is not very strong, but the strongest is Jonin, who opened the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates. 4th gate, injury gate, and the strength is close to cage level Gu Luo. West has only the fate of being killed by a spike. However, once they really joined forces to launch a ninjutsu attack, the power is also extremely amazing. I saw that the blazing flames gathered together, like a huge fire dragon. With the cooperation of wind-style ninjutsu launched by some root members, they rushed towards Glossy fiercely. In an instant, the flames raged to the sky, and the endless fire was boiling. This area was completely turned into a sea of flames, and there was flames everywhere, as if to burn everything here. Boom. The flames are surging, and the flames are rushing like a flood, drowning towards Glossy. Water style. Water barrier. Facing the joint attack of a group of elite members of the root, even Glossy had to stand up. He has not yet entered the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, and has not reached the highest realm of non-invasion of water and fire, so he can only use the ninjutsu of this world to fight. His hands quickly formed seals, and the energy in his body was like a rolling Yangtze river, rushing endlessly. He once watched 2nd Hokage compete with 3rd Hokage's fire style technique and copied it. Now it just happens to be suitable for use. Wow. Very abruptly, a series of waterfalls also appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling to the ground in 9 heavens, setting off Glossy like a water god descending to the earth, mighty without casting. This is Master 2nd Hokage's stunning water-style technique back then. How could he do it? Mitokado Homura's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Glossy incredulously, and said in shock. He has stolen many ninjutsu scrolls, including the Book of Seals. Did he learn all of them in just one day? Utatane Kaharu was also shocked and could hardly believe it, own eyes. This is a heaven-defying little evildoer. Jeriah said with regret, looking at Glossy, who stood there like a god of war, with windless hair and clothes. Unfortunately, he is destined to go on the opposite road to Konaha. He must be killed. Otherwise, he must be the one who will destroy our Konaha village in the future. Hyuga Hiyashi said murderously in his eyes. Advertisement. Boom. 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 At this moment, the fire-style technique jointly launched by the root elites and Glossy's water-style technique collided with each other, making deafening roars and explosions. The blazing hot sea of fire is terrifying and boundless, and seems to be able to burn everything in the world, but the water-style launched by Glossy is the nemesis of the fire-style technique, just to restrain it. Shoo. 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 In an instant, countless water vapor soared into the sky, covering the whole world in an instant. The water vapor is so dense that it obscures most people's sight, and you can't see your fingers. Attention everyone, at 11 o'clock in the northeast, that little B*************** D is escaping with the Earth-style technique. Hyuga Hiyashi shouted loudly in the dim darkness. Earth-style. Ground hardening technique. Mitokado Homura, a quasi-cage level expert, quickly formed seals with both hands, and then slammed his hands on the ground, shouting loudly. Boom. With a loud noise, Glossy's body slammed into the ground in front of him. Almost in an instant, the ground in front of Glossy suddenly became as hard as iron, and Glossy's earth movement technique completely failed. Fortunately, Glossy's physique was so terrifying that he didn't suffer any harm from the collision. If you change someone else, I'm afraid you will be hit hard immediately. This old immortal. Glossy spit vigorously and said viciously. Although he was not injured just now, he gnawed at the mud and was very depressed. After the recruitment, Glossi's expression changed. He felt a strong crisis coming from the underground. He did not dare to neglect. His feet slammed, and the whole person shot out like an arrow from the underground. Chi. 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 Glossy had just left with his front foot, and 5-2-meter long, extremely sharp soil thorns came out in the next second. That terrible intensity and lethality, once hit, even Glossy will be injured. This little monster. Kaharu murmured. Defense, defend now. In 3 years, I will definitely visit Konaha village again. You guys' heads have been saved for me, and I will come over and get them. Everyone's looks changed drastically, and they were unusually ugly. Advertisement. Earth Style. Dungeon Cage. He is a quasi-cage level master, and he was a student in the same class as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although his fame is far less than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he is a strong man of the older generation after all. Whether it is strength or combat experience, young people are far behind. In an instant, there were densely packed shurikens everywhere in the sky, like a downpour, toward everyone's head and face. However, Glossy's movements were faster than them. He first drew out a gleaming sharp kunai from his suitcase, threw it downward, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Spear Technique, Mitokado Homura said slowly. Brush. He made successive shots, pushing Glossy out of the ground in one fell swoop, then attacked him, forcing Glossy into the air, losing his focus. Shuriken Shadow Clone. This is the ability that Sarutobi Hiruzen once used, and it was also stolen by Glossy into his hands. Earth Style. Earth Formation Wall. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Attack. Kaharu shouted loudly, but Glossy took advantage of this opportunity and galloped toward the distance. The root. People were forced to defend themselves. Swish. 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 Chapter 247 reverses Konaha, 9. No, he must not be allowed to escape Konaha. Otherwise, he will be a greater threat than Orochimaru in the future. Mitokado Homura hissed, staring at Glossy who was flying away. Call up all the members of the root, immediately, chase and intercept him, and be sure to kill him. Kaharu said solemnly. As for the secrets of him, we can peek out some clues even from the corpse. I will let the Hyuga clan try to cooperate with you, Hyuga Hiyashi said in a deep voice. No matter how fast he is, as long as he doesn't escape the Konaha village, he can't escape my eyes. Woo! Aburame took the root and nodded, took out a loud arrow from his arms, and flew it into the air forcefully. Boom! The arrow exploded, and a piece of red smoke filled the air. This is the highest assembly order dedicated to the root. No matter where or how important things are, as long as you see this kind of arrow, you must come as soon as possible. I really can count on me, Glossy said with a sneer as he rushed. Stealth technique. His hands quickly formed seals. His figure faded quickly, and then completely blended into the moonlight, making it hard to see with the naked eye. The stealth technique is a very sophisticated ninjutsu. Although it cannot escape the detection of Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Glossy believes that Hyuga Hiyashi is absolutely reluctant to send a large number of elites from the family to participate in the siege of him, because Hyuga Hiyashi can't bear it. Rock Lee, stop! Suddenly, at this moment, a deep and cold voice resounded across the night sky. This voice is so cold that it makes people tremble all over when they hear it, as if the owner of this voice is a lion majesty, which is chilling. Shimura Danzo finally appeared. Advertisement. Glossy sneered, but didn't stop. Now that he has finally broken free of the encirclement and blazed a trail of blood, how could he stop and be besieged by them again? What's more, Shimura Danzo is a real cage-level powerhouse, who is by no means comparable to Hyuga Hiyashi, Mitokado Homura and others, and cannot be confronted. Rock Lee, look at who is in my hand, Shimura Danzo roared. If you don't stop, I will kill her immediately. Glossy's heart sank suddenly, slowed down involuntarily, and at the same time opened martial arts eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Boom! Glossy's head was rumbled, as if it had been hit by a hammer. At a glance, he saw that Tenten and Hyuga Hinata, both covered in blood, were strangled by Shimura Danzo with their left and right hands. They were dying. It turned out that Shimura Danzo never showed up, but he went to catch Tenten and Hyuga Hinata himself. Shimura Danzo wanted to use the lives of these two people to threaten Glossy, force Glossy to submit, and then spit out all his secrets. Yes, Shimura Danzo is not worried about Glossy heaven-defying, because he is confident enough to catch it. After all, if you don't step into the realm of a cage-level powerhouse one day, you will never be able to truly compete with him, even Glossy. The only thing he worried about was that Glossy had a strong temper, would he be damaged by jade and stone, and would not confide his secrets when he tried to commit suicide. In that case, it would be a pity that so many people died in Gen. They all died in vain. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Shimura Danzo slapped Tenten's face with a slap, and Tenten's voice stopped abruptly. Glossy's eyes suddenly became sharp. He was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, full of invincible spirit. At this moment, Glossy was really angry, and the murderous intent was boiling. Snapped. Advertisement. Danzo, you are too much. Hyuga Hiyashi's face changed, and he shouted at Shimura Danzo. Anyway, Hinata is my daughter. Brush. You are so strong. It only takes a few years to be stronger than Danzo. You must avenge me. Glossy was in the shape of electricity, returning from more than 100 meters away. With deep eyes, he stared at Shimura Danzo unblinkingly, as if staring at a dead person. That kind of horrible look makes people feel creepy. You. Hyuga Hiyashi flushed suddenly, and besides anger, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Obviously, he was extremely jealous of Shimura Danzo. Lee, don't come back, run away. Suddenly, Tenten opened a pair of big helpless eyes and yelled at Glossy. He killed my father and my mother again. He will definitely not let you go. Rock Lee, come back. Shimura Danzo roared, that kind of look. Even Shimura Danzo, being stared at by Glossy's eyes, couldn't help feeling hairy in his heart, and he was uneasy. He knew that from this moment on, there would be no chance of a return between him and Glossy, and there was no room for fire and water, and only one person had to die to let it go. Don't worry, I will compensate you Hyuga clan after this incident. Shimura Danzo seemed to feel that what he said just now was a bit heavy, so he suddenly slowed down and said, this matter, the two elders can be a testimony. Hey, Hyuga Hiyashi sighed for a long time, then turned his gaze to Hyuga Hinata who was looking at him beggingly, and muttered. Hinata, my father is sorry, please forgive me. Danzo, very good, you are fine. Glossy's martial arts eyes flashed murderously, staring at Shimura Danzo, and said sternly. He did not expect that Shimura Danzo's acting style was so despicable that he had no scruples about the might guy in Hyuga clan, taking Tenten and Hyuga Hinata as hostages and friending him. Shut up. Shimura Danzo said coldly. His aura of being a cage-level expert suddenly spread, and Hyuga Hiyashi, who was oppressing in an instant, was speechless. For Konaha village, let alone your daughter. Even if it is you, I will sacrifice it without hesitation. We all see the Hyuga's great contribution to Konaha village, and we will never treat you badly. Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu looked at each other and said. Chapter 248 Lousy is called Glossy. 1. Shimura Danzo, you damn it. Glossy's voice was extremely cold, as if floating out of the Juyu hell, with murderous intent. Shimura Danzo's actions have reached the limit of Glossy, touched his inverse scale, and was included in the list of kills. You are angry, it's fine. Shimura Danzo felt the strong killing intent emanating from Glossy. Not only was there no fear, but a smile appeared on his face. In Shimura Danzo's eyes, Glossy was no different from a dead person. Whether or not he can get all the secrets from Glossy, he will kill Glossy in the end. And how could he be afraid under such a predestined ending? This is not the first time he has done something like stifling geniuses. Many years ago, the Uchiha clan had a peerless genius who was better than Uchiha Itachi. He was the first to open the Mangekyo blood wheel after the legendary brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. He was extremely powerful and was killed by himself. NS. Even though Glossy is now tough, he still hasn't surpassed his control. Lee, you. Tenten's face was bloody, and half of her cheeks became red and swollen. She kept bleeding from her mouth and said hoarsely. The martial arts heavenly eye, the illusion. Gurozi couldn't bear Tenten's continued humiliation, and directly opened a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes and displayed his own unique pupil technique, causing Tenten to fall into a beautiful dream. As long as he doesn't die, as long as he doesn't dispel this illusion, Tenten will never wake up. Your eyes. Shimura Danzo showed a shocking expression on his face, staring at Glossy's eyes without blinking, his face full of disbelief. In any case, he did not expect that in addition to the incomparably powerful physical arts, Gullos actually possessed a pupil technique that he had never heard of and had never seen before. Could it be that besides Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the legendary Rinnegan, is there a fourth pupil technique in this world? This kid's eyes. How is this possible? Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Glossy's eyes tightly, his face full of incredible. There are so many secrets in him, beyond all our imagination, Mitokado Homura murmured. Catch him and discover all the secrets in him. Our Konaha village can almost dominate or even unify the entire ninja world in 5 years. Utatane Kaharu said in a shocking voice. Advertisement, Rock Lee. There are so many secrets in your body that are far beyond my imagination. Shimura Danzo looked at Glossy deeply and said in a deep voice. Who on earth are you? Who am I? Does it make any difference to you? Glossy said coldly with a sarcasm on his face. Each of you is full of greed in your eyes. You can't wait to catch me right away, take out all the secrets from me, and then smash me into pieces, right? Rock Lee, what are you trying to hide in our Konaha village for so many years? Shimura Danzo exclaimed sharply. What is the dog barking? Lousy, I can hear it, Glossy shouted coldly. Little b asterisk 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 d how did you talk to Lord Danzo? Aburame yelled at Glossy, taking his roots. Get out. Glossy curled his lips in disdain, and said, I'm talking to your master, what right does your dog have to interject here? You. Aburame blushed immediately after taking the root, trembling with anger, wishing to rush up to kill Glossy inch by inch. Rock Lee, don't you think it's too arrogant and arrogant? Shimura Danzo said sternly. FKU. Glossy exploded directly. From now on, Lousy will be called Glossy, don't call me Rock Lee anymore. Grousy, Glossy. Shimura Danzo repeated slowly. This is your real name and identity, right? Yes, this is Lousy's real name. Glossy said with a laugh. To this day, he and Konaha village have completely torn apart, and there is no need to hide his identity anymore. It would be better to make it open to the public. Glossy, what kind of force did you send to our Konaha village as an undercover agent? Mitokado Homura looked extremely solemn, staring at Glossy without blinking, and asked. Advertisement, I was sent by Master Hokage. Glossy said coldly with a flash in his eyes. In the past, Master Hokage sent someone to hijack the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, but unfortunately it failed. Master Hokage was not reconciled, so he sent me here. And I deliberately got close to Hyuga Hinata for only her pair of Byakugan. Really? Shimura Danzo sneered. Of course, I might have been sent by Master Tsuchikage. Glossy smiled and said. Believe or not, what does it have to do with me? When we die, we want to provoke the relationship between Konaha village and other villages. It's a sin worthy of death. Mitokado Homura said sternly. Rock Lee, he is a child adopted by Might Guy since he was a child, and the kidnapping of Hyuga Hinata happened when she was 3 years old, and the time is not right at all. Little devil, break your arms. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo shouted at Glossy. Are you stupid? Glossy shouted at Shimura Danzo. Even if I am not your opponent now, I still have a fight to make you pay the price of blood. But once I break my arms, I will completely become meat on the chopping board, let you kill. You have to do that. Shimura Danzo said coldly. He took out a sharp kunai from his suitcase, and slowly approached Tenten's bloodstained face. What does her life and death have to do with me? Glossy looked cold. Shit. Shimura Danzo shook his right hand slightly, and a bloodstain appeared on Tenten's cheek in an instant. You. Glossy was shocked. Self-breaking arms. Shimura Danzo snapped. Chapter 249 Lousy is called Glossy. 2. You know it's impossible. Although Gullos deplored in his heart, he still roared loudly. Hey. Shimura Danzo shook his right hand again, and another deep bloodstain appeared on Tenten's cheek. These two bloodstains were intertwined to form a cross, and Tenten's bright and beautiful cheeks were ruined. Stop it. Glossy roared. Self-breaking arms. Shimura Danzo said sternly. This is the last time. If you refuse, I will pierce Kuwu directly into her throat. Dare you? Glossy said word by word. If you really do that, my Glossy swears to the heavens that in the future, the entire Konaha village will be completely destroyed, killed, and no dogs or dogs will remain. Very good. Shimura Danzo smiled faintly, and suddenly pierced the Kuwu in his hand towards Tenten's throat. Stop it, Glossy hissed. He raised his right hand suddenly and patted his left shoulder fiercely. With a crisp sound, his left shoulder blade instantly shattered. It's not enough. Shimura Danzo stayed at a place where Tenten's throat was less than 5 centimeters away. As long as he wanted, he only needed to shake his hand slightly to kill Tenten. He looked at Glossy with cold eyes and said. I will satisfy you. Glossy said lightly. He swung his right palm and slapped it hard on his right shoulder. Kacha. His right shoulder blade also shattered. At this point, Glossy's arms were completely abolished and could no longer be used. Patriarch Hyuga, trouble you. Shimura Danzo said to Hyuga Hiyashi. Leave it to me. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded and stepped forward. However, it was obvious that he was extremely jealous of Gullos. Even though Gullos had his arms abolished, he still didn't dare to get too close. 8 trigrams. Split palms. At a distance of more than 3 meters, Hyuga Hiyashi continuously shot the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, closing all the chakra acupoints in Glossy's body. Until this time, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. They glanced at each other, and they all saw a hint of incredible in each other's eyes. Each of them was powerful, and had gone through numerous battles, and experienced countless winds and waves, but they never expected to be so embarrassed by a 13-year-old boy today. Fortunately, the matter is finally over. Advertisement. Take the root, go and break his legs. Shimura Danzo acted very cautiously and shouted at Aburame to take the root. Yes, Lord Danzo. There was a trace of excitement and ferociousness on Aburame's face. He took the order and rushed to Glossy quickly. Little b***************** d, you also have today. Trash. Glossy said disdainfully. Small trash fish like you dare to yell at me in this situation. Looking for death. Aburame furiously took the root. He suddenly raised his right hand and slapped Glossy's face fiercely. Take the roots. At this moment, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Yes, Lord Danzo. Aburame took the roots and suddenly woke up from a certain state of excitement, dripping with cold sweat. He slapped the right hand on Glossy's cheek and turned around and patted Glossy's kneecap fiercely. Crack. Crack. With 2 creepy and crisp sounds, Glossy's legs were also abolished. Send him to the top-secret interrogation room often. I will interrogate him personally. Shimura Danzo shook his hand and threw Tenten and Hyuga Hinata to the ground, and said coldly. I went to Sarutobi Hiruzen. We have done too much in this matter, we must tell him clearly. Otherwise, he will be furious. Let's be with you too. Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu said. Also, Shimura Danzo said. Patriarch Hyuga, you can take your daughter back. As for the Tenten, he is imprisoned next to the little devil. Although this girl is weak and pitiful, it is still very useful to threaten the little devil. Yes, Lord Danzo. Aburame took the root and said loudly. At the moment, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu turned and walked towards Hokage's office. But Hyuga Hiyashi picked up Hyuga Hinata on the ground and walked away. The matter here is over. Glossy fell into Shimura Danzo's hands, and even if Hyuga Hiyashi was not reconciled, he dared not make any small moves. He only hopes that Shimura Danzo can keep his promise and give him some of the secrets dug up from Glossy, and he is already satisfied. Little b********************** d, I will definitely honor you well in the future. Aburame took the root and leaned down to lift Glossy from the ground, smiled at Glossy, and said, "Advertisement, I don't think such a thing is necessary." An inexplicable smile suddenly appeared on Glossy's face, which made Aburame's roots uncontrollable for a while. "You all underestimated me." "You." Aburame was shocked when he took the roots. 8 inner gates. 5th gate, Doman, open. 6th gate, King gate, open. 7th gate, start the door, open. Glossi yelled loudly, fighting with thunder. Boom. In an instant, a monstrous breath erupted from Glossi, like billowing smoke from a volcano erupting, straight into the sky. This is the energy fluctuation of a cage-level powerhouse. Shimura Danzo's expression changed a few tens of meters away, and he turned his head abruptly with amazement. Didn't he have all his hands and feet abolished? How is this possible? Mitokado Homura was also shocked, his face full of incredible. "We are in big trouble at Konaha village," Utatane Kaharu murmured. "The fifth mind of martial arts, cut off the wait to be born." Glossy roared loudly. At this time, something incredible happened. Glossy's body surface burst out with a bright light, and the endless powerful force gushed from his body, rushing towards the place where his legs and arms broke. With the help of the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, Glossy abruptly raised his strength from Jonin's peak to cage level, and could barely use some martial arts secrets that can only be used by the fifth genius of the martial arts heart. And Birth of a Broken Weight is just one of them. Chapter 250 Lousy is called Glossy. 3. The martial arts mental method is the supreme pure body practice created by Glossy in his previous life after achieving the supreme god of martial arts for 800 years, referring to the countless martial arts passed down in the martial world, and based on his own practice experience and amazing talents. Technique. This martial arts mentality requires extremely low qualifications for practitioners, and even a piece of waste wood that cannot be practiced normally can be practiced. However, it requires practitioners to pay several times, or even dozens of times more hard work and effort than ordinary people, and the path of practice is miserable. The first heaven, shed the world. In this state, the martial arts mental method can improve any kind of garbage physique, turning it from a waste body that cannot be practiced into a genius body suitable for practice. On the second day, build the foundation. In this state, the practitioners continue to practice in the metamorphosis, further improving their physical fitness and spiritual potential, in order to make their future path of practice more spacious. The third heaven, rise. At the third level, the warrior can already show some of his own edge, and can defeat most enemies in close combat. However, once you encounter a strong man with powerful abilities and secret arts, you will still lose. On the fourth day, the warrior was completely invincible in the close combat, Vice Admiral, ignoring all powerful abilities, and secrets. At the same time, the fearless sword that tempered the body was called a humanoid weapon. However, in this state, the warrior will still be injured by some powerful abilities and secret techniques. The fifth heaven was regarded by Glossy as the beginning of the truly invincible warriors. Because the martial arts of this realm has basically been accomplished, the close combat technique is invincible in the world, and the physical strength is unmatched, without fear of palms, swords, and magical powers, and can break the weight. It can be said unceremoniously that once Glossy truly enters the fifth heaven of martial arts, he will abandon all the ninjutsu and mystery in the ninja world. However, it's a pity that although Glossy has more than 1,000 years of practice experience in his previous life and possesses absolute exercises, his practice time is too short after all. It has only been more than 4 months since he came to this world. It is impossible for Heaven Defying to enter the fifth heaven and become an extremely powerful king of war. This is also the main reason why Glossy has been acting cautiously and copying some ninjutsu. Before he truly enters the realm of King Wu, these will be his life-saving magic weapon. Today, Glossy originally wanted to break through as quickly as possible, but he never thought that Shimura Danzo was so despicable and shameless that he personally took action against Tenten as a cage-level powerhouse, not only killing Tenten's relatives, but also killing him. Taken as a hostage and used to threaten him. Advertisement. Glossy didn't have much sense of identity with this world, but Tenten was the only exception. The two were nominally mentors and apprentices, but both of them had a good impression of each other in their hearts. Although they didn't say anything, Glossy wasn't an idiot, and he could feel Tenten's feelings for him. Shimura Danzo slapped Tenten in front of Glossy, and slapped a cross-shaped wound on her face with kunai. This made Glossy's murderous intent and immediately listed Shimura Danzo as a killer list. However, because Tenten was held in his hand by Shimura Danzo, Tenten could be killed with a slight raise of his hand. Although Glossy was murderous in his heart, he could only temporarily compromise and promised Shimura Danzo to hold his arms, completely abolished. However, Glossy was not worried, because he knew that as long as he displayed the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and opened all the way to the 7th gate, he would be able to increase his strength from Jonin to Cage in an instant. Level. And once he has the strength of Cage level, he can use break weight to connect his broken bones. Crunch crunch. At this time, terrible things happened. The flying insects that emerged from the roots of Aburame were blocked by a faint brilliance when they were close to Glossy's body and couldn't get close. Then what should we do? Mitokado Homura looked very ugly. You know, even he is just a quasi-cage level powerhouse, and he has never stepped into the realm of cage level. This kind of power is really long lost. Soon, Glossi connected the intermittent bones with the powerful and unmatched physical power. He jumped suddenly, and actually rode on Aburame's neck from the back of Aburame's roots. That is, the energy fluctuation of a real cage level expert. Shimura Danzo's expression was extremely solemn. With the help of the forbidden technique, 8 Intergates power, he increased his strength by more than 10 times in an instant, and now he can confront the cage level masters head on. The martial arts mentality in his body is turning rapidly, and it makes a terrible sound similar to that of a landslide and tsunami. His body is like a dormant beast of the prehistoric era, and it is about to recover. Don't struggle. Glossy raised his feet hard, and suddenly twisted Aburame's rooted head. He jumped to the ground one by one, then looked at the panicked root members with contemptuous eyes. Advertisement. A series of creepy bones moving sounds came from Glossy, only to hear that Aburame took the roots and his whole body stood upright, and couldn't help but shudder. He was shocked and tried to throw Glossy from his back with both hands, but he soon discovered that Glossy seemed to have rooted on his back. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it. Go out. Ah, come down for me. Aburame took the root and yelled angrily. He is also a Jonin anyway, and now he is being ridden by a 13-year-old boy as a mount. If it is passed out, how will the people in the village think of him? Don't you all want to know my secret? Glossy said with a sneer. Today I will tell you my biggest secret. Humph. Glossy snorted coldly. Kill him. We must kill him. Anekaharu murmured. Even if you pay the price of blood, you must kill him. In an instant, countless flying insects were like dense locusts, flying out of Aburame's roots, and then rushing towards Glossy overwhelmingly. At this moment, Aburame took the roots and felt the threat of death, did not dare to have any reservations, and directly used all his strength. That's Chakra body protection. How is this possible? Hyuga Hiyashi glared at Byakugan, staring at Glossy, his face full of incredible. Chi. Lousy is Glossy, not Rock Lee. Chapter 251 Bloodstained Night. 1. In an instant, all the root people were stunned by the tragic scene before them. All of them stared at the headless corpse that Aburame took roots and fell on the ground. Their eyes were full of shock and panic, and they were more deeply disturbed and afraid. It seemed that the person standing in front of them was not a 13-year-old boy, but a murderous demon. You know, Aburame is one of the 2 top masters under Shimura Danzo. It is the best among Jonin. It is rare to meet opponents at the level of Konaha village Jonin and is one of the 2 captains of the roots. However, it was such a powerful person who was killed by Glossy in an instant. How horrible is this? Moreover, what is even more frightening is that before that, Glossy clearly had his arms, shoulder blades and knees abolished, and he should have lost all his ability to resist. How did he connect the broken bones of his body in an instant? How did you kill Aburame in an instant to get the roots? He just said that he is not Rock Lee but Glossy. What is going on? Where is he sacred? In an instant, countless thoughts and questions flooded everyone's minds, and this kind of question puts a kind of mist that is invisible to the naked eye on Glossy, which makes people even more incomprehensible and fearful of him. Stand. Stop. At this moment, the member of Root, who had held Tenten awoke first, and shouted at Glossy. Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill her. He pressed Tenten's throat with sharp karma, and said sternly. The martial arts eye. Sheer illusion. Glossy opened a pair of eyes, 2 scarlet golden rays of light rushed out, and all of a sudden disappeared into the person's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely powerful, no longer had any scruples, and directly confronted the enemy with his martial arts combat skills. The martial arts eye can see through the origin of all secret techniques and supernatural powers, analyze and decompose them in an instant, and then completely control them, transform them into their own things, and use them for their own use. The creation of illusions is an insignificant ability possessed by the martial arts sky, which is more powerful than the illusions practiced by the ninja. For an instant, the Root member who had held Tenten trembles violently, his eyes widened and his face was full of horror. It was as if he had seen the scariest thing in the world. What? Suddenly, something strange happened. He violently waved the sharp kunai in his hand and pierced his throat fiercely. Advertisement. Puff. Ku Wu fiercely pierced the person's throat, and in an instant, blood spurted out, and blood shot into the faces of several people near him at the same time, and their eyes all showed horror. Thump. Tenten's body fell softly to the ground, and the member who held her, Root, was dead and couldn't die anymore. What happened just now? A member of Root murmured. He stared unblinkingly at his companion who had died in a strange way, his eyes full of horror. I don't know either. Another member of Gen widened his eyes and said. He stared at Glossy stubbornly, extremely shocked, and moved his feet little by little toward the back, trying to escape from this place. He was originally from my Konaha village. In the future, he may surpass Sanin, Namikaze Minato, and may even reach the level of the legendary first Hokage. However, we personally pushed him out of the village. Hey! Anekaharu remorse on his face. The famous Root, it turned out to be nothing more than that. Glossi walked forward step by step, His eyes were weird, his expression was cold, his clothes were windless, and he was like a killer rushing out of the Asura hell. The same, to come to the world, to wash the world with blood. Threaten him with that girl. Finally, an older, Anbu, came back to his senses and shouted loudly. He slammed his feet and rushed towards Tenten desperately. He had a terrible hunch that this girl was their only hope of survival. The figure and appearance of that person is completely different from Glossy, but Shimura Danzo and others have a creepy intuition, that person is Glossy. At this moment, an extremely terrifying scene emerged behind Glossy. It was a huge ancient battlefield, with countless strong men, and each of them could fly into the sky and escape, shattering the mountains and the earth with their hands up. However, all of them have fallen. There are thousands of floating corpses, and only one person stands tall in the sky. Kill him, take revenge for the companions. Such a terrifying scene not only made the root people more frightened, but at the same time it also aroused their fierceness. They yelled desperately, one part of them killed Glossy, the other part rushed to Tenten, trying to catch Tenten again and threaten Glossy. Advertisement, devil. He is the devil, do you want to repeat the same trick again? Glossy grinned, the light in his eyes almost cruel. He stepped forward gently, and in an instant, a terrifying force spread out from under his feet and flew towards the old Anbu. He seems to have killed all over the 9 heavens and 10 places, but I am the only one, across the ages, proud of the world. Where is he sacred? Hyuga Hiyashi murmured as he could hardly believe his eyes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What's that? Shimura Danzo stared behind Glossy in the distance and said incredulously. Puff, it should be illusion, an older man said in an uncertain tone. However, in our impression, even the legendary Uchiha Itachi, whose illusion has reached a state of superb illusion, has never performed such a super illusion that can make people suicide. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the person's body was suddenly torn apart and burst into pieces with a bang. Blood and bone scum splashed all around, bloody, making everyone hairy and terrified. Danzo, we seem to be in trouble. Midokado Homura was bitter. I have a terrible hunch now that in the future, our Konaha village will definitely perish in his hands. Chapter 252 Bloodstained Night. 2. Kill this little bee ************ D and avenge your companions. He will definitely be a demon in the future, and he must be killed now. Otherwise, everyone in our Konaha village will die in his hands in the future. For our friends and relatives, kill him. Kill. The war has begun. Except for a small group rushing toward Tenten, everyone rushed toward Glossy. Their goal was only one, and that was to work together to kill the young man who was in awe and fear, and not to him. Opportunity for real growth. Their eyes are very cold, and some people are crazy, because they know that tonight may be the only chance to kill this person. At this moment, there was a sound of killing, and countless weapons, hidden weapons, and ninjutsu all rushed towards, covering most of the sky in an instant, and smashed down toward Glossy fiercely. Raised, Glossy moved. His expression was cold, there was no slight emotional fluctuation in his eyes, and his eyes became more and more cold and ruthless. Brush. He was like a tiger descending from a mountain, and like a flood dragon starting from the gate, like a gust of wind, like lightning, rushing in the direction where Tenten was fiercely fierce. Tenten's previous humiliation has made him feel deeply guilty. How can he tolerate the tragedy once again? Dang. As he progressed, there were all kinds of hidden weapons, and powerful ninjutsu attacked everywhere. The combination of so many elites was enough to kill the powerhouse at Jonin's peak in an instant. However, it is a pity that Glossy now uses the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, to raise his strength to the 5th level of martial arts mentality in one fell swoop. His physique has reached an incredible realm, and he has no fear at all. Advertisement. He waved his hands continuously, knocking out dozens of weapons and hidden weapons in an instant. And those powerful fire style and lightning style attack spells hit him, but they didn't have any effect, such as the breeze and drizzle, and he was unharmed. Puff. At this moment, Glossy was brutal and ruthless, like a bloodthirsty mad demon master, cruel and fierce. With a punch, he directly blasted the head of a person in front of him, and red blood and white brains spattered everywhere, terrifying. Block him. Don't let him rush to the girl, otherwise, all of us will die. Old man roared. He must be blocked. Everyone go together, even if it is filled with corpses, we must buy time for them. Although the remaining people were deeply frightened, they also knew that this was their only chance to survive. They were not afraid of death, and they formed a wall of people, and they blocked Glossy's way forward. At the same time, the 3 people who rushed towards Tenten had already come to the front, enduring the surprise in their hearts, bending over to carry Tenten up, and preparing to threaten Glossy with Tenten's life again. Humph. Glossy snorted coldly, and then shouted in a low voice, transpose. In an instant, the world revolves around the world, and the stars move. In an instant, Glossy stepped over a distance of more than 10 meters, traversed the human wall composed of members, and came to Tenten in one step. The 3 people were shocked, staring at Glossy, their faces full of incredible. Could it be the legendary instant technique? Someone said in disbelief. Hiss. And those who have hurt you, I will kill them all one by one. Advertisement, go. Anekaharu also said, This little b asterisk 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 d must be killed immediately. Otherwise, when he really grows up, our Konaha village will definitely be destroyed in his hands. Ah! 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 The three screamed sternly. The Lois ejected from the ground from the stones, like an indestructible steel knife, scraped away the flesh and blood of their whole body in an instant, leaving only a blank skeleton. Hinata, I hope you can save my life and our Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi whispered. Carrying Hyuga Hinata, he quickly ran towards the direction of the Hyuga clan, daring not to stop. Tenten, I've wronged you. Glossy didn't look at the members of the root who surrounded him, but slowly squatted down and picked Tenten from the ground. He said softly to Tenten, starting from today, Glossi swears to heaven that I will never let you suffer any more grievances and injuries. Okay. Mitokado Homura took a deep breath, turned quickly, and galloped away. But, Mitokado Homura hesitated. This thing was originally done by them with Sarutobi Hiruzen behind their back. Now that they have caused such a big mess, they are going to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to help quell it. Isn't it ugly? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If you don't want to die, you'd better go now, Shimura Danzo snapped. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Udotane Kaharu all took a breath, their faces full of shock. Such terrifying combat power, as well as unscrupulous and unbelievable means of killing, has exceeded their cognition. Boom. This is a rare little evil star in 1,000 years. I'm such a f asterisk 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 g idiot. What to do to provoke him? Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't wait to slap himself, but now, he has nothing to do. Glossi didn't speak, his eyes were cold, he lifted his right foot gently so that he immediately stepped on the ground. At this time, terrible things happened, and the earth shook violently, and countless loas spurted out from the ground, mixed with hard stones, and went straight to the sky. Mitokado Homura, you go and invite Sarutobi Hiruzen right away. Shimura Danzo said loudly. In the current situation, the few of us simply can't suppress it. Chapter 253 Bloodstained Night, 3, Glossy's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the 9 nether hells, making these root elite members couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts. Ji Lingling shuddered, and his entire body stood upright. This is a heaven-defying little evildoer that has never been seen before, but at the age of 13, he has the terrible strength of a cage-level powerhouse. Although this little monster has used the power of forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, it can also be included in the training history of the entire ninja world. You know, even the 2 founders of the legendary Konaha village, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the most terrifying person in the history of the Uchiha clan, are far from his opponents at this age. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that the abilities that Glossy displayed are definitely not the physical skills of the ninja world. Whether it is speed, power, or means of killing, they are far beyond, stronger and more terrifying. Who is he? Where did it come from? Where did you learn this terrible ability? Countless mysteries surround Glossy, making him seem mysterious and terrifying. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Suddenly, a Jonin level, root, member quickly sealed his hands and roared loudly. He opened his mouth and spit out a terrifying fire dragon 5 or 6 meters long and about half a meter thick, and snaked towards Glossy. He wanted to take advantage of Glossy's focus on Tenten and severely wound him in one fell swoop. However, this kind of thing is impossible. Brush. A figure that was faster than lightning broke through the space, and instantly appeared 7 or 8 meters away in the distance. It turned out that Glossy was holding Tenten in both hands, and instantly broke out of the fire dragon's attack range. Everyone was shocked and looked at Glossy with incredible eyes. This time, they all saw clearly that what Glossy was using was not a swimming technique at all, but an instant movement realized with pure physical power. What a terrible speed is this! What a terrifying explosive power and physical strength! I'm afraid, even Might Guy, who is known as the first physique maniac in Konaha village, can't compare to it, right? Do you really want to kill me? Glossy grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth in his mouth, and said grimly. Don't worry, I will never run away now. Advertisement: he holds Tenten in both hands, which is extremely detrimental to the battle. According to common sense, he should escape as soon as possible. However, Glossy didn't care at all. Holding Tenten in his hands, not only did not escape, but said the above words. Tenten, look carefully. I will avenge you now and kill all the people who have insulted you, Glossy said softly, as if Tenten was still awake and could hear him. Damn, it's little b asterisk 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 d. You are too arrogant. A grumpy root member shouted. Fire style. Fire Dragon Ball. His hands quickly formed seals. Fire style. Great Fireball technique, Wind style, Wind Cut technique, and in an instant, all the root members were making seals. They now know that Glossy's physical body is extremely powerful and indestructible, so they dare not approach Glossy and only dare to launch a ninjutsu attack from a distance. Today, let you see what is a real body cultivation technique, Glossy said indifferently with cold eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful and unparalleled aura erupted from Glossy. That aura was too terrifying, like volcanic ash at the time of the eruption, rushing straight into the sky. He stepped forward gently, and the sounds of click, click, and click continued, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. Boom. Could it be that little b********** he did it? Glossy took the second step, and the earth trembled suddenly. A super powerful and terrifying potential erupted from Glossy, and from his center, it instantly filled the land with a radius of 50 meters. What's going on? Why can't I suddenly feel the outside energy? A person yelled in horror. He was launching fire-style ninjutsu just now, but he never thought that chakra in his body suddenly lost contact with the natural energy of the outside world, and ninjutsu naturally stopped. Advertisement 7 Steps to the Immortal. Glossi's famous martial arts warfare in the world was as famous as the hand of the sky. It has been shocked for more than 1,000 years and has made everyone in the martial arts frightened. Now, with his current strength, he can only take 3 steps, but he can also kill these people effortlessly. Swipe. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this moment, the martial arts mentality in Glossi's body was circling rapidly, constantly tumbling in his body, making a sound similar to the water of the Yangtze River. That is the root of his physique, so strong, unparalleled. In an instant, all the members of the root who besieged Glossy were all killed. The 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, the power of the physical body is invincible, and now it has been perfectly interpreted. Glossy just took a single step, and shocked such terrible fluctuations. Die. Glossy said coldly. When he took the 3rd step, the earth shook, the mountains and rivers paled, and he rushed into the sky with a terrifying aura. Puff, puff, puff. 2. Terrible. Ekaharu's face was earthy, staring at Glossy, his face full of incredible. What ability did he use just now to kill those people at the same time? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen at the peak of the year would definitely not be able to do it, right? I can't sense it. What happened? At this time, something terrible happened. Those root members who were shrouded by Glossy's power, their bodies burst into pieces one by one, like peach blossoms blooming, red blood and white brains splashing together. A group of roots were screaming in horror. That is the purest physical power. Shimura Danzo muttered. We all underestimated him. Chapter 254 Bloodstained Night. 4. Yeah, all of us underestimated him. Ekaharu murmured. If we tried our best from the beginning, we wouldn't be in this situation anyway. All of us would be too careless. If I had known that such a secret was hidden in him, I would never worry about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Might Guy, and I would definitely attack Chunin before the end of the exam. Shimura Danzo said coldly. It's a pity that things have developed to the present situation. I am afraid that not only did we fail to get the secrets from him, but instead caused Konaha to cause great trouble. I have a terrible hunch that if our Konaha village perishes in the future, it must have originated from this little monster. Ekaharu said. Be careful, he's coming in this direction. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo's eyes sharpened, and he shouted in a low voice. Although he is powerful, we should be able to stop him by joining forces. Ekaharu said. As long as we procrastinate and wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura to arrive, the victory belongs to us. I hope so. Shimura Danzo said. He was the first person to make me feel so uneasy. Tenten, did you see it? I've killed them all for you. Glossy said softly to Tenten, who was in his arms. However, this is far from enough, because the culprit of all this is not dead yet. As he spoke, his martial arts heavenly eyes were raised and shot in the direction of Shimura Danzo, just like Shinigami's pupils, endless murderous intent. This killing intent was so terrible, even if it was as strong as Shimura Danzo, he couldn't help having a chill in his back, and he couldn't help fighting a cold war. Crap. Danzo is actually scared. Ekaharu saw Shimura Danzo's movements in his eyes and couldn't help being shocked. In her memory, apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen at the peak, there has never been a person who can make Shimura Danzo feel scared. Now, Shimura Danzo is actually scared. Once the situation is bad, I must run away immediately. Ekaharu said silently in his heart. The person that the kid wants to kill most is Danzo. He probably won't hunt me down. Shimura Danzo, your lackeys are dead, now it's finally your turn. Glossy's indifferent voice echoed in the night, and the murderous intent made people shudder. Brush. Advertisement. Glossy held Tenten in both hands, raised force under his feet, like a black lightning, rushing in the direction of Shimura Danzo. Although he is holding a person, his speed is completely unaffected, and the speed is incredible. Shoot. Shimura Danzo whispered. Fire style. Firewall technique. Ekaharu quickly sealed his hands and shouted loudly. Boom. A blazing flame appeared out of thin air. It was more than 6 meters wide and 3 meters high, like a tall city wall, blocking Glossy's way forward. The raging flames burned, and the terrible high temperature scorched the surrounding earth, instantly turning the ground into darkness. Clouds of black smoke rose up, blocking the line of sight. Wind style. Vacuum grade jade. At the same time, Shimura Danzo also completed the seal and displayed his wind style ninjutsu. He opened his mouth and spit out very sharp wind blades. These wind blades are like needle-shaped hidden weapons. Although extremely small, they have unparalleled speed and lethality. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The terrifying and sharp air-breaking sound is creepy, faster and more powerful than the bullet of a large sniper rifle. Moreover, they are invisible, and they are covered by the raging sea of fire of Ekaharu, which is difficult for ordinary people to find, and they can be called a killer technique. However, what Shimura Danzo doesn't know is that Glossy has a pair of martial arts eyes, and his insight is better than the famous Sharingan and Byakugan. She still couldn't escape Glossy's eyes. God works ever-changing. Glossy stepped on magical steps, avoiding Shimura Danzo's windblade every time. Although it is close to the extreme, it also brings a sense of beauty of dancing on the edge of death, which makes people intoxicated. In an instant, a giant great fireball with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters and an incredible temperature appeared out of thin air. This fireball is really terrifying, just like a small sun, constantly radiating energy in all directions, burning the surrounding earth to blackness. Wow. Advertisement? No, I can't hit him at all. Shimura Danzo looked extremely solemn and muttered. This little bee **************************************** *** too keen, and my windblade can't hide it from him at all. With two loud noises, the two water dragons were burned to death by the huge fireball, and the fireball was also extinguished by the water dragon. In an instant, endless water fell from the sky, like a hanging waterfall, falling from the sky. Two huge water dragons took shape in an instant, rushing towards the giant great fireball in front of them fiercely. Woo! Yes. Shimura Danzo nodded and said. In the sky full of fog, Glossy held Tenten in both hands, swiftly through the thick water mist, and hid Shimura Danzo and Utatane Kaharu. Wind style. Gale technique. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth and exhaled a fierce gale. Under the blow of the gale, the huge fireball expanded again, becoming more than 10 meters in diameter. Go! Utatane Kaharu yelled. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. Since we can't take it by accident, let's attack. Utatane Kaharu said. I use the powerful A-level fire style technique, and you use the wind style technique to increase the power. How? Immediately, the huge fireball entrained the terrible high temperature that seemed to burn everything, and shrouded toward the galloping Glossy. Boom. Boom. Fire style. Super great fireball technique, Utatane Kaharu shouted. Water style. Double dragon playing with beads, Glossy made a seal with both hands, whispered, and displayed a powerful water style technique recorded in the Book of Seals, to fight against. He is now strong and incompetent, and he is not afraid of the huge fireball, but the Tenten in his arms cannot bear it. Chapter 255 Bloodstained Night, 5. No way, there is no way to fight it. Utatane Kaharu's face changed drastically and said in horror. Not only does he have a strong and terrifying physique, he has also learned the powerful ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, and is already close to invincibility. Invincible. Just because he is far from worthy. Shimura Danzo was unexpectedly calm. He gave Utatane Kaharu a disdainful look, and said. You don't need to worry, the two of us together are enough to kill him. Are you so confident? Utatane Kaharu said in disbelief. He is very strong now, almost comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen at the peak of the year. However, his strength cannot last. Shimura Danzo said. His strength is just a flash in the pan. What do you mean by this? Utatane Kaharu asked. His real strength is just Jonin. Shimura Danzo said. However, with the help of the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, he abruptly raised his strength to cage level, nothing more. Are you talking about 8 inner gates? Utatane Kaharu's eyes were raised. 8 inner gates is the only forbidden technique in Konaha village. It is the blue beast in the Noah 8 colors of the year, the super forbidden technique created by Might Dewey. In the Third Ninja World War, Might Dewey used this forbidden technique to kill 5 of the famous Mist Ninja 7, which shocked the entire ninja world. Konaha village has attached great importance to this forbidden technique, hoping to cultivate a team that all practices the 8 inner gates, so that it can serve as a secret weapon in possible wars in the future. However, it is a pity that the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates requires too much physical fitness for practitioners. Except for Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi in the entire Konaha village, no one can successfully use it. Master. So, gradually, 8 inner gates was forgotten. What Utatane Kaharu did not expect was that this terrible forbidden technique would appear on a 13-year-old boy in Glossy. Yes, it's 8 inner gates. Shimura Danzo nodded and said. The strength of Might Dewey back then was only genin, but when he performed the 8 inner gates forbidden technique, his strength would skyrocket in an instant. Even strongmen like Miss Ninja 7 were all beaten by him. Kill 5 people in one fell swoop. Advertisement. How can I let go of such a terrible forbidden technique? However, it is a pity that I can't practice either. It requires too harsh a practitioner's physical fitness. Shimura Danzo said regretfully. Although I can't practice, I wrote down all the characteristics of 8 inner gates. What are its characteristics? Utatane Kaharu asked anxiously. At this moment, Glossy was getting closer and closer to them. If Shimura Danzo can't tell why, she will definitely turn around and run away in the first place. Its characteristic is that it can increase the caster's strength several times or even dozens of times in an instant. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice. However, in contrast, the caster himself will suffer a powerful backlash from forbidden technique. Such a powerful and terrifying body does not exist at all. A powerful backlash? Utatane Kaharu seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Your eyes are not ordinary, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Wind style, great breakthrough. Hurry up, otherwise, it's really too late. Shimura Danzo's hands began to seal. Wind style, wind cutting technique. While speaking, Glossy took the steps of God's change at his feet, turning from side to side, from left to right, hiding all the wind styles played by Shimura Danzo. He has now opened to the 7th gate in the 8th gate. Although he has gained great power in a short period of time, the forbidden technique has already caused great damage to his body. He is already at the end of the crossbow. Shimura Danzo sinks, said the voice. The essence of 8 inner gates is to open the acupuncture points that restrict the body's chakra in an instant, and the human body's chakra will increase several times or even dozens of times in an instant, so that the surgeon's strength will increase in an instant. Shimura Danzo said. However, these chakras, which have exploded out of thin air, will also harm people's bodies to a great extent, and cause irreversible damage to the operator. Advertisement, now you believe it? Shimura Danzo said, while the bandage covering his right eye lifted up, revealing a scarlet 3-hook jade eye inside. Wind style, known as the most powerful escape technique, even lightning style is slightly inferior to it. Shimura Danzo knows that Glossy's body is powerful and can resist the attacks of various weapons and hidden weapons without any harm. However, he did not believe that Glossy could resist the attack of the wind blade. In an instant, countless huge invisible wind blades appeared out of thin air. They were arranged in a formation without any gaps, and they slashed towards Glossy fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, and Sharingan is their most precious thing. How can I not collect some? Shimura Danzo said. Through these eyes, I can see the situation in his body. He is now at the end of his crossbow, and he will soon lose his current power and let us kill him. Is it really the end of the crossbow? How did you know? Utatane Kaharu said in disbelief. She is now very wary of Shimura Danzo, for fear that Shimura Danzo will use Shimura Danzo as a shield to delay him when Glossy is killed, and he will run away. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Really, Utatane Kaharu didn't believe it. She saw that Glossy was like a humanoid beast, rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Where's the end of the crossbow that Shimura Danzo said? Danzo, have you finally revealed the right eye that has always been hidden? Glossy said with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Your right eye is Sharingan, and it is also a mature Sharingan with a 3-hook jade. I am afraid that the massacre of the Uchiha clan back then cannot be separated from you. This is Sharingan, Utatane Kaharu said in surprise. Where did you get it? I see, that's how it is. She seemed to realize it suddenly, and said loudly. Chapter 256 Leave. 1. Boom. In an instant, an extremely fierce wind spewed out of Shimura Danzo's mouth. This gust of wind is really terrifying, comparable to a 10th level gale. The powerful force blows on Glossy, causing his clothes and hair to sway violently. Damn Shimura Danzo, really worthy of an old man who has experienced many battles. He can see through my reality at a glance. Glossy was blown by the fierce wind, although he couldn't hurt him at all, but it was also huge. To a certain extent, it blocked his progress. Shimura Danzo used the wind-style grade breakthrough, sea-level ninjutsu, not to kill Glossy at all, but to block Glossy's footsteps and delay time. What are you doing there? Shimura Danzo shouted at Utatane Kaharu who was there. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Utatane Kaharu woke up like a dream, quickly forming a seal with both hands, and spit out a fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The fireball was blown by Shimura Danzo's violent gale, and suddenly doubled, hitting Glossy fiercely. Don't stop, keep releasing the fire style technique. Although he himself is not afraid, the little girl in his arms can't bear it. Shimura Danzo said. We just need to delay the time and wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to arrive, or if this little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Good. Utatane Kaharu was overjoyed. She was now extremely afraid of Glossy, and she didn't dare to approach Glossy and fight with it. Now, when she heard Shimura Danzo let her release the fire-style technique so far away, she was naturally very happy. Boom. 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 One after another, fireballs spouted from Utatane Kaharu's mouth, and then, with the cooperation of Shimura Danzo's powerful wind-style technique, they hit Glossy fiercely. Shimura Danzo, don't you think that I can't do anything with you? Glossy shouted loudly while avoiding the constantly flying fireballs with divine actions. You can do whatever you can, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Swipe. 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 Suddenly, the steps taken by Glossy changed and suddenly became heavy. A powerful and unparalleled force burst out from him, and it blasted forward fiercely. 7 steps to the immortal reappear, rumble. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and a huge force spread out from Glossy's feet, followed the ground, and rushed towards Shimura Danzo and Utatane Kaharu. Be careful, Shimura Danzo said loudly. He slammed into the air and jumped more than 2 meters in the air. But Utatane Kaharu reacted slightly slower. Crack. Crack. Advertisement with 2 creepy bangs. Utatane Kaharu's legs were shattered by the force coming from the ground. She fell to the ground all of a sudden, screaming loudly. Humph. Glossy snorted coldly, and once again stepped out, divine actions, and rushed towards Shimura Danzo. Now, without Utatane Kaharu's fire-style sniper technique, Glossy no longer worried about Tenten's safety, and the speed of his advancement suddenly increased a lot. Trash. Shimura Danzo glared at Utatane Kaharu coldly, and said disdainfully, He was so raised that he put his right thumb in his mouth and bit down hard. Then, his hands quickly formed seals. Summoning technique. Dream taper, he shouted loudly. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge summoning beast with a height of more than 20 meters and an elephant-like appearance appeared next to Shimura Danzo. Please? Shimura Danzo stretched out his hand and patted Summoningmon's body and said. Moo-woo. The huge summoning beast raised the sky with a long howl, and then opened its huge mouth, and a powerful wind style shot out from it, hitting Glossy, who was already close to less than 10 meters. Go. Boom. This kind of wind is really terrifying, even if the body is as strong as Glossy. There is a feeling of suffocation. Glossy felt his body was blown by an unstoppable gust of wind, flying backwards uncontrollably. Grousy, you are dead. Shimura Danzo jumped on top of the huge summoning beast, and said sternly at Glossy. When the time for 8 inner gates has passed, all the secrets in you belong to me. Glossy didn't fall to the ground until he flew out several tens of meters, barely stabilizing his figure. He stared at Shimura Danzo with a pair of martial arts eyes, with a look of helplessness in his expression. He knew that Shimura Danzo had the summoning beast with this wind attribute, and he couldn't get close anyway. The borrowed power is not my own power after all. Glossy said silently in his heart. If I now step into the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, supplemented by the 8 inner gates technique, let alone killing Shimura Danzo, it would not be impossible to kill the entire Konaha village overnight. Shimura Danzo, I hope you live well. Glossy raised his head suddenly and sternly shouted at Shimura Danzo. Your head belongs to me. In 3 years, I will come back to get it. Do you want to escape, dreaming? Shimura Danzo said coldly. Your body has now been backlashed by the 8 inner gates technique. It is already at the end of the force. You cannot escape from my palm. Escape? Why should I escape? Glossy said with a sharp sigh. I just leave here. However, before I leave, I must first charge a certain amount of interest. What do you mean? Shimura Danzo's face changed, as if he was thinking of something. Root? This kind of dark and dirty thing that doesn't see the sun is completely unnecessary. Glossy grinned and said. Swipe. He turned around and ran towards the distance quickly. He has a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, and now with the help of 8 inner gates, he has increased his strength to the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, and he can already exert most of his power. He had discovered the root lair long ago, and he was going to kill him. Gurozi, dare you? Shimura Danzo shouted sharply. Why don't I dare? Glossy said without looking back. If you are not reconciled, you can stop and kill me. Advertisement, you. Shimura Danzo's expression was very ugly. A sharp killing intent flashed in his right eye, and he looked at his right arm wrapped in bandages. Is it impossible to use my biggest hole card for this kid? He was very entangled. He was convinced that as long as he used his last hole cards, he would be able to easily kill Glossy. However, he was reluctant. Woo, shoo, 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 shoo. With 2 screams, one person got a headshot, and the other's entire chest collapsed, dying. Puff, puff. Kill him. Who? How dare to break into the headquarters offered, in a huge building. 2 men with civet masks on their faces jumped out of the dark and shouted at Glossy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hey, nothing. Shimura Danzo sighed helplessly and said. Root, in essence, is just the ammo that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave me to manage. Those people are dead. I will go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask for some better. Then, Glossy rushed into the crowd holding Tenten, like a lion rushing towards the flock, fierce. In an instant, the 7 or 8 rushed out from inside, holding kunai, shuriken, short sword and other weapons in both hands, rushing toward Glossy fiercely. Who dared to run wild here and find death? Glossy stepped at the profound pace at his feet, evading the attack of Kuwu in an instant. He held Tenten in both hands, one jumped up, his left foot was on one's head, and his right foot was on the other's chest. Glossy was still in the air, swinging his legs, swept one of them, and swept one of them out. The sound of click and click was endless, and I didn't know how many bones had been broken. Boom. When Shimura Danzo was tangled, Glossy disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the 4 sharp kunai shot towards Glossy. Chapter 257 Leave. 2. Laugh. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long iron spear stabbed from behind Glossy, swiftly and violently. The man was extremely keen on the battle opportunity, and taking advantage of Glossy's opportunity to attack the other 2, he blatantly launched an attack to nail Glossy to the ground with a single blow. However, what he didn't expect was that Glossy actually had a pair of eyes behind his back. He carried Tenten with his left hand on his shoulder, and smashed his back palm on the iron spear. When, with a crisp metal and iron strike, Glossy and the iron gun slammed into each other, igniting a series of sparks. Why? How is this possible? In this scene, the person who saw the terrifying martial arts of Gulos for the first time couldn't help but screamed in horror and inconceivable. Glossy swiped his right palm and snatched the iron spear in his hand, then threw it vigorously, piercing the man and nailing it firmly to the ground, dripping with blood. Who are you? Why did you break into the headquarters of our? A group of people felt chills. They were all used to the collision of ninjutsu and illusion. For Glossy's terrible close combat technique, let them it's hard to accept, there is a very unreal feeling. How detached is their root status in Konaha village? They are in charge of the lives and deaths of countless people, but they have a sense of humbleness in the face of this teenage boy who is holding the little girl in his hands. Because this young man is so powerful that every time he moves, he will kill one of them. This is so unreal, it makes them feel like they are having a nightmare. How powerful a person is to have such self-confidence, holding a little girl in his hands and facing them are fearless, calm, and even more cold. This is a terrible heaven-defying little evildoer. Go together and beseech him. A middle-aged man with the appearance of a leader called out loudly. Swipe. 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 The roots here don't know the horror of the Glossi martial art. Although I feel that the Glossi martial arts is tyrannical, it is impossible to think that the other party has reached the realm of close invincibility. They think that with the large number of people, they can be killed effortlessly. Advertisement Glossy grinned and rushed forward without any hesitation. He acted coldly and decisively, unscrupulously, and launched a bloody massacre without any mercy at all. Puff. Glossy cut open a person's neck with a palm knife, blood spattered, and a big head flew 3 or 4 meters away. But his body that rushed forward still ran forward, maintaining the posture it had before his death. After waiting for him to rush out for several meters, he fell into a pool of blood with a plop. The blood flower is blooming. Glossy stretched out his hand to grab a sharp kunai, and with a smooth stroke, he immediately cut a person from the sky spirit cover to the lower abdomen in half, hot blood gushing. Puff. His right leg swept across, like an iron stake, and the flesh and blood that swept a person at once was horrible. Glossy is like no one can stop him. He once stepped into the highest realm of the Valkyrie, which gave him a terrible aura in fighting, which made people tremble. Although his current strength is far from recovering, the majestic atmosphere of overlooking the world and pointing the country is enough to shock anyone. Here is the lair of the most terrifying root of Konaha village. However, now it has become a terrible Shura field. One after another corpses fell, blood staining the ground, shocking. Is the culprit responsible for all this, Shimura Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen? A wry smile appeared on Glossy's face. He really does not want to use the most vicious mind to doubt Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he knows that the highest controller of Konaha village is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without his acquiescence, how could such a thing happen? Master Patriarch, do you just hand over the eldest to him? A figure walked out of the dark and said worriedly. No matter how talented the eldest is, she is the eldest of the Zong family after all, and she has inherited the most orthodox blood of our Hyuga clan, like this. Here, blood is permeated, and corpses are everywhere. Glossy stood among the corpses holding Tenten, watching all this in silence. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, no blood was splashed on his body, it was terrifying. You are finally here. Hyuga Hiyashi stood at the gate with a pair of Byakugan open, staring in the direction of Glossy, and said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Actually, I really want to kill you. Glossy reached out to catch Hyuga Hinata, put it on the other shoulder, and said coldly at Hyuga Hiyashi. However, your life is Hyuga Neji's, and I don't want to interfere. I have already imposed the caged bird seal on her. Hyuga Hiyashi interrupted the man and said lightly. Back then, I sacrificed Hyuga Hizashi in order to keep Byakugan's secret. Now, how difficult is it to sacrifice a daughter? Hyuga Hinata, Glossy must take her away. What's more, from the beginning to the present, the battle has lasted for so long, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be unaware of it. He has not appeared until now, which is enough to explain some problems. Huh. Glossy snorted coldly, dived into the ground, and sprinted towards the border of Konaha village. These people are all elites in the Anbu of Konaha village. They have experienced many battles, but they have no strength to fight back in front of Glossy. They fell one by one, with countless corpses. Neji. Hyuga Hiyashi's face changed. Yes. Hyuga Hiyashi said with a wry smile. I know what you are here for. As he said, he threw Hyuga Hinata on his shoulder towards Glossy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Are you waiting for me? Glossy asked. It doesn't matter if he is good or bad, I'm leaving here soon anyway. Glossy said lightly. Earth style technique. His body quickly dived into the ground, and then moved towards the direction of the Hyuga clan. I don't know how long it took, Glossy finally stopped. Chapter 258 Leave. 3. Glossy carried Tenten on his left shoulder and Hyuga Hinata in his right hand. Using Earth Style's earth movement technique, he traveled rapidly underground, hoping to rush out of the border of Konaha village and leave this ghost place in the shortest time. He is very worried now that if he is sniped again in the direction of the border, he will be able to leave here alive. At this moment, he already felt the strong backlash of the 8 inner gates to his body, and he felt painful every time he felt painful from all over his body. Correspondingly, the incomparable strength in his body is also declining. Forbidden technique, after all, is just forbidden technique. It can allow the operator to obtain a powerful force beyond itself in a short time, but it also requires the operator to pay a huge price. In fact, if it weren't for Glossy's powerful and terrifying physique, I am afraid that at this time, he would have been swallowed by the terrible backlash of the 8 inner gates, and fell on the ground without knowing his life or death. However, even so, Glossy already felt extremely strenuous. Swish, swish, swish. Like a ghost, Glossy traveled fast underground, at an incredible speed. In just a few minutes, Glossy rushed from the depths of Konaha village to near the border. That's it. When Glossy saw the countless ninjas on standby standing on the border, as well as the high-level leaders of Konaha, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, his whole heart was lost, sank. What made him even more unacceptable was that he found that Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were also on the list. Might Guy's face is very ugly. Obviously, he has learned the truth from Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, this old dog, Glossy growled in his heart. From the very first moment he was reborn in the Hokage world and possessed of Rock Lee, he had imagined today's picture countless times. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, Glossy suppressed his own nature and asked his personality to approach Rock Lee infinitely, and also lowered his worth, gave up the pride of the previous life, and took the initiative to approach Uzumaki Naruto, Ino Shikacho et al. However, what Glossy never expected was that things had finally reached this point. Advertisement after all, he underestimated the greed of human nature. When Shimura Danzo and others discovered the secret hidden in him, they immediately tore off the disguise they had usually done, and attacked him outrageously. Whether in the martial world or in this ninja world, the rules governing everything are the same, the naked jungle rules. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Glossy showed a mocking smile on his face. Brush. Glossy jumped out from the ground, carrying Tenten on his left shoulder and Hyuga Hinata in his right hand, striding towards the border. He could see through the eyes of the martial arts that Konaha had many members of the Hyuga clan in the large army assembled on the border, closely monitoring every direction. Even if Glossy used the stealth technique, supplemented by the turtle breathing technique, it was impossible to escape. If that's the case, why didn't he just rush through it openly? Third Hokage-sama, he's coming in this direction. Hyuga Tokoma, the Jonin powerhouse of the Hyuga clan, had the sharpest eyes, and soon he spotted Glossy and reported loudly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ready to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered, wow. In an instant, the Konaha village ninjas gathered on the border dispersed all at once, instantly turning into 5 phalanxes, acting swiftly. Obviously, they are all veterans with long battlefields and extremely rich combat experience. Master Hokage, can you give me some time? At this moment, Might Guy suddenly said. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while before nodding. Advertisement, Might Guy. I hope you focus on the overall situation and don't be blinded by the old friendship between mentoring and apprenticeship. Shimura Danzo said coldly, that kid is extremely dangerous now. Once he escapes from the village, within 3 years, our Konaha village will definitely be destroyed in his hands. You don't need to remind me deliberately. Might Guy glanced at Shimura Danzo coldly and said in a low voice. My father Might Dewey fought the prestigiousest Shinobi 7, to protect the village, and finally died. Although my Might Guy is far from being as great as my father, I will be too when the village needs me. Come forward. That's good, Shimura Danzo smiled. What he said just now was intentional. After Glossy started the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, it was too terrible, even he, a cage-level powerhouse, could hardly deal with it. And Glossy's 8 inner gates was taught by Might Guy. If Might Guy makes an angry move, he will definitely be able to subdue Glossy. Guy, don't be emotional. Hitaki Kakashi walked to Might Guy and whispered. For the time being, whether Rock Lee was sent by another village to Konaha's undercover agent, it is already a death crime to say that he killed dozens of people in Indian. I know. Might Guy took a deep breath and said, don't you guys come here, I want to talk to him alone. After speaking, he strode forward and walked forward. Both Glossy and Might Guy have very large steps, walking very close, within a blink of an eye, they are less than 2 meters apart. This kind of distance is very dangerous for physique masters, but neither Glossy nor Might Guy cares at all. Ms. Guy. Glossy looked at Might Guy with a complicated expression and whispered. If there is still one person in Konaha village worthy of Glossy's attention, then there is only one Might Guy. Not to mention that Might Guy treats Rock Lee the same as his own son. Even Glossy after possessing can deeply feel Might Guy's unbelievable love for him. He defected from Konaha, the person he was most sorry for was Might Guy. You have promised me that you won't take this step unless you have a last resort. Might Guy stared at Glossy unblinkingly, and said in a deep voice. Tell me why? Chapter 259 Leaving, 4. Mr. Guy. My words are completely different from what Shimura Danzo told you. Do you want to hear it? Glossy looked at Might Guy uncompromisingly, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Might Guy said categorically. Lee, I don't care what others say, I just want to hear from you why. Might Guy shouted loudly. No matter what others think of you, I am willing to believe you. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry. Glossy looked at him with an angry face, and looked at him eagerly at the appearance that he wanted to get his right from him, and couldn't help but feel distressed. He gritted his teeth hard and said loudly. Rather than let Might Guy be caught between him and Konaha village, it is better to kill the wicked person to the end and completely cut off the bond between him and Konaha village. Lee, what do you mean? Might Guy's body trembled violently, as if he had been hit by a hammer. He widened his eyes, looked at Glossy stubbornly, and murmured. Mr. Guy, today is the last time I call you like this. Glossy said in a low voice. Also, my name is not Rock Lee, but Glossy. Gu. Luo. West. Might Guy repeated slowly. Suddenly, 2 rows of bean-sized tears fell from his eyes and fell to the ground. The expression on his face was extremely sad, as if he had suddenly lost his most precious thing. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry. Glossy said again. Please let me go, I really don't want to do it with you. Brush. As soon as Glossy's voice fell, Might Guy's body suddenly moved. His speed was so fast, like lightning and thunder, he broke through a distance of 2 meters in an instant, and slammed into Glossy's lower abdomen with a fierce punch. Rather than just watching you get killed by someone else, let me do it myself, Might Guy yelled. Boom. Under the unbelievable gazes of Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura and others, Might Guy hit Glossy's lower abdomen with a strong punch. Wow. Glossy trembled all over, and couldn't help spouting a big mouthful of blood, his face pale. Advertisement, why don't you hide? Might Guy asked, staring at Glossy. Take this punch as I owe you. Glossy grinned, Yin Hong's blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, which looked particularly bleak. If you don't pay off your kindness, how can I leave here with peace of mind? Do you think that just a punch can completely cut the bond between the two of us? Might Guy roared. How is this possible? Mr. Guy, goodbye. Glossy smiled sadly at Might Guy, and then suddenly stepped out of his feet, like a ghost, and passed Might Guy like a Li-Shen. Rushed forward like a bow and arrow. Li, no. Might Guy yelled. He knew that no matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible to resist the power of the entire village. What's more, Konaha village is still the largest force in the ninja world. Rock Lee, it's not too late to look back, don't completely go to the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly to Glossy. It's not too late for me to go to your mother to look back. Glossy had no scruples now, and shouted directly. You know what to say now. When Shimura Danzo shot me, where did you go? You asked me to turn back. Are you planning to make me give up resistance and let you slaughter? In my opinion, believing that you are the real dead end, there is not even 1/10,000th of a life. Sarutobi, do it. Shimura Danzo said coldly. This little b*** D has decided to defect, and there is no room for return. I underestimated him, it's my fault, Shimura Danzo said with a wry smile. In an instant, more than 20 great fireballs with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters appeared out of thin air, like small suns after another, filling every corner of the sky. These 24 great fireballs were crowded together, and they quickly merged into an incredible huge sphere with a diameter of more than 50 meters and great power. Of course, perverts like Sarutobi Hiruzen in the ninja world are so rare that they are almost invisible. On the battlefield, it is more common to see ninjas of the same chakra attribute in a square, and then use another corresponding square to cooperate, thus exerting the great power of combined ninjutsu. Brush. Advertisement. And at this moment, the 20-odd people in the other phalanx also launched ninjutsu, and terrible gales appeared out of thin air, and they blown fiercely towards the giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The wind assisted the fire, the fiery red light soared into the sky, and it filled every corner of the sky, and the eyes were full of fiery red. Obviously, Konaha village, which has been tested by war, has already figured out such a fighting method, which is infinitely powerful. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In a uniform, more than 20 ninjas in a square form seals together, shouting loudly, with thunderous momentum. This is a terrifying and boundless attack. Gathering the power of more than 20 people, the monstrous flame will completely cover a radius of 50 meters, and it can burn everything in the world in an instant. In the ninja world, there are 5 basic chakra attribute changes, which are wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. These 5 chakra attributes are both interdependent and mutually restrained. If a ninja grandmaster changes several chakra attributes, a person can perform combined ninjutsu, thereby greatly increasing his strength. Boom. Isn't it all because of you? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danzo and said. If you listen to me and disintegrate his resistance consciousness step by step, how can you get to where it is today? For example, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is rumored that his grandmaster's 5 chakra attributes change, and one person can perform countless combinations of ninjutsu, terrifying. The fire is soaring. Very terrifying high temperature, terrifying searing heat. A falling waterfall not far away was steamed dry in an instant, and the mist was misty and rolled in all directions. Sarutobi Hiruzen violently raised his right hand, waved it in the direction of Glossy, and shouted, hands. Wind style. Get wind, chapter 260 is gone. 5. Combination of ninjutsu, complement each other, its effect is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. What's more, this is the force of more than 40 people to start together, enough to defeat the cage-level powerhouse frontally, without the slightest suspense. The endless flames are boiling, there is no other thing in the world, and there are blazing fires everywhere. The terrible flames rushed like molten iron, drowning towards Glossy, and could burn everything in the world. Guluxi's eyes suddenly became flaming, and the whole person burst out with an extremely sharp temperament, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, terrifying and boundless. Water style. Great waterfall technique. Glossy placed Tenten and Hyuga Hinata on the ground with solemn expressions, and quickly sealed his hands, and displayed a powerful water style technique recorded in the Book of Seals. With the help of the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, he successfully broke through to the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality. Its powerful martial arts have been invaded by fire and water, and it is not hurt by knives and guns. However, he had to take care of Tenten and Hyuga Hinata, both of whom were ordinary flesh and blood, who could not bear such a terrible flame. Wow. In an instant, 108 waves of water fell from the sky, like 108 waterfalls, falling from the horizon. One after another, the vast white princesses pierced through the sky and the ground, with a deafening roar, and the scene was extremely magnificent. Why? How is this possible? Shimura Danzo was shocked when he saw Glossy's terrifying aura. This is the water-style trick of Master Second Hokage back then. Where did he learn it? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his face full of incredible. Sarutobi, he once broke into the treasure chest and stole all the powerful ninjutsu including the Book of Seals. Next to him, Mitokado Homura whispered. Even so, he wouldn't be able to learn such advanced ninjutsu in such a short period of time, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief. If I remember correctly, it took him only half a day from the time he stole the Book of Seals to the present. Sarutobi, to be honest, I now find that anything impossible will happen to that kid. Mitokado Homura said leisurely. He was originally our hope for Konaha village to rise again. However, we personally pushed him to the opposite of Konaha village. You shut up. Shimura Danzo snapped. No matter how genius he is, as long as he doesn't grow up, he is just rubbish. We will kill him now. Are you still afraid that he will cause some trouble? Advertisement. Boom. The 108 white pistols behind Glossy hovered and danced in the sky as if a dragon had been resurrected. In an instant, the sky was filled with white mist everywhere, filling the entire sky. Boom. 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 The fierce sea of fire and the vast white water mist violently collided, bursting out strong energy waves after another, and the earth trembled violently. It can be seen how terrible the collision between them is. The water mist filled the sky, blocking the line of sight, and he couldn't see his fingers. Woo! Glossi didn't dare to neglect. He put Tenten on his left shoulder, then hugged Hyuga Hinata in his left hand, and rushed forward quickly. Facing the battle-tested ninja troops in Konaha village now, he did not dare to be careless, freed his right hand and was ready to fight at any time. Mr. Guy, thank you. Glossy's voice came into Might Guy's ears clearly. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and long spears 3 meters long and condensed from soil drilled out of the ground at lightning speed and attacked Glossy fiercely. The originally soft soil, after being urged by Mitokado Homura Chakra, suddenly became infinitely powerful, and everything that the soil gun passed was invincible. The ninja forces in Konaha village are very powerful, and they can definitely sack and kill the cage-level powerful. What's more, Might Guy and Sarutobi Hiruzen have not made a move yet, and the current form is extremely unfavorable for Glossy. He must rush out as quickly as possible. Just now Glossy was fighting against the ninja forces with all his strength. If Might Guy took the opportunity to take the opportunity, even if he couldn't severely inflict Glossy in one fell swoop, he would definitely be able to push Glossy into an extremely dangerous situation. However, Might Guy did not make a move. The earth trembled, and a terrifying sound like a muffled thunder came from the ground, as if a fierce beast was about to rush out. One after another huge rocks rushed out of the surface, like a volcanic eruption, with amazing power. Advertisement at this moment, Glossy increased his speed to ultimate, like a ghost, leaving behind shadows in the air, avoiding the fierce attacks of Mitokado Homura and Shimura Danzo. At the same time, he also tried his best to rush forward. Wind style. Vacuum Great Jade. Shimura Danzo also opened his mouth, spitting out wind blades that were more terrifying than the bullets of large sniper rifles, and slashed towards Glossy like a fan. And in the process, Glossi was already less than 10 meters away from the border ninja troops. Even now, Might Guy is still reluctant to shoot his favorite apprentice. Rumble. But, for some reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen just stood there quietly, without making a move. Sarutobi, let's do it too, Shimura Danzo said loudly. If he really escapes, he will definitely become a more dangerous terrorist than Orochimaru. Swipe. 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 Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Earth style. Earth Dragon Spear Technique. Mitokado Homura didn't speak, but directly sealed with both hands and shouted. Is it right or wrong for me to do this? Might Guy murmured as he looked at the flying away figure of Glossy, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. It deserves to be someone who is infinitely close to the cage-level powerhouse. Glossy said secretly in his heart. With a pair of martial arts eyes open, he focused on observing all the movements of the underground, and at the same time, supplemented by the sweet movement, footwork, he escaped the attack of Hitaki Kakashi without any danger. Guy, you are confused. Hitaki Kakashi had already revealed the Sharingan in his left eye, and he saw this scene clearly in his eyes, he said loudly. Earth style. Crack the soil and turn your palms. He quickly formed seals with both hands and sniped Glossy. Chapter 261 Escape. Swipe. 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 Glossy was like a ghost in the dark night, with incredible speed. While avoiding the fierce attacks of Mitokado Homura and Shimura Danzo, he rushed forward like flying. His speed is so fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed over a distance of more than 10 meters, and he could already see the cyan faces of Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and others, as well as the deep fear in his eyes. N.S. Sarutobi, what are you thinking? Hurry up. Shimura Danzo was anxious and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You let go of Orochimaru for a while, which led to the tragedy of today's Sand Shinobi village and Atonin village jointly attacking the village. If you let this kid go now, our Konaha village will definitely be destroyed in his hands. Sarutobi, you wake up soon, don't be naive. Mitokado Homura also said loudly. He is really scared now. If Glossy is only 13 years old now, he is already so terrifying. God knows what kind of realm will the opponent's strength grow to in a few years. Perhaps, 3 or 5 years later, Glossy can kill him in seconds with a single move. Master Third Hokage, I'll stop him, Hitaki Kakashi whispered. His hands quickly formed seals, and a fiery thunderlight appeared on his right palm. It was the only ninjutsu he created in his life, Reikari. Woo! Hitaki Kakashi opened the first door of 8 inner gates. In an instant, his physical skills were far less than Might Guy, so he had to rely on this forbidden technique to increase his speed. Sharingan with his left eye can help him see through Glossy's movements in an instant and make predictions in the first place. Facing a 13-year-old boy like Glossy, Hitaki Kakashi went all out, and this is the first time in his life. Boom! Glossy stared at Hitaki Kakashi unblinkingly with a pair of martial arts eyes open, and his right fist slammed out. He has now stepped into the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, and his physical body is extremely powerful. No matter how powerful the attacking ninjutsu, he dared to collide head-on. This little monster. Hitaki Kakashi's pupils shrank for a while. With his years of experience in fighting Might Guy, how can he fail to see the horror of Glossy's punching power? However, without any hesitation, he directly greeted him with Reikari, with all his strength. He struggled to hurt Glossi as much as he was injured. Crack. Advertisement with a clear sound. Hitaki Kakashi's wrist broke all at once, and Glossy's fist was hit by Hitaki Kakashi with Reikari, but he was unscathed. You. How is this possible? Hitaki Kakashi's eyes widened, and he looked at Glossy incredulously and said in shock. He has always been proud of his own Reikari, because this ninjutsu attack is extremely powerful and almost indestructible. However, today his Reikari was blocked by Glossy with a fleshy palm. How can he not be shocked? For the sake of Might Guy, I won't kill you, Glossy said lightly. Brush. Glossy stepped forward, bypassing Hitaki Kakashi and rushing forward. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, an iron rod with a length of several meters and a thickness of about 20 centimeters fell from the sky like a magic soldier, and slammed heavily towards Glossy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, have you finally taken it? Glossy snapped. He clenched his right fist fiercely and blasted the iron rod from the sky fiercely. When, with a deafening roar of gold and iron, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heavy iron rod was blown away by Glossy. However, Glossy also felt his chest tightness, and a heavy force penetrated his body, causing his body to shake for a while. The corners of his mouth softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Crap. The power of 8 inner gates is going to fade away. Glossy was shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore, immediately turned around and rushed madly in the direction where Mitokado Homura was. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo standing in front of him are all cage level strong, but Mitokado Homura is a quasi-cage level, much weaker than them, and is the easiest to break through. Be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. The iron rod in his hand is like the legendary Wishful God Iron, which can actually become bigger and smaller, thinner and thicker at will. He swung an iron rod that suddenly turned into a few meters, and slammed the heart of Glossy. He knew he had to do his best now. Otherwise, once Glossy really breaks out, the future Konaha village will be in big trouble. I'm sorry, kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very ashamed. After all, he had endured Glossy's kindness, which was equivalent to being saved a life. He has never been able to pass the hurdle in his heart. If not, he would have taken action long ago. Advertisement. 7 steps to the immortal. Glossy shouted. He took a profound and boundless step again under his feet, and cracks spread from his feet towards Mitokado Homura, and the huge power was terrifying and boundless. What? With a scream, Mitokado Homura turned into a blood mist, was killed by Glossy's full blow, and completely turned into a corpse. However, Glossy was not happy, because at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen's iron rod had already attacked behind him. Glossy sent his right hand back palm, as if he had a pair of eyes behind his back, and slapped it directly on the iron rod. Boom. A huge force poured into Glossy's body, and his entire arm was sore and numb that he almost lost consciousness. However, instead of being afraid, Glossy showed a hint of ecstasy on his face. He pressed his right palm firmly on the iron rod, and with the help of that powerful force, the whole person flew out like a big pung bird. It's awkward, the big thing is not good. Shimura Danzo was shocked when he saw this. Everyone must stop him and not let him escape. Stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had an extremely ugly face. He never thought that his full blow would be used by Glossy and flew so far. Wow. The ninja army is worthy of a veteran warrior who has experienced many battles. Although they know that Glossy is extremely powerful, they still surround themselves with fearless death. However, at this time, Gullos was like a tiger descending from the mountain, guarding his body with a powerful martial art mind, ignoring any attacks, and rushing outside with all his strength. Bang! 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 The people in front were like scarecrows, being hit and flying out continuously by Glossy. When Glossy hit the 7th man, he finally rushed out of the encirclement circle. The whole man was like an offline bow and arrow, swiftly galloping into the distance. The first volume ends here, and the next volume opens a new story and chapter. The second volume tells the story of Glossy's strong rise. I hope everyone can continue to support it. In addition, there are 4 chapters today, please forgive me. Chapter 1 Battle Royale. 1. Wow. In the rapid progress, Glossy couldn't help but spout a big mouthful of blood, which immediately stained the placket of his body red, shocking. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a very serious internal injury. Suddenly, Glossy's left foot softened sharply, and his whole person was like a straight spear, and he fell to the ground fiercely. The side effects of the 8 inner gates technique began to gush out in an all-round way, one after another. Heart-wrenching pain spread from all parts of Glossi's body, and every time Glossi felt a kind of trembling from the soul. What's even more frightening is that the powerful force surging vertically and horizontally in Glossi's body also fades as fast as the ebb sea water. Damn it! Hold on to me. Glossy was shocked. He bit his tongue fiercely with his teeth, and sprayed out a blood mist. He is extracting his own essence and blood, and the taboo methods of the previous life are forcibly maintained. Otherwise, he would immediately fall to the ground unconscious. Brush. Glossy raised 2 brilliant lights in his eyes, and the powerful force poured out continuously from his body again. His speed increased by a large amount again, and he galloped forward rapidly. Sarutobi, that kid is already at the end of the crossbow. Shimura Danzo opened a Sharingan with a 3-hook jade, and he could see clearly every movement of Glossy just now, and he couldn't help being overjoyed. He was strongly backlashed by Forbidden Technique 8 inner gates, and it won't last long. Third Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama is right. The subordinates can see that the chakra in the Lil enchanting body is dropping drastically. Hyuga Tokuma echoed. Chasing. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, and soon made up his mind, waved his hand vigorously, and said, "Order all the Anbus to be dispatched together, and at all costs, we must capture the little evildoer back." Sarutobi, why are you still so naive? Shimura Danzo sneered and pointed at Mitokado Homura's body with his finger. Back then, you relented and let go of the scourge of Orochimaru, so this time Sand Shinobi and Atonin joined forces to attack Konaha. And this time you let go of the little B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** In your hands. I didn't mean to let him go, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Advertisement. Do you dare to say that you didn't let him go on purpose? Shimura Danzo said sharply. Then why didn't you shoot with all your strength in the beginning? If you didn't hesitate to cooperate with us in the fight, how could he escape? And you, might guy. If Konaha village is destroyed by that little b*** d in the future, you will be the sinner of Konaha village. Shimura Danzo turned his gaze to Might Guy again and said harshly. If there is such a day, I will definitely be like my father, Might Guy. Even if I fight this life, I will kill him personally. Might Guy lowered his voice and said. I, Hitaki Kakashi, will fight with Guy and protect Konaha to the death. Hitaki Kakashi walked gently to Might Guy, stood side by side with him, and said in a firm tone. His mind was extremely flexible, and he saw that Shimura Danzo had a tendency to ask questions at this time, and he immediately stood up to support Might Guy. They're good brothers who share life and death, and no one is allowed to oppress, even Shimura Danzo. Me too. The teacher of the Ino Shikacho trio, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, also walked out and said lightly. And me. Hyuga Hinata's teacher Yurihong also said. And I. For a while, almost all Jonin in Konaha village walked out and stood with Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. They're all of the same generation, and they have deep emotional bonds with each other, so they chose to advance and retreat together. You. Shimura Danzo's cold eyes swept across the faces of Hitaki Kakashi, Yuanfei Asuma, Yurihong and others, and they didn't know what to do. If he insists on asking Might Guy, I am afraid that these Jonin who are the pillars of the village will be in chaos immediately, and the whole village is in danger of falling apart. Advertisement. Okay. Everyone shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in a low voice. Let all the Anbu attack immediately and kill Rock Lee at all costs. As for the Tenten and Hyuga Hinata in his hands, they will be rescued if they can be rescued. If they cannot be rescued, they will be killed. Yes, Master Hokage. The ninja troops assembled on the border responded loudly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless figures rushed out quickly, chasing in the direction where Glossy disappeared. Just like the war in the ninja world that happened, Konaha village once again used its powerful war machine to attack with all strength. However, this time the enemy is not powerful forces such as Rock Shinobi village and Cloud Shinobi village, but a 13-year-old boy like Glossy. You are all the elites in the village and the backbone of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and others, and said slowly. You don't need to participate in the hunt for Rock Lee. Go back to the village to soothe the emotions of the villagers and those genin children. Especially Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi, you must treat Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke well. Similar defection incidents are absolutely not allowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became severe in the end. Yes. Everyone said loudly. Guy, let's go. Hitaki Kakashi reached out and patted Might Guy on the shoulder, and said. Rock Lee has defected. Neji and Sasuke are two people. No matter what, we can't let this tragedy happen again. Yeah. Might Guy nodded. He took a deep look in the direction of Glossy's departure, turned around, and left with Hitaki Kakashi. Chapter 2 Battle Royale. 2. Damn it. Really sent a lot of people to chase me down. Although Gullos was advancing quickly, his martial arts heavenly eyes were always observing all directions. At this moment, he had spotted the Konaha chasing soldiers surrounded in a fan shape behind him, and he couldn't help frowning. If it were put in normal times, since Glossy had now entered the 4th layer of martial arts mentality, he would not have put these chasing soldiers in his eyes at all. However, he is now facing the extremely terrifying backlash from forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and he urgently needs to find a place to heal his injuries. Where can he have any energy to deal with the chasing soldiers? Gradually, Glossy felt the powerful force in his body decay again, and his eyes gradually became blurred. I have to say that as the only physical technique forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, in Konaha village, its power is extremely powerful. The combat power of the previous life Da Chung Wu Wang. However, in contrast, its side effects are also extremely terrifying, enough to severely injure the operator or even put it to death. Even with the tyrannical physique of Glossy, some of them can't hold it up until now, and they are unsustainable. No, I definitely can't fall down here. However, when Glossy saw Tenten, whose face was red and swollen, even though he was in the beautiful illusion he created, he still showed unspeakable pain on his face, his heart immediately burning a raging desire to survive. If he falls, Tenten will surely fall into Shimura Danzo's hands again and be killed after suffering the most terrible insult. As for Hyuga Hinata, the fate of returning to the family may not be much better. I saw him. He is almost dying, exactly as Master Danzo said. Suddenly, a man shouted in surprise from far behind him. Grab him, we are Konaha village's greatest heroes, the other said excitedly. Catch Rock Lee alive. For a time, many people were yelling. They were as if they had been beaten up with chicken blood, one by one desperately chasing Glossy. They once saw Glossy's unparalleled combat power and easily killed Midokado Homura, a cage-level powerhouse. Normally, they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Advertisement, however, Shimura Danzo once asserted that Glossy was already at the end of the crossbow and was strongly backlashed by the forbidden technique. 8 inner gates, and would lose a tyrannical power at any time. Therefore, they're crazy. Hu Luo Pingyang was bullied by a dog, and Long Yu was caught in a shrimp scene in the shallow water. Glossy said to himself with a self-deprecating smile on his face. My Glossy swears to God, this will be the last time. Without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth again, and sprayed out a blood mist. Powerful power rushed from all over the body again. Brush. Glossy's speed increased again, gradually pulling away from the chasing soldiers behind. Asura illusion. Open. Glossy looked at Tenten intently for a long time, and finally made a decision to unlock the powerful illusion imposed on Tenten. Where am I? Tenten slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Her eyes were blank and her expression was sluggish, so Glossy felt distressed for a while. Thank you, Glossy said. Don't worry, I will kill Shimura Danzo to avenge you. Lee, where are you going? Why is she here with Hinata? What happened? She quickly realized the strange situation, her eyes widened and said in shock. You are not to blame, Glossy said softly. If you really want to find the root cause, you are all implicated by me, it is all my fault. Have you remembered? Glossy said with a wry smile. Master, I never blamed you, Tenten said with teary eyes, but very firmly. I never regret worshipping you as a teacher, let alone keeping a secret for you. Advertisement, kill Danzo. A trace of confusion appeared in Tenten's eyes. For her, Shimura Danzo is absolutely incomparably powerful. The legendary cage-level powerhouse is the one who stands at the pinnacle of this ninja world. Who has the ability to kill him? Tenten, have you forgotten all of them? Glossy said. Tenten was startled slightly, and one image after another appeared in her mind, just like a movie, flashing past her eyes. Tears as big as beans slipped from the corners of her eyes, pitiful. What? Lee, you said that we have defected from the village now, Tenten said with wide eyes, incredulously. You believe me, it only takes 3 years at most, and I will bring you back to avenge you. Glossy grinned and said. You probably don't know yet, the old Midokado Homura has been slaughtered by me, and I just rushed out of the thousands of troops in Konaha village and escaped from the village. Blame me, if it weren't for me to be too weak, they would never suffer such a terrible thing. Blame me, blame me, blame me. The teardrops are like broken beads, from Tenten the corners of his eyes. Squirtly, fell down. What's more, behind Shimura Danzo is the most powerful force in the entire ninja world Konaha village. Tenten, you are awake. Glossy barely squeezed a smile on his face and said softly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lee, why are you? Tenten was taken aback first, and then his face was surprised. Why am I in your arms? Her face flushed immediately after brushing her face, pink and very cute. Yes, I remember. Tenten said sadly with a helpless expression on his face. My father, my mother, and my 3-year-old brother all died in front of me. But I can only watch all this happen without the power to stop it. We are not defecting, we are all forced by them. Glossy said lightly. Also, from now on, my name is Glossy. You will never call Rock Lee anymore. Chapter 3 Battle Royale, 3. Lee, what are you talking about? Tenten's eyes widened, looking at Glossy without blinking, and asked, Isn't your name Rock Lee? That's my previous name. Glossy smiled at Tenten and said, However, from the moment I left Konaha village, the name Rock Lee has become a thing of the past. My name is now Gu Luo Shi. He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words and said, Gu Luo West. Tenten slowly repeated each word. Suddenly, her eyes lit up suddenly. In that case, let me change my name too. Starting today, I will be called Gu Tenten. Gu Tenten. That's a good name, too, Glossy said with a smile. My relatives are all dead, killed by the old B**************** D Shimura Danzo in front of me. Gu Tenten's eyes again showed a ray of sadness, gritted his teeth and said. She is usually a kind-hearted girl with a cheerful personality, loved to talk and laugh, but now she scolds the 3 words, old B*****************, D, which shows how much she hates Shimura Danzo. The hatred of parents is not shared. That old B***********, D Shimura Danzo, I will definitely not let him go. Glossy said softly. When I become a real cage-level powerhouse, I will bring you back to kill again. Don't worry, I will not kill him directly. I will mark him as a useless person at your disposal. Thank you, Master. Gu Tenten slowly leaned his head against Glossy's shoulder and whispered, Master, I have no return for your kindness. Why don't I be your wife when I grow up? Are you okay? Of course it's fine. Glossy smiled and said, however, these things have to wait for us to completely get rid of the pursuit of Konaha village behind us and find a stable foothold. Master, I believe we will definitely not die in this kind of place. Tenten said softly, however, even if I die, I will be very happy to be able to die with you. Shut up, I don't allow you to say such unlucky words. Glossi reprimanded with a stern face. Advertisement, yes, Master. Tenten said. Master, I know your skills best, how could you die? Thump. Just as Tenten was speaking, Glossy's feet softened, and his whole body fell heavily on the ground. Ah! With a scream, Tenten fell heavily to the ground and turned into a ground gourd, but Hyuga Hinata was not much better and was thrown out more than 3 meters away. The strong backlash of 8 inner gates has finally begun. At this moment, Glossy only felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, and there was great pain everywhere in his body. However, his consciousness was unprecedentedly clear, which made him even more painful. At the same time, the powerful and unmatched power in his body faded quickly like the ebbed seawater, and it was never possible to reappear again. Glossi used the taboo method twice to forcibly extract the essence and blood, overdraw the body's potential, in order to obtain the strong power to maintain the body. However, the law of taboo is a law of taboo after all, it is impossible to use it many times, and it has completely failed. Grossi, how are you doing? It doesn't matter, right? Gu Tenten rushed towards Glossy regardless of the severe pain coming from all over his body. Her eyes were full of panic, even more panic and frightened than when her parents and brother died. She couldn't believe it and discovered that Glossy's position in her mind was even higher than her parents and brother. Tenten, you take Hinata and run away quickly. Glossy smiled sadly at Gu Tenten, stretched out his hand and stroked her swollen cheek, said. I can't do it anymore. I can't run anymore. Being with me will only hurt you. I will teach you all of my things, you only need to practice step by step, the shortest 5 years, the longest 10 years, you can have the power to cross the entire ninja world. At that time, you must remember for me revenge, you know? No, Gu Tenten cried bitterly and said loudly, Master, don't say it, even if it's me, I will die with you. As she spoke, she bent down and leaned down, trying to lift Glossy from the ground with her weak hands. However, Gu Tenten was once blocked by Shimura Danzo's subordinates in the Chakra acupoint. At this time, it is no different from an ordinary little girl. How can he hold Glossy? Advertisement, Tenten, don't waste any more time, they are about to catch up. Glossy shouted in a deep voice. Hurry up and flee with Hinata. The person they want is me, and they won't go after you. Master, if I say this again, I'll die for you to see, Gu Tenten hissed at Glossy. You are insulting me. Tenten, you. Glossy's eyes flashed with relief. No matter how cruel Shimura Danzo's methods are, and how dark-bellied Sarutobi Hiruzen is, at least Might Guy and Tenten didn't betray him, they were sincere to him. Swipe. 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 Suddenly, just at this moment, there was a rush of tiers of clothes in the distance. Tenten, you go quickly, otherwise it's too late. Glossy's expression changed and he said loudly. Master, I live and die with you. Tenten slowly took out a kunai from his bag and said firmly. Although she has lost all her strength now, her fighting spirit are unprecedentedly strong. Haha, little B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* was the fastest, and came to the two of Glossy in the blink of an eye, and said with a cold smile. Glossy once killed dozens of members of Gen, and had already forged a bloody feud. They had already hated Glossy for a long time. Finally caught up with this little B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* crime. Hokage's direct subordinate, Anbu, also surrounded him and said sorrowfully. Take him back and leave it to Master Morino Ibixi. You must let him taste all the torture, ask all the secrets in him, and then put him to death. The third person said even more viciously. Chapter 4 Lure the enemy to kill. The same thing as a group of dogs, I only dare to bark in my situation. Glossy said disdainfully. Could it be that this is the style of Konaha village, the #1 power in the dignified ninja world? Little b asterisk 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 d, you don't want to be mad, the root man said sharply. You're the meat on the cutting board now. When we take you back to Master Morino Ibis, it will be his negligence if you don't put you in 180 positions. And she, this little girl, we will also put her in 180 poses, said another eye with a lustful light. You all deserve to die. Glossy said sternly. Unfortunately, you are the damn person. The root man said with a sneer. He rushed forward to Glossy, raised his right foot and stomped on Glossy's face fiercely. He hated Glossy so much that all his 4 or 5 best companions died in Glossy's hands. He must first humiliate Glossy severely, and then take him back. Ah! Gu Tenten yelled sharply. Konaha waved his hand and rushed up. She knew that she was not that person's opponent at all, but she was not afraid, ready to block him with flesh and blood, and hug Glossy. Brush. However, at this moment, Glossi suddenly jumped up from the ground, his figure resembling a gust of wind and lightning, and he passed Gu Tenten in an instant, and slammed out with a fierce punch. A huge fist became the only one in the world. It pierced the chest cavity of the member of the root at once. In an instant, blood splashed, bone scum shot everywhere, and blood mist filled it. You actually have the power of a battle. Such a scene immediately horrified the others, and their hairs stood upright. They retreated backwards in a rush, their faces full of horror. You know, the young man in front of him with his body covered in blood is a peerless evildoer who even Shimura Danzo can't help, but even Mitokado Homura was killed. How can they not be afraid? In fact, if they hadn't heard Shimura Danzo's words, asserting that Glossy was backlashed by the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and seeing Glossy fall to the ground during the run, how dare to catch up? Grousy, you. Are you okay? Gu Tenten was shocked and ecstatic again, hurried to Glossy's side and said loudly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Glossy smiled at Gu Tenten and said, I just did it on purpose to show them. It's unpleasant to keep following such a group of mice behind me. So, I'll lead them over first, and then kill them all. Only then can we be truly safe. Advertisement, escape. The chasing soldiers turned pale, and immediately turned around and fled in all directions. You were waiting for me here, I will get rid of them all at once, Glossy said in a deep voice. Boom. Glossy is fast and scary, coming first. A faint golden light blooms on his body, like a mortal mansion from the heavens, carrying the supreme Kamui towards the nearest person. Rush away. His shot was simple and direct. A huge fist directly smashed the person's body and pierced the person's heart. Punch. With just a punch, Glossy blasted the man, his body torn apart, and to the ground. The blood stained the weeds, the bones fell among the dead branches and leaves, the blood was dripping, and it was shocking. So strong. Gu Tenten couldn't help exclaiming as he stared at Glossy without blinking. Brush. Glossi turned around and rushed towards the other person. Ah! Don't come here, you devil! The man was so scared that he screamed. He took out a scroll from his suitcase, wiped it with blood, and a huge shuriken 20 centimeters long appeared out of thin air. He exhausted all his strength and slapped Glossi fiercely. The huge shuriken made a piercing sound, and the prestige was amazing. However, Glossi was violent at this time and invincible. He raised his right hand and slapped the huge shuriken with a slap. It was blown away at once, and cracks appeared on it. Weird. Monster. He is a monster. The man trembled and was extremely frightened. He now regrets so much why he has been so greedy in chasing after him. Now he is probably bound to die. Puff. Advertisement. Glossy slashed his palm, and the man's head fell to the ground in an instant. His eyes were full of fear and regret. However, everything is over. Ah! Run away. This is a demon. Those people were covered with cold hair and their faces turned pale. The 13-year-old boy in front of them was a demon, just like the legendary killing machine. It was too terrifying. Puff. Glossy blasted another punch, blasting a person's head. The red blood and white brains splashed all around. It was a mixed world demon king, irresistible. A group of people are running away, and Glossy is chasing and killing them, just like a humanoid dragon breaking into a flock of sheep. Everyone will be killed by every gesture. The blood is raining, and the bones and scum shot. This has become a hell on earth. They were screaming in horror, their bodies trembling, and their faces white. They had never been so scared before. They are all battle-tested people with rich combat experience, and this situation shouldn't have happened in the first place. However, Gullos was too powerful, as if the god of death came, they lost the courage to resist. Spare. We were wrong. We shouldn't hunt you down. A man turned pale, begging for mercy, and almost fell on his knees. However, Glossy was indifferent and ruthless, waved out a kunai, pierced his throat. Swish. 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 Glossy played 8 shurikens in a row, then nodded his hands and shouted loudly. Ninja. Shuriken shadow clone. In an instant, the dense and endless shurikens were like a swarm of locusts, shrouded in all directions, beating all those who had escaped into a hornet's nest. Chapter 5 Destination, Land of Thunder. In just a few breaths, Glossy killed all a dozen people from Konaha village. Anbu. Who were chasing him. They were clean, sharp and decisive. Such terrible combat power was shocking. Master, you are so strong. Gu Tenten quickly came to his senses from the shock, and quickly ran to the side of Glossy, admiring and excitedly saying. She now finally sees a glimmer of hope for revenge. Even if Shimura Danzo is the cage-level power she can only look up to, Glossy will definitely be able to avenge her. Tenten, I'll beg you next, Glossy said with a smile at Gu Tenten. His right hand quickly clicked on the chakra acupuncture points throughout Gu Tenten's body, and instantly released the enclosed chakra acupuncture points on his body. Master, you. Gu Tenten's expression changed. She had a very bad premonition. Go northeast. Where is the sphere of influence of Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder? Konaha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village have always been hostile. The Ambu they chased and killed did not dare to cross the mine pond. Glossy finished speaking, his body softened and fell down towards Tenten. Just now, he forcibly extracted the essence and blood in his body, reappearing Jonin's peak combat power, and killed all the chasing troops in an instant. However, he has completely lost all his power now, which is equivalent to a useless person. At the very least, before the backlash of 8 inner gates disappears, it is impossible for Glossy to recover. Master, don't worry, I will definitely take you and Hinata to escape. Gu Tenten reached out and hugged Glossy, bit his lip forcefully, and said softly but very firmly. Shadow Clone Technique. Gu Tenten slowly placed Glossy on the ground, his hands quickly sealed, and he shouted softly. She has not learned the multiple shadow clone technique, but she has learned the shadow clone technique. She separated 2 shadow clones at once, and then asked them to carry Glossy and Hyuga Hinata on their backs and quickly ran to the northeast. Soon after the 3 of Glossy left, a group of Anbu from Konaha village tracked down here. Among them, a man with sunglasses on his face and a large windbreaker is extremely conspicuous, because his temperament is very similar to Aburame Shino. A fierce battle broke out here. A person said solemnly, all the people who chased were killed. In this way, the little enchantress didn't lose all his power like Master Danzo said. At the very least, he still has the strength of Jonin. Another said, everyone must be careful and safety first. Advertisement, buzzing. A flying insect emerged from the man with sunglasses, circled the bloodstained ground, and then flew towards the northeast. We chased, they fled in this direction, the man with sunglasses said coldly. That direction is Cloud Shinobi Village. One person said in surprise. This damn little devil is so careful in his mind. If he is not a spy planted in Konaha in another village, I would be the first to believe it. Okay, you all be quiet. We must grab him before he enters the Kingdom of Thunder. Otherwise, we Konaha village is really in big trouble. Swish, swish, swish. In fact, if it hadn't been for Gullos to practice pure body cultivation technique, his physique was extremely powerful. I am afraid that it would have been alive to death by the backlash of the 8 inner gates. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Now, the backlash of the 8 inner gates is fully launched, and boundless pain is coming from all over the body, like a wave after another, to completely submerge Glossy. Is it the direction of Cloud Shinobi Village? Hyuga Neji appeared and murmured shortly after the group left. With a pair of Byakugan open, he stared at the direction where the few people were leaving, with a sharp expression. At this time, his body was severely traumatized and he was unable to heal his injuries on his own. He displayed a kind of supernatural power from his previous life, drawing energy from the outside world to heal his injuries. Okay. It hurts. This kind of pain is even more terrifying than when I first practiced sweeping the world. Glossy lay behind Gu Tenten's shadow clone, his body convulsed and trembled constantly, grinning in pain. Advertisement Hyuga Neji jumped forward and quickly chased in the direction that several people were advancing. The last Raikage of Thunder Country was the culprit who killed his father and the target of his revenge. Although he knew that entering the Kingdom of Thunder would be extremely thrilling, but he also wanted to find an opportunity to avenge his father. Hyuga Neji relies on Byakugan's powerful insight, far behind the chasing, and not only will he follow them to find Glossy, but he is also ready to shoot at a critical moment and kill these people. The martial arts mentality in his body was activated autonomously, continuously drawing pure natural energy from the outside world to treat his physical injuries. What he cultivates is the pure physical cultivation technique, what he pursues is the extremely powerful personal martial arts, smashing everything in the world with one punch. However, after all, he was a god of war in his previous life, and he also knew a little about some supernatural powers and secret methods. Of course, in addition to Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke also has similar ideas. It is a pity that Uchiha Sasuke was the only survivor of the Uchiha clan. Konaha village sent a powerful force to secretly monitor. He never found a chance to escape. He was trapped in the village and was in a hurry. The mighty power shown by Glossy has completely conquered Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji has now become a devout disciple of Glossy, and believes that only by following Glossy can he gain the powerful power of revenge. Konaha village has been plagued by disasters in the past few days. First, it was besieged by the 2 major forces of San Shinobi village and Atonin village, and then met Glossi who opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, and defected. Confusion. Wu, and Hyuga Neji, who possesses Byakugan and can compete with Jonin, slipped out of Konaha village in the chaos. Since everyone focused on Glossy, no one noticed that Hyuga Neji had also left the village. However, even so, Glossy was very uncomfortable. He could clearly feel that the muscles of his hands and feet had broken, his bones were misplaced, and he had lost all his strength. Basically he was a useless person. Chapter 6 Convergence. The natural energy between the heavens and the earth, as if being attracted, continuously poured into Guloksy's body, merged with his martial arts mind and method, and slowly moved in his body. The backlash formed after the opening of the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. 7th gate was too terrifying. In addition to tearing the tendons and muscles of Glossy's hands and feet, it also shattered some of his important acupoints. At the beginning, His martial arts mental method could not flow smoothly throughout the body due to the blockage of the acupuncture points, but now with the help of the natural energy from the outside, the soldiers are united and quickly rushed through the blocked acupuncture points. And as the martial arts mentality worked in his body, Glossy's spiritual sense suddenly became sharper, and he immediately felt the tremendous pain caused by those physical traumas. Glossy can now clearly feel that his martial arts mentality and the natural energy that is constantly pouring into him are repairing his wounded body. The severe pain in his body was slowing down, and he even noticed that a part of his blood vessels were healed, and the torn tendons were approaching each other. Although the speed of this transformation was extremely slow, even so subtle that it was imperceptible, Glossy felt very pleased. Because, he can now predict that within 3 days his injury will completely heal, and after 5 days he will become vigorous again, recovering the strength of his peak. What's more, what Glossy can predict is that after this ordeal, his martial arts will become more powerful, and he will enter the middle level of the 4th heaven of martial arts, and his strength will greatly increase. Swish, swish, swish. The 2 shadow clones of ancient Tenten carry Glossy and Hyuga Hinata on their backs, and her body follows them. They turn into 3 dark shadows, rushing through under the bright moonlight, towards Cloud Shinobi Village, the land of thunder, in the direction of travel. Although Gu Tenten was already exhausted and panting and sweating profusely, she still gritted her teeth, tried her best to support, and refused to relax. Because she knew that there was a chaser in Konaha village not far behind her. If she slackened and slowed down, the 3 of them would be in danger. God, Tenten. Suddenly, Glossy's voice was extremely weak. Master, what's the matter? Gu Tenten heard Glossy's voice, as if he had heard the imperial decree. His exhausted body suddenly poured out infinite power, and instantly passed his shadow clone and came to Guluo, west side. How far are we? From Konaha, Glossy said intermittently while breathing heavily. Advertisement, Master, we are almost 7 kilometers away from Konaha, Tenten said. She looked at Glossy with water-like eyes, and her eyes were filled with distress and intolerance. In her memory, how strong is Glossy? Even the legendary cage-level powerhouse dare not fight him close. Now, he made her feel so painful to be like this for himself. Yes, Gu Tenten has always blamed herself. If it hadn't been for her being held hostage by Shimura Danzo, Guluosi would have already gone so far, so how could she suffer such severe trauma now? 7 kilometers away. Glossy murmured. Tenten, then. When you go further. Be careful, 10 kilometers away. Someone has been waiting for us. Someone is waiting for us, Gu Tenten was taken aback, then suddenly realized. Master, the person you were talking about is Hoshinoyuki? No wonder I haven't seen her from the beginning to the end. She has already been waiting outside the village. Her strength is too weak, only with this method, can she be able to walk with me peacefully, safely? Glossy said. Well, let's move on. Yes, Master. Gu Tenten said. In this way, Glossy, Gu Tenten, and Hyuga Hinata desperately fled towards Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder. Although the speed was not as fast as the pursued troops sent by Konaha, due to the first batch of chasing the soldiers were all killed by Glossy, and they weren't caught up again for a while. Brush. Suddenly, in a dense forest ahead, a figure flashed away. Who? Gu Tenten was taken aback, and hurriedly took out a Quan Wuhang from his suitcase and shouted loudly. She has now reached the level of being a soldier. Don't be nervous, it's Hoshinoyuki. After finishing all the way, Glossy has recovered some, and at least he has the strength to speak, he said to Gu Tenten. Advertisement, Hoshinoyuki, come out, it's me. Glossy raised his voice and shouted at the dense forest ahead. He knew that Konaha village was fighting against San Shinobi village and Atonin village in recent days. There must have been many people passing by here. Hoshinoyuki must have been frightened, so he was so cautious. How can you prove that it is you? For a long time, Hoshinoyuki's uncertain voice came from a big tree in the dense forest. Have you forgotten it? The second Chunin exam was in the Death Forest. The garbage from the 3 grass 9th villages, Glossy said loudly. Rock Lee, it's really you. Hearing what Glossy said, Hoshinoyuki couldn't bear it anymore, and one jumped down from the big tree and charged in the direction of Glossy. You? How did you become like this? When Hoshinoyuki rushed forward and saw Glossy, who was carried by ancient Tenten's shadow clone, his face was pale, and his breath was weak, his face immediately became difficult to look, and his eyes looked the middle as full of doubts and worries. You are also hurt. Glossy grinned at Hoshinoyuki. He saw bloodstains on Hoshinoyuki's left shoulder, and the clothes on his body looked like it had been torn by kunai. It was obvious that he had also experienced a fierce battle. Yeah. Hoshinoyuki nodded and said. I was attacked by genin from the 3 Atonin villages. If it weren't for teacher Anko who taught me a trick, I'm afraid they would have killed it. What about you? How did it become like this? Hoshinoyuki asked. This is a long story, we talked as we walked. Glossy smiled and said. There are a large number of Konaha village Anbu, chasing after us. If they catch up, we will be dead. Chapter 7 Want to start a sect. Why? Konaha village, Anbu, is chasing you? Hoshinoyuki's eyes widened at once, with an inexplicable fear on his face. After all, she was born in a small force like Zingren village, and she had a deep fear of the 5 major countries. What's more, it's the Anbu of Konaha village, the largest force in the ninja world who is chasing them right now. how can she not panic? Yeah, we are the betrayers of Konaha village now. Glossy smiled and said. Hoshinoyuki, can you do me a favor? He asked. What? Hoshinoyuki said in a daze. Use kunai to make a rift in my forehead protector. Glossy said with a smile. Since we have completely broken with Konaha village, let's do it simply and neatly, and remove the last sign of Konaha village from us. Good. Good. Hoshinoyuki was silent for a while, and finally nodded vigorously, and said, with trembling hands, she took out a kunai from the bag, and slowly stroked it towards Glossy's forehead protector. Laugh. With a soft sound, the Konaha village forehead protector worn by Glossy's forehead was deeply cracked. This is the unified rule of the ninja world, and became the first thing done after Rinnegan. After Hoshinoyuki finished all this, her shaking hands suddenly calmed down. She held the forehead protector on her forehead with her left hand, and with a vigorous stroke of her right hand, she also destroyed her forehead protector. Chi. Chi. With two more sounds, Tenten broke open the forehead protector of both himself and Hyuga Hinata. At this point, Glossy, Hoshinoyuki, Tenten, and Hyuga Hinata have completely become rebels and announced their departure from Konaha village. Advertisement, haha, very good. Gorozi laughed and said, okay, let's go. If we don't go anymore, we will really be overtaken by the chasers of Konaha village. Yes. Hoshinoyuki and Tenten nodded at the same time. After Glossy successfully merged with Hoshinoyuki, he no longer let them go straight forward, but chose an S-shaped route to move forward with twists and turns. Naturally, he did this to paralyze and confuse Konaha village's vision of chasing and killing Anbu, so as to maximize the chance of leaving the country of fire alive. At this time, Glossy's rich experience over 1,000 years in his previous life played a huge role. Under his command, Tenten and Hoshinoyuki changed the course again and again, and each time they changed the course, they would create a trap to confuse the enemy. In this way, before dawn, Glossy had successfully smashed the chasing troops behind him by more than half. Stop and rest for a while. The slanting moon fell to the west, and a hint of white belly appeared in the east. Glossy said to Tenten and Hoshinoyuki, who were panting and whose strength and energy were almost at their limit. Master, we can't stop, otherwise we. Tenten said loudly. It's okay for me alone, but I can't let the three of them wander around with me. Is it possible that I will establish a power of my own in the future? Suddenly, a thought jumped into the past, Glossy thought. However, when he comes out of Konaha village, he will not be able to protect himself. Where can he still have the energy to take care of them? Glossy's physical strength and energy have surpassed the limit, being swallowed by the powerful backlash of the 8 inner gates, losing all of his strength. However, his powerful mental power has not been affected in any way. After all, his mental power once accompanied him through the martial god tribulation, and the martial god tribulation, which is not something that 8 inner gates can shake. The only fly in the ointment is that Glossy now lacks a strong enough team and followers who can be left and right-handed. Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. One is the genius of the Hyuga clan, and the other is the only survivor of the Uchiha clan. They were originally Glossy's best choice. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement, Rock Lee. Is it really possible? Hoshinoyuki was also very worried. In a sense, Glossy now has the basic conditions needed to start a sect and create a great power. Trust me. Glossy smiled confidently at her. By the way, I forgot to tell you, from now on, my name is Glossy. Are you trying to completely draw a line from the past? Hoshinoyuki first looked at Glossy, and then at Tenten, muttering. Since you have all changed your names, I can't make an exception. Starting today, my name is Xingyue. In terms of strength, he has now stepped into the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, enough to sweep anyone below the cage-level powerhouse. Even if he is against a cage-level powerhouse, once he activates the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, he will have the power to fight and can almost run through the ninja world. It's fine for me to defect from Konaha village alone, but now I abducted 3 girls. It's really troublesome. Glossy looked at the tired Tenten, Xingyue, and Xingyue who fell asleep on the ground. The 3 Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but sighed with a bitter smile on their faces. I told you to stop and you stop. Glossy said in a low voice. Don't worry, I won't make fun of our lives. You two can relax and rest for half an hour. Luo. She. Hoshinoyuki looked at Guluoxi in surprise, repeating word by word. Okay, it doesn't matter what the name is. Glossy said with a smile. You two rest soon. I will wake you up in half an hour and continue on the road. My name is Tenten. Tenten walked over and said to her. In terms of background, Glossy was a god of war in his previous life, with more than 1,000 years of rich experience, Grandmaster countless martial arts combat skills, and also dabbled in other, supernatural powers, and secret techniques. In addition, he also stole Konaha village's Book of Seals, and countless powerful ninjutsu, which is terrifying. Tenten and Xingyue wanted to say something, but Glossy opened a pair of martial arts eyes and blasted the powerful spiritual power into the sea of spiritual consciousness, making them a sweet dreamland for an instant. Chapter 8 The Uzumaki Clan. I don't know what happened to the 2 little guys, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. They're both good seedlings. It's a pity. Glossy shook his head slightly and said to himself. Tenten. Jiyu Zinue and Hyuga Hinata, in terms of their talents, are too far apart from Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke, and they are far from being able to meet the requirements of becoming Glossy's right hand. Although Gulos had his own pure physical cultivation technique, which could improve anyone's aptitude, it took a lot of energy and time to do it. After all, not everyone is the same as Glossy, who has more than 1,000 years of spiritual experience and experience in the previous life. What's more, all three of them are girls, not suitable for him. In addition to a strong team, you must choose a suitable location. There must be far away from the sphere of influence of the 5 major powers, and even second-rate forces cannot exist around it. Otherwise, it will definitely be killed in the bud. Glossi said silently in his heart. He is an extremely cautious person. Once he decides to do something, he must consider every aspect. He didn't want to create a force in a hurry. Within a few months, he was destroyed by other big forces, and he couldn't afford to lose that person. Do it, do your best. If it doesn't work, I'll start Wuzong, and pass on the body cultivation technique I created. Suddenly, a bold and crazy idea flashed in Guluxi's mind. I think it's a bit too early now. All this will be done after I get rid of Konaha's Anbu and recover all my strength. Glossi gently shook his head and said to himself. Half an hour, in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. When Glossi awakened Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Zinue from the illusion, there was a trace of pain on their faces. Especially Jiyu Tenten, her face is full of fatigue, her body is constantly shaking slightly, and she knows that she has not recovered her strength at a glance. But think about it, she ran a full 10 kilometers with Glossy and Hyuga Hinata on her back. How could it be corrected by half an hour of sleep? Tenten, you took this down. Guluxi opened a pair of martial arts eyes and blasted a powerful spiritual force into his sea of consciousness. That is a forbidden magical technique called stealing the sky and seizing the sun, from the martial arts world, which can continuously draw natural energy from the outside world to supplement oneself. As this, Jiyu Tenten was stunned by what suddenly appeared in his mind, his face full of inconceivability. How could such an incredible magical ability exist in this world? I will give you 2 hours to comprehend this exercise. During this time, I will let Hyuga Hinata take your place. Glossy said, and once again unlocked Hyuga Hinata with martial arts eyes. Illusion. What? There is a mark like that? Glossy said, slightly surprised. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan used to be the clan land? Glossi and his party have fled Konaha village for more than 30 kilometers, and they are basically safe. However, they still did not relax. After all, Konaha village is known as the #1 power in the shinobi world, and its powerful strength is beyond doubt. They don't want to endure the storm and capsize in a small ditch. She has already experienced the pain of being expelled from the family by her father once. No matter how great the blow to her this time is, she has a certain degree of resistance after all. This is a famous and unsettled case, just like the killing of the Uchiha clan. Until now, no one knows what happened at that time. Yes, it is exactly the same as the Uzumaki mark on the back of Uzumaki Naruto's clothes, I'm sure. Hyuga Hinata said seriously. I remember Master Xingying once said that the Uzumaki clan's clan was ominous, and all clan members were slaughtered overnight. Jiyu Zinue said. Master Star Shadow said, that is a cursed place. Advertisement and the best of them has a huge chakra, even the tail beast can easily suppress it. Well, let's spend the night in the ruins ahead tonight. Glossy opened a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, and he could see clearly everything within a radius of hundreds of meters, he said loudly. In this day's time, the martial arts mentality in his body combined with the stealing the sky and the sun, taboo magical powers, unexpectedly made his body get a noticeable improvement. Although severe pain is still coming from his body from time to time, his body is generally unharmed. In history, there was a famous family named Uzumaki who lived in Uzumaki village in Uzumaki country. The scale of this ethnic group is not large, but it has a long history. The people of the ethnic group have longevity, specialize in sealing art, and have strong physical fitness and vitality. In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed. Many years ago, the Senju clan of Konaha village and the Uzumaki clan were closely related, and first Hokage Senju Hashirama even married the princess of the Uzumaki clan. However, it is a pity that on a stormy night, the Uzumaki clan was devastated, and only Uzumaki Naruto's mother survived in Konaha. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Where are the ruins? Jiyu Zinue asked inexplicably. If he is correct in his judgment, the backlash of 8 inner gates will completely fade tomorrow, and then, he only needs to heal his injuries with his powerful martial arts and stealing the sky and seizing the sun, forbidden magical powers, and he can recover. There. Hyuga Hinata pointed to the front and said softly, there is a mark there, as if. It looks exactly like the one on the back of Uzumaki Naruto's clothes. He did not delay anything, and directly informed Hyuga Hinata of the cause and effect of the story in the form of illusion. When Hyuga Hinata knew everything, puffy tears dripped from his eyes. However, she quickly cheered up, carried Jiyu Tenten on her back, and ran forward quickly.